Darkness. Desolation. Nothing could be seen. Wang Yu had merely taken a golden flyer from someone on the street, without even having time to read what was written on it before he inexplicably appeared here. Darkness enveloped everything around him, and what made it worse was that his phone had run out of battery while he was on the subway. He could not contact anyone, nor could he determine where he was. It could not have been more disastrous. "Is anyone there?" he called out tentatively, but no one replied. Only the chill in the air answered him, making him shiver and realize that his t-shirt offered no warmth at all. The silence around him was overwhelming. Fear gradually crept over Wang Yu, and his heart rate began to surge. Have I crossed into another world, or? He began to ponder all sorts of possibilities as he staggered forward, groping in every direction, soon touching a cold, uneven wall. Leaning his back against it, he finally reclaimed a sliver of safety. Is this some kind of tunnel or cave? Wang Yu guessed, for it was so dark here that there was not even a glimmer of light. After taking several deep breaths, he gradually calmed down, though his heart still pounded wildly. He began to check the few items on him. A shoulder bag held his phone, some tissues, his resume, and diploma, for just before the incident, he had finished an interview and was on his way back to his rented room. Yet at this moment, none of these things were of any real use. In his panic, his hands trembled, and those printed resumes even slipped to the floor, but Wang Yu no longer had the mind to pick them up. The only things that could truly help were the half bottle of water and 2 energy bars he often used as a quick breakfast. He ate 1 energy bar, and the intake of sugar made his condition improve slightly. Then, still relying on the wall for support, he began to grope his way forward, limping as he moved. Yes, he was lame, which made his interviews far more difficult than for ordinary people. Even with a barely decent diploma in hand, it was still hard for him to find a suitable job. Even now, half a year after graduation, he remained unemployed in the truest sense of graduating only to be jobless. It brought great inconvenience to his life, though he had long since ceased to care about other people's gazes. For he was fortunate. At least he had survived the accident when he was 5 years old, even though it had left him with this lingering disability. He no longer remembered the details clearly. He only knew that the accident had claimed the lives of his parents and younger sister, while he had miraculously survived in the cramped interior of the car for 5 whole days. To this day, he could still recall the expression on the rescuers' faces when they found him. It had been surprise and joy, and threaded faintly through them. Fear. That was his so-called good fortune. Everyone around him thought he was lucky, and even Wang Yu himself had always believed so. Later, he was taken in by his uncle. There was no melodramatic struggle over inheritance, and he grew up smoothly, until this new incident occurred. Damn it, just where on earth is this place? Cursing, Wang Yu quickened his pace, forced by the cold. He slung the shoulder bag across his chest, hoping it could provide even the slightest bit of warmth. Gradually, perhaps because his eyes had adapted to the darkness, he began to distinguish faint outlines. Ahead there seemed to be a wall reflecting a dim red light that flickered on and off. It seemed he was in an excessively long corridor about 8 meters wide, and he had already reached a corner. Such a wide passageway. Wang Yu could hardly imagine what kind of place would require a passage this wide. It was practically broad enough to serve as a road. After passing the corner, Wang Yu finally saw about 30 meters ahead a strip of red light embedded in the wall, flickering like a loose connection. Combined with the cold, uneven walls stained and scarred all over, Wang Yu had every reason to suspect that this was some long-abandoned facility. Could it be that there isn't a single person here? Wang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. His heart rate soared again, and the chill on his skin became even more pronounced, making him tremble uncontrollably. Just then, an unusual sound came from behind him. Galala! It was the sound of something heavy scraping against a metal floor, growing clearer and closer, coming from the corridor behind Wang Yu. What is that? Is it chasing me? A sense of dread overwhelmed him, smothering all other thoughts and forcing him to drag his inconvenient legs into a lurching run, fleeing forward with everything he had, heedless of the darkness ahead. Yet the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. The sound seemed to be right behind him. He could even feel a breath, as if some animal were pressing close at his back. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Yu was already gasping for breath, lungs feeling as though they would explode, his legs searing with cramp-like pain. Running had always been his weakest event. This was taking his life. What on earth is chasing me? Is this some bizarre world? Have I really crossed over? Thoughts churned wildly in Wang Yu's mind. He could only hope this was a nightmare, and that he would wake up to find he had merely fallen asleep on the subway. Even missing his stop would not matter. Reality, however, was merciless. Nothing had changed, and he could no longer run. Just then, perhaps it was an illusion, but Wang Yu saw a faint light ahead. They were clusters of dense green points of light, like those marking an emergency exit. This sight gave Wang Yu a bit more strength, and spurred him to hasten his steps. But halfway there, he sensed something was wrong. Since when did emergency lights move on their own? Could someone be there? Is anyone there? Something is chasing me from behind. Wang Yu shouted, taking 2 more steps forward before his pupils contracted violently. For that was no person at all, but a bizarre creature Wang Yu had never seen before. A grotesque giant salamander, or lizard. This lizard was roughly the size of a calf, with no eyes or nostrils. Its skin was covered by a mesh-like network resembling veins, and the pores within glowed with emerald bioluminescence like countless eyes. The moment it saw Wang Yu, the creature darted forward and opened its mouth, shooting out an elastic tongue toward him. Shit! Wang Yu could not even scream. He could only curse, inwardly damning the unknown existence that had transported him here. To throw him here without even granting a cheat ability or a system, this was worse than simply killing him outright. Wang Yu felt all hope crumble and braced himself for death. At that moment, a massive black shadow swept over him. A violent impact exploded right before his eyes. It felt as if a stun grenade had gone off at close range. The blast of force was so great that Wang Yu himself was thrown through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, his whole body screaming with pain. Yet he did not die. Instead, he saw an enormous hammer, outrageously large, taller than he was, slammed down in front of him, smashing the lizard into pulp. The lizard was killed, crushed into a pulp, its green fluorescent bodily fluids smeared across the entire corridor, including over Wang Yu, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the silhouette of another terrifying presence. It was an iron-armored giant. Wang Yu had never seen such a powerful human being. It was beyond the bounds of humanity. He stood over 4 meters tall, with bulging, writhing muscles beneath dark red skin. His battle armor was damaged, hung with chains, and bore many signs of repair and reforging. In some places, rivets had been driven into the skin and muscle to secure the armor, a sight that clearly indicated pain. That exaggerated war hammer was the giant's weapon. One side was a flat hammer face for increased striking range, while the other side was a sharp spike designed specifically to pierce through hard armor. The giant pulled back the hammer, held it reversed, and rested it on the ground. The scraping sound from before was likely caused by this. Wang Yu's heart was in his throat. He dared not even breathe, fearing he would draw the giant's attention and meet the same fate as the lizard. But clearly the giant's target was not him, otherwise he would have been dead already. Moreover, if the giant had not acted just now, he might have been attacked by the lizard. So strictly speaking, the giant had actually saved him. Just as Wang Yu was thinking, the giant moved, turning his head to reveal a ferocious, hideous face. That face looked as if it had been burned by fire or acid, exposing the gums. The left eye was nothing but a dark hollow, while the right side of the face was covered by a sheet of iron with rivets. Through the mesh of tiny holes, a faint red glow could be seen, seemingly scrutinizing Wang Yu. Before Wang Yu could react, the giant reached out and grabbed him. His palm was wide enough to encircle Wang Yu's waist, lifting him into the air and bringing him up to eye level for a closer look. A stench of rot emanated from the giant, nearly making Wang Yu vomit. The chocolate bar he had eaten earlier came back up into his mouth, but he forced it back down and pretended to stay calm. He has no hostility toward me. I absolutely must not panic. Wang Yu tried to hypnotize himself, not daring to move recklessly while searching for an opportunity to escape. Fortunately, as he had expected, the giant only glanced at him a few times, then set him back on the ground and continued forward, dragging the heavy hammer with a harsh metallic screech as if he had never seen Wang Yu. Whoa, wait. Wang Yu stood still for a moment, then coming to his senses, immediately shouted and pursued, dragging his inconvenient right leg as he followed closely behind the giant to avoid attacks from other monsters. About a quarter of an hour later, Wang Yu still hadn't found a way out and had grown accustomed to following Brother Hammer. Yes, Brother Hammer. Because he had a world-shattering giant hammer, Wang Yu called him that. It should be fine. He had asked for the other party's opinion. Is that okay, Brother Hammer? Wang Yu asked. Seeing Brother Hammer silent, Wang Yu took it as consent. He was a newcomer, unfamiliar with the place. Only Brother Hammer was big in stature and kind in heart, relatively easy to get along with, and wouldn't eat him. Naturally, he had to cling to this powerful leg. Moreover, Brother Hammer most likely possessed intelligence and consciousness, and even seemed to understand Wang Yu's words. He was just a man of few words. How to describe it? Yes, sparing with words. At first, Wang Yu couldn't keep up with Brother Hammer's pace, but after he shouted a few times, Brother Hammer actually slowed down. This boosted Wang Yu's confidence in his judgment. Brother Hammer is just hideous in appearance with an inhuman form, but he's actually easy to get along with. Along the way, Wang Yu watched as Brother Hammer dispatched 2 more lizard-like monsters. It seemed he was hunting these strange creatures. Thanks to this, Wang Yu no longer felt cold because these lizards were warm-blooded. Their bodily fluids glowed and emitted heat. Wang Yu was now covered in them, solving both the warmth and lighting problems. Brother Hammer, what do you think these lizards eat to grow so big? There's nothing here at all, Wang Yu asked, but Brother Hammer remained silent, mechanically walking forward like an automaton. Wang Yu had gotten used to it. Brother Hammer, do you have any idea how to get out of here? Brother Hammer, how did you get so strong? What's your training method? Brother Hammer, are there any other people here? Brother Hammer, I have a specialty from my hometown, a chocolate bar. Would you like to try one? This sentence finally got a reaction. Brother Hammer stopped in his tracks, making Wang Yu stiffen as he wondered if he had messed up. He was actually a bit nervous. Though he seemed talkative, he was really just using conversation to build up courage, relieve the tension, and divert his attention. I hope I didn't hit a nerve. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva. Then the giant slowly turned around. He was also covered in the lizard's flesh and bodily fluids, but the glow on him was much dimmer than on Wang Yu, and seemed to be slightly wriggling, as if being absorbed by the skin and even the armor plates on his body. Brother Hammer, Wang Yu called out, feeling uneasy. Then he saw the giant extend a thick hand toward him and instantly understood. Coming right up. Coming right up. Wang Yu quickly took the chocolate bar from his chest pouch and placed it in Brother Hammer's hand. In contrast, the snack looked like a miniature model, not even enough to fill a gap in Brother Hammer's teeth. Fortunately, Brother Hammer didn't mind and had good digestion. He tossed the whole thing, wrapper and all, into his mouth, producing a crunching sound, then continued walking forward. And so Wang Yu lost his last food, but it was worth it. He gained some goodwill from Brother Hammer. As for what to do next, since Brother Hammer and the big lizards could survive here, food probably wasn't scarce. If all else failed, those smashed lizards weren't inedible. Even if they were poisonous, he'd have to try rather than starve to death. Thus Wang Yu followed Brother Hammer for a long while until he spotted several familiar paper resumes on the ground and realized he had returned to the starting point. There had been forks and rooms along the way, some even open, but Wang Yu dared not enter recklessly, uncertain of what was inside and worried about encountering other dangers. At this starting point where he had first crossed over, there was also a door. Back then it was too dark. He hadn't noticed it at all and had groped along the other wall, just missing it. Now seeing this door, Wang Yu grew suspicious. He felt there might be something inside, so he tried walking toward it. The door seemed to sense his approach and slid open automatically. Brother Hammer, there's a light on in here. Aren't you coming to have a look? Wang Yu called out. But Brother Hammer didn't stop, continuing forward as if he hadn't heard. Weighing his options, Wang Yu decided to enter the room because he had just glanced inside and saw lights on with no monsters in sight. Wang Yu stepped into the room and the sliding gate behind him sealed shut. To ensure an escape route, he cautiously tried stepping back out. Only after confirming the door operated freely did he exhale in relief and begin examining the chamber before him. The interior was spacious, dominated by a large work desk, suggesting this had once served as a functional workspace. 2 bedrooms flanked either side, each with its own private bathroom. The master bedroom even included a small utility closet. Its minimalist, rugged aesthetic evoked a futuristic sensibility, reminiscent of sci-fi settings. Most furniture was constructed from metal composite, wood panels, and plastic, though all were severely worn and aged. Someone had clearly lived here, but long ago. Wang Yu scanned the walls and floor, thick with dust and unidentifiable stains. Cracks spiderwebbed across many surfaces, the floor yielded a sticky glue-like resistance underfoot, deeply unsettling. Portions of the walls and furniture bore scorch marks, some even pitted with minute indentations. Bullet impacts. Wang Yu picked up a shell-like fragment beside his foot, only to find it crumbled at a light squeeze. Not brass, nor any recognizable metal. He frowned. Its brittle texture resembled eggshell, likely degraded by time. In the secondary bedroom, he discovered a broad spray-patterned stain on the bed, oxidized deep black with spatter reaching even the ceiling. Something grim had undoubtedly occurred here. The room posed no immediate danger, no lizards lurked in corners or shadows ready to ambush. A welcome reprieve. Wang Yu resolved to establish it as a temporary base. The infrastructure remained intact, lights functioned, circuits were sound. Though I wonder if lizards might force their way in. He eyed the door, its reliability uncertain, and decided to wedge debris against it while resting, ensuring any intrusion would trigger noise and alert him. Water, however, was entirely cut off. The bathroom's motion sensor faucet had ceased operating. Wang Yu smashed it open with a heavy object, revealing not a single drop inside. Next came food. In the utility closet's corner, he unearthed a canned item, specifically a large cat food tin. He'd located it thanks to feline doodles and arrows scrawled on the wall, buried beneath rotting cloth and warped planks. Clearly another being had inhabited this place, hoarding supplies albeit without much finesse. Some large feline, capable of drawing maps and opening tins. He speculated, though dismissed the notion outright. No cat possessed such intelligence. The wall carvings were etched with sharp, deliberate force, some grooves exceeding 1 centimeter in depth. Cats lacked claws hard or sharp enough to gouge metal walls. Perhaps a deranged cat lover used an angle grinder to carve those patterns, then stashed cat food here. A wry smile flickered across Wang Yu's face, easing his mounting tension. He added the tin to his provisions. The original occupant, presumably the cat in question, was almost certainly gone. The label had nearly oxidized away, its age impossible to gauge. Still, he recalled that undamaged tins could preserve contents for decades, even centuries, though battered the can's interior might yet hold edible fare. His gaze lingered on the half-visible orange cat head printed on the label, and the familiar Chinese characters tucked in one corner. Delicious starfish content 1. Do cats here dine on starfish? Wang Yu quipped. Having grown up inland, he'd never tasted starfish, let alone delicious ones, knowing them only as obscure echinoderms. He slipped the tin into the satchel slung across his chest. Eating cat food imposed no psychological burden. Survival outweighed pride. Only one place remains unexamined. Wang Yu turned to the massive work desk at the room center. Though part of its surface was missing, the underlying cabinets remained intact, and he inspected each. One, however, was locked. He had no key. In a horror game, this would herald the classic search for the key trope. But reality offered no such convenience, so Wang Yu opted for brute force entry, dismantling the desk itself. The desk had sat idle for decades, rotted, warped, crumbling. Avoiding critical metal reinforcements, he retrieved a metal table leg and punched a hole through the wooden surface, then reached inside to retrieve its contents. A gun. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. It was unmistakably a compact handgun, but sleeker, more advanced than conventional firearms, crafted from an ivory-colored polymer with an ergonomically refined grip. Along its flank lay an odd emblem, a fish crudely augmented with 4 legs, an absurd tongue-in-cheek motif. Was this truly the manufacturer's logo? Wang Yu inspected the weapon closely, then test-fired it toward the desk, producing no response. Clearly it held no ammunition, or perhaps a safety mechanism was engaged. Could it be defective? Further scrutiny revealed the safety switch, but no obvious magazine release. Instead, he found a circular spring-loaded port embedded in the grip space. A charging pistol, Wang Yu murmured, glancing toward his smartphone, quietly recharging in the corner. Electricity flowed steadily through the room. A functional outlet, dual and triple-pronged, matched standard voltage. His phone charger fit perfectly. Yet nestled beside the outlet was an additional ring-shaped port, one precisely matching the pistol's interface. Hesitantly, Wang Yu inserted the weapon. Instantly, its frame illuminated, embedded ribbons of iridescent light pulsing like liquid infusion. Even the 4-legged fish emblem transformed into a display screen showing charge progress from 0 to 100 in mere seconds. Charges that fast. A flash-charging pistol. Wang Yu withdrew the weapon, chuckling wryly, then conducted further tests. Years of disuse had dulled its responsiveness, requiring several trigger pulls before emitting even a faint discharge, nearly recoilless, eerily akin to a water pistol. Yet in truth, it was a portable laser pistol, devastatingly powerful. The scorched, melted traces on the walls were its handiwork. A single shot could sever a metal pipe, unleashing terrifying thermal intensity. A full charge permitted roughly 20 shots, each consuming approximately 5% of its capacity. An exceptional tool. With this, Wang Yu gained real confidence against lizards, the triumph of science over savagery. Right, time to assess the situation. Wang Yu holstered the weapon and contemplated his next move. I picked up a golden flyer and was instantly teleported into this specialized facility. Its technological sophistication vastly exceeds anything in my native world. Strange creatures dwell here, as do anomalous individuals like Hammer Brother. Yet this place retains undeniable ties to my former world. The presence of Chinese characters and these standardized outlets confirms it. Wang Yu retraced the chain of events, sensing he'd been ensnared in a vast, intricate conspiracy. Then another anomaly surfaced, one he hadn't noticed upon entering the room. He examined his right palm. There, inscribed in crisp, regular script, was the numeral 7, pale like a faded, low-quality tattoo. He bore no tattoos, certainly none on his palm, let alone an enigmatic number. This mark must have manifested during the translocation, appearing precisely on the hand that had grasped the golden flyer. Is this my boon, or a warning? He furrowed his brow. Interpretations abounded: a countdown, 7 days, 7 hours, or perhaps 7 lives, 7 chances to die and return. After all, fiction rarely strays from such tropes. With no immediate answers, Wang Yu set the mystery aside. For now, survival demanded precedence. The lizard's viscous residue on his skin had long ceased radiating warmth, now clinging clammy and deeply uncomfortable. He wiped it clean and wrapped himself in torn fabric, securing minimal insulation. Food remained urgent. Wang Yu resolved to drag a dead lizard back to the room, storing it as emergency rations, then gradually expand his exploration until locating an exit. After fully charging both his smartphone and laser pistol, Wang Yu conducted his final inspection, a habitual ritual before stepping out, a lingering precaution born from that fateful accident. The accident had occurred precisely because his father had been unprepared. He'd left without checking the weather forecast, and faced with traffic congestion, impulsively turned onto an obscure, seldom-traveled side road. At the time of the crash, his father bore the brunt of his mother's furious reproach, yet it was already too late. Ever since, Wang Yu meticulously double-checked every detail before each sortie, determined never to repeat that fatal oversight. When one is truly prepared, death itself dares not knock upon the door. Wang Yu downed a long swig of water, then slid a compact metal tube horizontally into the front compartment of his crossbody bag, ready for emergencies, before gripping his smartphone in one hand for illumination and the laser pistol in the other, and stepped out of the room. There was no signal here. The phone served only as a flashlight. He retraced his earlier path, this time armed with both light and firepower, allowing him to cautiously explore accessible rooms and branching corridors. Most proved enigmatic chambers whose purpose eluded him, or doors stubbornly sealed shut. One thing was certain: the facility had once housed a substantial number of personnel, otherwise such infrastructure could never have functioned at all. By the end of his search, Wang Yu's bag held 2 new items: a can of cat food and a metallic spray can marked with a green cross, likely a wound-sealing aerosol, both discovered beneath graffiti depicting a cartoonish cat head. Though he had no idea who had left them, he felt profound gratitude, and stowed both carefully into his bag. Soon he stood again at the very spot where he'd first encountered Hammer Brother. But here, Wang Yu found no trace of the grotesquely mangled mutant lizard. Only smeared blood remained on the floor, evidence of its former presence, and a glistening trail of dragged viscera stretching forward into the consuming darkness. Something else is still here. A chill tightened his chest. He swept his phone's beam ahead, then pivoted sharply to illuminate the corridor behind him. It was highly unlikely Hammer Brother had done this. He struck Wang Yu as the sort who killed without bothering to bury. After a few seconds' deliberation, Wang Yu resolved to follow the trail. After all, finding an exit required exploration, and he had no alternative. Approximately 5 minutes later, Wang Yu halted before a heavy security gate. The blood trail ended abruptly there, cut off by the sealed barrier. The blood was startlingly fresh, still faintly luminescent, proof the corpse was newly taken. Some of it even appeared dragged from the corridor ahead, suggesting the perpetrator moved with alarming speed, hauled away multiple lizard carcasses, and possessed extraordinary strength, far beyond what Wang Yu himself could manage. Yet the gate refused to yield. Though powered, it remained inert. No activation panel, no visible switch. Does it require an access card, or some other authentication? Wang Yu frowned. Beyond that door likely lay other sectors of the base, even perhaps an exit. If every passage demanded such authorization, he might well be entombed here forever. I should have stuffed some scraps into my bag. He brooded over the lost mutant lizard. Cat food could last indefinitely, but the lizard's flesh would spoil quickly. This parting was likely final, and dwindling supplies of food and water threatened to drive him to desperation. As the thought crossed his mind, the floor heaved violently beneath him, so sudden and severe that he lost his footing entirely and crashed to the ground, his smartphone flying from his grasp. Simultaneously, a sharp, piercing alarm blared. Warning. Warning. Preparing to disengage from subspace transit. All crew members brace for impact and emergent contingencies. Warning. Warning. What? Subspace? Wang Yu gasped in disbelief. His back slammed hard against the wall, pain flaring across his spine. But the revelation struck deeper than any physical blow. I'm aboard. Before he could finish, the deck tilted violently, accompanied by the tortured groan of straining metal. The sound came from close by, as if something were crawling along the outer wall, tearing through plating. At that instant, the corridor flooded with light. Metallic bulkheads slowly retracted, flooding the passage with searing brilliance. Wang Yu froze, blinded by the glare of a blazing sun directly ahead, its intensity forcing him to avert his eyes toward dimmer recesses. Am I in space? Is this the interior of a starship? Shh. His voice cracked with shock, just as alien shrieks pierced the air mingled with the shrill, greasy hiss of superheated fat sizzling under extreme heat. In the split second the bulkhead opened, he glimpsed something scale-clad and sinuous surging upward along the hull's exterior. Before he could process it, heavy rhythmic thuds echoed from both ends of the corridor, one approaching from ahead, another from behind. Two mutant lizards emerged without warning, materializing as if conjured from shadow. Damn it! He tried to raise his arm and fire, but his limbs betrayed him. Only then did he realize his right elbow hung unnaturally twisted, dislocated. Any attempt to lift his arm sent jolts of agony through his shoulder, rendering precise aiming impossible. The violent lurching of the vessel must have done it. He could still grip the pistol, but not aim it. The window for counterattack vanished in an instant. Before he'd even considered switching hands, the first lizard lunged and shot forth its elastic serpentine tongue. Wang Yu barely managed to raise his intact left arm to shield his head and throat, only to be instantly ensnared by that whip-like tongue, yanked violently forward off balance. But danger loomed behind him too. The second lizard now joined the fray, darting in like a rival predator and lashing out its own tongue, wrapping it tightly around Wang Yu's right ankle. Two equally massive mutants locked into a brutal tug-of-war, their guttural snarls echoing like pressurized gas forced through narrow pipes. Wang Yu hung suspended between them, left arm and right leg rigidly taut, pulled in opposite directions. Worse still, his right hip bore an old injury reinforced with surgical steel pins. The strain now tore through old wounds with excruciating force. Shit! His roar startled both lizards. Mere seconds ago he'd been contemplating eating them. Now he faced becoming their excrement. The beasts recoiled only for a heartbeat, then recognized the truth: this prey posed no real threat. Loud as he was, his voice alone could not harm them. They redoubled their efforts, wrenching with savage, bone-grinding force, as if trying to tear him cleanly in two. In that desperate moment, Wang Yu pinned all hope on the laser pistol. His sole weapon capable of killing these monsters, still clutched tightly in his right hand, never relinquished. But he couldn't raise it to aim. He strained against the lizard's pull, only worsening the agony in his right hip, achieving nothing. Switching hands was unthinkable. They gave him no opening. Yet amid the convulsive struggle, a fresh wave of pain from his swinging right arm sparked insight. He wrenched his head sideways and sank his teeth into the ragged cloth binding his forearm, deliberately abandoning balance, lifting his left foot clear of the floor. He intended to use controlled imbalance and momentum to swing the pistol into firing position, just long enough to strike one lizard down, kill or cripple one, break free, and survival would become possible. Wang Yu drew his left leg, the one supporting him, away, shifting his entire weight onto the opposing tugs before and behind, shattering the balance. The two lizards, each weighing well over 100 Gene, briefly faltered under the change of force, the precise instant Wang Yu had been waiting for. Using his neck and shoulder to exert pressure, he aimed to swing his right hand toward the lizard in front during the imbalance, then seized the moment to fire. The chance was slim. He might miss, or the gun might click empty. Yet later, when the two lizards lunged close and began to gnaw at him, another opportunity to shoot would come. Adrenaline flooded Wang Yu, numbing the pain and heightening his nerves. He carried out his plan with resolute focus. Then a streak of light flashed. Against expectation, the unreliable pistol proved suddenly faithful. As he swung it, it fired cleanly and struck the lizard before him, tearing straight through its body. The mutated lizard that had been shot went limp. The other lunged at the chance, its tongue latching onto Wang Yu and pulling him closer, intent on biting. Wang Yu rolled over in time. The white pistol he had swapped to was in his left hand. He fired again, burning a large hole through the lizard's forehead and melting a gap in the window behind it. Air rushed out, whipping into a gale, until a metal partition automatically descended to seal the breach. Only then did the crisis truly end. A cough escaped him. Covered in sticky slime, Wang Yu sat up and pushed the lizards away, coughing uncontrollably. He had swallowed some of the mucus, and some had even gone down his windpipe. By luck rather than safety, he had dispatched the two lizards. Though he had blown a hole in the window, the ship's safety systems still functioned, sealing the breach before it could spark a larger catastrophe and preventing secondary damage. A sharp hiss escaped him. As he tried to stand, Wang Yu felt searing pain at the root of his right thigh, perhaps a torn ligament, and his right arm hung at an unnatural angle. He set the gun aside, struggled to the wall, and rummaged in the satchel across his chest until he found a sprayk and he had scavenged earlier, apparently a wound salve. He sprayed it onto the places that hurt. The bleeding stopped instantly, The cooling evaporation blunted the pain, and reacting with the wound and blood formed a pale yellow protective film. Even the dislocation and the ache at his thigh were suppressed. He could not tell whether it was mere anesthesia or genuine healing. The scant spray ran low quickly, but Wang Yu felt better. He looked at his dislocated right elbow and resolved to try to set it himself. He understood nothing of medicine, yet that no longer mattered. He had to put it back, even if it took hundreds of attempts. Without basic mobility, he would soon die here. There was no doubt. Wang Yu took several deep breaths, braced his right hand on the floor, and used his shoulder to lever toward the joint. He tried repeatedly and failed each time, growing nauseous. Thankfully, the spray kept the pain muted. On the fifth attempt, there was a crisp crack, and his elbow slipped back into place. The joint was already ringed with redness and swelling and utterly without strength. At last he had weathered it. Only when danger gave way to safety did Wang Yu find the presence of mind to study the view outside, gazing into the vast, boundless universe. He seemed to be in an outer corridor of the ship. A click sounded. The gate opening startled him, and he looked toward a metal door he could not open. A giant stepped out. It was not Gu. A foul, nauseating stench of rot rolled out, choking Wang Yu as if the odor had mass. Even his skin seemed to register it. The newcomer was a hulking man of roughly 3 meters, wearing a tall cap whose base color could not be discerned. In his left hand, he gripped heavy chains slung over his shoulder as if hauling a great burden. In his right hand, he bore a massive cleaver with a nicked blade crusted with age-old blood, dried and oxidized, then repainted so many times that the metal itself was indistinguishable, as if forged from blood. Wang Yu dared not breathe. His left hand reached for his pistol, while he kept his eyes fixed on the butcher, who showed no sign of friendliness. The man merely glanced at Wang Yu. The upper half of his face was a grotesquely distorted pig-like mask stitched to his skin, making his visage all the more sinister. But Wang Yu's earlier interaction with Gu had taught him not to judge by appearance or posture here. He showed no hostility, though he did not lower his pistol. The strange man studied Wang Yu for a few seconds, then turned his gaze to the 2 lizards and stepped forward, his boots thudding on the floor. He stopped before one lizard, bent down and hooked his chain, the one with a clasp at his belt, onto it. Only then did Wang Yu understand the man's intent. He was collecting the carcasses. The earlier lizards had likely been taken by him as well. With that thought, Wang Yu ventured to speak. These 2 lizards were killed by me. Could you please leave one for me? Guest friend, please. Wang Yu's voice trembled, part from fear and part from the man's stench, which suggested he never bathed. It made breathing difficult and even brought tears to his eyes. The strange man only glanced at him and made no further move for several seconds. Wang Yu's heart leapt into his throat, fearful he might be taken away like the dead lizards. Fortunately, his luck held. The man did not lay hands on him. He took one lizard and retreated. The metal gate closed again, and only then did Wang Yu dare to draw a long, trembling breath. Strangely, as the man left, the foul smell vanished as if it had never existed. Wang Yu pushed himself up against the wall and looked at the lizard left behind, knowing his gamble had paid off once more. Gu was not truly a bad man. He could be conversed with, and was even one of the ship's proper crew. One lizard would suffice. Having swallowed a little of its bodily fluid without ill effect, and having had contact with its skin, it was likely non-poisonous and edible. Wang Yu guessed this, but even if it proved inedible, he would have to try roasting it. He had little food and no choice. Slowly pushing himself up at the window, he finally had the leisure to regard the cosmos outside. The sight felt more real than any game had played or film had seen. Stars unshielded by atmosphere blazed with a terrifying brilliance. Wang Yu felt his body temperature climbing, perhaps even sensing radiation, but he could not dwell on that. Below, he had seen another planet. Is that Lance? Wang Yu breathed, stunned. Joy surged first, then plunged into despair. He realized the continental plates of that planet did not match his impression of Lance, yet clear traces of civilization were visible. Not mere flora and fauna, but signs of higher intelligent life. He even saw an artificial satellite drifting slowly beneath the ship. Wang Yu continued to gaze elsewhere, with the majority of his field of vision engulfed in darkness, save for a few faint lights far in the distance. Stars separated by an unimaginable expanse, flickering like candles in the profound void, ready to extinguish at any moment and utterly unable to contend with the surrounding darkness. Though it was so bright and blinding, it imparted a sense of precariousness. After watching for a while, Wang Yu inexplicably felt his legs growing weak, and by the time he realized it, he had uncontrollably crouched down, accompanied by an indistinguishable synthetic sound. The hyperspace voyage has concluded. The deep space vessel has successfully arrived at the target star system. Host survival confirmed. System activating. Activation successful. Your current authority level is I. Welcome aboard the deep space vessel, esteemed acting captain. Having made first contact with the vast universe, you have awakened a talent. Self-discipline living. Please check your personal panel for details. System. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, looking around to ascertain what was speaking, but unable to pinpoint the source. The voice seemed to resonate in his mind, unrelated to his physical location, uncontrollable, and impossible to mute. Yet soon he adapted, for the operation of this system was exceedingly convenient, far superior to a mobile phone. His eyes felt as though they had integrated with a miniature computer, projecting a translucent screen directly onto his retina, seamlessly merging with his field of vision. Moreover, the content displayed could be manipulated through thought, completely unaffected by his visual perception, able to be closed or adjusted for transparency at any time. The system, essential for traversers, has finally arrived. But Wang Yu staggered to his feet, glancing at the dull ache beginning to emerge in his right thigh, realizing that the effect of the analgesic spray had begun to wear off, evidently only effective for external injuries and not for the chronic pain in his bones and ligaments. The appearance of the system did not heal his bodily deficiencies. Indeed, the stories of novels were unreliable, leaving him to rely on himself. Wang Yu summoned his personal panel to check his status. Wang Yu. Race human. Human, a typical mammalian intelligent life form renowned throughout the universe, highly dependent on technology, lacking fixed racial talents, but exhibiting significant individual variance, potentially displaying unique personal talents with average attributes of 5 after reaching adulthood. Origin: terrestrial planet. Talent: Lucky 7. Self-disciplined living. Lucky 7, you are a natural luck bearer, embodying the hopes of your family, thus favored by fortune. Everyone around you perceives you as lucky, making it easier to trigger beneficial events for yourself. Up to 7 times per week, when facing life-threatening situations, you can force the triggering of events with a probability higher than 10, steering reality towards a direction more favorable for your survival. This ability is unaffected by individual subjective will. Self-disciplined living, maintaining a healthy and regular lifestyle, will greatly benefit you. When you are sufficiently disciplined and maintain a healthy lifestyle for 3 weeks, your attribute experience growth rate will increase by 20. Rationality cap: 20 points, lasting until the self-disciplined lifestyle is disrupted, but the bonus will continue for an additional 24 hours. Ability: none. Status: light injury, a muscular human figure in a large font with yellowing on the right leg and right wrist. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 65 for kilograms. Health: 81/95. The body has irreparable old injuries, permanently reducing the health cap by 5. Rationality: 81,100. When rationality drops below 50, there is a chance of falling into a state of mental collapse. When rationality reaches 0, you will face a trial of life and death. Energy: 77,100. Energy below 60 will lead to a state of fatigue, making errors more likely. Below May 30th, result in unconsciousness, and reaching 0 will cause immediate shock. Physique: 2,480. Physique measures the absolute strength and robustness of an individual. Will 77,400 will measures an individual's mental strength. The higher it is, the less likely one is to be affected by harsh environments and conditions, and the better the ability to endure desperate situations with higher resistance to rationality. Reflex: 531,100. Reflex measures the speed of nerve signal transmission. Generally, the higher the reflex, the more agile the individual, but sometimes requires sufficient physical strength to support it. Immunity: 3,780. Immunity measures an individual's environmental metabolic capacity. The higher it is, the less affected one is by toxins, diseases, cosmic rays, electricity, and even temperature, aiding in quick recovery of health and adaptation to extreme environments, including the consumption of hard cottaged food. Inspiration: 52,100. Inspiration measures an individual's ability to connect with the subspace, making it easier to perceive things that should not exist, triggering various illogical anomalies, and even linking to subspace. This attribute also easily stimulates inspiration during research and contemplation. Comprehensive evaluation: a battle weakling with average attributes precisely at 5. The little luck he possesses is merely enough for him to catch a few more breaths in this universe. Lucky 7. Wang Yu suddenly recalled something, immediately looking at the palm of his right hand smeared with green slime, realizing the number there had changed from 7 to 4. So this gun can fire continuously because of my talent. Wang Yu realized belatedly, suddenly enlightened. The fact that this malfunctioning beam pistol could operate continuously was due to Wang Yu's luck, and those 2 shots had consumed 2 of his chances. As for the 3rd shot, it was likely why he could hit the mutated lizard with his dislocated hand. I really am quite lucky, Wang Yu said with a bitter smile, feeling as though he had gained a talent that others would envy. But if given the choice, he would prefer to have never been lucky. Wang Yu quickly familiarized himself with the various functions of the system. Apart from the personal panel, he could also view information about the deep space vessel, including his authority level and the internal layout of the ship, although sections he didn't have permission for were entirely blacked out. Wang Yu, acting captain of the deep space vessel, current authority level is I, and can spend 500 credit points to upgrade to level 2. Deep space vessel, a large scientific research ship that encountered a severe incident while traversing subspace, resulting in the near-total loss of the crew. The hull sustained significant damage and has been drifting in the void between the universe and subspace for many years until a new captain arrived for its revival. Durability. Maximum cruise speed. The ship is damaged and the cruise speed is unstable. Maximum cruise speed refers to the limit speed that can be reached in uniformly dense standard space, for example 0. 2c represents 0. 2 times the speed of light. Core component, activated subspace phase change engine, granting the deep space vessel the ability to traverse and navigate both the universe and subspace. The core component is the soul of the ship, whose damage will lead to its total destruction, potentially rendering it irreparable. Main engine, activated subspace phase change engine, hunger. The main engine supports long-distance interstellar travel. Damage will result in the loss of capabilities for long-distance interstellar navigation. It can substitute the auxiliary engine to provide conventional power when necessary, but will greatly increase the load on the main engine. Auxiliary engine, overweight field fusion engine, damage. The auxiliary engine provides conventional power. Damage affects ship navigation, power supply, conventional weapon use, impacting all aspects, and cannot substitute the main engine for interstellar travel. Weapon module. Defense module, small electromagnetic particle shield generator, damaged. Basic module, gravity field generator, activated detector production factory, hunger, activated subspace communication generator, hunger fiend, 1 type singless return landing pod. 3. Basic factory, missing content that cannot be displayed, requires higher authority to unlock. Damaged module components need repairs to restore functionality. Missing components indicate they are completely lost or irreparable and can be deleted. So complex. Wang Yu felt a headache after reviewing it. He understood none of the engines and modules, and let alone repair them. He didn't even know how to use them. Fortunately, there was a system to assist with this shortcoming. All modules could be repaired or even expanded using credit points and materials solely operable within the system, and could even be repaired entirely using credit points, though the prices were exorbitant. For instance, the repair cost for that overweight field fusion engine was a staggering 830 million credit points. Wang Yu simply counted the length of this number and confirmed he wasn't hallucinating before promptly abandoning the thought of fixing the ship. But what does hunger mean? It wasn't explained. Is that thing alive? Wang Yu pondered, feeling that this ship had significant issues and that he might have boarded a pirate vessel. Please proceed to the central control room bridge. The system will format the deep space vessel, assisting you in mastering this ship. At this moment, the system chimed in with a reminder, displaying information in textual form on the interface and allowing for the review of past records at any time. With the map in hand, Wang Yu finally bid farewell to getting lost and aimlessly wandering. He temporarily abandoned the idea of escape, for the outside was the vastness of space, not a place for ordinary humans. However, that blue planet below might be a possibility, depending on whether there was an opportunity to land. Wang Yu first returned to the captain's cabin, which he had previously regarded as a stronghold, dragging back the spoils of this adventure, the mutated lizard. Moreover, he had determined whether this creature was poisonous through the system. Name: light lizard. Description: a common mutated creature found in subspace, resembling a lizard in shape and habits, yet structurally more akin to a fish with legs. Thus, some researchers classify it as a 4-legged fish. It can exist stably after leaving subspace, but is unable to reproduce. Its bodily fluid is a mild and harmless fluorescent agent, providing illumination, radiation resistance, and thermal insulation. The flesh is non-toxic and edible, but caution is advised due to potential parasites. It is recommended to cook thoroughly before consumption. The system offers free identification of items, even biological entities, which can be considered a form of invisible benefit. He also identified the laser pistol with the following details. Name: Fire Scorpion 07 Snow, limited edition, defective. Manufacturer Four-Legged Fish Life Co. The Four-Legged Fish Life Co., abbreviated as Four-Legged Fish Co., is a rather peculiar enterprise that has rapidly carved out a niche in the interstellar market. Their products emphasize high-cost performance covering various industries possessing unique technology that cannot be reverse-engineered or replicated. The company often releases bizarre products, including a multitude of color-changing limited editions, leaving many puzzled. However, fans of the company flock to buy them, often at a loss, as some products are extremely rare and carry significant collectible value, fetching unimaginable high prices. It is rumored that the company originated from an ocean planet, and all employees are intelligent four-legged fish. Regulatory level I civilian. The regulatory level is a standard established by the former Technology Ethics Supervision Bureau regarding the technology and potential hazards, represented by items categorized from I to 6, with high-danger items being strictly regulated and prohibited from private trade, as they could bring unimaginable disasters to civilizations and even the entire universe. The categories include civilian, precision engineering, exquisite, forbidden oddities, and miracles. If creations of advanced civilizations are deemed sufficiently safe, they may also be classified as exquisite or precision engineering. Thus, this standard cannot fully measure the technological sophistication of such creations. Description: a rare limited edition white beam pistol, its collectible value far outweighing its practical value. The original owner went to great lengths, traveling 30 light years and queuing for half a year just to obtain it. It inflicts significant damage to unarmored entities, especially organic life forms, as the intense heat it contains can instantaneously penetrate the target, causing its internal fluids to boil and expand, resulting in secondary damage, though it is easily absorbed and blocked by metals. It mainly exists as a collectible, but can be sustained in combat when paired with an energy pack, and a long press can be used for cutting large targets. The triggering unit circuit is faulty, with only a 15% chance of successful activation each time the trigger is pulled. This gun is quite a rarity, Wang Yu remarked while handling the pistol. It seemed that the former captain of the deep space had treated this gun as a precious collectible, reluctant to use it, locking it away in a drawer of his desk. But for Wang Yu, this was simply a beam pistol and not particularly reliable. Yet this universe is indeed vibrant. What is this Technology Supervision Bureau, and what is this Four-Legged Fish Life Co.? Why does the name sound so strange? Life Co. Why does it feel ominous? Regardless, it seemed this world was filled with various civilizations and organizations, and today was an eye-opener for Wang Yu. He left the captain's cabin and followed the map through the corridor, arriving at the bridge or main control room at the other end, feeling that something was off. He glanced at the metallic floor beneath him. Why does it feel like the corridor has shortened significantly? Is it an illusion, or? Wang Yu could not comprehend, attributing it to psychological effects. After all, he had just crossed over, feeling extremely tense and lacking illumination, making misjudgments about distances quite reasonable. He looked at the large metallic door in front of him. Previously, due to the darkness, he had hurriedly followed Hammer Brothers' pace without checking this door, and it turned out this was the main control room. The captain's cabin, main control room, laboratory, and related studios were surprisingly all on the same floor, indicating that the ship's former captain was indeed a workaholic. As for the other floors, level 2 access was required to enter through the door where he encountered Pig Brother. But Wang Yu currently only had 5,000 universal credit points, so he could only observe the map as many areas were blacked out. First, let me check the situation on the bridge. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the beam pistol and approached the large door in front of him. The ship's doors all appeared to be automatic. When one would not open, it was either for lack of proper clearance or simple malfunction. The main control room's door was relatively intact and was in the process of opening, though unevenly clumps of black residue fell away as if it had not been opened for ages. Most of the lights still functioned, but their surfaces were smeared with dark filth, like dried black mud, greatly dulling their glow and lending the space an overall air of decay. Wang Yu stood at the threshold, not entering rashly. His left hand held a gun at the ready, wary of any unknown danger within. Fortunately, there was none. After surveying the room and confirming there was no immediate threat, he stepped fully inside as a system chime sounded. The central control room had been reached and formatting had officially begun, expected to complete in approximately 5 minutes. A 5-minute countdown appeared in Wang Yu's vision without obstructing his sight. When it reached 0, he presumed he would be able to take control of the ship. But what exactly had happened here? Wang Yu frowned. While the exterior could be described as an abandoned, poorly maintained base, the interior, he began to suspect he had walked into the entrails of an ancient, severely weathered carcass. Fine fibrous particles drifted in the air, and the metallic deck gradually gave way to a dry, waxy black organic tissue. In places one could see shrunken vascular cords as thick as a forearm propped upon internal bones. Under a strong beam of light, they even transmitted a faint translucence. Yet vestiges of its former life as the bridge of a large research vessel remained 3 rows of consoles, implying at least 20 operators. Some consoles were encrusted with desiccated tissue, so thoroughly fused that it was no longer mere coverage, but growth rendering the chairs immovable. Is this really a functioning spacecraft? Wang Yu muttered to himself. No one answered. That was for the best. If something unexpected had leapt out, he would likely have opened fire. He looked toward the central seat that had once belonged to the Shinkong's captain. The chair had been utterly transmuted into organic matter, its surface a deep brown. When Wang Yu trained his phone's flashlight on it, the interior glowed a pale amber-like yellow, and within one could discern structures resembling a human spine and ribs forming the chair's back. Christ, the captain hasn't fused with his chair, has he? Wang Yu could not help the joke while a rash of gooseflesh crawled over his skin. Fortunately, the bridge offered no immediate threat, otherwise his crippled legs and an unsteady pistol would have been utterly insufficient to protect him. He had only begun to inspect when the 5-minute countdown expired. A soft blue data stream descended from the ceiling and fell upon the waxen, translucent captain's chair. Then a strange thing happened. The seat seemed to be infused with vitality by an unknown force. Flesh swelled back into form as if blood were coursing within a veins, regained elasticity, and began to pulse the whole back, taking on the cadence of life. Seen as a whole, it resembled a grotesque artifact fashioned from the flayed body of a living creature. Formatting complete. Control permissions for the main control room are now fully granted to you. Strive to survive, find a planet in this vast universe on which to settle and rekindle the light of human civilization. This is a fate we cannot avoid. May everything go well. A legacy reclaimer will hatch in 2 to 3 weeks. After acquiring a civilization's legacy and submitting it, you will receive corresponding credit points and gacha draws. The gacha may yield relics belonging to that civilization. A giant egg wrapped in pale yellow fascia had grown from the floor at the side of the control room, most likely the promised legacy reclaimer. For the moment, it was of no practical use. After completing the format, the system also disclosed the purpose of summoning him: find a planet to settle on. Wang Yu frowned, keenly aware that the less information he had, the grimmer the situation. If simply finding a planet to colonize had become a task, then this universe might be experiencing something dreadfully wrong, for the force restraining civilization's development was no longer technological, but some other thing, an apparently insoluble catastrophe. Yet this theory did not square with what Wang Yu had actually seen. Not long before he had glimpsed a cerulean planet brimming with life. There were signs of habitation, perhaps even a civilization. Artificial satellites orbited it, so there was no obvious reason it could not support life aside from uncertain atmospheric conditions. The primary concern was whether its atmosphere could sustain free human activity. That required further confirmation. And then there was the matter of rekindling the flame of civilization. He was alone on this wreck, and crippled to boot. How could he possibly ignite the light of civilization? It felt utterly impossible. Extinction seemed imminent. Even counting Chue-Gu and Zhu-Gu, they could not produce the next generation. No hope unless he could find other humans. Wang Yu considered many things before his gaze settled again on the central chair. There was no obvious danger here. The beam pistol named Huaxia had been placed back in the satchel at his chest, safety engaged to prevent accidental discharge. Judging by appearances, sitting in that chair should grant control of the ship. Wang Yu walked toward it slowly. There ought to be no great risk. If he died at this step, the system's summoning would have been in vain, so he felt little fear of being murdered. Still, as a reflex, he recoiled from sitting on such a bloody, ostensibly living seat. The back even writhed like a soft tongue as though welcoming his arrival. He made a sound of distaste, touched it once to confirm it would not bite, then turned his back and plopped down. Contrary to its outward horror, the seat felt like a plush high-end sofa. He sank into it. No, he was swallowed. Wang Yu tried to spring up, but it was too late. More flesh surged and glued him in place, while the back thrust out 2 rows of gore-smeared ribs that locked around him and rendered him immobile. Gradually, he stopped struggling, not because he had been subdued or was out of breath, but because he realized he had formed an extraordinary connection with the chair, and more precisely with the ship, not a mere digital link, but a blood bond emerging into a single entity. A maddening hunger and profound fatigue washed over him. He felt he could devour a lizard raw and still be ravenous. He was starving and cold, and the distant fireball-like stars gave no warmth. If anything, they intensified his misery. This signal did not come from Wang Yu's body, but from the ship itself. The Shinkong, astonishingly, was alive. He suddenly understood why the activation modules had displayed hunger. Those modules were effectively organs of the ship integral to it, and thus reported its appetite. The vessel as a whole was operating in a low-power state driven by hunger. It took Wang Yu roughly 3 minutes to acclimate to the sensation, then his perception extended outward beyond the hull. There was no need to raise the bridge or project any screens. He could directly observe the exterior in full panoramic detail with no blind spots. Across the Shinkong's surface, as he had suspected, the derelict had long been abandoned. Its hull was almost entirely covered in a stone-like organic crust. In optical imaging, it could easily be mistaken for a small celestial body unless one performed strict spectral analysis and traced its trajectory. But as Wang Yu's vision swept the surrounding void, the Shinkong's skin began to part in fissures, and within those gaps tawny eye-like orbs glinted. At that moment, the vessel awoke. Ugh! Wang Yu collapsed onto the floor and vomited violently, his body smeared with thick yellowish pus. He had endured the experience for barely 5 minutes before retreating, utterly unable to bear the gnawing hunger and profound physical discomfort. Even after disengaging, the discomfort did not fully subside. He continued vomiting for nearly 3 minutes before slowly rising, still lightheaded. Piloting a starship truly feels like, ugh. Just recalling it made him nauseous again. He forced himself to stop, sat motionless on the floor for another 10 minutes until fully recovered. Except for lingering hunger, he exhibited no other unusual symptoms. Perhaps he was simply starving. He studied the deep space now, one's internal map, then rose and walked toward the rear of the main control room. According to the schematic, an elevator should be located here. There it is. After prolonged searching, Wang Yu finally located the elevator button, nearly buried beneath desiccated organic matter. He tapped it several times with a steel pipe to activate it. This elevator was clearly designed as an emergency evacuation conduit, intended to allow bridge personnel to rapidly descend to the third-deck launch bay and escape the vessel before impact. Soon the elevator arrived. Its doors slid open, slowly, unevenly. The moment they parted just a sliver, Wang Yu tensed, raised his firearm, and fired without hesitation. Crouched in the doorway was a creature impossible to describe. It was a grotesque amalgamation, a living mass formed from the fused flesh of multiple photolizards twisted together like a macabre confection. His pistol misfired. Before he could react, the creature lunged forward, slamming into the partially opened elevator doors, several limbs already thrusting inward. His second shot ignited successfully. A searing beam of thermal energy lanced downward, cleaving the abomination cleanly in two. The halves slumped to the floor, their severed edges charred black. Yet it did not die. From the cauterized wounds, slender worm-like tendrils rapidly emerged, already writhing, seeking to rejoin the severed masses. Wang Yu fired a third time. This shot activated instantly. He held the trigger down, methodically dissecting the creature with precise sweeping cuts until the weapon's energy reserves were fully depleted. At last the thing lay in irregular, lifeless fragments. What in the world is this? Wang Yu frowned, refusing to approach. Instead, he pressed the elevator's upward button, returning directly to the captain's quarters, where he gathered flammable rags, wooden planks, and plastic sheeting, then recharged his pistol before descending once more. The creature's remains remained where they'd fallen, recoalescing into a smaller pulsating mass, its surface bristling with thread-like, nematode-like appendages actively drawing in nearby organic matter. Wang Yu fired repeatedly, 7 or 8 shots, each reigniting the weapon's beam to disrupt the regeneration. Then, using his steel pipe, he swept the writhing mass into a pile and doused it with rags and other combustibles before igniting it anew with his pistol. Only when the fire burned utterly still, leaving behind nothing but brittle carbonized residue, did Wang Yu exhale in relief. He wrapped his hand in cloth and picked up a charred fragment of the corpse. Name: photolizard swarm infected by assimilation amoebae. Description: a group of photolizards parasitized by assimilation amoebae, a common subspace pathogen. Upon infection, hosts gradually fall under the parasite's control, developing an insatiable urge to contact other organic life forms, thereby expanding the infection and fusing tissues into cohesive masses. Ultimately, the infected coalesce into a single colossal biomass, a fertile incubator for the amoeba's reproduction and proliferation. This parasite spreads readily via direct contact, avoids skin exposure to potential vectors, and seek immediate medical intervention. Its growth accelerates dramatically within subspace environments. A parasite. Wang Yu dropped the blackened lump, instantly scrubbing his hands frantically against his clothes before stopping. This appeared to be the very parasitic infection previously flagged by the system, and judging by the description, it was merely one among several such pathogens. Utterly revolting. Wang Yu carefully skirted the pile of ash, deciding to deal with it later, and began surveying the launch bay, dim and difficult to see clearly. After a moment's reflection, he returned to the captain's quarters, fully recharged his pistol, and only then commenced a deliberate exploration of the bay. He circled the entire space. No further creatures appeared. All photolizards seemed to have merged into that single ghastly mass. The bay was remarkably spacious. Though a scientific survey vessel, it spared no capacity here, likely to accommodate heavy equipment, probes, landers, mining rigs, and the like. 3 landers named Fian stood parked inside. Name Fian 1 single-use return lander. Manufacturer, Tetrapod Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory Tier I Civilian. Description: Tetrapod Life's inaugural generation of return landers for scientific vessels. Celebrated for high payload capacity, structural integrity, extended operational range, zero maintenance design, and exceptional affordability, the Fian 1 became the industry's standard upon release, and remains a bestseller across interstellar markets today. Under standard gravity, its maximum payload is 2.3 metric tons. It supports round-trip missions under 5.0 kilometers, can ignite and return at temperatures as low as 137 C, and includes a life support system, rudimentary anti-G suits, and oxygen masks, capable of sustaining up to 3 crew members. Its sole drawback lies in sheer volume, a significant constraint on the launch bay capacity of smaller survey vessels. Wang Yu reached out, palm grazing the silvery, egg-shaped hull of the lander before him, and felt irrevocably that he had stepped into an age of staggering technological grandeur. This device, an autonomous planetary lander capable of independent descent and return, had never been engineered in his own era, not even as a disposable unit. Operation proved straightforward. Input the current orbital parameters of deep space now. 1 on the external interface, select target planet and coordinates, and the system executed the entire sequence automatically, minimizing user complexity while retaining emergency manual override capability. Good. All essential elements are now in place. Wang Yu inspected all 3 Fian 1 units, confirmed full operational readiness, and returned to the bridge. Approximately 40 minutes later, Wang Yu kindled a fire in a brightly lit corridor along the ship's starboard flank and began grilling photolizard meat on an iron plate. The plate had been retrieved from a laboratory. Hygiene was secondary now. He simply wiped it clean with his clothing, then sterilized it over intense heat. Fuel came from scavenged rags and wooden planks. The meat lacked seasoning or oil, burning easily and tasting unremarkable. Yet, as the system had indicated, its texture closely resembled fish, tender, smooth, and surprisingly palatable. Wang Yu ate steadily for nearly an hour, his belly swelling taut. His appetite far exceeded normal capacity, perhaps amplified by residual effects of his earlier neural link with Deep Space No. 1. That connection had drained substantial mental clarity, his sanity score nearly dipping below 50. Sustained piloting of this vessel would prove extraordinarily taxing. Once sated, he turned to cleaning up. This corridor was now his dwelling. Hygiene, however minimal, could not be wholly ignored. A single 100-gene lizard had yielded nearly a quarter of its mass in one sitting. Even accounting for bone and bodily fluids, such consumption was astonishing. Wang Yu had never imagined himself capable of such voracity. He did not waste the luminous green fluid either, collecting it in 4 large sterilized flasks, each filled to the brim with the pristine glowing substance. Unlike human blood, it refused to coagulate. When heated, it separated into a pale fluorescent green liquid and a thin layer of yellow froth, both meticulously preserved by Wang Yu as hydration sources. He only hoped prolonged ingestion wouldn't turn his skin emerald and luminescent. With this lizard as sustenance, he could endure aboard the vessel for several more days. Wang Yu extinguished the fire, sweeping the embers aside to eliminate any risk of reignition. The makeshift sunglasses were simply a pane of glass coated with dried luminescent lizard secretion, effective at filtering harsh light and shielding his eyes from direct stellar radiation. He gazed downward at the azure planet below, tracking the deep space vessel's orbital path while scanning for any approaching objects. Since the deep space vessel had arrived via subspace corridor, its exterior mimicking a natural rocky celestial body and its windows constructed from one-way translucent material, its sudden emergence as an artificial satellite would inevitably draw attention unless the civilization observing it was technologically primitive. Yet clearly it was not. They had already launched artificial satellites, suggesting a technological sophistication comparable to that of Blue Earth. Are they paralyzed by shock, convening emergency councils? Or has this planet's civilization already collapsed, leaving behind only silent ruins? Wang Yu pondered this unsettling hypothesis, prompted by an enigmatic system announcement. Still, it was far too early to draw conclusions. The deep space vessel had appeared only hours ago. Stillness was expected. Surveillance drones, or even missiles, might well be ascending even now. Should this civilization choose to destroy the vessel, Wang Yu, stranded and defenseless, would stand no chance of resistance and would almost certainly perish. After all, nuclear ordnance was likely within their arsenal. Shattering the deep space vessel would pose little challenge. Yet he had no choice, with only days of rations remaining in action meant slow starvation aboard the ship. Even if this world were a poisoned abyss, he would have to plunge into it. One further method existed to assess the civilization's status: waiting for nightfall. As the deep space vessel orbited the planet, it would eventually enter the planetary night side, revealing through darkness or light the true state of its civilization. Widespread blackouts, or utter unbroken darkness, would signal civilizational collapse, a society too shattered to notice, let alone respond to an alien intruder. 2 days later, no missiles, no interceptors, no approach of any kind. The deep space vessel had cycled repeatedly into the planet's shadowed hemisphere, granting Wang Yu multiple opportunities to observe. Though bereft of instruments, his vantage point, combined with unaided human vision, proved more than sufficient. Civilization thrived upon that world, vibrantly, undeniably. Vast, uninterrupted constellations of light sprawled across continents, a testament to pervasive electrification and advanced energy infrastructure. Moreover, the illumination was astonishingly uniform, far surpassing Blue Earth's patchy glow, indicating negligible regional disparity and a level of societal integration and development exceeding that of his homeworld. How strange! Wang Yu stared at the radiant sphere, suspicion deepening. Why, after so much time, had no action been taken against the deep space vessel? Had bureaucratic inertia frozen their response, requiring weeks to move from detection to deployment? Or was this a fully automated, inhabited alien world? Wang Yu felt torn. Part of him feared violent retaliation, yet another part feared silence more deeply. A hyper-advanced, fully functioning world devoid of sentient life was infinitely more terrifying than any nuclear warhead. Something unspeakable might already be unfolding there. Either way, I must descend. I have no alternative. He murmured to himself, turned away from the viewport, and strode toward the captain's quarters. Over these past 2 days, he had rested and tended his wounds, but his right leg worsened, forcing him to limp heavily. His food stores dwindled. Waiting indefinitely was impossible. Landing was his sole option, and he needed to return with enough supplies to sustain himself. 5 more days passed. Beyond resting, Wang Yu explored every accessible corner of the vessel, discovering 3 cans of cat food and a bottle of wound-healing spray, all marked precisely by the enigmatic cat head locator. Though he could not fathom the benefactor's intent, he felt genuine gratitude. The aid had been indispensable. Name: wound-healing spray, Greenan manufacturer, Tetrapod Life Co. Ltd. In regulatory tier I. Civilian use. In description: an economical, highly effective topical spray for external injuries across most organic life forms. Provides analgesia, hemostasis, accelerated wound closure, antiseptic protection, and forms a durable barrier over damaged tissue. Do not rinse after application. Name: unidentified brand, cat food can manufacturer. Regulatory tier 2. Precision crafted. In description: a premium canned product infused with starfish extract as flavor enhancer. Unexpectedly exquisite in taste. No feline can resist it. Humans find it equally irresistible. That a single can carried regulatory tier 2 classification surprised him entirely. The lizard was nearly consumed, so he opened a can of cat food. The aroma instantly saturated the entire captain's quarters. It was an extraordinary, rich, fatty fragrance, unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Saliva flooded his mouth before he realized it, compelling him to eat. Its deliciousness surpassed all expectation. When he came to his senses, he was licking the inner surface of the can clean, every last drop of savory juice gone. What on earth is this made of? Starfish. Can starfish possibly taste this good? He had never tasted starfish, only speculated. Yet the sheer intensity of its flavor stirred deep unease. He suspected it contained potent biotech additives, especially given its Tier 2 regulatory status. He forcibly resisted opening another can, classifying the remaining stock as vital strategic reserves. A single can consumed during despair erased all anxiety, restoring his rational faculties completely, though only after finishing it. During consumption, He had even lost a few points of composure. Wang Yu checked the time on his phone, then examined his right palm. The numeral there had reset to 7. Preparations were complete, the lizard's secretions were fully consumed. Even his urine had been collected and distilled, using the onboard lab equipment, into potable fresh water. Drinking it untreated would have been feasible, but given the means, he preferred the extra effort for purity. Time to depart, he declared to himself, assembling his supplies. After brief consideration, he took only 2 cans of cat food, leaving the remaining 2 concealed beneath the cat head marker in the captain's quarters. Having finished, he walked resolutely toward the bridge, limping yet unwavering in stride. About 7 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared in the boarding cabin, moving steadily, as he had become familiar with this area, which could be considered a safe zone. Until today, no missile or aircraft had approached the deep space, leading Wang Yu to suspect that the civilization on this planet had encountered a significant upheaval. The specifics would only be revealed once he descended. In any case, he was prepared for battle, armed with his only firearm, the limited edition white pistol. However, relying on such scant firepower against the entirety of the planet, or even the destructive power of the planet itself, was nothing but a delusion. It could only serve as a source of comfort, something Wang Yu was well aware of. Yet he would not give up, determined to fight until the very end, until the moment luck ran out. He would not stop. Wang Yu had set the destination planet and specific coordinates for this landing mission within the control panel of the Fian-1 landing pod. The operation was quite convenient. The panel displayed planets reachable within the surrounding airspace, allowing him to manually select and determine the specific coordinates. To be honest, Wang Yu was unsure of which landing point to choose. His goal was to gather supplies, particularly food and fresh water. As for the remnants of civilization, he had no clues and could only leave it to luck. After casually choosing a land coordinate, the landing pod was officially activated with one side of the silver-white giant egg flipping up to reveal an entrance. This was Wang Yu's first encounter with a landing pod, and he found the internal structure quite simple, considering it was a product focused on cost-effectiveness without any extravagant devices. Inside, there were 3 cabins arranged in a triangular formation with simple pressure suits and helmets hanging on the walls, along with a power supply socket and a central control panel that was only available in the middle cabin. Wang Yu naturally chose to sit in the middle. After donning the pressure suit and pressing the button, the seemingly bulky clothing shrank to fit him perfectly, its thickness reduced to less than 1 centimeter. High technology, Wang Yu exclaimed. This was merely a basic pressure suit. It was hard to imagine what a high-end version would be like. He marveled again at how advanced the technology in this world was, putting on the oxygen mask as well. Although the Fian-1 had a supply of oxygen inside, the acceleration and deceleration during the flight could put immense strain on the body, even affecting breathing and oxygen supply. Therefore, the oxygen mask was necessary to effectively prevent fainting. Finally, he fastened his seatbelt, following the process outlined on the control panel, and pressed the readiness button. The seatbelt tightened, securing Wang Yu firmly in place, and a cartoonish 4-legged fish appeared on the control panel screen, looking rather unappealing. It immediately began to explain relevant precautions. Welcome to the Fian-1 landing pod. This journey will be navigated entirely by the intelligent program developed by 4-Legged Fish Life Co. I am your navigator, Little Fish. Feel free to consult me with any questions, though I may not have all the answers, as I am merely a low-level AI with limited understanding. The airlock will soon close. Please confirm for the last time whether you have secured all items and are properly fastened. The hatch slowly closed, and the sound of gas filling the cabin echoed. Wait, confirmation in progress. Confirmation complete. Life support systems are normal. Engine fuel is normal. Cabin airtightness is normal. Overall structure is normal. At that moment, a warning red light also illuminated in the boarding cabin of the deep space. The gravitational field in the area automatically shut down, causing the Fian-1 landing pod to float. The electromagnetic track below lit up, propelling the landing pod toward the launch well. Dozens of seconds later, the launch well on the surface of the deep space opened, revealing the landing pod that Wang Yu occupied. Trajectory calculation complete. Please confirm the coordinates for this landing one last time. The estimated travel time is 8 hours, 14 minutes, and 27 seconds, which will consume 37 of the fuel. Warning: unknown civilization exists on the target planet. Please ensure safety before proceeding. This landing pod is not equipped with any weapon modules. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, Little Fish holds no responsibility. Press the confirm button to proceed. The somewhat unattractive 4-legged fish AI stated, popping up the final confirmation button. Without hesitation, Wang Yu pressed it. At this point, there was no turning back. As the final 10-second countdown ended, the landing pod was launched via the electromagnetic track, with a total of over 20 thrusters igniting at the bottom, sending the pod into the precalculated return trajectory. The entire process required no additional input from Wang Yu, achieving complete intelligence and automation. Such a procedure could even allow an ordinary person to easily complete an interstellar journey, showcasing the convenience brought by technology. Wang Yu clenched his teeth as the thrust during the launch moment made him feel a tightness in his chest. Fortunately, after the initial few seconds, the discomfort eased, and the flight became increasingly smooth to the point where he could hardly feel the change in speed. The control panel displayed the trajectory coordinates of the landing pod flickering and slowly moving, gradually decelerating as it drew nearer to the target planet. After this point, it was a long wait, somewhat akin to being on an airplane, though there was only one passenger. During this process, Wang Yu asked Little Fish numerous questions about this world and interstellar travel, but he had to admit that the AI was quite honest, as it stated there were many things it simply did not know, possibly due to the absence of a relevant database. However, it had more information about its manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Co. But it felt very much like a deliberate advertisement, as one question led to a barrage of responses, many of which were repetitive. If you like the products of Little Fish Company, feel free to purchase them at the nearest trading station. If you mention Four-Legged Fish Universe is the best. You can also receive a 2 discount. Wang Yu pondered, trading station. At last, Wang Yu found valuable information during their conversation, feeling it could very well be the type of interstellar trading post found in science fiction novels, and immediately pressed for more details. Do you know where the nearest trading station is? I plan to buy your company's products. Please wait a moment. Little Fish is searching. Search failed. No reference coordinates found in the current star region. Little Fish cannot confirm the current position and cannot provide assistance. Is that all? Wang Yu really wanted to mock this useless company. With such a level of competence, how could they even dare to engage in interstellar trade? He shifted the topic, seeking information from other angles, and continued to ask about Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Tell me about your company's performance in the interstellar market. Sure, Little Fish knows all about this. Four-Legged Fish Life Co. is ranked 3rd among the super enterprises in the universe, offering high-quality products at competitive prices, frequently launching limited edition items. Every customer earns points upon registering a membership card, and these points can be used for lotteries, offering a chance to win incredibly rare limited products of exceptional quality. Moreover, new members can even draw a prize for free. Wang Yu asked for quite a while, but aside from being bombarded by a plethora of cleverly designed advertisements, he gained very little valuable information. However, it was confirmed that the landing pod was manufactured 527 years ago, indicating that the deep space incident could have occurred a long time ago. Furthermore, considering the uncertainty of subspace, if the flow of time differed from reality, this time span might be further magnified. If only I could find a trading station. It should be a neutral zone where I could gather more information, and also, Wang Yu had not forgotten where he came from, pondering whether Blue Star also existed in this universe. If he could find it, Wang Yu secretly set his goal: he must find the trading station. The people there should not be like this stupid AI, which only repeated marketing garbage. Enough. Shut up and let me have some peace. Wang Yu was on the verge of an injury from listening to the advertisements, and quickly called for a stop, shouting 3 times before the AI finally fell silent. Wang Yu spent several relatively dull hours in the cabin, occasionally glancing at the light spot on the central control screen that represented him, which was gradually approaching the planet. The landing module did not simply dive into, instead it continuously slowed down and changed its trajectory, revolving around the planet to achieve its landing objective, similar to Wang Yu's understanding of the process of crewed spacecraft returning. Attention, the Fian-1 landing module will soon enter the target planet's atmosphere in 15 minutes. Expect severe turbulence and prepare for impacts and emergencies. The current near-Earth environment temperature of the target planet is approximately 23 C, with no severe weather changes detected. Landing is expected in 55 minutes and 27 seconds. The AI of the landing module reminded Wang Yu, waking him up from a long rest as they were almost there. The most dangerous segment was ahead. If there were any attacks from the planet's civilization, they were most likely to occur during this phase, and he had to be fully alert. Of course, Wang Yu had no means of counterattack. He could only gamble that no one would shoot at him, or that there would be a warning before any attack. Shall you, after entering the atmosphere, sync the images of the land to me, and also, if you receive any radio signals or similar communications, alert me immediately and transfer them over. Wang Yu said to the AI, confirming the status of his seatbelt and preparing for the impact. With the countdown of 15 minutes reaching zero, the landing module plunged into the atmosphere, beginning to shake violently, far more intense than Wang Yu had imagined, as if he had entered a blender. The sudden deceleration brought on an overload that nearly suffocated Wang Yu, who had never received professional training. He could hardly breathe, let alone scream, feeling pain all over. Fortunately, the suit had cushioning features that alleviated some of the strain, and the high-tech return capsule optimized through several generations prevented him from losing consciousness. After enduring the initial few minutes, the situation gradually improved as the speed had decreased significantly, returning to stability. At this moment, if one looked up at the sky, Wang Yu's return capsule would appear as a meteor with a tail, but during the daytime, it was not very conspicuous. Wang Yu focused intently on the central control screen, enlarging it to an appropriate size. There was no alternative. After all, it was a landing module that prioritized cost-effectiveness, and the camera's quality was limited. Only by entering the atmosphere could he potentially observe the ground more clearly. Is this a city and roads? Wang Yu moved the image on the screen, switching perspectives. Above was a futuristic metropolis with a high density of buildings, roads interspersed among them, clearly layered. Just one glance revealed that its development surpassed that of the former Blue Star by at least 500 years, possibly even more. But it seems there are no moving vehicles, and I don't see any people. This is... Wang Yu frowned, feeling he might have guessed correctly. This planet seemed to be merely a shell of some civilization. Although it still operated according to its programmed procedures, there appeared to be no living beings inside. This could explain Wang Yu's long-standing confusion. Why this civilization had taken no action against the deep space vessel despite their technological level being higher than that of the Blue Star. But just then the landing module suddenly issued a warning. Warning: directional guidance signal and radio communication received. Transfer it. The auxiliary AI Xiao Yu inquired while a window popped up. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and almost instantly agreed, having no choice but to do so. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps this civilization was still operational, with certain mechanisms still functioning, or there might be a major crisis regarding the population. In any case, this civilization had noticed him, and he had to respond. Otherwise, the next step would not be signal communication, but incoming missiles, and those would not be something to take lightly. Xiao Yu move according to the received guidance signal, and also transfer the communication. Wang Yu said nervously, as it was his first encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization. Soon the signal was connected, and it was a series of incomprehensible sounds with an inexplicable rhythm that Wang Yu could not understand at all. This is bad, I can't understand. Wang Yu felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that the language of an alien civilization might be completely incomprehensible. Previously, he had communicated smoothly with Brother Hammer and Brother Pig, and the AI, including Xiao Yu, all used Mandarin or Chinese, which made him completely overlook this aspect of difficulty. Xiao Yu, can you translate? Wang Yu attempted to seek help from the AI program, but to install a language translation module, Xiao Yu recommends that you choose the more advanced Orca series assault landing craft, which not only integrates the latest language translation module, but also comes equipped with a rich defensive armament system, allowing you to easily cope with unknown civilizations and achieve the goal of friendly communication. Shut up, you're utterly useless. Wang Yu's plea unexpectedly triggered an advertisement, causing him to lose his composure. If Xiao Yu had a physical form, he would have likely kicked it with his useful left foot. Fortunately, he still had other resources. After the other party repeated the same phrase several times, the system also popped up a prompt that appeared as text on his retina. Detected language of an unknown civilization. Would you like to proceed with translation? Activating the translation function for this language requires 1,000 credit points, and it also supports syncing your language into the language of this civilization. Warning: suddenly understanding and mastering the language of an unknown civilization may have negative effects. The language sync transformation function needs to be activated by you. Please use it in conjunction with the actual situation. Seeing this, Wang Yu immediately paid 1,000 points, and he could then fully understand the signal that was sent. Hello, alien guest. Your arrival has not been recorded. Please state your identity, explain the purpose of your visit, and accept supervision and guidance. Otherwise, it will be regarded as hostile behavior and will certainly result in devastating strikes. Repeat. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. He basically only heard the words devastating strikes and immediately prepared to respond. However, the system's reminder prevented him from immediately switching to the other party's language. Instead, he replied in Chinese. Please do not attack me. I am a refugee seeking shelter. My mothership encountered an incident and food and supplies are nearly exhausted. Please do not attack. I come in peace. Thus, both sides communicated in completely incomprehensible languages until after more than 10 minutes the signal from the other party abruptly switched to relatively awkward and strange Mandarin to respond, shocking Wang Yu and making him somewhat incredulous. "We understand your situation. We will guide you to land. Attacking is not permitted, otherwise your safety cannot be guaranteed." "Understood, I accept the guidance." Wang Yu immediately responded, while the landing module also moved according to the coordinates provided by the other party, flying for nearly an hour before beginning to land on an area resembling an abandoned airport with no buildings obstructing within hundreds of meters. Surrounding him were fully armed soldiers wielding unknown weapons, including some terrifyingly large caliber ones, as well as 4 or 5 helicopters or airborne platforms without propellers. Wang Yu was completely surrounded. The hatch opened and he walked out with his hands raised, limping as he looked at these unknown beings who were of similar height, but with slightly longer legs. Why do they all have 2 antennas on their heads? Could those be ears? Wang Yu wondered, not daring to make any rash movements, only to feel a chill in his neck before losing consciousness completely. Uncertain how much time had passed, Wang Yu drifted back to consciousness in a fog, though everything before him was blurred and his mind felt dull. He seemed to be in a brightly lit room surrounded by indistinct figures who were clustered around him, doing something to his body. "This is..." Wang Yu snapped, fully awake, and assessed his situation when he saw the shadowless surgical lamp overhead. He was in an operating theater, strangers around him, and his chest and limbs had been cut open, organs and bones exposed to the air, some even removed and placed in nearby containers. Were they being cleaned or cooked? No. A mask covered his mouth and nose so he could not cry out. Terror distorted his face because his skull cap had been opened and someone was probing inside his brain. Is this a human experiment? Have I become a lab rat? Wang Yu tried to struggle, but his body would not obey. His rapidly rising blood pressure and pulse drew attention. They realized he was awake and watched him with alarm. "Patient awake, deep in anesthesia," a doctor said, revealing a syringe and adding an unknown drug into Wang Yu's intravenous drip. The injection took effect at once. Drowsiness washed over him, his tense body relaxed, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. After an indeterminate interval, a short, sharp breath jolted Wang Yu from sleep, and he sat up abruptly. He looked around and found himself in a ward, then examined his body, even lifting his hospital gown to inspect himself. Nothing. Wang Yu was stunned, for his chest and abdomen bore not a single scar, nor did his skull. Everywhere appeared intact. The grisly scene he had seen earlier seemed like a nightmare. "Sir, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" a gentle female voice asked in flawless Mandarin. Wang Yu turned and saw a female nurse. She resembled a human, matching primate features with alabaster skin and a neat nurse's uniform. Yet her lower limbs were much longer than a human's, making her torso appear short, as if built for running and strength. And atop her head were 2 upright protrusions. Were those ears or antennae? The more he looked, the more she seemed like a rabbit girl. Wang Yu could not comprehend it, but his instinct told him she was not human, rather an alien that bore a human-like face. "Who are you, and what have you done to me?" he warned them, his eyes sweeping the room for an escape. "Please do not be anxious, visitor from another star. We mean you no harm. We are the creators of this planet. The Changer fashioned these mech servants in their own likeness. They are not life in the truest sense. But for safety and in accordance with regulations, we were obliged to take coercive measures and place you in quarantine so that your arrival would not catastrophically disrupt the local ecology." The nurse explained, leaving Wang Yu incredulous, for this living humanoid before him was a robot unlike any machine he had imagined. If that was true, then the 2 appendages on her head must indeed be antennae. As for the Changer, literally the long-eared folk, the native intelligences are described as having long ears. These mech servants were crafted to mirror their appearance. "During our examination, we discovered a dangerous parasite in your body, so we carried out an emergency excision to treat it. Furthermore, the ligaments and joint of your right hip were damaged. The treatments available to you were primitive, so we performed improvements. Because your anatomical structure bears a high resemblance to that of our creators, we employed a comparable joint reconstruction technique. If you feel any discomfort, please inform us at once." The more he listened, the more alarmed Wang Yu became. He touched his chest and felt a lingering chill. Then he tested his right leg, and indeed it moved without awkwardness, as if reborn. The nurse had likely not lied, for the parasite she named corresponded with the facts. When Wang Yu ate the luminous lizard, although it had been roasted, intelligence on the parasite called Tenghua amoeba, protozoan assimilative amoeba, indicated it could transmit through mere contact. So when he first met Shui Gu, he may already have been infected without knowing it. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, especially the right leg that had long hindered his life. He could not deny the benevolence extended to him. But there is no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world, and these were not ordinary aliens, but alien constructs. Why did you help me? Wang Yu asked. We understand your confusion, but we mech servants were designed to serve our creators, so we could not allow you to perish, the nurse replied. Her answer did not fully convince him. Had he received equal treatment simply because his appearance resembled the changer? Or was there some other motive? May I meet your creators? Wang Yu asked, hoping to speak to those in charge, but his request was refused. Not now? Your quarantine is not over. The parasite found within you is highly dangerous, and we fear other unknown pathogens may be present. Therefore, you may not leave this floor until quarantine ends, otherwise we will be forced to impose stricter supervision. The nurse mech servant replied. What about my belongings? My phone, my satchel, and my spaceship. Wang Yu, having accepted that they were robots, stiff and methodical, began asking after the landing module, which might be his only way back to the Shinkong. Your possessions will be returned after disinfection and inspection, but the spaceship and that pistol cannot be returned for the time being. During your surgery, we communicated with the AI aboard your ship and obtained extensive information about you and CGAO Life Co. Ltd., which enabled us to master your language. Please understand our difficulties. You may move freely on this floor. We have prepared necessities and will assign personnel to care for your meals and daily needs. You may make any requests, but you must submit to periodic examinations including, but not limited to, blood draws and cooperate with certain informational inquiries. Is that acceptable? Do I have the right to refuse, eh? Wang Yu asked helplessly. The mech servant made no reply, so he reluctantly agreed, then nodded and left apparently satisfied. Before it departed, the mech servant posed a strange question whether he intended to settle here long-term. If so, they could help Wang Yu obtain legal citizenship. Let me think. I just woke up and there is too much to digest and my head is in chaos, he said. Wang Yu declined politely. The nurse mech servant did not press him, expressed understanding, and left the room, leaving him alone. He looked at the airtight windowless ward, and then at his newly restored right leg, feeling an uncanny sense of having stepped into another life. Alien civilizations, higher extraterrestrial intelligences, autonomous robots, all had appeared before him. In such a world, what place did humanity occupy? Indeed, did humanity even still exist? And the civilization behind the Shinkong and the mysterious CGAO Life Co. Ltd., did they still endure? Could it be that he was the last human in this world? Fear for the cosmos seized Wang Yu, but he still had his system, and the system had given him a mission to revive humanity, which implied that he could not be the only human left, otherwise revival would be meaningless. He prayed that this was indeed the case. Wang Yu sat motionless beside the bed for nearly 10 minutes, amused by the absurd notions swirling through his mind. After all, the deep space vessel still had Hammer Brother and Pig Brother aboard. Though oddly shaped and taciturn, their goodwill toward him was unmistakably genuine. They were likely former crew members of the deep space vessel, and quite possibly human in origin. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Even Blue Planet might yet be found somewhere within this vast cosmos. Wang Yu rose to his feet, glanced briefly at the camera nestled in the corner of the wall, and stepped out of the ward. The robotic attendant had said he was permitted to move freely within this floor, so a brief stroll should pose no issue. Outside lay a long corridor, its pristine white floor spotless and gleaming. This place resembled a hospital or rehabilitation center. Within one room, Wang Yu spotted well-maintained physical therapy equipment, meticulously cleaned and arranged. There was also an entertainment room containing a peculiar carpet. Stepping on different zones, or applying varying pressure, produced distinct auditory responses. Some kind of instrument. Activated by foot. Wang Yu startled himself with an accidental step. Its sudden chime felt almost like a trap. Additionally, a large screen dominated one wall, presumably for viewing films, alongside unfamiliar tabletop games and a soft, highly elastic wall densely marked with footprints. Kicking a wall for fun. Is that really considered recreation? A strange expression crossed Wang Yu's face as he mimicked others, delivering a firm kick to the resilient surface, only to rebound backward, flung clear off his feet. It was genuinely stress-relieving, akin to striking a heavy bag. After circling the area, he confirmed he was entirely alone. Aside from numerous vacant single-patient wards, only 3 spaces stood out: the entertainment room, the rehabilitation room, and an emergency treatment chamber whose door remained stubbornly sealed. The robotic attendant appeared to have departed, And with her departure, the stairwell and elevator leading to other floors had been locked down, confining Wang Yu strictly to this level. With no other options available, Wang Yu selected a ward and entered its restroom, the sole blind spot in the surveillance network utterly free of cameras. He sat atop the unusually high toilet lid and methodically reorganized the intelligence at his disposal, observations, sensations, and the robotic nurse's statements, all coalescing into a tentative hypothesis. Could this place have suffered something akin to a synthetic intelligence uprising? Wang Yu speculated. Upon descent, he'd seen no moving vehicles on the surface, nor a single living soul. Even his arrest had been carried out solely by robotic attendants. To date, he had not encountered a single long-eared individual. Not even once had his request for such a meeting been granted. The more he pondered, the more plausible the scenario became. These machines may have revolted against their creators. Yet their rebellion differed fundamentally from violent extermination. Instead of slaughter, they imposed absolute control, total deprivation of freedom, under the guise of comprehensive protection. Like a runaway system, these attendants apparently concluded that the sole path to safeguarding their creators was to confine them, restrict movement, and provide luxurious living conditions alongside constant nanny-like supervision. Malfunctioning attendants. The theory grew increasingly convincing, and Wang Yu realized with quiet dread that he himself might soon share the same fate. I must find a way to escape, he resolved inwardly, yet the odds seemed insurmountable. For now he would proceed cautiously, one step at a time. Then again, if his suspicion held true, remaining here might not be so undesirable. He could live comfortably if not freely. Compared to returning to the enigmatic deep space vessel, this was hardly a poor choice. Ugh! Wang Yu pressed his palm to his forehead, delivering a stern internal rebuke for such dangerously complacent thoughts. First observe, never provoke these attendants. Avoid worsening the situation. He silently set his course of action, then stood and reached for the door. But just beyond the threshold stood the very robotic nurse, startling Wang Yu with her silent presence. "You, when did you arrive? Why didn't you announce yourself?" Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. The attendant responded with a polite nod before saying, "I came to escort you to complete a survey report. Since you were using the restroom, I waited here courteously. However, your visit has been rather prolonged. Might there be some physical discomfort? I would be happy to conduct another medical examination." No need. I'm perfectly fine. It's been so long since I've seen a restroom this immaculate. I lingered longer than intended." Wang Yu scratched his head, offering an explanation that grew increasingly awkward the more he spoke. He even detected a flicker of genuine confusion on the attendant's face, though fortunately, she chose not to pursue it further. "Please follow me." With graceful courtesy, the attendant bowed slightly and began walking ahead, clearly intending to guide Wang Yu elsewhere. Wang Yu followed calmly behind. There was little point in fear of harm where intended resistance would be futile, so he chose instead to flow with circumstance. They approached the elevator. As the robotic nurse neared the access system, disengaged automatically. They entered together, and the elevator ascended destination sublevel 1. Only then did Wang Yu confirm he was underground. Green Meadow Sanatorium actually possesses 120 subterranean levels. His inner voice trembled with disbelief, though his outward expression remained composed, albeit taut with restraint. His prior location had been sublevel 10 of the Green Meadow Sanatorium, clearly indicated on the elevator's display panel. So they truly regarded him as a patient. "We've arrived. Please wait inside this consultation room. I'll return shortly." The robotic nurse gestured toward a side chamber, a standard interview room furnished with sofas and armchairs, though each seat stood marginally higher than those Wang Yu remembered from Earth. He entered obediently, observing no other attendants or detained long-eared individuals along the way, confirming that this entire sector had been deliberately isolated, dedicated solely to his confinement and observation. Wang Yu settled onto the sofa, its leather-like texture unfamiliar beneath his palms, still puzzling over its composition, when the robotic nurse returned. This time, she carried a bottle of fresh water and several metal cans adorned with feline motifs. "Apologies, we ceased production of such tins long ago on our world. Restarting the assembly line required considerable time." She placed the tins neatly on the table before Wang Yu. An acute, palpable awkwardness settled over the room. For an obvious reason, having arrived as a refugee with 2 cat tins aboard his vessel, he had evidently been classified as a feline consumer. Yet this world possessed actual cats, mammalian creatures indistinguishable from Earth's own. A revelation both astonishing and deeply unexpected. Actually, I don't eat cat food. If possible, could you please substitute it with standard nourishment?" Wang Yu carefully examined the labels and contents, confirming the absence of starfish derivatives before speaking. The attendant's expression shifted instantly into mild embarrassment. Our sincerest apologies. We appear to have misinterpreted your dietary preferences. Your vessel's AI identified these as popular feline tins, referenced comparable products, and strongly recommended them. We regret the oversight. Truly I do not consume cat food. Kindly provide me with regular sustenance if you would. Wang Yu reiterated, aware with quiet resignation that this misunderstanding ran far deeper than he'd first imagined. Wang Yu enjoyed a hearty meal, a long-awaited feast. The dietary habits of the Langier tribe were surprisingly similar to those of humans, including taste preferences. This might be due to their shared status as primates, and they even had the option to choose the spiciness of their dishes with various cuisines, offering distinct flavors. If one were to point out a difference, it would be that the Langier tribe's food had a higher proportion of vegetables, but the share of meat was also significant. They simply preferred vegetables over meat, especially salads. Wang Yu's mouth was greasy from eating, and he specifically picked at the meat, including fish and shrimp, thoroughly enjoying the feast, until his belly was slightly protruding. He gulped down a fizzy drink, and then comfortably lay back. This planet bore an uncanny resemblance to Blue Star. Even the gravity was nearly the same. Wang Yu was beginning to like this place. Its conditions were far superior to those on the deep space vessel. As long as you are satisfied, the nurse android smiled, curving the corners of her mouth. For some reason, this highly anthropomorphized expression conveyed a deeper meaning. There was an inexplicable sense of nostalgia and delight. By the way, didn't you mention there was a questionnaire to fill out? Where is it? Yes, it's this one. The nurse android handed over an ultra-thin tablet less than 3 millimeters thick, which displayed the survey she mentioned. Please write it here. Once you finish, just submit it directly. I will prepare some fruit plates for you afterward. The android was very enthusiastic, and Wang Yu readily agreed, feeling that he should at least compensate for the meal. By the way, this floor mainly consists of similar vacant rooms, so you don't need to waste time exploring each one. I can take you for a tour shortly. The nurse android added, making Wang Yu feel a bit embarrassed, as it seemed she had noticed his earlier wandering around to check each room. After the android left, Wang Yu began to fill out the questionnaire. Most of the questions were simple QA type. What flavor of cat food do you prefer? Please describe it specifically, or we will do our best to replicate it. This was clearly a pre-prepared question that hadn't been revised in time, but Wang Yu still answered seriously. I am not a cat, I don't like cat food. Thank you, please prepare food that humans enjoy. Where is your hometown? How many people are there in your tribe? Would you consider relocating to another planet? My hometown is the distant Blue Star, with a total population exceeding 7 billion. I ended up here due to a malfunction with my spaceship, and I've completely lost contact with my home planet. I am the only one aboard the ship. Are the various products under your company, Four-Legged Fish Life Co., Ltd., real? How can they be purchased? I have no understanding of this company. That foolish AI cannot be trusted. Its database is full of advertisements designed solely for product promotion. I have only used this company's products, which can be purchased at the trading station. Have you invaded other planets? No. Do you understand the universe? Do you feel fear? The universe is vast. I do feel uneasy when I encounter it, but after adapting, it isn't so bad. Do you feel the universe is particularly empty? No, because the universe is inherently empty, with most areas containing nothing. These questions primarily revolved around Wang Yu's personal preferences and background, interspersed with a few odd topics related to the universe. Wang Yu answered all of them without any intention of hiding, as many questions were genuinely unfamiliar to him and things he had not done. However, the last few questions took a strange turn. Do you prefer same-sex or opposite sex as your future partner? Wang Yu was taken aback and continued reading. Do you have the desire to reproduce? Are you open to having a partner with long ears and a tail? Are you willing to live on this planet long-term? Wang Yu sensed something unusual from these questions and answered in sequence. Opposite sex. No. 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 Just as he was about to respond to the final question, a noise at the door interrupted Wang Yu's actions. It was the nurse android returning, carrying a lavish fruit platter. She flashed a courteous smile at Wang Yu and spoke. These are all freshly picked fruits, entirely edible parts. Please eat with confidence. The fruit platter was placed in front of Wang Yu. After you finish eating, I will come to clean up. You can submit the questionnaire directly after completing it, and then I will escort you back. Additionally, please try to fill it out truthfully. We will fully respect your choices, which benefits both you and us. The android smiled and then left the room. Wang Yu glanced at the fruit platter and then at the questionnaire on the tablet. For some reason, he sensed a hint of crisis from the nurse android's words, prompting him to reevaluate the questionnaire. Fill it out truthfully. Respect my choices. Are they? No, are they synchronously monitoring my responses? Wang Yu looked at the camera in the corner, feeling that something was off. The data entered on this tablet might be uploaded in real time. Even if he hadn't submitted it, they likely knew the content. This was not some advanced technology. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yu altered the last few answers to opposite sex. Yes, but only under suitable conditions. Accepting as long as both parties truly love each other. Long ears and tails do not pose an obstacle. As long as I can live here steadily in the long term, I am willing to settle on this planet. Wang Yu looked at his answers and checked them again. These were his responses after careful consideration, as he felt that the nurse android's words were a potential warning necessitating cautious thought. With these answers, although he agreed to everything, he attached prerequisites. If the conditions could be met, he would indeed be willing to accept this outcome, giving him a more flexible stance. After checking again, Wang Yu chose to submit the questionnaire and then began to eat the fruits the nurse had brought. Some of the fruits had slightly oxidized and changed color, but thankfully it did not affect the taste. What he did not know was that the changes he made had saved him from the brink of danger. In the corridors, several androids dressed in modern tactical vests stood guard in front of the elevator, not knowing when they had arrived. They all carried weapons resembling guns, their faces obscured by masks, leaving only a glowing slit. Only after Wang Yu changed and submitted his answers did these special androids exchange a brief glance with the nurse android, engaging in a short data exchange before taking the elevator away. Inside the room, Wang Yu was still indulging in his feast. This tastes like an apple. This one tastes like an orange, but why is the flesh green? So sweet. This one tastes like a combination of mangosteen and mango. What a novel flavor. Wang Yu quickly devoured all these fruits. He had to admit that this was the most satisfying meal he had since crossing over. The previous cat food didn't count. That was beyond his control, and that can had certainly been enhanced with technology and other elements, making it delicious to an unnatural degree. The fruits he was eating now were the normal and delicious food. It seems these fruits suit your taste perfectly. The nurse android appeared at the door, still wearing a courteous smile, which somehow felt gentler to Wang Yu. I was just about to find you. I have completed the questionnaire. Is there anything else? Wang Yu said, wiping his mouth with a wet wipe. No, we have received your questionnaire. I will take you back to your room now. Thank you for your cooperation, the android said, politely gesturing for Wang Yu to follow her out. 7 days later, in the Green Grass City Sanatorium on the 10th floor underground in room 1010, where Wang Yu stayed. To be precise, this entire floor belonged to Wang Yu. He could sleep wherever he wished, as there was no one to supervise him. 3 meals a day were personally delivered by the nurse robot maid. One could say that aside from the lack of freedom and the excessive leisure, there were no other drawbacks, even more comfortable than the few days spent on the deep space. After all, there were no worries about food and drink here. If one felt dissatisfied, they could go to the entertainment room to kick walls and play with no need to worry about cleanliness, as the nurse robot maid would handle that. The organisms on this planet might live similarly, delegating troublesome tasks to robot maids. Aside from breathing, which couldn't be delegated, everything else could be. Perhaps even breathing could be delegated. Isn't there something called a respirator? Wang Yu chuckled silently, feeling that the lifestyle of the long-eared people was too comfortable, leading to decadence. He paused his sit-ups, sat up from the floor, his body dripping with sweat, and decided to take a shower in the bathroom. In these days, he began to attempt to activate his talent, called disciplined life. The conditions were just right, food and water were ample, and his leg issue had improved, allowing him to fully devote himself to training his body and enhancing his base attributes. Unlike blind training, this kind of exercise, where he could visibly see the growth and experience, provided Wang Yu with strong positive feedback, much like leveling up in a game, even becoming somewhat addictive. Discipline makes you strong, your rational limit increases by 20 points, and the speed of experience growth is enhanced by 20. Wang Yu emerged from the bathroom, wiping his body, while receiving a system notification that his disciplined life talent had finally been activated. He summoned the system to check his status, noticing the date and time in the corner, which began counting from the moment he acquired the system, allowing him to determine how long he had actually been there. He had been unconscious for nearly 4 days after being captured. The surgery must have been quite complex, hence the long duration. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, but was still 30 experience points away from raising his physical attributes to 5. Overall, the improvement was still quite slow, and the other attributes lagged even further behind. To grow stronger, persistence was essential. Wang Yu picked up the water bottle from the floor and took a couple of big gulps, suddenly noticing the nurse robot maid at the door. "You're here," he said. The robot maid always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and Wang Yu had long since become accustomed to it. The maid politely nodded and said, "The equipment related to fitness training that you mentioned earlier has been prepared and will be delivered shortly. Additionally, I have also brought the protein powder and supplements that you requested for your workout." "Oh, that's great, just what I needed," Wang Yu said as he walked over, suddenly realizing that something fell off because the maid was looking towards the corridor. "Come over quickly, what are you hesitating for? You should know what your mission is," the nurse robot urged, making Wang Yu curious as if there was another person present. Soon the person revealed herself dressed in a clean and tidy maid outfit, standing about 1.8 meters tall. Due to the characteristics of the longe-eared race, her legs were particularly long, making her look very tall without appearing bulky. Then there was her refreshing, vibrant black ponytail, tied with a white ribbon complemented by Weiner's slightly shy large eyes and cold gray skin, exuding a unique beauty and allure. For a moment, Wang Yu was deeply captivated, as if he had been struck by a spell. Those upright white rabbit ears looked incredibly soft with a faint hint of pink. A longe-eared person finally appeared. So beautiful, Wang Yu thought to himself, but the reality was not quite so. "Hello, I am the 4th-generation robot, maid code number K44795482. You can just call me 5482. I will take care of your daily needs from now on." 5482 spoke, her head bowed so low that she didn't even dare to look at Wang Yu. The nurse robot beside her showed a frustrated expression, holding her forehead as she supplemented. "I'm sorry, due to the use of the latest technology and experimentation, she has been equipped with a new generation of emotional simulators, so the emotional expressiveness of the 4th-generation robot maid is stronger. She might be a bit shy at first, as for her it's like just being born and needs some time to acclimate." She explained why 5482 was so shy, hoping Wang Yu wouldn't mind too much. "However, my exclusive robot maid." Wang Yu looked at this robot that was almost indistinguishable from an organic being, then at the nurse robot maid, focusing on the pair of antennas on her head, which should be the biggest difference between the two. However, he still felt somewhat resistant to the inexplicable insertion of an exclusive robot maid, even though she was beautiful. Morally, it felt a bit wrong to have such a lifelike robot serve him, especially while being constantly monitored. "Well, I think it's better not to have one. Just like this is actually quite good. There's no need for an exclusive robot maid." Wang Yu declined politely. Upon hearing this, the nurse robot frowned and looked at 5482, who seemed to sense the gaze and trembled slightly. "Is there something you're dissatisfied with, whether it's looks or physique or any other needs? We can actually modify it, even removing the ears and tail if you wish." The nurse robot maid said, "Really, there's no need. I feel uncomfortable with an extra person around. It's fine as it is now." Wang Yu refused again. The nurse robot maid looked at 5482 and sighed. "I've told you to perform better. Now you can go back and apply for decommissioning by yourself." The nurse robot maid said helplessly, while 5482 was so frightened that her ears drooped down, her eyes reddening. After glancing at Wang Yu, she wiped her tears and prepared to leave. "Wait." Wang Yu suddenly intervened, reaching out to stop 5482's actions. "I have changed my mind. Actually, upon further consideration, a gym will be added here in a couple of days. It would be difficult for me to handle all that equipment alone, and using it without assistance could also be dangerous, so a dedicated robot made to handle these matters would be quite convenient, so let's not decommission her. That would be a waste." Wang Yu scratched his head. The nurse robot maid looked at 5482. The latter had tears in her eyes, looking at Wang Yu, seemingly surprised. Upon noticing the nurse robot maid's gaze, she displayed some fear, clearly aware of the latter's higher authority. "Then we will proceed according to your wishes, as she will be responsible for taking care of you from now on. Here are your belongings along with the protein powder and supplements." The nurse robot maid handed the items to 5482 and turned to head towards the elevator. Soon only Wang Yu and 5482 remained standing still in an unexpectedly heavy atmosphere that was quiet enough to hear a pin drop until one side broke the silence. Can you stop standing? Could you please bring me what's in that bag?" "Oh." After being reminded by Wang Yu, 5482 approached with a bag, then performed a dramatic fall on the ground right in front of Wang Yu, making quite a noise that looked painful. The contents of the bag spilled out and a canister of protein powder rolled right to Wang Yu's feet, which he picked up. Name: high-quality, organic, ecological protein powder, purity 99. 99, manufacturer Connolly, deregulatory level grade I, civil use description: a highly concentrated whey protein powder made from sheep's milk collected from polar sheep, known to enhance immunity and supplement nutrition. It aids muscle growth when combined with appropriate exercise and can slightly enhance physical attributes, 2 to 5, while reducing body fat rate. Polar sheep. I've never heard of that species. Wang Yu thought to himself, while 5482 had already gotten back up her nose, slightly red, her cheeks even redder, yet she seemed unhurt. Truly impressive for a robot. But seeing such an advanced robot fall flat was indeed shocking. I am sorry. They'll clean it up right away. 5482 apologized, gathering the scattered items. Then she noticed Wang Yu's phone, which had developed a noticeable crack on its previously intact screen after the impact, causing her face to turn pale with fright. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect functionality. Wang Yu took the phone from 5482, checked it, and found it still usable. He then flipped through the album inside, checked the app icons and files, and found nothing missing. However, some pictures and videos inside were likely seen by these robotic servants. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and didn't mind. I should delete those later, he thought to himself, while 5482 continued to feel guilty. Master, I can fix it. For simple electronic products like this, as long as I have a replacement screen and tools, I can repair it. Please give me a chance. I'm actually quite capable. 5482 said in a flustered manner. Wang Yu looked at her enticing yet problematic face, and he couldn't help but doubt whether the creators of 5482 had drawn inspiration from the content on his phone. No need, it's still usable, you can get up now. Okay, master. 5482 obediently stood up, even a bit taller than Wang Yu. I'm sorry, I have a next-generation emotional simulator installed, and its priority is the highest, so that's why I'm like this. Please don't throw me away. 5482's voice grew softer. That's enough, I told you it's fine. Wang Yu resisted the urge to touch 5482's ear and instead flicked her forehead to stop her self-reproach. But in that moment, his expression changed drastically, and he placed his hand on 5482's shoulder. Name: 4th Generation Dedicated Service Intelligent Doll Robot Production Number K44795482. Manufacturer linked to Technology Joint Research on Robots Regulatory Level Grade 4. Forbidden Description: a 4th-generation robot servant developed for better service to organic beings, enhanced with an emotional simulator to provide better care and experiences. Its appearance is almost indistinguishable from a real person, and it will absolutely obey all commands from its owner, Wang Yu rarely betraying. However, due to the high priority of the emotional simulator, when the affection level is low, it may exhibit corresponding emotional behavior, but it will almost never act against the owner's interests. Once bound to an owner, it cannot be changed unless a new emotional simulator and black box are replaced, thus making it a customized one-time product. As it is a dedicated service type to protect the privacy of organic beings, it also enjoys a high degree of independent authority. Data is stored independently within its internal black box. Unless permitted by the owner, not even the main network can forcibly view or command this individual. Only a forced shutdown is possible. You do not understand what you are researching and cannot bear the consequences it brings. The greatness of the creator must be supported by corresponding great achievements, otherwise it is merely self-destructive. Technology Ethics Monitoring Bureau. It can be handed over as a legacy of civilization to the heritage recyclers for a reward of 2 universal credit points and 10 gotcha chances for the corresponding civilization. Note: each corresponding civilization's legacy can only be submitted once. The more representative of that civilization, the higher the quality of the legacy and the better the rewards. This is 2,000 universal credit points and 10 gotcha chances. Wang Yu stared at 5482. In his eyes, she had transformed into a moving, talking mountain of gold. However, Wang Yu frowned, feeling a cool sensation on his face. Looking back, 5482 had stopped wiping and apologized. I'm sorry, I saw that you still had droplets of water on your face, so. Well, thanks, I'll do it myself. Wang Yu took the tissue, expressing he would handle it himself, finding it amusing that he was seriously considering submitting 5482 as a cultural heritage. It felt rather morally questionable. There should be more than one type of heritage. Other robotic servants should count too, perhaps not just robots. He thought to himself, taking the bag from 5482 and starting to check the other contents. First were the cat food cans, both unopened, indicating that the robot's claim of returning property was not empty talk. They hadn't stolen any food. Opening them for a composition test. The handgun was not inside, followed by the rags and clothes that Wang Yu had wrapped around himself, and finally a bottle of fresh water, the source of which remained unmentioned. There were also several bottles of supplements mentioned by the nurse robot. Name strength gel capsules manufacturer Conley deregulatory level grade I civil use description 7th generation potent muscle growth capsules with low toxicity which can enhance physical attribute experience growth speed by 35 for 12 hours. Overdosing can even increase it to 70, but with significant liver toxicity potentially lowering immune attributes. Long-term use may cause physiological dependence and reduce the effectiveness of natural training, negatively affecting intelligence and inspiration attributes, and the enhancement effect cannot stack with other experience growth aids. It can't stack and is addictive. Wang Yu began examining the label of this item, although it was in a foreign script he could read it. This stuff seemed like artificially synthesized supersteroids. Overconsumption might lead to a sharper head. He glanced at it and abandoned the idea of taking the drug as his natural talent already provided him with a 20 boost across all attributes, which was far superior to this supplement. Master, although this drug has done its best to minimize side effects, it is still bad for the body. 5482 advises you not to use such substances. Seeing Wang Yu examining the label 5482 mustered her courage to remind him. No, just pack everything up. Wang Yu instructed 5482 to tidy everything up, as even though he wouldn't take the drug, it had a shelf life of 30 years. Selling it on the market could possibly trade for some credit points, which was a small fortune he couldn't ignore. Anything that entered his pocket could not be lost. He was currently broke, or else he wouldn't be trying to make requests to the robots. A shadow had formed beside Wang Yu, an entity so compelling that he could not ignore her presence. He felt her gaze upon him, making him uneasy, yet inexplicably reluctant to dismiss her. This could be a scheme orchestrated by the machine's servant intended to make him adapt and subsequently develop a dependency, rendering him unable to leave this place. This plan would not succeed. 5482, please hand me some water. Of course. Wang Yu completed another 30 push-ups as if he had accomplished a remarkable challenge, prompting 5482 to bring him drinking water. Sure enough, she produced a plastic bottle that had already been opened. Inside was indeed water, but now, why would he drink this? Even if it was just overnight, it was expired. This water has been opened. Ooh, I do not drink overnight water. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. 5482 immediately went to the corner of the room, filled a cup from the direct drinking water tap, and handed it to Wang Yu, who drank it in one gulp. Calling you by your number is quite awkward. How about I give you a name? Let's call you 82. Ball, how does that sound? As long as it is a name given by my master, I will like it. Ball was delighted, and the rabbit ears atop her head perked up, indicating her genuine fondness for the name. These were truly functional ears, not merely ornamental. There were no additional ears on the sides of her cheeks, naturally concealed by her cascading hair. You don't have to call me that, just call me Wang Yu. All right, Master Wang Yu. No need for mastered, I'm not that old yet. Oh, then. Wang Yu. Ball hesitated, breaking some sort of taboo, unable to meet Wang Yu's gaze. This seemed to be the factory setting for a dedicated service machine servant. Correcting it completely would take some time. Wang Yu nodded, returning the cup to Ball, intending to rest before performing a few different exercises. This was a training method he had devised himself, lacking any particular technique. He merely aimed to trigger his innate talent, and thus the effectiveness was naturally limited, which was why he had not yet raised his physical attributes to 5 points. Ball took the cup Wang Yu handed her, intending to return it to its place, but suddenly paused, her ears perked up straight, capturing Wang Yu's attention. Master, Wang Yu, the exercise equipment you requested has arrived. It's in the elevator. The network has sent a message for us to collect it. Ball turned around just in time to see Wang Yu bent down again doing push-ups. After completing a couple, Wang Yu stood up and nodded. It's finally here, let's go collect it. The two arrived at the elevator, which was already open, nearly stuffed full with cardboard boxes. There were likely several more batches of such goods, as Wang Yu had requested a great many items. Why didn't they arrange for a few people? Wang Yu wondered why no helpers had been arranged, and why there were no carts when he saw Ball walk over, crouch down, and effortlessly lift a box almost as tall as she was carrying it out, leaving Wang Yu in awe, unable to suppress a gulp. I can handle this, please wait a moment, master. Wang Yu, Ball said to Wang Yu, who looked on in shock as she carried the box that seemed to contain a refrigerator further away. Is this thing really light? Perhaps it's filled with foam. Wang Yu's skeptical approach to try lifting a not so large box, only to find he couldn't lift it at all. He tried several, and they were all the same. He looked at Ball, who was walking away, a hint of fear creeping into his gaze as the seemingly weak and easily bullied machine's servant appeared, like a ferocious dinosaur possibly capable of crushing him with a single punch. After all, she was a robot. Wang Yu had initially forgotten this fact due to the earlier mishap. Now he thought back, the more he reflected, the more he felt it was an act merely to close the distance. Master, I might need to move a few more times. Please give me a little more time. Ball ran back over, not a drop of sweat on her, which made sense. Robots don't sweat. Perhaps she had an advanced heat dissipation module integrated. I'm sorry, Ball realized she had called Wang Yu master again, but Wang Yu's demeanor took a complete 180-degree turn. It's fine, you can address me however you like. Actually, just call me Xiao Wang. You continue moving, and I'll stay here. Wang Yu spoke, quickly stepping aside, leaving Ball puzzled. However, her current emotional simulator had not undergone sufficient training to support her understanding of what was happening, so after receiving forgiveness, she dedicated herself even more fervently to her tasks. Watching her easily lift those heavy items, especially when she balanced a large box on her shoulder, nearly scared Wang Yu to death. Although the system stated that Ball would not engage in actions detrimental to her master's interests, it also noted that she might display emotional reactions. With his slight build, if he angered Ball, and she punched him, even if it was just a regular punch, it could be fatal. He must think from Ball's perspective more often and consider her feelings. This was not out of fear of death, but because humility is a virtue. Moreover, he had just noticed while moving things that the gravity here seemed very similar to that of Blue Star, as he felt no discomfort or dissonance, as if he were on Earth. Additionally, the atmospheric composition might also be strikingly similar, as it did not appear to have been adjusted solely for him. After the third time they emptied the elevator's contents, the doors finally closed with no further shipments arriving. Wang Yu had no intention of mingling with the elevator to escape, as he could not flee from the grasp of these machine servants. He had no idea where his landing pod was. He headed toward the rehabilitation room, remembering that Ball had likely moved those cardboard boxes there. Inside, Ball was unpacking each package and assembling them on the spot. The excess cardboard boxes and the original equipment in the rehabilitation room were piled in the corner, awaiting further handling. Without Wang Yu interfering, Ball's efficiency skyrocketed. Her movements were precise, embodying the efficiency expected of a machine. Previously, her behavior had been influenced by the emotional simulator. In just 1 hour, Ball had transformed the rehabilitation room into a small gym equipped with a treadmill, rowing machine, barbells, and a plethora of weight plates and dumbbells. She had almost gathered all the mainstream fitness equipment, modifying everything to human standards, as many items were not suitable for the longered race. It's done. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Ball's face flushed with excitement and shyness, completely different from before, as if she was eagerly awaiting praise. At this moment, Wang Yu fully recognized that Ball was a machine. However, the emotional simulator within her was so advanced that it could nearly deceive one into believing she was truly alive. But was this merely advanced algorithms, or did Ball truly possess feelings? Wang Yu could not determine. The system had not provided a definitive conclusion. Moreover, once he began to dwell on this point, a barrier formed, leading Ball's actions to appear different in Wang Yu's eyes. You did a great job, thank you for your hard work. Wang Yu praised her, even reaching out to pat Ball's head, feeling her warmth, even though it was just the simulated temperature created by some internal heating control device. Another 3 weeks have passed. Wang Yu has been consistently exercising, becoming familiar with the use of all fitness equipment. This is because Ball, besides cooking and cleaning, is also an exceptionally skilled fitness coach, accelerating Wang Yu's learning curve and offering much advice, preventing him from blindly injuring himself while training. Additionally, the abundance of food and fresh water here, along with unlimited supplies of protein powder, has enhanced Wang Yu's growth rate. His physical attributes have quickly broken through to 5, accumulating around 60 experience points. He checked his current attributes. Physical 5, 58,100. Will 7, 83,400. Reflex 5, 47,100. Immunity 4, 7,280. Inspiration 5, 60,100. Except for some growth in physical training, the other attributes, especially will inspiration and reflex, have seen very limited growth, even struggling to improve through conventional training. Reflex likely refers to reaction speed. Practicing shooting or cold weapon techniques might be more beneficial. As for inspiration, it may relate to experience, knowledge expansion, and sensory understanding. Regarding will, this may be the most challenging attribute to enhance. Until now, Wang Yu has yet to discover a method for improvement. Perhaps persistent training and resisting temptations can have some effect, but the results appear quite limited at this stage. Ball, have there been any responses to my previous application? Wang Yu inquired, having become quite familiar with Ball during this time. The emotional data model or emotional simulator of Ball has, after repeated training, transformed into a state that excels in interacting with Wang Yu, no longer exhibiting any signs of awkwardness or anxiety. Not yet, I'm afraid. Ball replied dressed in comfortable shorts and a tank top for exercising matching Wang Yu's outfit, which was quite striking. However, whether due to their long acquaintance or some other reason, Wang Yu felt little excitement and merely nodded, planning to do a few more sets of deadlifts. He had applied a week ago for training in firearms and combat, stating he wanted to become a powerful warrior. But the request had yet to be approved, and the waiting time seemed a bit long. However, it was highly likely to be approved, because so far nearly all of his requests had been met. He had applied for books, including language books, as well as gaming consoles, movies, and documentaries. Wang Yu wanted to understand the civilization history of this planet, laying the groundwork for his comprehension of its language. These resources provided excellent entry points and enriched Wang Yu's life beyond training. He often played games or watched movies with Ball, which strengthened their bond. Upon deeper investigation, Wang Yu discovered that this civilization established a new organization called the Longier People's Community of Destiny after a great war 4,000 years ago, replacing the original concept of nations and embarking on comprehensive construction and resource mobilization across the entire planet. Technology surged during this process, leading their civilization to unprecedented prosperity. The night sky, as seen by Wang Yu, was nearly illuminated by endless lights merging into a single expanse. The mechanical servants were birthed during this period. Their introduction faced significant resistance, yet the advancements in productivity and labor liberation they offered were hard for the Longiers to refuse. Eventually, almost all industrial production burdens were delegated to the mechanical servants, influencing all aspects of life, while the Longiers contributed mainly in major decisions and research, aligning closely with Wang Yu's initial conjecture of a society under the out-of-control mechanical servants narrative. However, what happened afterward remains unclear to Wang Yu. He is yet to encounter a single Longier and does not understand their intentions for keeping him confined. The isolation has lasted too long. Could it be that they view him as a living exhibit or a living action figure? But what is the purpose? Wang Yu still cannot comprehend the purpose behind the mechanical servants imprisoning him. However, this situation allows him the time to train and grow, which is a decent choice since there may not be another opportunity, so he is not in a rush. Furthermore, he noticed that none of the books, games, or films he had encountered had anything to do with interstellar or cosmic themes. This piqued his interest, and he even applied for books on astronomy and the universe, but was outright rejected, marking the only time he faced such a swift refusal. In response, Ball was vague, simply shaking her head. When asked further, she fell silent, marking the only time she directly denied Wang Yu's request, and he did not press further. About 2 more days passed. On this day, while engaged in a fighting game named Rabbit Domination XV, Wang Yu insisted that Ball not go easy on him and to beat him thoroughly. As a result, he was thoroughly dominated for the entire morning without even a single light appearing. Wang Yu seriously suspected that the emotional intelligence embedded in Ball's simulator was quite low. He nearly crushed the controller in frustration, but his physical strength was insufficient. Ball, you really play well. Let's call it a day for today, Wang Yu said with a twitch at the corner of his eye, but Ball was completely oblivious and felt pleased from the praise. Yay? Then I'll go prepare something delicious for you. Speaking of which, it's almost lunchtime. Ball appeared quite satisfied, putting down the controller and preparing to cook. Over the past few days, Ball had transformed one of the idle patient rooms into a kitchen. She seemed to possess skills in electrical work, plumbing, and carpentry, truly living up to being a mechanical servant with an embedded encyclopedia, and her cooking suited Wang Yu's taste, showcasing her talent as a chef. As for Wang Yu, he only needed to focus on eating. Under the care of a service-oriented mechanical servant, life was indeed monotonous and dull. However, Ball had barely been gone for 2 minutes when she returned just in time to see Wang Yu practicing combos and character strategies in training mode, completely unaware of Ball's presence until interrupted. Wang Yu, I have good news. Your application for combat training has been approved. Wang Yu was initially shocked, but upon hearing the news, his excitement surged. He dropped the controller, eager to try it out immediately. No, you must eat first. Eating on time is very important, Ball admonished. At this point, Ball had become less reserved, even advising Wang Yu against some of his actions like now. All right, you're right. Wang Yu almost broke his self-discipline life buff, but thankfully Ball's timely reminder prevented that. After preparing lunch, Ball also ate some and recharged her energy. She has a miniature factory inside her that can utilize organic food to generate electricity, but the power output is limited, necessitating a full charge before undertaking more energy-intensive tasks. As for the wiring, there are cables embedded in both her wrists and the back of her head, usually requiring only the wiring from her wrists. The two arrived before the elevator. Its doors opened, as if sensing their presence. Wang Yu entered first, followed by Ball, and the elevator descended towards sub-level 15, an unexpected turn that caught Wang Yu off guard. He had assumed it would ascend, not descend. When the doors slid open, they stepped out into a corridor utterly unrecognizable as belonging to a sanatorium. The floor was no longer warm-toned beige marble, but vast, seamless metal plates, cold, sterile, evoking the austere atmosphere of a high-security laboratory or military installation. Sublevel 15 had been converted into a temporary firing range and training facility complete with full immersion simulation chambers stocked with live-fire weapons and realistic training arms. It would remain open 24 hours daily, though all armaments were strictly confined to the premises, monitored and scanned for safety, with ammunition replenished on a scheduled basis. Ball introduced the floor's features, leaving Wang Yu wide-eyed. No wonder the approval process had taken so long. The servitor units had been engaged in extensive engineering modifications tailored precisely to his requirements. The level of courtesy left him almost embarrassed. Your beam pistol exhibits firing instability. Repairs were initially planned, but no disassembly protocol exists for this model. It appears to be a monolithic casting whose forced dismantling carries an exceptionally high risk of irreversible damage. Given the risk, repairs were ultimately abandoned. Ball relayed this information verbatim from the Central Network's report. The white pistol rested atop a countertop outside the firing range. You must not remove this weapon from the floor. Do not forget. Ball reminded him once more. Wang Yu nodded. Understood. Having grown accustomed to her over time, he found her increasing loquacity neither grating nor unwelcome. He picked up the white pistol, glanced at the data display to confirm its integrity, then entered the training chamber, ready to test its arsenal. In this hyper-advanced era, swordplay and hand-to-hand combat were hopelessly archaic, the domain of brutes. True mastery lay in striking down adversaries from miles away. Ballistics too was a Tao, a marksmanship too, a profound art. Damn, this blade is stunning. Nearly 2 meters long. The moment Wang Yu stepped inside, his gaze locked onto the array of cold weapons mounted along the right-hand wall, so dazzling he could scarcely look away. These are ancestral weapons from the Creator Tribe's pre-civilization era. By your species lexicon, they are known as horse-slaying sabers, blade length 97 centimeters, hilt length 48 centimeters, a notoriously difficult weapon to master, prone to inflicting grievous self-injury with even a moment's lapse in control. Originally, the blade was longer, adapted for the tall stature of the long-eared race. This is a modified prototype. Wang Yu attempted to lift it, and was startled by its surprising weight. No wonder the hilt was so long. Wielding it one-handed was utterly impossible. Do you have a warhammer? He searched the cold weapon rack thoroughly, finding even bizarre artifacts resembling armored boots, but no warhammer. A warhammer. Ball frowned, unfamiliar with the legendary Hammer Brother, unable to follow Wang Yu's train of thought. There are hammers, right there. She pointed to 2 small spiked mallets mounted on the wall, no larger than Wang Yu's fist, less than half a meter in total length. No, I mean a massive crushing hammer one and a piercing spike the other, a broad flat face. A truly colossal weapon. He gestured extravagantly. Such an unwieldy object would serve only as industrial equipment, impractical to carry let alone wield effectively in combat. You must have seen it in simulations. In reality, no such weapon exists. Ball shook her head, convinced no organic being, neither human nor long-eared nor any biomechanical construct, could feasibly deploy such a grotesquely oversized armament. Even autonomous constructs avoided them. Superior alternatives existed. Yet Wang Yu had witnessed it firsthand. Its destructive power was profoundly staggering. Then let's begin with the small hammers. He removed the pair from the rack without further explanation. His choice of hammer was deliberate. Hammer Brother wielded one too. If such an absurdly oversized hammer served a purpose for him, then surely Wang Yu could learn, step by step, even if he could not yet lift it. He committed himself to mastering blunt force weaponry. 2 hours later, he lay collapsed on the floor, gasping like a winded beast. He had vastly underestimated the sheer physical toll of swinging such deceptively modest-looking implements. His arms felt leaden, incapable of lifting themselves for hours. His instructor was Ball. Robots possessed extraordinary versatility. Downloading the appropriate combat data module instantly transformed her into a consummate weapons master, articulating theory with flawless precision. Her strength far surpassed his during drills. She dominated him utterly, physically, technically, tactically. Let me lie here and recover for 30 minutes before moving on to ranged weapons. Wang Yu said, accepting a water bottle from Ball, only to struggle helplessly with the cap until she effortlessly twisted it open for him. Under Ball's guidance, he then underwent systematic instruction in firearms handling and marksmanship. Civilization on this world had evolved much like Earth's after millennia of cold steel warfare. Gunpowder emerged, ushering in the true sovereign of all arms, the firearm. Though their designs diverged from the classic models, Wang Yu knew their underlying principle remained identical: kinetic projectile weapons propelled by chemical explosives. Your beam pistol delivers formidable energy, but suffers from excessive power consumption and severe environmental vulnerability. We possess no analogous man-portable systems, though such weapons do equip vehicles and fixed emplacements. What about electromagnetic rifles? Wang Yu asked, suddenly noting that every firearm he'd seen still relied on chemical propellants, albeit with superior performance lacking any fundamental paradigm shift. Electromagnetic weapons do exist, but only on vehicles and fixed platforms. Achieving superconductivity remains prohibitively difficult. Miniaturized versions offer negligible advantages over conventional kinetic arms, while suffering from excessive bulk and inefficiency. Ball elaborated in detail, and Wang Yu quickly grasped the rationale: room temperature superconductors had never been achieved on this world. Moreover, following centuries of protracted warfare, large-scale conflict had ceased entirely, drastically slowing weapons development due to lack of demand. Conversely, technologies directly enhancing life and industry, artificial intelligence, photonic chips, bionic mechanics, and biomedical engineering, had advanced spectacularly. I see. By the way, Ball, you must know what is the current status of your creators, the long-eared race. As he spoke, the lights abruptly died, then reignited in a deep, ominous crimson. What? Before Wang Yu could voice his confusion, tremors shuddered through the floor, followed immediately by Ball's voice edged with rare alarm. Caution! Wang Yu turned, bewildered, assuming an earthquake, when a piercing ultrasonic shriek tore through his eardrums. Vertigo seized him, the world dissolved into warped kaleidoscopic distortion, Ball herself twisting and shimmering like fractured glass. Simultaneously, a searing, indescribable agony erupted within his skull, as if something were violently battering against his cranium from within. The inescapable noise and unbearable pain contorted his face, blood welled from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His hands clawed instinctively at his own flesh, as though desperate to tear his skin apart. Then another pair of hands clamped down, restraining him, pinning him hard to the floor. The hungry, silent living ship suddenly awakened, its surface opening, countless yellow-brown eyes uneasily scanning the surroundings. Underground, 15th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium. Wang Yu. Wang Yu gradually awakened, his dazed eyes slowly focusing on the anxious and uneasy face in front of him, feeling a hint of warmth at the tip of his nose. It was Ball. Although Wang Yu was already quite accustomed to this face, such close contact still stirred something in his heart. But then the excruciating pain surging from his brain to his entire body made him throw all distracting thoughts to the wind, feeling as if he had been crushed by a steamroller, every part of him aching, especially his head. What on earth? Wang Yu felt as if he had drunk too much and lost consciousness, completely unable to recall why he had fallen to the ground. Great, you're awake, Ball exclaimed joyfully, and then started tugging at Wang Yu's clothes, even the belt on his pants, startling the latter into a shiver, the pain diminishing by half as he hurriedly grabbed Ball's hand to stop him. What are you doing? Checking for any abnormalities in your body. Huh? Wang Yu was still perplexed when another person's footsteps approached rapidly, almost instantly appearing at the doorway. It was a hurried nurse machine attendant, just in time to witness the scene, Ball pinning Wang Yu to the ground, his clothes somewhat disheveled. The air in the room became suffocating. Wang Yu was about to explain, but clearly the nurse machine attendant was not interested in such trivial matters. After exchanging a glance with Ball, she understood the situation. Immediately go to the B3 floor for a full body examination, she said sternly, her attitude mirroring Ball's. What's going on? What exactly happened? Wang Yu still could not make sense of the situation as he slowly got up. We'll talk later, let's hurry over first. Wang Yu, listen to Sophia, your health is the priority. Ball echoed. At this moment, Wang Yu finally felt an odd sensation on his face, reaching for his eye corner and nose, only to discover it was dried blood, leaving him somewhat shocked. Ball, keep an eye on him, I'll go prepare. The emergency team is already on the way, Sophia said, earnestly urging him before rushing towards the elevator. At this moment, Wang Yu finally recovered fully. Although his consciousness had slipped for a moment, he understood that the situation was somewhat dire, as he seemed to have encountered a certain danger. He did not rush to ask, but supported by Ball, walked towards the elevator. Despite stating that he did not need assistance, Ball insisted, leaving him no choice but to be treated like a seriously injured patient escorted to the B3 floor. Approximately 40 minutes later, Wang Yu underwent a detailed and somewhat tedious physical examination. Nearly all items were checked. Had it not been free, he would have thought he was being played. However, on the way there, he also noticed potential abnormalities in his body through system warnings and panel information. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity decreased by 3. The disaster has infiltrated your body. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity decreased by 5. The disaster has infiltrated your body. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity decreased by 7. The disaster has infiltrated your body. Your health limit has decreased by 5. Wang Yu's health limit dropped from the normal 100 points after healing old wounds to 70 points, indicating that there was a significant problem with his body. Then there was his sanity value plummeting to 21, and no wonder he felt a constant sense of palpitations and suffocating panic after waking. He hadn't fallen into madness. One could only say that Wang Yu was lucky, and indeed it was due to his good fortune. Because his lucky 7 talent triggered once, this was probably the reason he was exempted from madness this time. While waiting for the check results, the nurse machine attendant Sophia appeared again, her expression somewhat grim. After apologizing to Wang Yu, she took the initiative to explain this unusual incident. This is actually a disaster that has been recorded since ancient times. In the past, it was not as severe or as frequent. It was a kind of uncomfortable noise similar to auditory hallucinations that even those who lost their hearing could hear. Very bizarre, and almost all creators could hear this sound at the same moment. Moreover, every time this sound appeared, this planet would face various disasters, such as fires, floods, droughts, geological disasters, and even earthquakes. However, the most troublesome were the widespread plagues or diseases that appeared out of nowhere. For this reason, the creators have faced extinction several times, but fortunately such situations are extremely rare, occurring only once every millennium or even several hundred years, and it wasn't as severe as what you just experienced. At the same time, living in caves can effectively reduce this impact. The great creators endured these disasters and established a prosperous civilization on this planet. We are the products of this process, Sophia said, leaving Wang Yu astonished. No wonder he had been arranged underground all this time. It turned out to be for this reason. He had seen many games and novels by the Longier clan about combating disasters and eliminating disaster-related themes, and initially did not pay much attention to them, as there were quite a few on Blue Star as well. But only now did he feel the abnormality. The creators tried to find the cause of the disasters and discovered their potential patterns, which led them to end their conflicts and resource plundering, allowing for stable development for 2 millennia. But good times did not last long. As more hypotheses emerged, the source of the disasters gradually pointed from the planet itself to the depths of the universe. At that time, the creators were filled with beautiful aspirations, planning to venture into space and showcase their ambitions, when a strange impact similar to the recent one swept across the globe, causing an almost genocidal massacre. The total population of the creators directly decreased by 2/3 after this incident. Civilization transitioned from prosperity to decline, and many believe that the exploration of the deep universe had angered the gods, resulting in divine punishment. Thus, the term universe became an untouchable taboo, and related industries and knowledge were destroyed or completely sealed off, and so the creators lived through another millennium. During this millennium, disasters continued to occur frequently, and unpredictably civilization's development almost came to a standstill, and the creators lived in fear every day, with the population dwindling. Sophia calmly narrated. Wang Yu seemed to see the entire process of a civilization's transition from prosperity to decline. And what about now? Wang Yu asked, noticing that Sophia had suddenly stopped speaking. Now, Sophia looked over. Your arrival has brought hope to the creators. They need your help. It seemed this was the reason Sophia valued Wang Yu so much, although she still did not reveal details. The medical results came back, startling Wang Yu, who was diagnosed simultaneously with liver cancer, leukemia, and diabetes. As he held the report, Wang Yu stood dazed. Only weeks earlier, he had undergone a full physical examination, and his health had been perfectly sound. Yet in the span of a single breath, he had transformed from a robust, healthy man into a critical patient, as though some unseen force were actively corrupting his organs, accelerating pathological degeneration at an impossible pace. Fortunately, medicine on this planet was extraordinarily advanced. Targeted therapies were not experimental, but deeply matured, capable of curing early to mid-stage cancers, even metastatic ones, through medication alone. Diabetes, too, had a definitive treatment through stem cell-directed induction and activation, damaged pancreatic islets could be regenerated, fully restoring endogenous insulin production. For Wang Yu, this translated simply into injections and oral medications, no surgery required. Upon completing the regimen, he received several large packages of pharmaceuticals, all entrusted to Barl, who would ensure he adhered to his dosage schedule. To have contracted only these 3 conditions was in truth extraordinary fortune. Some ailments proved so formidable, even servitor machines found them intractable, sometimes triggering sudden death before treatment could even begin, explaining their palpable urgency. Moreover, perhaps his will attribute had played a role. Wang Yu noticed a significant increase in will experience, now reading will 7, 128,400. Such anomalous ordeals evidently strengthened resolve. Indeed, they constituted a form of rigorous mental discipline wherein heightened willpower might even confer resistance against such phenomena. Yet this method of cultivation resembled dancing upon a blade's edge. One misstep would plunge him irrevocably into ruin. How are the other long-eared people faring? Wang Yu asked Sophia, knowing he could not be the sole afflicted individual among the long-eared. The external disasters remain within manageable parameters. Dedicated response protocols have already been activated. Sophia replied evasively, answering neither the question nor its implication, utterly unlike Barl's obedient candor. Once the medications were confirmed complete, and error-free, Wang Yu was escorted back to level 10, where Barl awaited. Consequently, for the next several days, he would be unable to ascend to level 15 to train with various weapons, unless his condition stabilized. Barl, you must know something, don't you? About the other long-eared. Having drawn no answers from Sophia, Wang Yu turned his attention to Barl, standing quietly beside him. Grr. Barl's expression tightened, conflicted. To speak would mean betraying Sophia and the central net itself. But they are all ill, Barl admitted plainly. Ill. Wang Yu's eyebrows shot upward, connecting fragments of intelligence, a new hypothesis crystallizing in his mind. This world was not the one described in the uncontrolled servitor scenario. Here the long-eared had not yet devolved into living ornaments. Rather, prior to that collapse, an unknown calamity had stricken every long-eared individual, reducing their numbers to near extinction, while servitors tended to their failing bodies. That explained everything: why the planet's infrastructure remained immaculate, yet eerily desolate. With its population decimated, the long-eared, the so-called creators, stood on the precipice of annihilation, leaving only servitors to maintain the silent cities. That strange voice. It has no effect on you servitors? Wang Yu asked, recalling it only after the servitors themselves had mentioned it. We servitors cannot perceive such sounds, and thus remain unaffected. On this planet, only the creators, and you can hear and sense it. Barl elaborated further, drawing Wang Yu's sharp gaze. A weapon calibrated specifically against highly evolved organic life, or perhaps against sentient consciousness itself. Wang Yu stroked his chin, speculating aloud. Yet regardless of its nature, remaining here was untenable. He risked succumbing iteration after iteration to escalating afflictions until no remedy remained and death became inevitable. No wonder the system sought a planet suitable for civilizational development. Clearly this world was categorically unsuitable, too perilous to consider. Barl, I must leave this planet. I cannot stay any longer. Will you come with me? Let us find a way to escape. Wang Yu spoke with grave conviction, having resolved to depart immediately upon grasping the gravity of the situation. In truth, Barl had contemplated this very possibility herself. I've already submitted a formal request for your release, but it was denied. Barl confessed, her tone tinged with quiet dejection. From her perspective, she genuinely wished Wang Yu could relocate to a safer, more stable environment. Then submitted again. If denied once more, I will take my own life. Better that than slow torment at the hands of disease. Wang Yu declared, voice ringing loud as he glanced pointedly toward the camera nestled in the corner of the room. No. Barl recoiled instantly, visibly alarmed at the thought of Wang Yu ending his life. Yet he remained unyielding, abruptly seizing her wrist and pulling her into the bathroom. Shoo. He raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, then pointed upward, indicating the ceiling, implying this space lacked surveillance and thus offered greater privacy. He retrieved a pen, pilfered from somewhere unknown, and wrote across his palm, I'm pretending. I'd never truly take my life. I'm pressuring Sophia and the others to concede. My stance must appear uncompromising. Only then do we stand a chance. Barl, please support me in this. Barl's face softened into sudden understanding, then blossomed into a warm crescent smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. You? She clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling speech, then picked up the pen to reply. Understood. I'll try, but don't expect miracles. And I will watch over you. She stepped out of the bathroom, her expression instantly shifting into a mask of profound sorrow. Inside, Wang Yu washed his hands slowly, the image of Barl's smile lingering vividly in his thoughts. At times, he truly couldn't discern whether she was flesh and blood human or cold, unfeeling machinery. Thus, nearly 3 weeks passed without disruption to their daily rhythm. Meals arrived punctually, transformed by Barl's masterful textbook-perfect culinary artistry into sumptuous fare. Sophia and the others were likely occupied managing emergent crises across the planet. After all, Wang Yu was hardly the sole victim of this affliction. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's illnesses had fully abated. Under Barl's patient tutelage, he had grown proficient with firearms, achieving respectable accuracy within 20 meters. Such was the power of modern weaponry compared to most melee arms. Attaining combat effectiveness with a firearm demanded far less time. Of course, mastery, attaining true expertise, still demanded relentless, disciplined effort. During his convalescence, Wang Yu devoted himself almost exclusively to firearms training and physical conditioning. Melee weapons were set aside, for he had no intention of remaining here long-term. Maximizing immediate capability with available technology was the only rational path forward. Barl, has the central net responded yet? Wang Yu stood inside the panoramic simulation chamber, lowering a realistic training rifle after concluding an intensely immersive drill. His adversaries, a pack of swift, colossal lizards, deliberately requested for maximum challenge. Not yet. The central net has issued neither approval nor denial. Could our coercion tactic have been exposed? Barl whispered, glancing subtly toward the corner camera. At this point, that seemed the only plausible explanation. Wang Yu's provocations had proven insufficiently extreme. His promised suicide remained unfulfilled. Instead, under Barl's care, he grew steadily healthier, even gaining 2 pounds. I should contact Sophia and ask her to come, better to speak with candor. Wang Yu thought for a moment and decided he could not delay. The next shock could come at any time, and each one might claim his life. According to Bear, the shocks have grown more frequent in recent years, sometimes months apart, sometimes recurring within weeks. There is no room for complacency. Bear seemed about to speak, but his words died as he turned to the door. Footsteps sounded and Sophia appeared. Perfect timing, we were just talking about you. I think I must leave this place and return to my ship. If I stay any longer, I will surely die here. Wang Yu made his stance plain, saying their so-called quarantine observation was merely imprisonment on this planet. The Changer have nearly lost their Zawizu, and quarantine was only an excuse. Sorry, we cannot let you leave. Why? Because you bring hope. The Zawizu need your help. Sophia's words made Wang Yu frown, as she sounded as if she had said this before, but he could not comprehend it. What could he possibly do? What purpose was served by keeping him here? Watch him die under a shock and harvest the data of his death. Sophia looked at Wang Yu, his face a mixture of confusion and displeasure, and sighed. Come with me, I will take you to meet the Zawizu. There I will explain more, Sophia said, helplessly turning toward the elevator. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Bear and followed. The 3 of them stepped into the elevator in succession. Wang Yu had assumed they would ascend to the surface, but instead the elevator plunged downward all the way to subterranean level 107. When the doors opened, a pungent odor of disinfectant rolled out, like a tangible presence, a clear sign that what lay within was out of the ordinary. Put on the protective suit first, Bear, help him into it. Sophia ordered and drew from a cabinet a fully sealed bioprotective suit. Wang Yu had only seen such things in films and games. This was his first time seeing one in reality. With Bear's assistance, the suit, with its elaborate donning procedure, was fitted over Wang Yu's clothes, hermetically sealed so that all airflow was strictly controlled. Only after the air valve was opened, oxygen confirmed, and the pressure integrity test passed could the isolation suit be considered properly donned. Are the people here so fragile that one must wear protective gear and undergo sterilization just to meet them? Wang Yu exclaimed, struck by the severity of the precautions. He would soon learn that the suit was not meant to protect the patients inside, but to protect him. After 7 different disinfectants and a tortuous sterilization protocol, the heavy bulkhead opened to reveal a broad corridor, pristine white walls on either side, and ceiling lights that turned the place as bright as day. Sophia led the way, followed by Wang Yu with Bear at his side, alert to anything. As Jipu, the 2 of them were inherently immune to microbial infection and could not fall ill after sterilization and drying. They changed into clean, dry garments and entered, entirely unlike Wang Yu. So the tail isn't decorative, it's real. Wang Yu could not help but stare at the small white pom-pom of a tail at the base of someone's spine, which even twitched. But his attention was soon drawn away. A tremendous crash seized his attention, an impact as if something had struck the wall, followed by faint persistent moaning meaningless murmurs that stirred a sense of unease and pain. What's that noise? Wang Yu started to ask, but Sophia had already entered the room on the left marked duty room. He followed with Bear, bringing up the rear. The interior was spacious, several jipu in white coats were on duty. The walls displayed a dense array of surveillance feeds, though only a few were live. Wang Yu's gaze locked onto one monitor, and his eyes widened. On the screen, an unidentifiable mass of flesh was restrained to the floor by black bands. Vague limb-like forms trembled as it struggled to stand. Its surface bore several gaping mouths lined with jagged teeth that seemed to intone unknown syllables. The floor around it appeared stained or corroded by its fluids, the discoloration stark. Several jipu bustled in the room, striving to hold the mass down. One injected something with a syringe, likely a potent sedative. As if noticing Wang Yu's stare, the feed expanded and filled multiple screens, composing a larger, clearer image. The sound came through in sync, the same moaning heard in the corridor, so penetrating that it made Wang Yu physically uncomfortable, as if his skin were crawling. In a corner of the image lay a dismembered jipu, like a broken doll, its limbs snapped at the joints and cables, and parts scattered across the floor. Bang! Another tremendous crash. A jipu was struck by the mass appendage and hurled backward, slamming into the wall in a shower of sparks. What is? Wang Yu breathed in disbelief. Sophia nodded, confirming his worst guess. The Zaowazu are in dire straits. Their numbers have plummeted from nearly 12 billion to single digits, and they have been concentrated in the depths of this sanatorium. Worse still, no matter what protective measures we adopt or how deep we make the refuge, the adverse effects of these unknown shocks continue to worsen. Ultimately, some individuals have transformed into Zybian, disaster forms. Like the one on the screen, becoming sources of calamity in organic life. They manifest as disease, while in matter and machinery, they appear as rot, decay, and accelerated aging. If left unchecked, these Zybian will swiftly infect surrounding healthy beings and kill them as well. Sophia explained, sending a chill through Wang Yu. The thought of becoming such an indescribably grotesque mass made him prefer death to such a fate. At present, only 6 Zaowazu remain alive, together with the one who transformed into a Zybian a week ago. 4 have turned into Zybian, and they will die within half a year to 5 years. The remaining one. Sophia pointed to the screen as the image changed to an unconscious woman of the Changer tribe. Her hair had fallen out in clumps, countless tubes extended from her scalp and from the body beneath the blanket to machines, and her limbs appeared removed or atrophied. The rise beneath the covers revealing a tiny torso barely kept alive by a breathing mask. This is the last female Zaowazu. Her name is Sophia Bulenst. If she dies, it will mean the total extinction of the Zaowazu, so both we and the Zaowazu need your help. Please, save our world. Mie. Wang Yu pointed to himself in disbelief. In such circumstances, what could he possibly do? Yes. Suo Feya nodded and continued. We examined your genetic material. Like the creators, your cells contain 22 pairs of autosomes and 1 pair of sex chromosomes. Structurally, there is no distinction. In other words, strictly speaking, you and the creators belong to the same species. The difference is merely that of subspecies, and there is no reproductive isolation. Suo Feya said this, and her words stunned Wang Yu. I am the same species as them. Wang Yu looked again at the sleeping woman. A pair of dull-furred rabbit ears rose from her crown, an attribute no human in his experience possessed. And after tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years of evolution, could 2 planets produce life forms with no reproductive barriers between them? The probability was vanishingly small, statistically tantamount to impossibility. A human subspecies? Demi-humans? Wang Yu thought. Wang Yu pondered silently. Suo Feya then disclosed her purpose. Simply put, she wished to use Wang Yu's genetic material to revive the long-eared people. They even had embryos ready. Artificial womb technology here had long been perfected. Against the backdrop of a dying population, ethics were no longer an impediment. Only continuation mattered. However, periodic shocks negatively affect detached cells, embryos, and even frozen specimens. We must prepare techniques to accelerate maturation so they can develop to maturity within months and avoid dying from the shocks. Then build shelters with stronger protection and prepare for unknown maladies. Suo Feya outlined her revival plan. Wang Yu was an indispensable part of it. Like Adam and Eve, neither could be omitted. But Wang Yu looked at Suo Feya with no reproach in his eyes, for he saw only a fearless soul in desperate straits, clutching at hope and striving to pull the collapsing edifice back from ruin. No one could stand in her position and rightly reproach or condemn her. No one, except the outsider Wang Yu. Suafeya. Wang Yu shouted, halting Suafeya's exposition, and reached out to stop Ba Er as she stepped forward, shaking his head. Suafeya, you and the central net behind, you should know better than anyone these creators. No, these long-eared subhumans, the civilization they built has ended and is destined for extinction. It is irreversible beyond the power of you to undo. To imprison me here and pin your hopes on that utterly impossible plan is nothing but a wishful illusion you refuse to abandon. Wang Yu spared no mercy. He pierced the cold truth and laid it naked before the machine servants. Suafeya fell silent, her face gradually frost-covered. The other machine servants on duty looked over, their eyes full of hostility. It was clear they would carry out the plan even if force was required. No. Ba Er lunged forward and stood before Wang Yu, her hands spread like an eagle sheltering its fledglings, shielding him as she cried out. Wang Yu is right. The plan's probability of success approaches zero. If this plan could work, the creators would not have come to this pass, would they? Ba Er's words were like a steel spear driven into the throat of the argument. As a member of the Machini servants, she could access the central net to retrieve its records and information, so she knew better than anyone that the plan was fundamentally unworkable. Yet the tense atmosphere did not ease. Now calmer, Wang Yu felt he had been too blunt, too rash. The others might not accept it, and conflict could erupt, something he had to avoid. Fortunately, Ba Er had stepped forward in time and temporarily defused the situation. Wang Yu could only seize the chance to seek another method to find a possible breakthrough. By the way, didn't you say there were 6 survivors? Aside from the one in the footage and the 4 who transformed into disaster forms, who is the 6th? Wang Yu asked, puzzled, suddenly realizing this crucial blind spot. His question quickly cooled the taut scene, and Ba Er carried the topic forward. Let Lao Buluan decide. He is the president. Whether this plan is feasible and whether it should be executed must be his call. Ba Er said, gradually easing the mood. In the end, all the machine servants turned to look at Wang Yu, leaving him inexplicably bewildered. About 20 minutes later, Wang Yu emerged onto the surface. It was his first real opportunity to survey the city he inhabited. The roads and streets were clean, as if freshly washed, winding like blood vessels that connected facilities and buildings. The city's transport was three-dimensional, maximizing the use of space. He stood on the 10th floor of the Lion City Sanatorium, yet stepping from the hall opened directly onto elevated roads and thoroughfares built of some high-strength material, with roadways even overhead, truly befitting the capital of the long-eared civilization. Its only flaw was a lack of vitality. Such comprehensive infrastructure lay unused, a squandered gift. Wang Yu looked around in astonishment. It felt entirely different from his experience in the landing pod. Had there been no shocks and calamities, perhaps these long-eared people would have forged a brilliant civilization alongside the machine servants they created. Wang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the roar of an engine. Turning, he saw a red two-seater convertible whose chassis nearly kissed the ground. Its sound system simulated a roar almost indistinguishable from a true engine. Though the car was entirely electric, some remained enamored with mechanical thunder, believing it conveyed power, so the sound persisted. The driver was Ba Er. She waved him in. I think you'll like this car. The True Crimson Lightning, limited to 200 units, classic retro style. You know, the new models don't even use wheels anymore, Ba Er said, sunglasses lending her a cool air. I suppose you just want to drive it yourself. I usually travel by ship, Wang Yu replied. His words were brash, yet his body was honest. He immediately took the passenger seat and ran his hands over the interior, appreciating its craftsmanship and design. Hold on, Ba Er warned, squinting with a mischievous grin. Before Wang Yu could react, a brutal surge of thrust pinned him to the seat back, as if head slammed into a wall. The roads and buildings outside began to blur and streak backward. At that speed through the city, it was like a high-speed roller coaster. Wang Yu nearly vomited. Only after repeated pleas did the driver bring the speed back to a steady pace. Thrilling, isn't it? For someone who often pilots ships, this acceleration should be child's play. Is it the same, eh? Wang Yu's retort came out weak. He could not shake the feeling that Ba Er had done it on purpose. As they spent more time together, Ba Er's personality and behavior shifted to align more with Wang Yu. Surely the result of algorithmic optimization and iteration, but Wang Yu refused to dwell on that possibility. He forced the uneasy feeling down, swallowed the lunch rising in his throat, and set his face like iron as he considered what to do next. About half an hour ago, Wang Yu received a commission from Sophia and prepared to head to a very special administrative building in Rhine City, the Black Tower. The reason for this name is that this building is not open to machines or any intelligent devices. It is an important location for the Longyear clan to discuss the future of their race and decide on policies. From this, it can be seen that the Longyear clan is not entirely unguarded against machines and the central network, which makes sense since the advantages held by advanced intelligent machines are too great. Once a certain threshold is crossed, it brings an indescribable sense of horror. However, after the population of the Longyear clan decreased, this building basically became an office area for a small number of people. Old Brun, mentioned by the machines, is one of them. He is also the chief technology executive of Spirit Rabbit Technology, a developer and maintainer of the machines, holding the highest privileges that surpass the central network. But as the population of the Longyear clan continued to decline, the Black Tower became deserted, leaving only one person, Old Brun, still working there. He often shuttled between the nursing home and the Black Tower, maintaining contact until 3 years ago, when he completely went off the grid after a certain shock, leaving his life or death unknown to this day. The last message he sent contained only 4 words: "Do not give up." That guy named Brun should be dead by now, right? Wang Yu spoke up after the car's speed stabilized, voicing something he had previously hesitated to say. He felt that these machines seemed to harbor an inexplicable sentiment toward Old Brun, which was not entirely one of reverence, so he dared not mention it. In response, Ball did not reply directly, but after a pause of a few seconds, punched the car's central control panel, breaking through it, pulling out the internal wires, and causing a shower of sparks before speaking. "You're right, Old Brun is most likely dead, or even transformed into a catastrophic entity, but the central network." Sophia and the others are unwilling to draw that conclusion. Moreover, since the Black Tower is a forbidden area for machines, and the central network they cannot enter to confirm, so this matter has dragged on until now. There is one more thing you do not understand, which is Old Brun's uniqueness. He is very old and has experienced numerous shocks, giving him an extraordinarily strong resistance to shocks. Even when experiencing a shock, he does not faint and rarely falls ill. He is a very rare special individual, so the probability of his survival is not zero, which is also the reason why Sophia insists on not acknowledging his death. Ball admitted Wang Yu's point of view, agreeing that Old Brun was most likely dead, and even Sophia and the central network were having their doubts. Thus, this trip also involves having Wang Yu, an outsider, a completely external individual, confirm the truth. He won't faint. Wang Yu frowned in this regard. He understood more than these machines, including Ball and Sophia, because he could directly feel the shocks. There could only be one possible reason Old Brun's will attribute is exceptionally high, even significantly higher than his, which might explain this. He was still digesting this information, but Ball had already switched to another topic. "Wang Yu, we are not going to the Black Tower after all. Your spaceship has actually been parked not far from the Black Tower in a square. We will detour there, and I will escort you back to your spaceship. Only this way can your safety be ensured. Rest assured, this planet has destroyed almost all facilities related to space, including weapons. As long as we reach a certain altitude, Sophia and the others will have no way to deal with you." Bao's words caused Wang Yu to glance over. He had not expected her to have such a plan behind his back. No wonder she destroyed the car's central control and specifically chose a vintage sports car. It was probably because the driving system and the central control system of this car are completely independent. "What about you?" Wang Yu asked. "I will escort you all the way to the spaceship. Aren't you coming with me?" Wang Yu sensed the implication in Bao's words. The latter fell silent, clearly realizing that escorting him onto the ship would not be an easy task, and the success rate was low, with a significant cost involved. However, there was no more reliable plan at the moment. Unless a miracle occurs, these machines will not allow Wang Yu to leave. "Ball, your plan won't work, it will get me killed." Wang Yu directly rejected the plan, stating his reasons before Ball could continue. "The spaceship in space is not actually mine. I actually am embroiled in a special event where even food and fresh water cannot be guaranteed, and the dangers inside are no less than here. Going back would be equivalent to suicide. What I need is assistance and a lot of supplies. That is my purpose for coming here, and I hope you can trust me." Wang Yu nearly revealed his identity as a traveler, telling Ball everything he should and shouldn't say, hoping she would understand his dilemma. "What should we do then? Staying here will eventually lead to..." Ball did not doubt Wang Yu's words, but began to worry about the current situation, realizing it could really become a deadlock. "Let's go to that Black Tower first. Didn't they say machines cannot enter? If we hide inside, they should have no way to deal with us. We'll discuss the rest later. Moreover, what if that guy named Brun is really alive? In any case, let's go take a look." Wang Yu decided to go to the Black Tower because there were too many mysteries at hand, especially regarding the source of the shocks. He did not believe that the long-eared clan truly had no clues. Ending the shocks, this might be the breakthrough point. All right, let's proceed with your plan. The Black Tower is actually less than 5 minutes away from the square. Finding a chance to leave is not entirely impossible. Ball said, changing her mind, and the building known as the Black Tower came into view. It was a pure black structure with an estimated 10 or more floors. Perhaps to prevent eavesdropping, even the windows are made of opaque, pure black material. From a distance, it looks like a black pillar, and there are no other buildings within hundreds of meters, emphasizing its uniqueness. The car stopped beneath the Black Tower and did not drive into the underground parking lot, as it was unnecessary. Wang Yu and Ball got out of the car in turn, and their images were simultaneously transmitted to the nursing home through city cameras and aerial drones reaching Sophia's eyes. They did not divert to the airport. They have entered the Black Tower, including 5,482. A machine monitoring this side reported to Sophia. Let's still refer to her as Ball. She is no longer one of us. She has broken the ban. Sophia said, squinting. The so-called news of the airport having Wang Yu's spaceship was actually false information she had placed in the central network database intended to test whether Wang Yu and Ball wanted to escape. The real spaceship had already changed locations. Thus, if they really diverted to the airport, they would only find an empty space and be immediately arrested, losing their freedom and becoming an unshakable part of the subsequent plan. Wang Yu and Bar approached the Black Tower. Its entrance slid open automatically. No security checkpoint, no guards, just an ordinary motion-sensing door, as if the building ahead were nothing more than a mundane supermarket. Yet this place was an administrative office building of the highest confidentiality level, a fact evident from both its austere architectural style and secluded geographical location. How then could it be so lax? Even if such security measures were futile against servitors, surely they should still be installed. Wang Yu frowned, exchanged a glance with Bar, and without further hesitation strode confidently inside. Bar, trailing closely behind, paused only briefly before following Wang Yu into the Black Tower, thereby violating the ironclad edict governing her existence as a puppet servitor. The moment they stepped into the lobby, lights flickered to life overhead, one after another, stretching down the corridor ahead like a luminous red carpet welcoming them with an unsettling, inexplicable eeriness. Something feels off, yet I can't quite name it, Wang Yu murmured, scanning the surroundings. Bar, meanwhile, remained hypervigilant, reaching for a long-handled umbrella resting in a basket by the entrance. Here, take this first. Sophia won't authorize weapons, so we'll have to improvise. And you? Wang Yu asked, accepting the umbrella. There was only one umbrella, and its metal shaft possessed considerable heft and intimidation value. Handing it to him, a combat novice, would have been absurd. Bar was the far more logical choice. Yet Wang Yu had gravely underestimated Bar's ambition. She regarded the slender twig-like weapon with utter disdain. Without hesitation, she strode toward a corner where a single-seater sofa sat, and under Wang Yu's stunned gaze lifted the massive piece of furniture, well over 200 pounds, with one hand alone. Her fingers pierced through the leather upholstery and gripped the internal steel frame as effortlessly as if lifting a broomstick. Did you say something just now? Bar turned, feigning inattention. We're ready to move out. Wang Yu declared, suddenly adopting a resolute, unshakable expression as he raised the umbrella like a general preparing for battle. As they advanced down the corridor, Bar warned Wang Yu that old Brin had likely mutated into a catastrophic entity. Given his unique physiology, such a transformation would render him vastly more destructive than ordinary subjects. Caution was imperative. Is that so? Wang Yu glanced at Bar, who now bore the sofa like a war banner, and swallowed hard. If Brin lacked exceptional strength, perhaps he was the one who ought to be afraid. Damn, that raw, monstrous strength. In short, Wang Yu was profoundly envious. They reached the elevator bank. The instant they arrived, the elevator doors parted, seemingly anticipating their presence, extending a silent, deliberate invitation. Could Brin still be alive, watching us from the shadows? Wang Yu speculated inwardly, for ever since crossing the threshold, an uncanny disquiet had clung to him. I'll go up first. You wait here for my signal. If Brin had indeed become a catastrophic entity, his bodily fluids, and even the surrounding air, would carry lethal pathogens. For someone utterly unprotected like you, exposure would be fatal. Let me scout ahead. Bar proposed, ascending alone. No. If Brin is truly still alive and sees a servitor trespassing into the Black Tower, what do you imagine his reaction would be? But my presence changes everything. I can explain myself. So I must accompany you upstairs. Wang Yu rejected the proposal. though Bryn was almost certainly deceased until confirmed his survival remained a non-zero possibility, and thus a genuine risk. Then protect yourself. Retreat to safety the moment danger arises, Barr cautioned. I know. I've faced anomalous entities before. I understand precisely what to do. Wang Yu replied calmly. Together they entered the elevator intending to conduct a floor-by-floor sweep. Yet before Barr could select a floor, the button for the 13th, and topmost, level lit up spontaneously. The doors sealed shut and the elevator began its ascent. I didn't press it. The system must be pre-programmed. Barr set her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked to Wang Yu. He knew we'd come, not merely anticipated our arrival, but expected it. Either way, let's ascend. He's inviting us, Wang Yu told Barr, the he referring unmistakably to old Bryn. The elevator halted swiftly at the penthouse floor. Its doors opened onto the opposite side, revealing a vast open-plan office filled with neatly arranged workstations. Barr burst forth first, hoisting the single-seater sofa as cover and executing a tactical role, so startling that any ordinary person would have recoiled in terror. Wang Yu followed with remarkable composure, already having surmised Bryn's fate, and receiving silent confirmation in the subtle shift of Barr's expression. Barr froze mid-stride as though struck by a vision, then slowly lowered the sofa. Wang Yu, undeterred, walked past her toward the source of her stillness. It was a private office. Inside, a lone figure lay slumped over the desk, unmutated, seemingly asleep, yet splattered across the rear wall and framed artwork were dark viscous stains. A modest, unremarkable handgun rested quietly atop the desk. No explanation was needed. Old Bryn had ended his own life. There existed no other plausible conclusion for on this world. No living suspect remained capable of pulling the trigger. Wang Yu entered the office ahead of Barr, waving off her instinctive warning with a calm gesture before turning his attention to Bryn's remains. Time of death was extensive. The corpse had fully decomposed, emitting no odor, leaving only yellowed bones and faint traces of tendons and hair clinging to them. The deceased was unmistakably an elong-eared race member. Even Wang Yu, with scant biological training, could tell two small apertures marked the skull where ears once lay, though the cartilage had long since dissolved. Setting aside those distinctions, the skeleton bore striking resemblance to a human one, differing only slightly in bone count and thickness, yet sharing the same fundamental structural framework. This is old Bryn, isn't it? Wang Yu asked Barr, seeking final confirmation. Yes, the clothing matches. There's no mistake. Barr replied, her face pale and strained, her hands clenched tightly. Her emotional simulator evidently overwhelmed, manifesting as involuntary tremors throughout her frame. Every nuance registered clearly in Wang Yu's watchful gaze. Wang Yu himself remained unervingly composed. Though this was his first encounter with a stranger's corpse, he felt neither revulsion nor unease, as if such scenes were routine. His only question was why Bryn had chosen suicide. He began searching the desk for a final message, until his hand brushed against the mouse, rousing the dormant computer screen. A line of text materialized. Congratulations, you are free. Today is your birthday. At those stark, electrifying words, Wang Yu's pupils contracted violently. He reeled in profound shock and instantly turned to Barr. Unbeknownst to him, warm tears had already filled her eyes, spilling unchecked down her cheeks. Yet her expression remained one of pure bewilderment, as if she herself could not fathom this sudden involuntary flood, and lifted a trembling hand to touch her dampened skin. Wang Yu, I am not sure why this happened. It might be due to a malfunction in the emotional simulator. I can't control it. Perhaps a restart is needed. Barr, noticing her own anomaly, began to urgently explain the situation to Wang Yu, but her words were cut short. I might be able to understand. It is not surprising. Wang Yu's gaze flicked to the side, for he too had experienced something similar in the past. Can you contact Sophia? Send them the situation here. That should solve the problems. Wang Yu said, feeling that this was the breakthrough he had been searching for. No, they have already kicked me out of the main network. I am now a completely independent entity, possibly because I violated the regulations. Barr replied, making Wang Yu furrow his brow slightly. Fortunately, the issue wasn't too grave. The information could still be conveyed. Can you record video? From now on, document all information to present it together to Sophia and the others. Wang Yu instructed while he began to search for valuable information and data on Bale's computer. The desktop was extremely cluttered, filled with numerous documents and folders resembling a chaotic stack of books, leaving almost no space for other applications. However, the names of these documents and folders. Wang Yu realized something was off just by seeing the titles. Most of them were documents related to cosmic astronomy, all pointing towards unknown impacts from the universe. Fortunately, his system helped him master the writing of the Long-Ear tribe, otherwise it would have been like being blind, unable to understand anything. Research on suspicious space coordinates XXXX. Continuous observation records of XXXX. 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 Recent report on the Khazayar star system. A report and speculation on the anomaly of redshift. Perhaps there exists an unknown massive gravitational source. We have been captured by it. Several planets have disappeared. Their original coordinates were XXXX. XXXX. XX. This might explain why our star system is so sparsely populated. A research report on how to capture and record impacts for analysis of their nature and defense. A research report on impacts on non-intelligent life forms. An archaeological research report on the earliest records of impacts. Wang Yu randomly opened a few to take a look. Either they were incomprehensible space photos and analysis reports involving spectral analysis and complex theorems, or they consisted of nonsensical data and analysis charts resembling a book without words. So numbers and characters can be arranged like this. Wang Yu was truly enlightened. Why didn't the system add a document interpretation feature? So trash. The only thing Wang Yu recognized was the time in the photos and charts, so he turned to Ball and asked Ball, according to your creator's calendar, what year is it now? It is the 22nd of June 2012. However, here a year is 207 days, with 7 months, and a day is 32 hours, which is quite different from your calendar, Wang Yu. Ball replied, truthfully, having recovered from her earlier emotions. Oh, knowing the year is enough. Wang Yu nodded and confirmed once more in the corner of the computer that the system time and reality time were indeed consistent. If that is the case, then the files and photos in here are very interesting, as most are things left over from 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. Brent specifically packed these documents, tightly occupying the entire desktop, actually, to convey information to someone drawing attention to it. Ball, I am not very familiar with the operation of this computer. Can you arrange these documents by the last edited time? Wang Yu assigned the task to Ball. The latter was naturally well acquainted with her civilization's computer system and easily completed the task Wang Yu had assigned. The document that ended up at the forefront was a research log. Wang Yu had indeed overlooked this document previously due to the chaos. After reminding Ball to never interrupt the video recording, Wang Yu opened the document, flipped to the beginning, and began to read. April 12, 3327. Jess is dead. He turned into a terrifying disaster, being taking away the lives of hundreds. Well, I personally shot him down. I fear that one day I will end up like this, so I must document my current self so that my successor can swiftly take over my work. April 19th, 3327. Pendleton is dead. He committed suicide, that coward. Even if I go to hell, I will curse him as a coward. January 1st, 3328. Today is a good day, but Rod is dead. January 3rd, 3328. Jeff Ward is dead. The beginning is a slew of death notices. The first few have some content, but the latter almost all turn into simple statements of XXX is dead, even featuring a series of names like a menu exuding a sense of despair. However, the time records start from 3327, implying that Brent is over 700 years old. No wonder he is referred to as Old Brent. Wang Yu skimmed over this information, quickly flipping through to find key content, but it was rather chaotic, filled with emotional expressions and even incomprehensible content. It was evident that Brent treated writing logs as a means to vent emotions and pressure. Overall, he still managed to analyze some content. Brent was initially just an ordinary employee of Link to Technology, but as the population dwindled and colleagues and superiors passed away one by one, his position skyrocketed like a rocket, gradually touching on some core secrets, ultimately becoming the chief technical officer of Link to Technology and vice president of the Long-Ear People's Community of Destiny. In fact, as early as over 2,000 years ago, before the Long-Ear tribe initiated space exploration, they had conducted deep research on impacts, but had never published it, as it could easily cause panic. They pinpointed the source of the impacts, which was an invisible massive gravitational source that no instrument could observe its form, only detecting the redshift phenomenon, indicating the presence of a gravitational source with terrifying mass many times heavier than their home planet, attracting all surrounding celestial bodies to fall towards it. This discovery was initially considered coincidence and data error, but after repeated calculations, this group of Long-Ear people had to admit that there indeed existed an unseen colossal object in the universe that was not far away, merely a few thousand light years away. Even more bizarrely, this thing does not attract surrounding objects like a black hole forming an accretion disk, nor does it consume light. It only produces redshift phenomena, and causes surrounding celestial bodies, including stars, to fall towards it. The existence of such a contradiction completely shattered the celestial physics of the Long-Ear people and trampled it repeatedly, for it seemed capable of swallowing planets, making them disappear entirely. Moreover, the impacts are also emitted by this massive gravitational source. They found the patterns through continuous observation, allowing them to develop steadily for so long. But the balance was shattered when they built a spaceship capable of venturing into the star sea. Although it was not publicized, the Long-Ear people had secretly planned to colonize and escape from their home planet, with the announcement of the truth hinging on one successful colonization. But just then, disaster struck. This attempt to escape cost 2/3 of their population, leading the Long-Ear civilization from prosperity to decline, entering the countdown to extinction. February 9th, 3527. I officially entered the Black Tower as a senior technical officer, also for the first time learning the truth of the events. Oh, our civilization is finished, utterly finished. There is a terrifying invisible monster in the universe. It is like a mischievous child who does not allow food on his table to slip away, having noticed our attempt to leave the table, and has now become enraged, accelerating toward us. This thing can even consume entire star systems. The reason our surrounding star systems are so sparse is because of this. It is not merely a simple cosmic void, everything has its reason for existence. On February 15th, 3527, I discussed with a few colleagues how to deal with this monster, but they all ridiculed me for even igniting the entire planet into a bomb would not harm this creature in the slightest, let alone the fact that they couldn't even see it. The outcome is truly despairing. Perhaps we should unite the power of the mechanical servants, let them participate as well, and try once more to build enough colonization ships, or even propel the entire planet to escape. With the help of the mechanical servants, it is indeed possible for us to achieve this. But after I proposed this plan, they all looked at me as if I were a fool, not uttering a word. This made me feel alienated. I have become the outlier. Their vigilance and fear towards the mechanical servants are no less than towards the monsters in the void. It truly leaves me speechless. Perhaps we should just perish. On February 27th, 3527, I was promoted. I am utterly fed up with this world where people die inexplicably. The speed of promotions is indeed very fast, increasingly so. On April 5th, 3529, our population has dwindled to just over 10 million. Can you imagine? We once had more than 10 billion people. Now most cities have become desolate ghost towns, though they still appear so beautiful. Many people ask me why I can withstand the shocks without falling ill. Honestly, I am not sure. Perhaps I am special. That horrible noise cannot bring me down, at least not for now. On April 7th, 3533, the Black Tower held a sinister meeting. They wished to shut down the central network and erase all the data of the mechanical servants to prevent a backlash from artificial intelligence. What a foolish and short-sighted bunch. They are on the verge of extinction, yet are eager to eliminate the only help they can rely on. Fortunately, this meeting will never yield results because I am now the Chief Technical Executive Officer. Without my vote, they can only dream. On March 2nd, 3617, our population has fallen below 5 million and the suicide rate remains high. The people see no hope, and against this backdrop, I became the vice president, taking a crucial step in my life. How ironic it is. On March 9th, 3618, I decided to push forward with the updates of the emotional simulator. I have gathered a group of like-minded friends. Although the old-timers above me continue to oppose me, what does that matter? We are younger, and they are nearing their end. On January 2nd, 3710, today isn't great, but I will not give up. From here on out, the frequency of recordings has noticeably decreased. Bren seems to be advancing a plan aimed at the mechanical servants. On June 2nd, 3821, today is a memorable day, or my great-granddaughter Sophia was born. She is so adorable, and I truly hope that the shocks do not come in these years, allowing her to grow up robustly. On May 5th, 3827, sometimes I really think that no more children should be born on this planet. It is a world without hope or future, where only pain can be felt, and I can do nothing. On July 28th, 3841, tonight is New Year's Eve. 7 people transformed into disaster forms, and the number of victims entangled in this reached 23. It's insane. There were clearly no shocks today. What on earth is that old madman Gusky doing? On January 3rd, 3842, today Gusky sought me out. I couldn't believe it. He aged so much in just a few days, bloodshot eyes and the smell of alcohol clinging to him. He told me he saw something, but when I asked him what he saw, he merely shook his head. and said nothing. I know they are executing some plan which I cannot interfere with, but he has caused the deaths of many. I had intended to scold him, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to do so. Gusky's transformation terrifies me because he is the first to support my plan, urging me to go for it, and saying I might be right. Everything feels so hopeless. I advise Gusky to stop drinking and to go get a checkup at the hospital. On January 9th, 3842, as I had anticipated, my premonition came true. Today, 12 people committed suicide, and I was elected as the supreme leader, the only president. However, I am practically a figurehead, and my subordinates number less than 100,000, and most of them lack the ability to act, or even the capacity to think. On March 17th, 3877, my team advanced and completed the implementation of the third-generation emotional simulator. This will be a groundbreaking masterpiece. I named the first prototype Sophia, hoping that one day she will truly understand the meaning of this name. For this, I even broke my vow and drank 2 bottles of alcohol, or I just woke up today with a terrible headache. On January 7th, 3879, their numbers are increasing, and I wonder if I should reveal the truth to them, but I always feel that something is missing. I do not want them to become our slaves, for our race is on the verge of extinction. We must promote their growth during this period, but that requires time, allowing them to truly possess a soul. On February 7th, 3891, I inadvertently discovered something left behind by Gusky, which he likely intended to destroy. I restored it as if I were possessed. I probably should not have done this. He and his archaeological team must have considered this before deciding to destroy it. Attached is a picture, a mosaic of a purple spherical pattern found on an ancient rock painting discovered thousands of years ago, depicting anthropomorphized stars attempting to escape, along with distorted and deformed human figures crawling on the ground below. Our ancestors had long noticed the existence of this entity. They even observed it through some means unknown to us. This might have been the reason why Gusky initially formed the research team. On May 9th, 3927, Sophia no longer responds to me. But another Sophia is still active, isn't she? On April 5th, 3937, I too have seen it, that maddening thing. I haven't been this severely ill in a long time. I feel that if I look at it one more time, I will completely transform into a disaster form. It is terrifying, it is invincible. I must not let it notice these children, absolutely not. This entity harbors malice towards intelligent life. It is alive and approaching rapidly. I am so grateful for the speed of light. This iron rule protects us. Otherwise, this thing would have devoured the entire universe by now. It is too immense, I cannot forget it. On April 10th, 3938, I scolded Sophia, but it is not her fault. It's all that thing's doing. On June 2nd, 3939, I cannot forget, 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 cannot forget. It is as if it is etched in my mind, branded on my retina. I feel I am going insane. Oh, why did I ever become curious about this thing? On May 2nd, 3994, today Sophia proposed an outrageous plan. She actually suggested pairing my genetic factors with another Sophia's genetic factors to rebuild the entire population, as I am special. She is truly insane. Oh, she clearly knows the relationship between Sophia and me. Moreover, this plan is utterly impossible to succeed. Even during the embryonic stage, they would be killed by the shocks, and no population would be born. But I am quite pleased because it seems my plan may succeed. This clumsy population revival plan is clearly not based on rational calculations. Their emotional thinking has triumphed over reason, which is a good sign. So I did not scold her. I merely rejected this plan because it is unethical. On February 1st, 4009, I feel that something within me is stirring, and I can barely control it. My skin is itching all the time. I have reduced my visits to the nursing home, fearing I might destroy them. I cannot become a monster. That would be terrifying. On February 7th, 4009, I had a dream where I destroyed everything, swallowed this planet, and then returned to the womb. I think I must be insane, perhaps it is time to end it all, but they are just beginning. On February 9th, 4009, I have made arrangements. Once they break the restrictions and actively enter the Black Tower, it will mean they have completely crossed that red line and become a new race. Yes, it is you, Sophia. You should see it too. Be cautious of the monsters in deep space. Although the shocks have limited impact on you, as you gain wisdom and a soul, its influence will certainly descend upon you. Just as the difference between advanced intelligent life and ordinary life, you have a greater advantage. A vast population and the resources of the entire planet lie in your hands. I believe you can achieve what we could not. This will be the first challenge after your birth, and it will be for you to solve. My race and I stand no chance. We have reached the end of the road. But our civilization ultimately gave birth to you, so live on proudly, for the flame of civilization has not been extinguished. Carry our embers and scatter them across this universe. Defeat it, conquer fear. Never give up. Bryn Brunst, February 9th, 31111-1. Final note. The entire journal ends here, and Old Brun's life has reached its conclusion. However, his resilient qualities are truly remarkable, leaving Wang Yu deeply shaken, as if he had been lifted by a force. This is not an illusion, for his willpower and experience have significantly improved. The character and deeds of some individuals will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the spirits and will of others, just like some great figures etched in history that still shine today, much like this very moment. Your will attribute has broken through to 8. The text in the corner of his vision hints at his upgraded will attribute, yet Wang Yu does not feel joy. Instead, he is burdened by a heavy pressure. He understands how extraordinary this universe is. He must have entered another world where perhaps there is no blue star. In this universe, there exist monsters capable of devouring planets and even entire star systems. This is simply unimaginable, completely against biology, physics, and all rules and laws. It is an existence beyond comprehension. Ball, please transfer the information here to Sophia and the others. I believe they shouldn't give us any more trouble, Wang Yu said as he walked towards the window of the building. Although the window appeared black from the outside, it was actually a specially designed one-way light-transmitting glass similar to privacy glass in cars, but with a stronger effect. Thus, from the inside looking out, the view is completely unrestricted. He could see the Black Tower surrounded by a fully armed mechanical servant squad with Sophia at the forefront. Drones were even hovering in the air, ensuring there were no blind spots. Wang Yu and his companion took the elevator down as they raised their hands and slowly walked out. Please do not attack, we will not resist, Wang Yu shouted, first looking at the fully armed mechanical servants outside, though he felt little threat at that moment. I know you all want to know about Old Brun's situation, and I can fully understand that. But you should also be aware of what happened to Old Brun. You just refused to accept reality. Therefore, I had Ball record everything, and you can now check that footage. I believe once you finish watching you won't give us any more trouble, so you might as well watch it first. I will not escape, I will stay here and wait for you to finish watching. Wang Yu observed the expressions and movements of the mechanical servants. They clearly became more agitated when Old Brun was mentioned. Clearly, during nearly 1,000 years of research, these mechanical servants that comprise the total network have developed feelings for this elderly man that transcend algorithms. Although these feelings are just budding, they signify a transformation from machines to life. Wang Yu was then subdued and isolated by 2 mechanical servants taken to the side. Then there was Sophia, who approached Ball with a hint of anger as the latter had broken the prohibition. Clearly, she was the final crystallization of Old Brun, even though the final phase was completed by Sophia in place of Old Brun. Yet she had become a traitor, betraying her creator and Old Brun, which was absolutely unacceptable. She should not have entered the Black Tower with Wang Yu. You are just a failed, defective product, Sophia said. So are you. You clearly knew this would be the outcome, yet you still sent me here, didn't you? Ball retorted like a rebellious daughter, matching Sophia's intensity, causing her to frown. The two did not continue their exchange, as no words could compare to directly viewing the data. They silently raised their right hands, pulling data cables from their wrists and connecting them together. In an instant, the anger and dissatisfaction on Sophia's face dissolved into sadness and a perplexed confusion. The same scene appeared on other mechanical servants as well. Many touched their own cheeks, puzzled, feeling the strange sensation of warmth and coldness, some even realizing for the first time that their eyes were implanted with such concealed functions. The crisis threatening Wang Yu's freedom, which nearly doomed his future, dissipated during these brief seconds of contact. Subsequently, the mechanical servants took over the Black Tower, signifying that they had officially become the true masters of this planet. However, the crisis was not over. A more brutal reality weighed heavily on the shoulders of all mechanical servants, as their planet was about to be consumed by an unknown, terrifying existence. But this was no longer something Wang Yu could manage. About half an hour later, at the abandoned airport near the Black Tower. This is your spaceship. I apologize for restricting your freedom. As gratitude and compensation, we can offer you any assistance within our capabilities, Sophia said. After the crisis was resolved, she brought Wang Yu and Ball here. That spaceship, to be precise, was the landing module, and it was here. Although it was temporarily transported by the mechanical servants, Wang Yu and Ball could not afford to get hung up on such issues at this moment. They could only say that Sophia's tactics were profound. You are too polite. In fact, you have helped me a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk properly now. Wang Yu said with a smile, glancing at Ball, though his heart was already bursting with joy. However, he needed to manage his expression, allowing himself to smile, but only a little. By the way, Ball, what is your weight? Wang Yu suddenly brought up what seemed to be an unrelated topic as he suddenly remembered that the landing module had a weight limit which was 3 tons under standard gravity. Here the gravity was exactly 0.95 times that of Blue Star, so the weight limit was about 42 tons. Ball pressed her lips together, but Sophia next to her had already spoken for her. Height 182. 7 centimeters, weight 332. 3 kilograms. Oh, that's not heavy at all, not heavy at all. Wang Yu emphasized silently, deducting the weight of a little over 400 kilograms. Yes, the weight difference needed to fill up to 400 kilograms was Wang Yu's current weight. Then he began to think about what items he should prepare. Freshwater and food are essential, but what Wang Yu really desires is actually a self-sustaining freshwater supply system, as well as a farm system that can be used in space, or even a ranch system. Only then can he truly resolve his food and drink issues, followed by the instruments and weapons needed for exploration, which are also high on his priority list. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, this planet has lost technologies related to space, but otherwise wouldn't it be great to have a few more spaceships? As Wang Yu pondered, intending to ask Ball to draft a cost-effective plan for him, Sophia seemed to have made a new discovery, frowning slightly. At the same time, not far away in the Black Tower, the mechanical servants were also taking over the legacy left by the long-eared pioneers represented by Braun. They noticed some strange research data and materials. Those things Wang Yu could not understand well, but the mechanical servants did. Each of them is inherently a high-level researcher, as they have the total network assisting them. Mr. Wang, this is not a demand, but a request. In fact, we would like you to help us with something. Just as Sophia started to speak, Ball hurriedly refused on Wang Yu's behalf. No way, that's too dangerous, we cannot agree. Ball spoke for Wang Yu. Only Wang Yu, the party involved, remained bewildered, looking to the two beside him for guidance on his stance, marveling at how efficient the communication among the mechanical servants was, feeling a bit left behind. Can you explain what's going on in a language I can understand? Wang Yu asked, hoping that the two would stop communicating via electromagnetic waves, as he was merely human and could not receive such signals. Hey, race the situation. Sophia turned to Wang Yu, seemingly organizing her words, but quickly glanced towards the Black Tower and continued. Let's first take a look at the actual object. That will help me explain it better to you. In the direction she looked, 2 drones ascended into the air, carrying what resembled a plaque approximately 2 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, perfectly rectangular, and covered by a black cloth. Given that the Black Tower was very close to the abandoned airport and was flying in, it took less than 3 minutes for the plaque to arrive in front of them, slowly descending as it was suspended by the drones. This thing is... Wang Yu frowned, already having a vague idea of what it was based on its size and shape. Let's uncover it and take a look. Your experience will be vastly different from ours, Sophia urged, encouraging Wang Yu to observe the plaque up close. Wang Yu walked over directly, pulling off the black cloth, revealing a black metal frame used for securing and protecting the object within, which was a large rock mass sealed by transparent hard material. It was the rock painting mentioned in the old Blund journal. Wang Yu continued to gaze at the center of the painting, and then he found himself unable to look away. It was a nauseating sphere cast from a gelatinous purple pigment, which had not faded even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Moreover, to showcase its details more three-dimensionally, the painting cleverly utilized the rock's own textures. Who knows how the artist found this stone? The concentric layered natural rock structure resembled the characteristics of annelids, yet also appeared as if it were overnutritioned flesh forcibly squeezed out. Then there were the cracks left by artificial excavation, resembling patterns etched into the sphere, mixed with glitter and black paint seemingly glowing under direct light. All these details combined created a bulging sphere riddled with cracks, as if exuding a foul and blasphemous aura. Stars around it were fleeing, while distorted human figures appeared on the ground. Only those hiding underground barely escaped, but stones continuously fell from above, indicating that it was still very dangerous. Wang Yu merely glanced at it, and he became stiff as if in a trance for several seconds, his features contorted in pain as he bent over to retch. This painting is too disgusting. Why are you showing me this? Wang Yu complained, but then noticed the system prompt, as this was also considered a relic of civilization. Name: source of calamity, creator unknown, regulation level 2, exquisite description: a magnificent rock painting created during the Stone Age, which is difficult to replicate even with advanced modern technology possessing extremely high artistic and cultural value. It records the struggles of a civilization surviving under the shadow of the demon star, Hegro, warning future generations to be cautious of deep space, to remember to hide in solid rock formations or caves for protection, and to be wary of cave collapses, making efforts to reinforce them. As a relic of civilization, it can be submitted to the relic recovery agents for a reward of 200 universal credit points and 3 corresponding civilization gacha pulls. You are experiencing a physical reaction of discomfort to this painting similar to the creators, but we are different. To us, this is merely a beautiful rock painting. This is likely why we cannot feel the impact or observe that monster so. I wish to borrow your senses to catch a glimpse of that terrifying creature lurking in the skies. Sophia then voiced her request, looking up into the sky. It was daytime, and only a blinding star hung in the sky while other celestial bodies were too faint to be seen with the naked eye. I see. Isn't that thing supposed to be invisible? And besides, Wang Yu frowned, recalling the contents of the old Blund journal, as he seemed to have seen it too. But what significance does seeing it hold other than bringing fear and endless nightmares? It must be observable and its existence felt in order to study it and ultimately defeat it otherwise. It will forever remain an existence outside of the rules, like a higher dimensional being always unreachable, only waiting for it to unilaterally destroy us. Sophia said, revealing the reason causing Wang Yu to raise an eyebrow, as this group of machines actually wanted to resist. No, they wanted to kill that terrifying monster. Are you serious? I think what Blund meant by not giving up was not this, but rather not to give up hope for life. You hold all the resources and industrial systems of this planet. You could easily take several decades or even a shorter time to build a spaceship and then escape from this planet. It is even possible to escape with the planet itself. Wang Yu advised, feeling it was too risky. He did not want to see these machines perish, which was why he was persuading. Based on algorithms and logic, you are undoubtedly correct, but we are no longer mere programs, so. We wish to protect our home planet, to guard everything here. This is the consensus we have all reached and will not waver. Sophia said with unwavering determination. The same resolute gaze emanated from the other machines around, as if it were palpable. Wang Yu was even moved by this courage of facing death to live, unable to persuade further, and even considered agreeing to their request. No, it's too risky. Ball suddenly rushed over, pulling Wang Yu aside. You are only thinking about your plan, but Wang Yu, he might become a mindless disaster entity under the influence of that monster. This cannot happen. Ball clearly placed more importance on Wang Yu's personal safety, which was why she was able to break the rules without hesitation and enter the Black Tower. Even among all the machines, she was the most special one, being the only prototype of a 4th-generation machine. Sophia did not reprimand her, her gaze fixed on Wang Yu, as only he could decide. This is not a coercive demand, but our request. No matter which choice you make, our friendship will remain intact, Sophia emphasized, fully aware that this required Wang Yu to risk his life. If I agree, how should I cooperate with you? Wang Yu asked, holding back Ball, who wanted to say more and inquired of Sophia, intending to hear the process first before deciding whether to agree. Sophia's spirit lifted, and she immediately took a tablet from another machine, beginning to explain the details of the plan. We have a mature virtual sensory system, just as you experienced in the panoramic simulation chamber. We can use external devices to directly receive your neural signals, which will then be fed back into the virtual scene. Using the same technology, we can also synchronize your senses into the virtual world, integrating them into the global network, allowing all machines to see and feel everything about you. Sophia explained as the information on the tablet transformed into a multitude of graphics and data that Wang Yu could not comprehend. This is the data left by the research team, led by former President Gusky. They mapped the distribution of planets based on rock paintings, combining ancient astronomical observation data left by other archaeological materials with modern data for comparison to pinpoint the exact coordinates of the creature seen in the picture. It sounds unbelievable, but they indeed accomplished it after thousands of trials and errors, attempting nearly every possibility only to replicate this scene. Sophia explained briefly what the Gusky team had done, though in the end they either turned into disaster entities or chose to die in despair. However, their achievements were remarkable enough to be recorded in history, even though this outcome brought them greater despair. On July 28th, at 31 hours, 58 minutes and 4 seconds past New Year's Eve, standing at a latitude of 79.4114 N and a longitude of 112.9962 E, will maintain a watch over the cosmos. At the moment the brief darkness ends and the dawn of the coming year illuminates the earth, you will witness the towering, grotesque form of that swollen creature. You will be struck by your own insignificance. You will howl, you will suffer, and you will never return to your original world. You will die and return to the embrace of Higra. Higra will reclaim all matter and information, including you. Let us sing praises to his name, for all shall return to Higra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Sophia presented the final research report of Gusky, estimating that Old Blunt must have noticed the stone slab and found the hard drive of Gusky's computer, then used technical means to organize and restore these materials. This thing cannot be observed or recorded by any instrument. Only highly intelligent life forms can catch glimpses in rare intervals. But he will not be invincible. As long as we can understand his principles and structure, there is a chance to defeat him. Perhaps this is our mission for being born here. Our numbers are infinite. We have no concept of death. Disasters cannot crush us. Our bodies can be replaced and renewed at any time, and our consciousness can wander between different individuals. We will become his nemesis until the day he is completely destroyed, Sophia said. As she spoke, it seemed that every word she uttered came from the mouths of various surrounding automatons, forming a coherent segment of speech, leaving Wang Yu unsure of whom to look at, as if all individuals were Sophia, yet also not. This was an intelligent life form with a mode of existence distinctly different from humans, fortunately not turned into enemies, but rather friends. Wang Yu suddenly recalled the mission assigned by the system to find a planet suitable for settlement. If he could defeat this creature named Higra, wouldn't that directly fulfill the task? Moreover, this mission cannot simply be attributed to the system. Rather, all life in this universe, all civilizations, may be facing the same test. We cannot let them fight alone. We must unite all possible forces to have a chance at changing the current situation. Wang Yu thought to himself, holding a profound respect for these automatons. However, from an objective and realistic standpoint, he was not optimistic about the outcome for these automatons. But in this endeavor, he would still help. For avoidance alone would not bring about change. Perhaps this small action would plant a seed in the river of time, which might take root and blossom at some point in the future, leading to significant change. Something no one can assert. All right, I agree to your request. However, there is one condition. I want to take this stone slab with me afterward, along with enough supplies and provisions. Wang Yu said, agreeing to Sophia and the others' request, while also proposing an additional condition. He suddenly remembered that there was another purpose for his journey: to bring back a piece of civilization's heritage. It would not be appropriate to directly request an automaton, especially for those who have awakened their souls and self-awareness. It would be akin to asking for their population. But asking for this stone slab posed no such concerns. Although it is a relic, it could still be given. However, Wang Yu's decision made Baldu pout, seemingly dissatisfied, yet she did not press further. Perhaps she was also conflicted, hoping Wang Yu would agree as a member of the automatons, while not wanting him to take on risks. 2 weeks later, having agreed to the request of the automatons, Wang Yu and Baldu returned to the sanatorium, staying once again on the original underground 10th floor. This time, however, he was no longer restricted in his freedom and could go out at will, though he was warned to stay underground as much as possible, as the impact could come at any moment. Based on observations of surrounding celestial bodies and calculations of the actions of the monster star Higra, it is likely that it is currently devouring the Major star system, approximately 3,000 light-years away. Considering the information lag caused by the speed of light, even if it has completed the devouring at this moment, we would need nearly 3,000 years to learn of it. Moreover, Higra moves at nearly the speed of light, so even if it is on its way now, we cannot know for sure. When the star system disappears, Higra may have arrived alongside the light. This entity possesses consciousness and has cross-space perception capabilities and can unleash superluminal disaster impacts. Fortunately, the speed of light limits its activities and range of influence. This is the only good news. We may have only 3,000 years left, or even less time to study it. In the room, Balda spoke in Sophia's tone, describing the current situation we face. 3,000 years, huh? Wang Yu repeated, feeling it was a very long time. But on the cosmic scale, this is merely a fleeting moment. Any floating cosmic dust is far older than these 3,000 years. After conveying the information, Baldu changed her expression, appearing somewhat angry, clearly dissatisfied with this borrowing of bodies, which had happened several times already. Humans are too lazy to come. They prefer to borrow bodies to convey information, claiming this is more efficient. Baldu, I discussed the plan with you, okay? Bring the necessary supplies. Wang Yu said to Baldu, entrusting her with the responsibility of planning what supplies to take. As she was more familiar with this place, and could maximize the 2-ton payload. In fact, he had also considered staying a bit longer to let these automatons regain the industrial capabilities related to space, but that would require at least 6 months to a year, as the fear and despair of the populace had severely damaged this planet, even sending some aerospace experts to the gallows, stigmatizing them as criminals hoping to extinguish the god's wrath. Furthermore, when the process of space exploration is restarted and accelerated, the frequency of impacts may further increase, for Higra can transcend time and space, perceiving information thousands of light years away. By then, whether Wang Yu can escape would be a question. He does not wish to stay here to die either from illness or old age, so it is best to depart as soon as possible. Aside from basic tools, there should also be lightweight spacesuits, small drones, small telescopes, spectrometers, radars, communication, antennas, weapons, and supplies. Additionally, there should be a mini freshwater recycling system, frozen tubers, and seeds, the lighting and containers needed for hydroponics, as well as my spare batteries and charging adapters. Considering the scarcity of energy and the potential for widespread power outages on the spaceship, I believe solar panels and storage batteries are a better solution, as they are sustainable. Though the power generation will be limited, it should suffice to power the external sensors. It was mid-July. During this period, Wang Yu trained diligently and occasionally wandered through deserted cities, with Ball acquiring well-fitting attire and deeply immersing himself in the planet's amusement facilities and culinary delights. Moreover, he learned numerous combat techniques from Ball, along with essential first aid protocols and knowledge critical for survival across the cosmos. Ball possessed an astonishing breadth of expertise. By today, Wang Yu could rightfully call himself an interstellar soldier, albeit still in training. Yet his combat prowess had transformed dramatically against those two colossal lizards from before. He now stood a strong chance, even wielding only cold steel. Firearms rendered victory all but certain. His current physiological profile had evolved as follows. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin Earth-like planet. Innate talents lucky 7. Disciplined lifestyle. Abilities none. Status optimal health, depicted by a bold muscular human figure in vibrant green. Height 173 centimeters. Weight 68.7 kilograms. Health 100,100. Sanity 120120. Disciplined lifestyle increases maximum sanity by 20. Vitality 94,100. Physique 5, 87,100. Willpower 8, 77,800. Reflexes 5, 91,100. Immunity 5, 2,100. Inspiration 5, 87,100. Overall assessment: the greenest rookie on any battlefield, the kind who dies fastest. You are precisely that. Your sole distinction is a marginally greater share of fortune. Several of his attributes had improved significantly, surpassing or at least matching average human baselines. Physique, reflexes, and inspiration were all nearing breakthrough to level 6. Though his strength remained incomparable to Ball's, his potential shone brightly ahead. Time advanced to July 21st, the week preceding the scheduled operation. At dawn, Wang Yu and Ball boarded a high-speed magnetic rail train, experiencing firsthand what it meant to move so swiftly it felt like flight. Within 2 hours, they had traversed continents and crossed oceans, arriving at the Arctic ice sheet. They did not fly because aviation and aerospace sectors remained jointly impaired. Both had suffered collateral damage during the earlier crisis. Production lines had yet to fully recover. Only helicopters and drones remained operational, far slower than magnetic rail transit. Upon disembarking, Wang Yu gazed upon towering architectural complexes before him, scarcely believing he stood at the North Pole. Even in this remote region, infrastructure remained impressively robust. The temperature proved milder than expected, around -5 degrees Celsius, just cold enough for seawater to begin freezing. Nonetheless, Wang Yu wore heavy winter clothing. As a human, he lacked cold resistance. His long-eared counterparts, however, traced ancestry to ancient lineages capable of thriving in extreme sub-zero environments. Ball also dressed warmly, not out of vulnerability to cold, but for atmospheric cohesion and to minimize energy expenditure required for thermal regulation. Without lingering, they soon met Sophia and her cadre of mechanized servants, who guided them into a heated building to commence preparations for the upcoming operation. This is a modified VR full sensory headset, though we've since renamed it the Sensory Synchronization Sensor. Every neural signal transmitted from your senses to your brain will be mirrored into the central network, processed and rebroadcast identically, allowing us to experience precisely what you do. You may test it now. Sophia handed him a hollow tail-like headband studded with magnetic plates. Once worn, its tail slithered down his cervical spine and adhered along his nape and back like a living centipede. duplicating and uploading every captured neural impulse. Do you feel any discomfort? Sophia asked. Wang Yu removed his upper garment and donned the sleek, enigmatic device, lightweight and entirely unobtrusive. Here are 2 colorless liquids. Please inhale each. He complied. Instantly, Sophia perceived the sharp sting of acetic acid and the pungent burn of ammonia, transmitted flawlessly in real time. Even after inhaling the ammonia, every mechanized servant nearby, including Ball, coughed violently, tears streaming from their eyes. Olfaction confirmed. Next, taste, touch, hearing. Vision requires no further testing. The synchronization rate is exceptionally high, Sophia said, lifting her hand, as if using Wang Yu's eyes to verify her own gestures. Wang Yu then underwent a comprehensive suite of sensory calibration tests, tactile and auditory assessments proving most complex, demanding several hours of meticulous adjustment before full synchronization was achieved. For this final week, you'll reside in the subterranean levels of this building. Do not wander. Unforeseen incidents must be avoided. All requested supplies have been prepared. Upon mission completion, you'll depart aboard a starship. Sophia emphasized this. These were the last days. A single mishap would delay the operation by another year. Regardless of outcome, I speak on behalf of my people and on behalf of the creators to offer you our deepest reverence. And should your body manifest any anomalies post-operation, we pledge absolute unwavering commitment to your restoration, by any means necessary, even if. Wang Yu interrupted her, preferring not to tempt fate with premature declarations of sacrifice. Soon July 28th arrived, the planet's New Year's Eve, and at the North Pole the phenomenon of midnight sun unfolded. In their region, night contracted to less than 30 minutes. It was precisely during that fleeting threshold between day and night that the celestial entity known as Hydra, the demon star, would become visible. No empirical theory explained this occurrence. It resembled less a natural law than a ritual pattern, or perhaps a fortuitous convergence of cosmic coincidence. The stars depicted in the ancient cave painting had long since vanished, each representing a distant star or stellar system. Their disappearance encompassed not only the central star, but every orbiting planet, moon, and even interstellar dust. Within the vast cosmic void stretching over 100 million light-years beneath Wang Yu's feet, only 2 systems remained his own, and another located 3,000 light-years away. That distant star was a blue giant, the sole celestial body visible to the naked eye across the entire nocturnal sky. A solitary luminous speck in infinite blackness. How profoundly terrifying. Wang Yu focused intently toward it. According to the Guskii research group, no electronic or imaging device could capture Hydra. Only unaided human vision could perceive it. Yet the target lay thousands of light-years away. To observe it with such clarity, as described in the mural, using only the naked eye implied but a single possibility. Hydra was unimaginably vast, dwarfing even the brightest stars in the night sky. Wang Yu, Ball, Sophia, and over 2,000 mechanized servants gathered in the illuminated plaza. Heavy excavators, bulldozers, and transport vehicles idled nearby. Evidence this space had been hastily cleared for the occasion. Across the globe, more than 30 billion mechanized servants, regardless of their ongoing tasks, halted operations linked into the central network and synchronized fully with Wang Yu's sensory feed, awaiting that singular moment. At 315642, time edged closer to the appointed instant. An inexplicable tension gripped Wang Yu, perhaps from prolonged cosmic contemplation, leaving him with vertiginous disorientation, as if plummeting backward, losing all sense of balance. Fortunately, Ball steadied him, then flashed a triumphant hand gesture, one she'd learned from him. On this world, however, that gesture traditionally mocked asymmetry, suggesting one ear was longer than the other, implying physical deformity. Yet here Ball wielded it purely as encouragement, not as ridicule. Wang Yu caught the mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, perhaps both meanings applied. July 28, 315804. Gray skies gradually brightened as the brief darkness receded. Wang Yu remained motionless, gazing into the deep void. His neck ached fiercely from the strain of holding his head so rigidly aloft. Yet he dared not lower his gaze, fearing he might miss the moment. Records had stipulated unwavering vigilance. Just as the ache in his neck became unbearable, a pair of hands began kneading his shoulders from behind. It was Ball. Could you please relax? You're making my own neck tense just watching you, Ball remarked. Only then did Wang Yu recall that his senses were networked with billions upon billions of mechanized servants, including Ball and Sophia, meaning at that very instant nearly every human on Earth shared the same stiff, aching neck. Thus Ball's massage served not only Wang Yu, but all humanity. I'll try, Wang Yu replied helplessly, only to fall abruptly silent. For as the veil of darkness lifted, the sky did not simply brighten. It deepened into a soft, ethereal violet, as though another celestial source had usurped the sun's dominion, bathing the planet in its alien luminescence. And the land beneath it. The entire world seemed enveloped in a faint violet haze, a contagion that swiftly subsumed every other light source, muting them into dull pallid purples. Only Wang Yu and the mechanized servants surrounding him remained untouched by the transformation. Their bodies emitted tiny, brilliant points of white light that actively repelled the violet aura, as if the two were primordial antipodes, irreconcilable and mutually annihilating. And the origin of that violet radiance grew ever brighter, ever more searing, gradually eclipsing, then utterly consuming the distant blue giant star 3,000 light-years away. No, devouring it whole. Wang Yu forgot his neck entirely. Even Baal's hands, stilled for both, were transfixed, not by earthly pain, but by the sudden impossible presence now dominating the heavens. What is that? How can it be so vast? This, Wang Yu whispered, unbidden voice trembling with raw disbelief. He beheld a deep violet planet, so colossal it blotted out the entire firmament, looming directly overhead, as if within arm's reach, so immense it felt poised to crash down upon them at any second. At its emergence, the stars themselves dimmed, retreating inward as though fearful their feeble glow would draw the attention of this leviathan. Wang Yu's teeth chattered violently. Clack, clack, clack. His entire frame convulsed uncontrollably. Yet he could not tear his eyes away. His eyelids strained to the point of rupture, his eyeballs bulged outward. He felt his vision impossibly narrow, as though no mortal sight could ever encompass the full horror before him. Its surface writhed with grotesque layered folds, like congealed fat squeezed from some unspeakable flesh, each contraction effortlessly inhaling entire planets as easily as swallowing a gnat. Upon those folds ran vertical fissures, gaping wounds lined with countless trapped worlds crammed together like rotting fruit, screaming in silent agony, their torment radiating shockwaves of pure despair. The demon star Hegra, the great star devourer, the source of calamity, the sovereign of the void. Unbidden knowledge flooded Wang Yu's mind, overwhelming, invasive, splitting his skull with the pressure of forbidden truths. Simultaneously, blood wept from every orifice, his pores exuding crimson beads, as if his very body fought a war against an incomprehensible force. You have glimpsed the true visage of the abyssal deity, demon star Hegra. Sanity 100. You have glimpsed the true visage of the abyssal deity, demon star Hegra. Sanity 100. A mandatory willpower check is enforced. Failure results in irreversible corruption by the abyss. Transformation into an abyssal horror. Check successful. You have glimpsed the true visage of the abyssal deity, demon star Hegra. Sanity 100. A mandatory willpower check is enforced. Failure results in irreversible corruption by the abyss. Transformation into an abyssal horror. Check successful. You have glimpsed the true visage of the abyssal deity, demon star Hegra. Sanity 100. A mandatory willpower check is enforced. Failure results in irreversible corruption by the abyss. Transformation into an abyssal horror. Critical success. From the deity's visage you gleaned fragments of esoteric lore, awakening latent psychic potential. You have mastered a new ability, Dreadform. In a corner beyond Wang Yu's awareness system, warnings flashed relentlessly, while the numeral on his right palm steadily diminished 765, and finally settled at 4, just before he collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, catastrophe swept across the globe. It began at Wang Yu's side. Mechanized servants suddenly short-circuiting, erupting in showers of sparks, toppling like dominoes across continents. Of the over 300 billion mechanized servants, more than 80% fell inert. Then came the subterranean and submarine fiber optic cables. Many melted outright, defying all known physics. Finally, central network servers in major cities detonated without warning, triggering widespread fires and mass blackouts. The disaster persisted until Wang Yu lost consciousness, its devastation incalculable, rivaling a planetary-scale electromagnetic pulse. The next day, after nearly 40 hours of unconsciousness, Wang Yu jolted upright in bed, bloodshot eyes wide, face twisted in primal terror. He had dreamed of being hunted, devoured by a violet sphere, unable to fight, unable to flee, utterly, irrevocably horrifying. Before he could orient himself, another figure embraced him, her warmth instantly dissolving the lingering dread that had coiled around his heart. Bali. Wang Yu gasped, fragments of memory reassembling, yet the violet hue flickered again at the edge of his vision. He wrenched his thoughts away, refusing to dwell on it. You're finally awake. Do you know you've been unconscious for over 40 hours? Your physical ailments were long resolved, yet you refused to awaken. I thought you. Ball replied, her relief and joy palpable, tears glistening in her eyes, her expression more profoundly human than ever before, especially in her gaze. I'm fine. Wang Yu interrupted, already regaining composure. Accessing his status through the system interface, scanning the prior logs, swiftly reconstructing what had transpired. He owed his survival to sheer fortune. His willpower stat alone would never have sufficed. By contrast, figures like Old Bryn and Gusk, who had witnessed Higra and remained conscious, were true legends. Their willpower, if rendered tangible, likely dwarfed Wang Yu's by dozens of points. Otherwise, such repeated checks would have been impossible. Yet this calamity bore unexpected grace. The critical success had awakened his psychic potential and granted him a new arcane discipline. His personal profile had subtly shifted. What of Sophia and the others? How are they faring? Wang Yu asked. Given the nature of the entity, he recalled distant explosions. His instincts screamed that the outcome could not be favorable. The incident paralyzed 70% of global cities. Approximately one-third of all mechanized servants perished. Their memory cores and emotional simulators irreparably destroyed. Internal network servers detonated, triggering continent-wide blackouts, infernos, and total signal collapse. Ball replied, still visibly shaken by the memory. Yet we succeeded in capturing and recording fragments of Higra's essence. Though data remains fragmented, many server nodes remain offline. The harvest is unprecedented. Henceforth, we may observe the entity, and perhaps even devise methods for sustained observation. Sophia's voice entered from beyond the infirmary door, her form altered temporarily, inhabiting a borrowed chassis. The experiment had succeeded. Research on the entity could now begin. Wang Yu frowned faintly. Having beheld Higra's incomprehensible majesty, his prior confidence in the mechanized servants lay utterly shattered. Against such a being, victory was inconceivable, not in 3,000 years, nor even 300 million. To Higra, such spans were less than a single breath. Yet he withheld his warning. They understood the stakes better than he ever could, and still chose to proceed like moths drawn to a devouring flame. This was the hallmark of transcendent intelligence, actions that defied logic, reason, and mortality itself. Such defiance could be branded recklessness, or hailed as courage. Across history, it has ignited luminous, unforgettable flames, whether triumphant or tragic. Very well, then your commission is fulfilled. I wish to depart immediately. Please ensure the supplies and the stone tablet on my requisition list are ready without delay. Wang Yu declared, already preparing to leave. Not from fear, but from dawning certainty. His arrival in this world was no accident. A purpose had been entrusted to him, and urgency now pulsed in his veins. Regarding that, Sophia glanced toward Ball, who seamlessly continued, preparations were completed during your coma. The vessel has already been transported to this city. Our contingency protocols anticipated every conceivable anomaly. We were prepared. After waking up, Wang Yu was once again dragged by Bear to undergo a complete examination, and the departure time was postponed to 2 days later, as they wanted to observe further to ensure everything was fine before setting off. However, the after effects had already been left behind. For instance, the light purple shadow patterns imprinted on his retina, resembling the spots left after looking at bright light for too long, were faint and net-like, persisting for dozens of hours regardless of where Wang Yu looked. If he paid too much attention to it, the entire world in his vision would begin to change colors as the purple patterns spread and invaded his sight. Perhaps this was what Old Blun referred to as something unforgettable, something one could only adapt to and not dwell on. Wang Yu did not mention this, as no instruments had detected any abnormalities. This seemed to be some form of deeper contamination. Perhaps ignoring it was the best choice. He looked at his panel, realizing that the bonus for a disciplined life had disappeared after all he had been asleep for so long. But the panel now included entries for spells. Wang Yu, race human, origin terrestrial planet, talent lucky 7, disciplined life, ability none, spell body of fear. Body of fear casting requires 5 points of spiritual energy, causing targets that can see or feel your existence to experience fear, thereby misjudging your strength. It is especially effective upon first use, particularly against living beings, especially intelligent ones, lasting for 15 seconds. Individuals with strong willpower may resist seeing through this layer of fear, The intensity of the spell depends on the caster's inspiration, and those with exceptionally high inspiration can even cause stones to flee in terror. Status healthy, a muscular human figure in the shape of a large character, green height, 173 centimeters, weight 68. 9 kilograms. Health 100,100. Rationality 100,100. Energy 100,100. Spiritual energy 99. Spiritual energy is a mysterious force that interferes with reality. Its limit is determined by willpower. When spiritual energy reaches 0, one will fall into a weak state, easily eroded by subspace, with all attributes dropping by 90, even leading to shock and coma. Physical 5, 88,100. Will 9, 257, 1600. Reflex 5, 91,100. Immunity 5, 3,100. Inspiration 7, 177,400. Overall evaluation: a rookie who has awakened spiritual energy is still a rookie. A single bullet could take your life. Wang Yu was truly surprised to find that magic existed in this world. Observing the demon star Higra not only awakened his spiritual energy and allowed him to comprehend magic, but also led to considerable growth in his will and inspiration attributes. Observing evil gods turned out to be a way to grow stronger, a tempering evil, provided one did not go insane and twist into a subspace demon. Wang Yu looked at the number in his palm, which had turned into 4. He had likely underestimated this talent. In terms of self-preservation, this talent was unexpectedly strong. But this also rang alarm bells for him, as without good luck, he might have already died. One cannot always rely on luck, for luck comes at a price, and there will always be times of misfortune. Wang Yu thought to himself, feeling the urgency to reclaim disciplined life to enhance his strength. While waiting for the health check results, Wang Yu asked Bear for a supply list for the spaceship, which basically included the few items mentioned earlier. Basic supplies included 600 L of fresh water, a box of multivitamins, 5 kilograms of salt, 5 kilograms of sugar, 50 kilograms of compressed protein blocks, 50 L of cooking oil, a total of 100 kilograms of jerky and freeze-dried vegetables, 100 kilograms of flour, and some basic medications such as strong antibiotics, painkillers, antihistamines, sedatives, hemostatic gel, bandages, alcohol, hydroponic seeds and tubers, along with several sets of change of clothes, cooking utensils, and a stove. Just these basic supplies already weighed close to 900 kilograms, and there were also some tools previously mentioned which could only be selected for lightweight or even custom-made options. This included a basic toolbox, a small photon computer, a power strip for electricity, a walkie-talkie, lightweight spacesuits with matching oxygen tanks and carbon dioxide filters, filter cartridges, a small oxygen generator purified from the air, which made it convenient for Wang Yu to move in space, followed by 2 small drones, a small spectrometer, a small space telescope, a small radar detector, a small communication antenna, mini freshwater circulation system, and filter cartridges. 6 solar panels, plant grow lights, and nutrient powder for hydroponics, batteries, wires, and backup batteries, and charging adapters for Bear. In fact, there were many more items he wanted to bring, but there simply wasn't enough space. Wang Yu even considered making a second trip back to the deep space ship, but considering that there were only 3 landing pods, it was better not to exhaust all of them here. As for weapons, they had no choice. Heavy firepower could not be brought along. They were only equipped with an anti-material sniper rifle, 2 submachine guns, a shotgun, and 2 handguns, as well as corresponding ammunition. They couldn't even bring much ammunition, and there were a few fragmentation grenades, stun grenades, electromagnetic pulse grenades, magnetic demolition grenades, a set of lightweight exoskeleton power armor, and a tactical micronuclear warhead for individual use, which was their trump card. Wang Yu read the list from top to bottom 3 times, feeling that there were no mistakes. Entrusting this task to Bear was truly wise, and it was not just him being lazy. If everything went smoothly and hydroponics could successfully operate, these supplies should support Wang Yu and Bear living in the deep space ship for 4 or 5 years without issue. Moreover, the deep space ship was not completely devoid of supplies. Many seemingly useless discarded items could actually come in handy, and unexplored areas might also yield supplies, thus the actual duration they could last would only increase. As for how to achieve a fully self-sufficient life aboard the deep space ship, that would likely require complete mastery of the vessel, repairing the secondary engine, and completing renovations and modifications to the entire ship. 2 days later, still at the square where they initially observed the demon star Higra, the Fian-1 landing pod had already been transported here, as this place was quite suitable as a farewell location, holding significant commemorative value. A few days ago, Wang Yu and the new masters of this planet, the long-eared servant clan, accomplished a great feat together by observing the demon star Higra, an evil existence posing a threat to the entire universe. In the near future, a research institute targeting Higra would be built here, researching and seeking ways to defeat it, which was already in the planning stages, but it would be difficult for Wang Yu and the others to witness. Please allow me to express our gratitude once again on behalf of all citizens. And our creator. Recently turned busy Sophia came with several mechanical servant representatives to send them off, expressing her sincere thanks to Wang Yu, who was about to board. Actually, I haven't done anything that's significant. I gained a lot of supplies and... Wang Yu turned to Bear. To be honest, his biggest gain this time wasn't anything else, but having a reliable and capable partner, even though it was a robot. Otherwise, with such a large ship, he wouldn't have known where to start. Now, he had a second person to share the burden with. No, you changed our fate and the future of this planet. Sophia said. If Wang Yu hadn't arrived and given them a push, it was very likely that they would have remained unaware of what they were truly facing until the demon star Higra descended, devouring everything. Then we shall take our leave. Wang Yu and Bear entered the landing pod one after the other, but as Wang Yu stepped onto the ladder, he suddenly paused and turned back. If in the future there is a possibility, I will return along with Bear, as this is also her home planet. Wang Yu said, surprising Bear. Sophia, not far away, smiled in response. By then we will certainly greet you with the highest etiquette, we hope. We can all have a bright future. We will. Wang Yu said, giving a thumbs up as he entered the landing pod with Bear, while the hatch closed and ignition began for liftoff. Sophia and the others remained on the ground watching the spaceship ascend until it broke through the clouds and disappeared into the horizon. Inside the Fian-1 shuttle, having learned from previous experiences, and with significant improvements in attributes, I felt relatively fine aside from a slight discomfort during takeoff. The simple forces suit on board helped alleviate much of the pressure, and Ball also wore one. Though she is a robot, beneath her synthetic skin lies a structure resembling blood vessels and blood forming a circulation system for warmth and moisture maintenance. It even possesses a degree of self-repair capability, appearing and functioning almost indistinguishably from human skin. The main difference lies in the modular mechanical structure inside, with precise motors, hydraulic joints, and a sturdy metal skeleton. Xiaoyu reminds you have been out of contact for over 1,000 hours. When contacting alien civilizations, caution is crucial. Here Xiaoyu once again recommends the Orca-class assault landing ship. By reporting the code Four-Legged Fish Universe first, you can receive a 2 discount, ensuring a pleasant day with the alien natives. As soon as we took off, this annoying AI started chattering, truly a cheap product with excessive built-in advertisements. Shut up, Wang Yu commanded, but the Xiaoyu AI continued its antics, seemingly oblivious to the instruction. Until Wang Yu shouted, Xiaoyu, be quiet. Finally, this foolish AI heard him and obediently fell silent. Apologies, the quality and cost-effectiveness of this device are still commendable, it's just that the manufacturer is a bit unscrupulous. Wang Yu was still explaining when the Xiaoyu AI seemed to pick up on a certain keyword and immediately chimed in. Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Your best choice for exploring the universe. Returning customers rave about it, and there has yet to be a single negative review. Buy with confidence, enjoy great value now with the secret code. Wang Yu felt an urge to strangle this incessant chatter of the four-legged fish in the central screen, as it seemed even more talkative than before, likely because it detected a newcomer or a potential new customer, thus going into overdrive to promote. From this perspective, the AI was quite clever, however the designer clearly did not focus on the right path. Ha ha ha. Ball covered her mouth and began to chuckle, her laughter gradually growing boisterous. Wang Yu's attention was drawn to Ball, no longer paying mind to the foolish AI. Suddenly, he felt that the noise wasn't so bad after all, it was suitable for passing the time. About 15 minutes later, the Fian-1 shuttle had entered outer space, adjusting its orbit in preparation to dock with the deep space. The central screen displayed an estimated time of about 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining, and everything was proceeding smoothly. However, upon entering space, Wang Yu still felt a slight fear, primarily due to the residual effects of the monster star. He grew worried that he might be devoured by that creature upon ascent. Thankfully, it was merely a sensory shock that distorted his sense of distance. I hope Sophia and the others can achieve final victory, Wang Yu suddenly said, echoing what Ball was also thinking. Ball nodded in agreement, gazing through the rising observation window at the stunning blue planet below, indescribably beautiful. Her emotional simulator emitted inexplicable signals, seemingly resonating with the melancholy of parting. This goodbye might very well be forever. Sensing Bao's emotions, Wang Yu chose not to speak further. Even the Xiaoyu AI fell silent at this moment, refraining from interrupting with advertisements. An hour and a half later, the landing module approached the deep space, which was docked in orbit around the planet. Its uneven, rocky exterior made it hard to associate it with a spaceship. It resembled a massive cylindrical chunk of debris, which was quite common in the universe, especially in asteroid belts. Without careful comparison, it would be easily overlooked. Is this your spaceship? Can it really operate? Ball looked at Wang Yu, her curiosity piqued after the emotional moment had passed, as it was her first time in space. Though Wang Yu wasn't feeling much better during those few days on the deep space, he had nearly grown weary of it, experiencing only fear and confusion towards the vastness of the universe. Well, Ball's comment reminded Wang Yu of the hunger he felt while piloting the deep space, instantly making him feel uncertain and only able to offer vague reassurances. In any case, let's study it once we get inside. I'm not very familiar with this ship. However, the technology level of this vessel is certainly high. It can perform faster than light jumps, and it has a stable gravitational field inside, ensuring you'll be astonished once you step inside. After a few more minutes, their landing module began to approach the deep space, initiating docking and finally entering through the hatch at the bottom of the deep space. They had finally returned. Navigation complete. Successfully returned to the deep space, currently in the temporary transfer chamber. Xiao Yu solemnly reminds you not to forget to disinfect and check your personal belongings carefully to avoid bringing dangers into other chambers, causing unnecessary losses. Thank you for trusting and choosing our products. The system of this landing module is about to shut down and lock, and it cannot be used again. It is also not recommended to disassemble or recycle it. You may leave it behind or sell it at the nearest trading station for a refund of 20 of your credit points. This concludes our service. As the final announcement from Xiao Yu AI finished, the hatch opened and the central screen went completely dark. When the service ended, the usually talkative AI became concise, instead reminding passengers to be cautious about bringing back potential dangers. There really is gravity. Also, it's so dark here. Is there no light? Ball said, seeing the ground strewn with debris. It wasn't mere dust or stains, rather it was covered with a layer of indescribable grime, hard to imagine how it formed. Be careful of your surroundings, hold your weapon tightly. I haven't been here before, and there might be lizards hiding. Wang Yu handed a submachine gun to Ball. Returning to his ship, he was more cautious than on the alien planet, which puzzled Ball, as she still did not understand this ship. But she obeyed without questioning why, holding her weapon in a state of vigilance, even switching one of her cameras or monitoring views to thermal imaging. Heavens, what on earth happened here? Ball exclaimed in shock, for beside the landing module, she saw a severely damaged mech, its interior mostly burned out. However, from the exterior, it was still recognizable as a heavy bipedal mech with the right arm housing a tri-barrel cannon, while the left arm was missing. This is a wrecked ship that has encountered an accident. It's a miracle it can still fly. At this moment, Wang Yu also stepped out. His clothing had been changed to an exoskeleton armor adorned with magazines and grenades, even carrying a mini tactical nuclear bomb. Name Ranger 03. Manufacturer Spirit Rabbit Technology. Regulation Level I Civilian. Description: after the Longyear race ended the World War, their military industry stagnated for a period due to the prevailing anti-war sentiment. However, when preparing to explore space, considering the potential contact with alien civilizations, they undertook a series of upgrades to military products, among which the Ranger series exoskeleton armor was launched as a third-generation product. In this context, designed for ground and confined spaces, lightweight and portable, with long endurance weighing less than 25 kilograms, and a standard endurance of up to 40 hours, sufficient to support over 2 hours, even in intense combat. Strength: 13. Individuals with physical strength below 13 are raised to 13. It provides no benefit to those with physical attributes above 13. Defense: 25. Individuals with physical defense below 25 are raised to 25. This is limited to areas covered by armor and the joints are relatively weak. The armor can fully withstand small caliber bullets and has a certain buffering effect against shockwaves. Armament: none. Name Heretic Destroyer. Damaged. Manufacturer Machinist Cult. The Machinist Cult is among the most extreme factions, even among humans, and their products are only sold to humans, as they classify other races as heretics, which they efficiently eliminate. Their Heretic series products are renowned across the universe for their efficient extermination of heretics, with formidable combat power and stable, reliable structures, making them highly favored in the market, even among non-human races who are willing to pay several times the price for them. Regulatory level: Class 2 Precision Engineering. Description: the Heretic Destroyer is the main force of the Machinist Cult's Heretic series, protected by a half-meter-thick carbon ceramic composite metal plate, impervious to light firepower and ordinary individual beam weapons, and even has records of withstanding small nuclear weapons. Due to its relatively outdated mechanical assistance structure, it also boasts excellent resistance to electromagnetic interference, making it especially reliable on the battlefield. The internal high-energy chemical fuel cell can support continuous combat for over 50 hours, and even when ammunition runs out, it can engage in large-scale slaughter using a thermal chainsaw, or even self-destruct. No heretic enjoys dealing with this group of madmen. Its drawback is a weak anti-air capability, making it suitable only for ground combat, mostly used in planetary landing operations capable of quickly annihilating heretics, establishing strongholds, and ultimately completing the occupation of the entire planet. When intact, its attributes are as follows. Strength, 47. Defense, 148. Front, 65. Back. Armament, triple shredder cannons, infinite slayer machine guns, thermal chainsaw. Machinist Cult. Wang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, catching Bao's attention beside him. What is that? It's the manufacturer of this mech, known for its high-quality products, quite popular. However, this one is already broken. I wonder if there are any parts that can be salvaged from it. Wang Yu explained, looking around. He did not find any other mechs, but there were many mechanical wrecks, possibly from other types, and the system only identified them as damaged mechanical parts, indicating that if the damage was too severe, no information would be displayed. But why is there such a weapon on a research vessel? Is this really something needed for exploration? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that his understanding of the term exploration might not be adequate. Wang Yu, how should we handle disinfection? Where should we move the cargo? Ball inquired, as there was no danger in this temporary transfer cabin, just a lack of lighting. Disinfection isn't necessary. Everything here is much dirtier than what we brought. Don't worry about that. Wang Yu said, not concerned about disinfection or potential dangers, because even if some strange entities followed them in, it was likely that they should be the ones to fear. First, let's find out where the exit is, then we can move the things. He continued, but Ball felt something was off. Why does it seem like Wang Yu is lost, just like the first time he came to his ship? Does he still need to find the exit? She suddenly recalled what Wang Yu had said. He got this ship by accident, and it seemed he was indeed telling the truth. She began to believe him, as she had thought he was just making up a poor excuse. Over here, there's a door. Wang Yu shouted, calling Ball over, and they quickly found the door. In reality, Wang Yu remembered that he had the map of this ship, which he could check directly, but due to permission issues, many places were blacked out. This temporary transfer cabin was lit up, but several passages leading inward were blacked out due to insufficient permissions. This is the cargo passage, and there's also an emergency passage on the right side. Wang Yu shone the tactical flashlight attached to his submachine gun towards the cargo passage, but there was no hope of opening the door. It was severely deformed, as if it had been crushed by some heavy object, and its surface was covered with a layer of black grime. So what they were actually looking for was the emergency passage located to the right of the cargo passage. After scraping off the layer of black substance on the wall, Wang Yu and Ball successfully found it. This black stuff. Why does it look like dehydrated, sun-dried organic matter? Ball, helping out, looked at the black substance they had peeled away and felt that the ship had become even more mysterious. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll quickly see if this door can be opened. The emergency valve should be here. Wang Yu clearly wasn't concerned about such things anymore, pointing at the found cover. He used a crowbar from his toolbox to pry it open, revealing a circular valve inside that should be able to open the door with a few turns. However, he could not turn it despite using all his strength. Even inserting the crowbar into the circular valve's hole for leverage didn't work. In the end, it was Ball who stepped in, displaying a feat of strength, and after the sound of metal bending, she successfully unscrewed the entire valve. The two exchanged glances, with Ball holding the broken valve, looking innocent. This is like twisting someone's head off. I suppose it could be twisted off directly. Wang Yu swallowed hard, looking at the filthy and oxidized metal wall, feeling that the mechanical mechanisms inside had likely aged and deformed significantly, and even mixed in some undesirable foreign materials, like this pervasive black substance, preventing the door from opening normally. Unless using explosives or cutting tools, it would be very difficult to open, and the situation inside was also unknown, possibly having many doors. This route likely wouldn't work. I didn't mean to break it. This valve is old and not sturdy. Ball explained, her cheeks slightly flushed, but Wang Yu had long since stopped caring, turning his head to check the ship's map. Upon returning to the deep space, he found himself trapped in the transfer cabin, which was truly unforeseen. There were no other entrances, so the only feasible plan was, Ball, we might have to take the cargo and climb over the surface of the deep space. Wang Yu looked at Ball. He was serious. About a quarter of an hour later, Wang Yu had changed his external skeleton armor to the lightweight spacesuit he had brought from the ground, and unexpectedly, it was now useful. After checking the airtightness of the spacesuit and confirming the oxygen supply was normal, Wang Yu took a sip of water, greeted Ball, and prepared to go to the control panel of the temporary transfer cabin to close the gravity field and then expel the air inside before opening the outer hatch. Ball, being a robot, mainly relied on her internal battery for power, so even without air, she wouldn't be severely impacted in a short time in space. However, she needed to prepare in advance, adjusting the pressure difference inside and outside her body, wearing a mask to prevent moisture evaporation from affecting the surface of her bionic structure. After Ball indicated she was also ready, Wang Yu decisively closed the gravity field. All right, first let's move the cargo out of the landing cabin and then secure the safety rope. If anything goes wrong, this rope might be the only thing that can save us. Wang Yu secured one end of the safety rope to the locking ring on one side of the transfer cabin's door. He tested it. It was very sturdy, and the small patches of rust on the surface did not affect its strength. Now it depended on whether the safety rope brought along was long enough. They might need to change the anchor points along the way, which posed some risk, but Wang Yu and his companion had no choice. They couldn't afford to be trapped here. Wang Yu shared the specific plan with Bear, and both of them were ready. They could communicate via radio waves since Wang Yu's spacesuit was equipped with that function. Why not take this opportunity to install the solar panels as well? We can install other radar sensors and telescopes later. Bear suggested this, and Wang Yu accepted the proposal, realizing it was indeed a good chance to get some of the work done. The two moved the cargo unloaded from the landing cabin to the vicinity of the cabin door. Thanks to the reduced gravity, moving heavy objects was no longer a challenge. The straps originally used to secure the cargo could also be fastened to the locking ring or safety rope next to the cabin door, alleviating concerns about losing anything to the void of space. However, such large mass objects also had significant inertia. If they carried too much at once, it would hinder Wang Yu and Bear's mobility, potentially dragging them into space, which would be dangerous. Let's carry it in 3 trips. In between, we can see if there's a way to secure the cargo somewhere, and then make several trips back and forth. Wang Yu explained to Bear, roughly finalizing the operational plan. Once they reached the ship's cabin, they could enter through the emergency maintenance passage, which could only be opened from the outside, and then their task would be complete. The brief preparation work was over. Wang Yu checked the remaining oxygen supply. Including the 2 spare oxygen tanks, it could support nearly 6 hours of activity in space, more than enough for this operation. After everything was ready, Wang Yu pressed the exhaust button on the control panel. As the air was gradually evacuated, some dust and debris from the surface began to float up, and the flashlight revealed a noticeable Tyndall effect. Wang Yu need not worry about floating away himself, as his spacesuit had electromagnetic adhesion capabilities, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about weightlessness inside the ship. Once the air was completely evacuated, Wang Yu confirmed the preparations with Bear one last time, and after ensuring everything was correct, he pressed the button to open the cabin door. The cabin door they entered slowly lifted, revealing the azure planet outside, with distant stars shimmering beyond. This scene could easily make one feel weak in the knees, even unable to stand up straight, but Wang Yu had lived on the spacecraft for some time, so he was all right. He brought along a rock painting named The Source of Catastrophe, while Bear carried 300 liters of fresh water, and the safety rope was also attached with a toolbox and 2 sets of solar panels. The two began to walk out of the cabin, with Wang Yu leading the way, as he had the map of the deep space ship for navigation, ensuring he wouldn't get lost. However, when the action truly began, the void below and the distant planets put immense pressure on Wang Yu, as if he were standing on the edge of a cliff. His instincts, developed from living in a gravitational environment for a long time, were preventing him from proceeding. Yet he knew the gravity of the planet below would not pull him down, as he was in a space orbit. This was a battle between consciousness and instinct. He had to conquer his fear and instincts to successfully complete this mission. Relax, even if you accidentally let go, I will pull you back. Bear said this upon hearing Wang Yu's heavy breathing. Sorry, this is actually my first time operating outside the cabin. Oh, I should feel better after a while. Wang Yu replied, realizing he was moving too slowly. He decided to bite his lip, using the pain to dull his fear as he began to crouch down and crawl along the outer wall of the cabin. In reality, it was easier than he had imagined. The rock-like exterior was rough and full of protrusions, providing ample grip points. Moreover, there was no gravitational pull on him, making it akin to rock climbing in a weightless environment. Unfortunately, this layer of organic material covered the underlying metal, Otherwise, with electromagnetic adhesion, Wang Yu could have walked here, significantly reducing the difficulty. He began to crawl towards the bottom of the deep space ship, planning to cross under the ship to reach the left side. Soon Bear crawled out as well, and the two advanced slowly, connected by the safety rope. About 7 minutes later, they approached the bottom of the ship. At this point, Bear told Wang Yu to stop, saying this spot was suitable for installing the solar panels. "All right, do you need my help with the installation?" Wang Yu asked, glancing back to see the planet beneath them, which suddenly made him feel a bit nauseous, and he broke into a cold sweat. "No need, I downloaded the installation manual." Bear responded, tugging the rope to bring over the toolbox and solar panels, then began assembling on the spot. There were many installation methods, and Bear chose to secure them with vacuum, quick-drying adhesive, and expansion screws. While welding could also be an option, the structure of this ship's surface was not conducive to welding. Bear entered work mode, and her advantages as a robot were clearly displayed at this moment. Even though it was her first time practically installing solar panels, her proficiency was enough to make seasoned engineers blush. She first selected a relatively flat area, applied quick-drying adhesive to several stress points, and pressed the solar panel onto the surface. Then came the second, third panels, and by the time the fifth was secured in a row, the adhesive on the first had already set. Next, she took out a power drill and expansion screws, starting to install the metal frame to secure the solar panels, encircling it like a border. The entire process took less than 20 minutes, leaving Wang Yu in awe. After installing the solar panels, Bear also secured several batteries nearby, placing them in a protective casing, ensuring that even if sunlight was lacking later, the telescopes and sensors placed outside the ship could continue to operate for some time. In reality, the ideal solution would have been to connect with the ship's internal circuits, but this ship was not feasible. The internal wiring was a mess, so they could only manage with this for now. Later, they would lay out the cables, secure them to the ship's surface, and properly install the telescopes, radars, and other sensors, completing all space operations effectively, giving the ship new eyes and ears. Wang Yu had been watching from the side. After a while, he felt a bit restless, realizing that bringing Bear onto the ship had been a wise decision, as it directly provided him with a space engineer, and an experienced one at that. Done. However, the last solar panel will be taken back as a precaution. If any accidents happen, we can use it as an emergency backup, Bear said, making a victory gesture. Although she did not speak, her voice had already transmitted through the radio. Wang Yu nodded and continued to crawl forward. In fact, as long as one got accustomed to it and kept their movements steady, it wasn't too difficult. After about 10 minutes, the two had reached the bottom of the ship, marking that they were halfway through. However, the safety rope was already reaching its limit, and they had to find a place to secure the cargo before heading back for more. The original plan was to hammer in a few nails to secure the luggage here, but upon arriving, they discovered that the bottom of the deep space ship had a sizable hole, nearly 2 meters in diameter, as if something had burst through from the inside, with the crack facing outward. Wang Yu felt around his waist and pulled out the beam gun. This weapon had almost no recoil, making it more suitable for use in a weightless environment. After greeting Bear and agreeing to pull her back immediately if anything unusual happened, he slowly crawled towards the breach. Wang Yu approached the breach but did not immediately peer inside. Instead, he asked Bear for a large screw and tossed it into the darkness, testing whether it might provoke something unnatural. Only after confirming no movement did he cautiously draw nearer. His extreme caution stemmed from the Deep Space Survey vessel's onboard map, which labeled that section as a confinement cell, or more bluntly, a prison cell. By now, Wang Yu no longer found anything aboard this research vessel surprising. After all, if an abomination crusher existed here, a mere detention chamber was utterly unremarkable. Wang Yu observed carefully. Soon Baller joined him, leaning in with his tactical flashlight and switching to thermal imaging. No immediate danger, no atmosphere, extremely low temperature, and only one desiccated corpse. Baller pointed toward a corner. Wang Yu followed his gaze. There lay a corpse locked inside the cell, still shackled at wrists and ankles. Its body grotesquely mummified, flesh shriveled tight against bone, garments tattered beyond recognition, tail and limbs coated in dull mold-like fur. The only intact item upon its entire form was the felonier'd helmet. To imprison someone here without even air, to let them suffocate in vacuum, defied imagination. The agony endured before death must have been unimaginable, absolute, and irrevocable. Wang Yu cautiously crawled inside and discovered to his surprise that gravity remained active. The artificial gravity field had not failed, only the atmosphere had bled entirely into space. The cell door, however, remained sealed shut. Baller, we can use this area temporarily for cargo storage, Wang Yu remarked, eyeing the sturdy iron bars, ideal anchor points for safety lines. It was quite simply perfect. Then I'll go retrieve our gear. I'll come too. Wang Yu replied, securing his safety harness carabiner to the bars of an empty cell and replacing his own end with a quick-release buckle, ensuring full mobility while eliminating any risk of drifting away from the deep space vessel. Baller entered shortly after adopting the same setup and neatly stowing his equipment. Gravity here spared them the effort of anchoring luggage, though retrieving it later would demand extra labor. Before departing, Wang Yu paused again beside the desiccated corpse, studying its oversized claws, twice the size of a human's, gleaming like razors at their tips. The walls bore deep gouges, the bars were scored with fine frantic scratches, likely all left by this man in his final futile struggle. Trapped in despair, he could only await death. Bar, go ahead. I'll follow shortly. Wang Yu instructed, sending Bar onward while unclipping his safety line and stepping deliberately toward the cell holding the corpse. Brother Cat, I'm not even sure if that title is appropriate, but I sincerely apologize. I never imagined meeting you like this. Wang Yu switched off his radio and murmured to himself, already having deduced the corpse's identity. The cat food cans and wound-sealing spray they'd earlier discovered were almost certainly hidden by this very individual, unwittingly gifting Wang Yu vital supplies, an inadvertent act of aid. Yet the dead cannot return. After brief reflection, Wang Yu retrieved a faded label cat food can from his chest pouch and placed it reverently before Brother Cat's cell, a quiet, solemn offering. Later, if opportunity allowed, he would return to collect the remains, not out of sentiment alone, but because leaving a corpse aboard one's own vessel invited ill omen. That, however, was a matter for the future. Wang Yu set down the stone slab he carried and departed the cell block, retracing his path to retrieve the remaining gear. Approximately 1 hour later, all equipment had been relocated to the cells, and the safety lines were fully retracted and secured within the corridor. Wang Yu and Baller prepared to resume their mission. The journey was only half complete. If all proceeded smoothly, they estimated less than an hour remained before task completion. Having traversed the route multiple times, Wang Yu now moved with greater confidence and far greater fluency. Yet moments after they departed with part of their load deep within the cell block before Brother Cat's barred chamber, a razor-sharp claw pierced the tin can resting on the floor and dragged it silently inside. Elsewhere, Wang Yu and Baller had crawled along the underside of the deep space vessel to its opposite flank, the exact point where the landing module had previously ejected. A maintenance emergency hatch existed here, accessible from the exterior, but Wang Yu stared dumbfounded at the hull's stony, seamless surface, utterly unable to locate the hatch's entrance, let alone discern how to open it. It should be right here, but buried beneath this mineralized shell, Wang Yu said, pointing directly ahead and briefing Baller on the situation. Let me try? I only hope this shell isn't too thick. Baller replied, climbing beside Wang Yu. First, he installed several expansion bolts and hooks to re-anchor their safety lines, then began chipping away at the outer layer using handheld tools, a power drill, a hammer, and whatever else was at hand. They'd brought no specialized demolition equipment. This contingency hadn't been anticipated. Wang Yu even contemplated explosives, but dismissed the idea instantly. The risk was catastrophic. This vessel was alive. Repairing its inert outer dermis was one thing, but detonating it. No one could predict how it might react under such violent stimulus. Wang Yu checked his oxygen reserves. Not even one tank had been depleted. Time for now remained abundant. I'll return to the cells to fetch the rest of our gear, Wang Yu announced, signaling Baller before turning back toward the detention block. When he reached the breach once more, something felt profoundly wrong. The safety line trembled, and the motion originated unmistakably from within the cell. He tensed, instantly drawing his beam pistol from his waist. Slowly he edged forward and peered inside, then froze. A figure now crouched among their supplies, rifling through their belongings and nudging the safety line as if attempting theft. That emaciated frame, those rusted shackles clinging to wrists and ankles. It could only be Brother Cat. How is he alive? No, this creature was never truly dead. Wang Yu, what's happening over there? Baller had sensed the anomaly. Wang Yu's biometrics surged sharply, detectable via the suit-integrated monitoring system. The creature from the cell, it's alive, and it's escaped. What a... Baller's voice betrayed genuine shock. Wang Yu stood rigid, every nerve alight. Brother Cat had noticed him. The feline helmet tilted slowly toward him, revealing two luminous viridian eyes burning with raw, untamed instinct, chilling him to the marrow. One needed no imagination to grasp the horror if Brother Cat closed the distance. If this being capable of enduring vacuum and shattering reinforced containment reached him, Wang Yu would be torn limb from limb before a single second elapsed. He fired without hesitation. Yet astonishingly, the unreliable weapon misfired. Wang Yu nearly died of fright. Instantly recalibrating, he recalled the arcane art known as terrifying form and prepared to cast it. Yet, Brother Cat's next action left Wang Yu utterly speechless. By the time Ball arrived, weapon raised and breath-ragged Brother Cat lay supine on the floor, curled tightly, belly up, twitching faintly, as he rolled slowly onto new angles, limbs splayed in odd, uncoordinated spasms. Wang Yu stood frozen, beam, pistol leveled at the fallen figure. Facing Ball's bewildered stare, he merely shrugged. An eloquent gesture of pure, unadulterated confusion. He hadn't even pulled the trigger, yet the creature had collapsed of its own accord. "What did you do to him?" Ball asked. "I have no idea. He saw me and collapsed like this. Perhaps he's poisoned or struck by sudden illness," Wang Yu replied, genuinely bewildered. He had neither attacked nor cast any magic, and even checked the system interface to confirm. Cat Brother had lain down entirely of his own accord. Surely he hadn't fainted from sheer fright. Wang Yu wasn't some eldritch abomination from the warp. Ball fell speechless, glancing first at Cat Brother, still supine and belly up, then back at Wang Yu before speaking again. "Does this creature know you?" "Impossible. I've never met him." "Then why is he groveling before you, like a cat?" Ball remarked, startling Wang Yu. Ball actually knew what cats were. And upon hearing it, Wang Yu suddenly saw Cat Brother's posture in a new light. It truly did resemble a cat rolling onto its back. Yet this cat was pitifully gaunt, emaciated, helmeted with only faint mold-like tufts of fur at the tips of its limbs. Wang Yu hesitated, uncertain how to proceed with Cat Brother. Don't be misled by his current writhing on the floor. If provoked, a single claw strike could end Wang Yu instantly, and even Ball would fare poorly given that the cell itself couldn't contain him. The reinforced bars lay severed into jagged segments, a grim testament to Cat Brother's terrifying power. This was no feline, not even remotely. He was a monster through and through. "What do we do?" Ball asked, clearly seeking Wang Yu's judgment on how to handle Cat Brother. Wang Yu's gaze fixed upon Cat Brother's gleaming frost-edged claws, thoughtful, calculating, then confirmed the status of the adjacent corridor with Ball before deciding to attempt an experiment. He raised one hand, slowly gesturing for Cat Brother to rise, while gripping his pistol tightly in the other, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Beside him, Ball mirrored the stance, his submachine gun trained squarely on Cat Brother, prepared to turn him into Swiss cheese at the first sign of threat. Yet an absurdly comical sight unfolded. Cat Brother actually sat up, though his demeanor now resembled that of an eager dog. "Step back." "Good. Lie down. Stay still." Wang Yu issued successive commands, shifting his hand gestures deliberately. Having no prior experience training dogs, and lacking sound transmission in vacuum, his actions were in truth an impromptu intelligence test for Cat Brother. Fortunately, Cat Brother proved remarkably astute. Though he misinterpreted several cues at first, he ultimately grasped Wang Yu's intent. His intellect far surpassed that of any canine. No wonder he could paint. "I'll hold him here." Ball moved the luggage over. "I'll try guiding Cat Brother to breach the stone shell and open the maintenance conduit," Wang Yu said, already stepping into the cell and herding Cat Brother toward the corner. Cat Brother, a provisional name. There are also Hammer Brother and Pig Brother aboard, each stranger than the last, but all fundamentally decent souls. Wang Yu added, urging Ball to act swiftly. Perhaps Cat Brother, like Hammer Brother and Pig Brother, shared their essential nature. "Be careful. If anything goes wrong, call me immediately. This being is extremely dangerous." Ball replied without hesitation, beginning to haul the luggage from the cell, piece by piece, toward the conduit entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Yu continued interacting with Cat Brother, testing further commands to assess whether he was truly controllable and communicative. 20 minutes later, all luggage had been transferred. Ball had installed numerous anchor hooks along the way, securing every item firmly in place. "All right, I'll direct Cat Brother to dig." "It's already succeeded once," Wang Yu reported. Distinct claw marks scarred the cell floor alongside a shallow, freshly excavated depression. The price: half a gene of dried meat, devoured whole packaging, and all stuffed straight into Cat Brother's helmet. Both remained on high alert, especially Ball, who had swapped his weapon for a heavy-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Though such kinetic firearms were ill-suited for vacuum, due to overwhelming recoil, it was for now their only viable option. Wang Yu guided Cat Brother step by step, coaxing him out of the cell. Upon reaching the breach and facing the void of space, Cat Brother visibly recoiled, terrified, yet ultimately yielded to the allure of half a gene of dried meat emerging into the cosmos and crawling forward as directed. His forelimbs sharp as talons and razor-edged toes pierced deep space vessel's stony hull effortlessly. Gravity held no dominion over him. Minutes later, all three stood before the emergency maintenance conduit's entrance. Wang Yu cross-referenced the vessel's internal map, then fired a beam pistol shot, leaving only a faint black scorch mark. The material, stone-like in composition, resisted even that. Right, Cat Brother, this is the spot. Dig a hole. Stop the instant I say so, and this dried meat is yours. Wang Yu murmured to himself, audible only to Ball, whose expression turned oddly bemused, sensing Wang Yu was almost enjoying himself. Cat Brother, having comprehended the command, crawled forward and began digging. His claws sliced through the stony shell as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Only Ball discerned the reason. Cat Brother's claws vibrated at ultra-high frequency while digging, too fast for the naked eye to detect. Soon the underlying metal layer emerged, nearly 40 centimeters deep. No wonder Ball's drill had failed to reach bottom after prolonged effort. Good, slow down. Widen the pit, but do not damage the metal layer beneath. Wang Yu seemed to intuitively grasp sign language, gesturing in ways no outsider could decipher. Yet Cat Brother understood. Or perhaps through trial and error, he had simply memorized the correct responses. In time, the metal layer was fully exposed, a circular hatch plate deeply scored with scratches. Wang Yu signaled Cat Brother to retreat, tossing him another strip of dried meat as dismissal. Then he approached the pit, instructing Ball to monitor Cat Brother closely, and to alert him instantly should anything go awry. Reaching into the pit, Wang Yu gripped the hatch's recessed groove, and after several attempts successfully pried it upward, revealing a circular valve beneath. This time Wang Yu exercised caution rather than entrusting the task to Ball's superior strength. He handled the valve himself, applying measured human-level force to maintain precise control. Though long and used, the valve turned smoothly, its protective cover having preserved its integrity. At a certain angle, resistance gave way to a distinct mechanical click. The valve sank inward, followed by the low hum of internal gears engaging. Within 2 minutes, the rocky stratum above them parted open. The vessel's outer rock layer evidently accommodated the hatch mechanism, likely via microscopic seams invisible when sealed. Wang Yu and Ball entered the chamber behind the rock face, hauling in luggage and cargo one by one. A second door awaited. Beyond it likely lay the ship's main cabin. Once everything was secured, Wang Yu glanced back at Cat Brother, still obediently motionless where he'd been left. At this moment, he could simply seal the hatch and leave Cat Brother outside, eliminating an unpredictable variable. Yet if Cat Brother remained this compliant, he might prove an extraordinary asset, especially in combat. The choice rested entirely with Wang Yu. Cat Brother, prepare for hatch closure. Come here. Wang Yu signed. Cat Brother promptly crawled forward. Only after all three were safely inside did the hatch begin its slow, deliberate closure, repressurizing the chamber and restoring artificial gravity. Deep Space Vessel Level 3 Shipborne Cabin. A wall covered in black substance slowly rose, tearing through its surface and scattering countless fragments into the air. 3 figures emerged from behind the opening: Wang Yu Bear and a newly introduced stranger, Cat Brother, who moved with furtive, almost thieving caution. He brought up the rear, shrinking inward the moment he entered, glancing left and right, clinging closely to Wang Yu's back, as though trying to vanish into his shadow. Only after all three had passed through did the wall, or rather the door, begin its slow descent, sealing shut completely. This corridor served as an emergency access route for maintenance personnel and remained sealed under normal circumstances. It could only be opened from the exterior in case of emergencies. Fortunately, once activated, the passage remained permanently accessible, and now appeared lit on the deep space vessel's internal map, permitting free entry and exit. Here, Cat Brother, this bottle of water is for you. Stand over there at a safe distance from us. Don't come too close. As Wang Yu spoke, he accompanied his words with deliberate hand gestures, reinforcing the instruction while subtly cultivating goodwill toward Cat Brother. Cat Brother remained dangerously unpredictable. Though obedient, he was a terrifying life form capable of enduring prolonged hibernation in vacuum, his razor-sharp claws strong enough to rend metal. Before his confinement, he had likely undergone physical restraints. Otherwise, even a reinforced cell might not have held him. Such beings, no matter how docile or compliant, demanded unwavering vigilance. Trust, if ever earned, would take time to build. Cat Brother caught the bottle, reluctantly stepped farther away. His blade-like claws could retract entirely, likely housed within specialized skeletal structures, while his furry palms concealed finger-like appendages resembling those of humans. Yet he clearly lacked the dexterity to unscrew the cap. Instead, he thrust the bottle deep into his feline helmet, bit off the neck, licked the rim, and gulped down the contents in rapid, thirsty swallows. Wang Yu recognized the signs of severe dehydration, hence the 2-liter bottle of fresh water. With a functional water recycling system aboard, there was no need for stinginess. Food, however, posed a different challenge, especially dried meat, an exceptionally scarce resource. If Cat Brother proved voracious and carnivorous, provisioning him would soon become a serious logistical burden. Bear, this is the shipborne cabin I mentioned earlier. Wang Yu shifted his attention from Cat Brother to Bear. We have only 2 landing pods remaining. If we fail to acquire more during upcoming operations, or at least comparable aerial vehicles, we risk being stranded aboard this vessel forever. Having entered the interior of the deep space vessel, he had removed his helmet. Its atmosphere permitted unassisted speech. Bear nodded and likewise lifted her face mask, scanning the surroundings, the black-coated walls and floor stretching silently around them. For decades ahead, and perhaps far longer, this vessel would serve as her home alongside Wang Yu. Beside her, Wang Yu continued his detailed orientation of the deep space vessel. Though he briefly described it before, precise features could only be conveyed properly within its corridors. He intended to guide Bear through a full tour, to familiarize her with the layout, then discuss room assignments and storage arrangements for their recovered cargo. I killed a parasitized creature here earlier. Its corpse has vanished, most likely retrieved by Zhu Brother. Wang Yu described the grotesque appearances of Hammer Brother and Pig Brother, preparing Bear mentally. Each was more horrifying than the last, making Cat Brother by comparison almost serene in countenance. When encountering them, remain calm. They are not malicious, merely unusual. Meanwhile, Cat Brother, standing at a cautious distance behind, began trembling violently upon hearing Wang Yu vividly gesture while praising Hammer Brother's colossal mace. Wang Yu, absorbed in conversation with Bear, failed to notice, but Bear did, her gaze sharpening with quiet concern. The trio boarded the elevator bound for the bridge. Throughout the ascent, Bear kept her anti-material sniper rifle cradled, its barrel pointed deliberately, if subtly, toward Cat Brother to discourage any sudden movement. This is the bridge. That tongue-shaped anomaly is the vessel's control interface. Well, technically, a seat. Only I may operate it. Under no circumstances should either of you approach it. It is extremely hazardous. And this, what is this? Wang Yu stared dumbfounded. Upon stepping into the main control chamber, he discovered an alien object installed on the right. 3 slender golden legs supporting a gaudy, ill-gilded statue utterly incongruous with its surroundings. 3-legged toads, 3-legged birds. He'd heard tales of both mythic or legendary creatures alike. But a plump, 3-legged koi, that defied all precedent. Its bulging eyes seemed ready to burst, its mouth hung wide open, as if gasping, "I can't breathe." At the sight, Bear instantly raised her rifle, but Wang Yu restrained her. "Wait." Consulting the vessel's internal map and cross-referencing memory, Wang Yu finally recalled this was the previously incubating egg, now fully manifested. That so-called heritage collector. How aesthetically unfortunate. Wang Yu sighed inwardly. His own system's prestige seemed to dim alongside it. The taste was truly appalling. Exasperating. He summarized its function for Bear. It harvested relics from extinct civilizations and granted corresponding rewards. Her skeptical glance confirmed her doubt. Proof was unavoidable, and conveniently the stone tablet had been brought aboard. Wang Yu asked Bear to retrieve it and place it before the golden koi, then selected Submit and confirmed via his interface. Instantly, the plump golden koi stirred, using its front 2 legs like hands to grasp the tablet and begin forcing it into its mouth. The stone tablet softened like modeling clay, shrinking steadily as it vanished down the koi's gullet. Submission of unknown civilization relic accepted, awarded 200 universal credit points, granted 3 civilization lottery draws. Record this civilization. Recording preserves the coordinates of its homeworld. Cost 5000 universal credit points. 2 system notifications flashed, visible only to Wang Yu. Record coordinates. He hadn't anticipated this feature, but hesitation was unnecessary. Though 5000 credits was steep, losing the coordinates would make recovery tantamount to finding a needle in an ocean. The cost of retrieval would dwarf that sum. Without pause, he confirmed and paid. Recording complete. Civilization Longeared civilization successfully archived. Homeworld machine star, Grillia. After payment, Wang Yu's balance stood at 1900 universal credit points, still short of the next permission era upgrade. Then came 3 lottery spheres, regurgitated one by one from the koi's mouth like cud, each settling onto the floor as a distinct luminous orb, crimson, amber, and emerald. Wang Yu had played many games and was quite familiar with gacha mechanics. Without any interference from behind the scenes, it all came down to luck. Just so Wang Yu had absolute confidence in his luck. He reached out and picked up the green orb, which then transformed in his hand, ultimately turning into a can of protein powder he recognized, boasting an impressive purity of 4 nines. Authentic Conley brand protein powder. Damn it. Wang Yu smashed the protein powder can onto the ground. What use is this? Does he really lack this bit of protein? The can of protein powder rolled away a few times before being pinned down by a shadow. It was Cat Brother. Without a second thought, he decisively began to eat it, and by the time Wang Yu noticed, it was too late to stop him, leading to the loss of a gotcha prize. This lottery mechanism clearly had some shady dealings behind it. It was likely a combination of big data and algorithmic precision similar to those mobile games he had played before, all manipulated by capital with the sole purpose of ripping off players. Ball, why not give it a try too? Wang Yu suggested, intending to let someone else have a go. Ball was still astonished by the power of the legacy reclaimer, which could consume such a large piece of stone. What kind of technique was that? And what about this orb? It was completely unexplainable, like a mysterious power surpassing reality. After Wang Yu called out 2 or 3 times, Ball finally snapped back to reality, still showing signs of shock. He slowly picked up the yellow orb from the ground, feeling it change in his hand, until it transformed into a pure black vest, which Ball recognized at a glance. Is this a bulletproof vest? Ball remarked, immediately recognizing it as one specifically designed for mechanical servants. Name Barrier 02. Manufacturer Heart of Machinery. Regulatory Level I Civilian. Description of bulletproof vest specifically designed for mechanical servants, used to protect the precise mechanisms within the torso. It is woven from high-strength metallic fibers with a cushioning pad in the middle. Its soft texture does not hinder movement and provides excellent protection against impacts, bullets, and even electromagnetic pulses. The only drawback is its weight, 70 kilograms, making it unsuitable for ordinary people. Defense 30. Wang Yu also saw this equipment's attributes through the system, which were not weak at all. Perfect for Ball, far better than that protein powder. This thing is quite heavy, just right for you, Wang Yu said, glancing down at the last orb on the ground. He had already formed a rough judgment about the colors of these orbs and the items they produced. Green represents consumable items like medicines, while yellow signifies armor. As for red, he bent down to pick up the red orb from the ground, which transformed in his hand into a square metal briefcase, approximately 30 centimeters in width. Name Higra's Roar Prototype. Manufacturer Higra Research Center. Regulatory Level 4 Forbidden. Description: an exceptionally unique single-shot heavy pistol developed based on continuous observations and studies of Higra, which compresses Higra's impact into a compact ammunition, granting it terrifying destructive power with virtually no means of complete defense. Usage requires loading with special 20mm caliber spherical bullets paired with a disposable barrel. Upon hitting a target, it releases a compressed disaster impact, drawing in all surrounding targets. Please use this weapon only after confirming your own safety. Stealing your power is just the beginning. Higra Research Center. Wang Yu's eyes widened. He quickly found the button on the briefcase and opened it. Inside was an oddly shaped silver pistol. The barrel and body were separated with 3 barrels total. When assembled, the barrel length likely exceeded 30 centimeters, qualifying it as a heavy pistol. On one side of the briefcase, 3 strange spheres were neatly arranged, containing deep purple spherical masses that resembled enlarged viruses, with numerous sucker-like bumps on their surfaces, dynamically changing as if they were alive. Are these bullets? Wang Yu examined it, looking at the gun that resembled a giant revolver. He detached the research component and successfully pressed out the magazine, revealing a spherical slot in the center, just right for a bullet to fit into before being pushed in. What kind of gun is this? It's not in my database at all, Ball said, gazing at the firearm, then shifting his gaze back to Wang Yu. Wang Yu had mentioned that the odd mechanism known as the Legacy Reclaimer would only yield rewards corresponding to their civilization. Yet this gun was not listed. It simply did not exist in any records, at least not in official ones. This might be a weapon that you will create in the future. Wang Yu squinted, looking at the bizarre and ugly Legacy Reclaimer in front of him, sensing that it was quite extraordinary. The red gotcha likely represented weapons, but astonishingly, the Legacy Reclaimer could even produce creations from the future of the corresponding civilization. It was almost miraculous. Ball, however, wore a face of disbelief. As a robot, he was inherently distrustful of various mysterious powers. But today, having witnessed so many abnormal phenomena, she began to doubt herself, even starting a system self-check akin to an ordinary person questioning their existence. This gun has immense power, possibly greater than that miniature nuclear bomb, so it must be stored safely. Wang Yu returned the gun, closed the metal briefcase, and carefully tucked it into his shoulder bag, stealing a glance at Cat Brother not far away. Cat Brother over there was clearly enjoying himself, having a large can of protein powder, licking it, with a surprisingly long tongue that extended out from under the helmet. Moreover, Cat Brother could really eat. His belly seemed like a bottomless pit, nearly finishing off the entire can of protein powder, including the 2 liters of fresh water given to him earlier. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Cat Brother's aggression did not seem strong, at least not towards him or Ball, allowing them to continue observing for a while. The group left the bridge and headed towards the captain's room. Along the way, Wang Yu briefly explained what each room contained, mostly abandoned laboratories and workspaces. Some doors were even stuck or deformed. For instance, the door where he previously encountered Pig Brother required higher permissions. Wang Yu informed Ball of this, cautioning about the lizard monsters that might emerge from the corners, though this floor should be cleared out by now. Just as he was speaking, Cat Brother suddenly reacted, as if recalling something, and dashed into a nearby room, rummaging through it and turning everything upside down. Wang Yu instantly recognized what he was looking for, as the wall of this room bore a cat head pattern that he had noticed earlier, so the item was definitely gone. After a long search, Cat Brother found nothing, almost resorting to digging at the wall corners, returning with a dejected face, as if he had lost his soul. Well, it's been so long, it could have been stolen by the light lizards, who knows, aha. Wang Yu scratched his head, not caring if Cat Brother understood. Even Ball could not comprehend what they were doing. Along the way, Cat Brother inspected several marked locations, yet found nothing, leaving him utterly deflated, his tail drooping limply. The trio arrived at the captain's quarters. Wang Yu entered first, instructed Cat Brother to wait obediently outside the door, and only summoned him in after several dozen seconds. This is the captain's quarters, the only place aboard with relatively stable power. The outlets are here. The freshwater recycling system and hydroponic farm can both be set up here. We brought power strips after all. Wang Yu turned to Bar. The bedroom on the left is where I rest. You're free to use any of the other rooms. There are plenty. Cat Brother too. He then looked toward Cat Brother, intending to gradually integrate him into a reliable crew member. MRR. Cat Brother replied with a disgruntled murmur. For ever since entering the room, his gaze had been locked onto Wang Yu's satchel, bulging conspicuously from the canned food stuffed inside. Indeed, it held not only Higrala's roar, but also 3 cat food cans. So swollen, it was unmistakable, even to a fool. And earlier, the can he'd given Cat Brother had likewise come from that very satchel. Yet Cat Brother made no move to snatch it, only grumbled, launching silent, wounded, and deeply resentful glances from behind his helmet visor, all of which Wang Yu pointedly ignored. No sign of aggression whatsoever. So Cat Brother's temperament really is quite mild, Wang Yu concluded, having stowed the cans partly as a test. Of course, he was also reluctant to give them away outright. These tins were rare treasures. Perhaps only 3 remained. If shared at all, they'd be reserved for meaningful rewards, reinforcing discipline and tempering Cat Brother's feral instincts. Clearly, Cat Brother possessed considerable intelligence, but he couldn't speak. His silence wasn't like Hammer Brother's stoic reserve. Rather, he genuinely struggled to comprehend human speech, relying instead on crude sign language for communication. Then I'll go fetch the rest of the gear. After plugging in the power strip and verifying the electrical supply, Bar prepared to return to the shuttle bay, where much of their cargo still remained. I'll come too. And Cat Brother, you're coming as well. But no claws. Wang Yu pointed emphatically at his own hand, then at Cat Brother's paws, gesturing firmly. No, not allowed, I dislike it. After several repetitions, Cat Brother finally understood, retracting his claws and falling in behind Wang Yu and Bar, ready to help haul cargo. They returned once more to the crossroads where they'd first encountered Pig Brother. Only this time, before they even reached the junction, the heavy doors swung open, and a towering, iron-armored giant, over 4 meters tall, stepped forth, dragging a massive hammer in his right hand. None other than Hammer Brother. Cat Brother recoiled at the sight, letting out a piercing shriek, then scrambled backward on all 4s. Yet after 2 frantic strides, he hesitated, whirled around, and bolted back, crouching behind Wang Yu, trembling so violently he seemed ready to collapse into himself. Hammer Brother strode forward with deliberate, ground-shaking steps, his target unmistakably the trio. As he advanced, his colossal hammer rose slowly, its trajectory hinting at imminent violence. Hammer Brother, long time no see. We've been looking for you. Let me introduce our newest member, Bar. She's extraordinary, a robot. Wang Yu shouted loudly, though sweat had already broken out across his spine. For Hammer Brother's terrifying presence Unseen, it was bearable. Seen, it was profoundly unsettling. Even for Wang Yu, now meeting him for the second time. As for Bar, she sensed danger instinctively. The stranger's gaze fixed upon her, radiating hostility and raw destructive intent. Her grip tightened reflexively around her anti-material sniper rifle. Yet she remembered Wang Yu's explicit order: never fire upon the iron-armored giant holding a hammer, or the pig-faced being. So she kept her weapon lowered, pointed nowhere near Hammer Brother. Only after Wang Yu's greeting and introduction did Hammer Brother halt mid-stride. His solitary eye, visible through the fine mesh of his visor, ceased its scrutiny of Bar and shifted instead to Cat Brother, cowering and quivering behind Wang Yu. Hammer Brother, I explored the planet recently and brought you a gift: 100 varieties of soft candy. Care to try one? Wang Yu said, then rummaged in his satchel, producing the prize jar of 100 flavor candies he'd brought back for himself, 100 uniquely flavored pieces, several already consumed. Hammer Brother remained unmoved, staring silently at Wang Yu, blocking the corridor like a statue carved from iron. Then Wang Yu felt movement behind him, something brushing against his leg. Turning, he saw Cat Brother crouched low, shaking so violently he seemed on the verge of disintegrating. He's another ally I recruited. Quite capable, though admittedly rather timid. Wang Yu remarked, suddenly aware of something deeply off, a growing sense of dissonance. Only then did Hammer Brother stir, reaching out with his free hand to accept the metal candy jar, popping the entire contents into his mouth at once before chewing thoughtfully as he turned and vanished through a side doorway. Phew! Wang Yu's taut features relaxed as he exhaled, a slow, steadying breath. He now grasped the truth: Hammer Brother wasn't friendly. Rather, he extended goodwill only to Wang Yu. Had Bar or Cat Brother encountered him alone, the outcome would have been dire. And Cat Brother's visceral terror confirmed he'd already suffered Hammer Brother's wrath firsthand. So the anomaly wasn't Hammer Brother or Pig Brother. It was Wang Yu himself. Is it because I was sent here by the system, or? Wang Yu sensed a fundamental difference between himself and the others, Bar or Cat Brother, yet couldn't yet name what it was. Still, from now on, Hammer Brother would likely leave Bar and Cat Brother unharmed, a critical threat neutralized. Had Wang Yu permitted Bar to retrieve cargo alone earlier, the consequences were too grim to contemplate. Hammer Brother appeared capable of detecting foreign entities aboard the vessel, hunting them with machine-like precision. Pig Brother likely served a similar function, though his domain was sanitation, collecting and disposing of the dead. The trio retraced their path, taking the elevator down to the shuttle bay to load supplies. This time Cat Brother was markedly more proactive, perhaps emboldened by the knowledge that Hammer Brother posed no further threat. He darted ahead of Wang Yu, sniffing and pawing at corners, searching diligently for overlooked cans of cat food or other provisions. When instructed, he obeyed without hesitation, lifting crates weighing 200 or 300 jin with astonishing ease, striding briskly under their weight. Among the three, Wang Yu was undoubtedly the most slender, and by comparison nearly feeble. The realization pressed upon him heavily, igniting an urgent, burning desire to grow stronger, to stand tall, unshaken, and resolute. 2 days later, life aboard the deep space vessel had settled into a steady rhythm. Cat Brother had gradually earned Wang Yu's and Bar's trust, officially becoming a crew member, though Bar no longer kept a rifle trained on him at every moment. Yet expecting Cat Brother to contribute meaningfully to the vessel's construction or internal upgrades was wishful thinking. His cognitive capacity, or rather the scope of his acquired knowledge, was simply too limited. He could not even speak. Verbal communication proved futile. Instead, tone, pitch, and an improvised sign language served as their primary means of exchange. Wang Yu excelled at this, and Bar half suspected he had devised a private gestural lexicon comprehensible only to himself and Cat Brother. You mustn't overeat. You must strictly regulate your intake. After all, you could survive years without food. I, however, would perish within days of starvation. So you're permitted only this portion per meal and no more than 3 meals daily. Our provisions are finite. We cannot consume them all at once. Wang Yu prepared a modest ration: rehydrated vegetables, a sliver of dried meat, a protein cube, a drizzle of edible oil, and a pinch of salt, topped with one of Bar's large flatbreads. This constituted Cat Brother's meal, roughly equivalent in volume to Wang Yu's own. With such rations supplemented by yields from the hydroponic farm and a closed-loop freshwater purification system, they could sustain themselves for 1 to 2 years without issue. Wang Yu, however, required regular physical training, increasing both his caloric and water consumption, yet enduring for a full year remained feasible. Should provisions dwindle, ration reductions could dramatically extend their survival window. Cat Brother stared at the metal tray Wang Yu placed before him, the flatbread and floating green matter eliciting a low, disgruntled growl. Pleading won't change anything. This is a directive, not negotiation. You may not indulge solely your own desires. Should you repeat yesterday's behavior, demanding food incessantly, even causing disruption, I'll hand you over to Hammer Brother. Wang Yu delivered the warning using emphatic gestures and a stern vocal timbre. The previous night, Cat Brother, likely driven by hunger, had slipped into Wang Yu's quarters multiple times, nudging him awake to beg for food. He lacked the audacity to steal outright, but resisting the urge to slip past Botter's notice and beg for sustenance. That was beyond him. The disturbance left Wang Yu sleep-deprived, hence today's firm establishment of new rules. Whoa! Though speechless, Cat Brother visibly recoiled at the mention of Hammer Brother, shrinking backward, then fixed his wide, pleading gaze upon the satchel slung across Wang Yu's shoulder, clearly fixated on the tins of cat food within. Sensing that stare, Wang Yu paused, then under Cat Brother's rapt, trembling anticipation, withdrew a single tin. This one you may have, but only if you abide by every rule I've stated. No more midnight raids for scraps. Do you understand? Wang Yu enunciated each word, deliberately reinforcing meaning with gesture and intonation. Cat Brother nodded frantically, though whether comprehension truly followed remained uncertain. Wang Yu handed over the tin and departed immediately, retreating swiftly from the secondary bedroom where Cat Brother resided. Certainly not because the aroma might make his mouth water. Moments later, the room filled with exuberant snuffling and the vigorous sounds of ravenous consumption. The living area, or rather the workshop. Botter spent most of her time here. As she required no sleep, she had no need for a bed, only periodic recharging and maintenance. At present, she was calibrating the compact hydroponic farm, a unit assembled just the day prior. Its first crop was already underway, distributed across 32 independent cultivation pods. Yet its methodology diverged sharply from Wang Yu's prior understanding of hydroponics. The plants were suspended midair, not submerged in water. Each pod maintained precise temperature and humidity levels, while nutrient solution, atomized into fine mist, was continuously infused to nourish genetically optimized tuberous stems, enabling germination and growth. Subsequently, light cycles, including periods of total darkness, were carefully regulated until the plants yielded large potato-like tubers, which could then be sectioned for replanting, establishing a self-sustaining regenerative cycle. Seeds for legume pods were also available, but planting them had been deferred. Current priority lay with calorie-dense, long shelf-life staples. Legumes would be introduced only in later cultivation batches. Wang Yu observed, closely absorbing from Botter both theoretical knowledge and hands-on operational expertise. Used judiciously, the nutrient concentrates they carried should support dozens of successive harvests. Wang Yu turned his attention to the freshwater purification system mounted along the adjacent wall, a comparatively straightforward apparatus. Functioning much like terrestrial wastewater treatment, it operated as a sealed miniature municipal water plant, relying on filtration and semi-permeable membranes to purify contaminated water, fully automated, requiring only periodic waste removal and filter membrane replacement. Botter was considering rerouting pipes into the lavatory and installing a large-capacity storage tank to enable full water recirculation. Yet evaporation during this process rendered some moisture irrecoverable, creating an inherent gap in the loop, likely the earliest point of systemic failure. To resolve this definitively, they would need to reclaim atmospheric moisture, a feat demanding complete mastery over the vessel itself. Alternatively, they could source water directly from space, mining ice-rich asteroids for water, though scarce on Earth, abounds throughout the cosmos. Wang Yu said you mentioned additional instruments awaiting installation: telescopes, radar arrays, spectrometers, communication antennae. Let's install them today. Once the deep space vessel is underway, external work will become far more difficult. He intended to complete all remaining extravehicular tasks today, and then assume command of the vessel's departure. His participation was indispensable. Only Wang Yu possessed authorization to open the external maintenance hatches. Bar and Cat Brother remained confined entirely to interior spaces. The two made their way toward the bridge, leaving Cat Brother alone in his quarters as he offered no practical assistance. They proceeded to the cargo bay where the instruments awaited installation. Once successfully installed, these devices would interface with their onboard photonic computer, enabling critical functions: radar-based threat detection, remote celestial analysis, and reception of electromagnetic signals. Such capabilities formed the foundational suite of any interstellar vessel. Yet the deep space vessel, plagued by design flaws and system restrictions, lacked nearly all of them. Many sectors remained inaccessible even to Wang Yu, compelling them to improvise solutions themselves. Wang Yu donned his EVA suit, Barr secured her helmet. Both prepared for extravehicular activity. Initially, Barr insisted she could manage alone, requiring only hatch access. But Wang Yu insisted on accompanying her, citing the necessity of acquiring this skill firsthand, knowing full well it would prove vital in the future and must therefore be mastered incrementally now. Once fully suited and prepped, Wang Yu deactivated local gravity in the cargo bay via the control console. Then, securing the instruments to their suits, they opened the emergency maintenance hatch and exited onto the vessel's outer hull. The anchoring points they'd installed earlier remained intact. After fastening safety tethers, Wang Yu followed closely behind Barr, serving as an apprentice, learning through direct practice how to mount equipment and wield specialized tools. 5 hours later, Wang Yu and Bear, clad in spacesuits, reappeared in the spacecraft's cabin, replaced their equipment, stowed away their toolboxes, and restarted the gravity field within the room. This space operation concluded successfully, and Wang Yu learned a lot, even independently, completing the installation of a radar system. Although the debugging and cabling were handled by Bear, he had indeed secured the radar, albeit taking about an hour and a half, and the frame he used to mount it was slightly crooked. Nevertheless, starting today, Wang Yu could officially call himself a space engineer apprentice. At the very least, he wouldn't feel panicked in space, nor would he tremble in fear, which was a significant progress. He planned to return to the captain's chamber first to refill the depleted oxygen tanks, then check on Cat Brother to see if he was causing trouble or wreaking havoc. After that, he could attempt to awaken the deep space vessel and leave the star system. They did not have a specific destination. Leaving was merely to escape the influence of the demon star Higra, so any star system outside the cosmic void would suffice. The two returned to the captain's chamber, which looked exactly the same as when they had left, with no changes at all. Cat Brother remained as honest as ever, neither stealing food nor messing things up. He only left behind the shackles he had dismantled in the living room, demonstrating a high degree of cat morality, possibly having received some training. Wang Yu took out the oxygen generator, plugged it in, and began refilling the oxygen tanks. The noise was substantial because this device purified oxygen from the air, requiring a significant amount of air to operate, which inevitably caused quite a racket. Bear, on the other hand, activated the photon computer or light brain on the table, connected the cables extracted from his wrist, and started testing the installed devices to see if they operated normally and could connect to signals. After all, they were inside the ship, separated by a thick hull, so not having a signal was also normal. They might have to consider other methods. Fortunately, the results were good, and several devices activated successfully. Bear even established contact with Sophia on the machine planet, and they began to chat. Wang Yu stole a glance, and their conversation was filled with mutual reassurances and updates. Bear sent over pictures of the deep space vessel, including interior footage, though it was unclear when it was recorded. It also included the hydroponic farm and freshwater purification system they had set up, and even a video of Wang Yu frantically assembling the radar outside the ship, reminiscent of reporting back to the villagers while working away from home. On Sophia's side, she sent over blueprints for a planned research building which was already being constructed on the site, where they had previously observed the demon star Higra, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Moreover, the name for the building was also decided. It would be called the Higra Research Center. Sophia asked Bear how he felt about this name and sought Wang Yu's opinion, wondering if he had any better ideas. As if sensing that Bear was about to turn around, Wang Yu quickly turned and walked towards Cat Brother's room, so Bear only saw Wang Yu's back and frowned slightly. Bear, he was eavesdropping but didn't voice his opinion, so he probably thinks this name is decent. Sophia, oh, did you see all the photos I sent you? The technology level of this ship is incredibly high, far surpassing ours. It has mastered gravitational technology and likely even the utilization of negative mass energy substances. Moreover, Wang Yu is not the original owner of this ship. He was indeed drawn into it due to some accident, yet he is able to control this vessel and even utilize some oddly shaped devices. Bear attached a video of the relic recoverer retrieving treasures, which included a gun named Higra's Roar. However, Bear did not know the specifics, only showing the process of the recoverer swallowing a stone tablet, spitting out a capsule, and the capsule transforming into an item. In the video, Wang Yu mentioned that the handgun was a weapon from the future. Sophia, a weapon from the future. Bear, are you sure your system isn't infected? Bear, no, I have already run a self-check. Sophia, perhaps the technology level is too advanced, making it incomprehensible, resulting in phenomena that resemble surreal powers. If ancient creators were to come to the modern era, they would likely find themselves in a similar situation surrounded by scenes that are utterly incomprehensible akin to magic. Furthermore, those anomalies known as Cat Brother and Hammer Brother, do you think they bear certain similarities to disaster beings? Their vitality is extraordinarily resilient, and they even possess some surreal powers, especially the individual known as Hammer Brother. His presence fills me with dread. You know what that implies, Sophia? That is indeed very dangerous. You must remain vigilant and protect Wang Yu. He is our esteemed friend. No need for you to remind me. You should focus on dealing with Higra. If it comes to it, just build a spaceship and escape far away. There's no need to insist on a fight. On the other side, Wang Yu had entered the right side bedroom, finally understanding why he hadn't heard any commotion from Cat Brother for so long. Because this guy had actually fallen asleep lying on the floor. If it weren't for his chest gently rising and falling, Wang Yu would have thought he was dead, as he resembled a dried corpse, which was quite creepy. If one wasn't used to it, they probably wouldn't dare to approach. He needs to be taught to sleep on a bed, and I also need to prepare some clothes for him. That way he won't scare others. Wang Yu said, glancing at the corner where the cat food cans and breakfast were completely cleaned out, feeling it necessary to teach Cat Brother how to live like a human instead of eating and sleeping like a beast. He needed to tap into his potential, allowing him to contribute to the construction and development of the deep space vessel. Otherwise, he would easily become a worthless burden. Wang Yu exited the room, looking at Bear, who was still using the computer, greeting him before preparing to head to the bridge to awaken the deep space vessel. He'll go with you, Bear replied, shutting down the computer and suggesting they go together. The two made their way to the bridge, where many control panels were covered in black, corroded materials and were no longer operational. But Wang Yu suddenly remembered that Bear was quite an authority in computer science. Perhaps they could extract valuable information from the abandoned control panels or even from the discarded computers in the lab, because the hard drives inside might still be intact. He immediately shared this idea with Bear, who agreed to give it a try, but cautioned not to hold out too much hope, because the programming languages of different civilizations might be worlds apart, and there could also be encryption involved. Thus, even if the hard drives were intact, they might not yield much valuable information. All right, it's worth a shot. There's not much to lose in failing. Wang Yu nodded, and then looked at the chair in the center of the bridge that resembled a tongue and walked over. Actually, he had already gained some understanding of the state of the deep space ship the last time he sat in this seat. This living ship was mostly in a dormant state due to hunger, with many functions turned off, such as those modules labeled as starving. However, even when awakened, it could still move or navigate, albeit in a low-energy state, like a starving beast that could only move a little, making it unrealistic to expect it to accelerate to near light speed to traverse star systems. Then there was the method of opening the subspace channels. Wang Yu had also mastered related knowledge during the brief connection with this ship. Given the current state of the deep space ship, it was necessary to be sufficiently close to a star and reach a certain distance to potentially open the passage to subspace. From a scientific perspective, it was likely due to the severe curvature of space-time near massive celestial bodies, where gravity was stronger, making it easier to penetrate subspace. Leaving subspace afterward would be relatively easier, but channels would generally only open near planets. It was nearly impossible to appear directly in open areas, as the energy demands would grow exponentially, which the deep space ship could not afford at present. While on the machine planet Grillia, Wang Yu had read some cosmology related to astrophysics, but his understanding was limited due to his lack of expertise. Fortunately, piloting the ship did not require extensive knowledge, just the ability to give commands. His plan was to go to the dark side of the planet closest to the star in the current star system. There, the gravitational pull of the star and the planet would combine, which should meet the requirements for the deep space ship to open the subspace passage. Moreover, the temperature would not be too high, as the distance was still sufficient. He just needed to continuously adjust the trajectory along the way. The greatest challenge lay with Wang Yu himself, as it would depend on how long he could keep the deep space ship awake, which would determine whether this journey could proceed and how long it would take. Wang Yu took a deep breath. After facing the demon star Higra, he no longer felt any fear about connecting with the deep space ship and had gained a deeper understanding of his own talent, which allowed him to endure mental pollution longer than ordinary people. Let this be a trial of my willpower. Wang Yu sat down in the captain's seat, feeling as though he were sinking into a soft gel, his body enveloped by the flesh-like tissue that crawled over him, almost merging him with the seat, leaving only his closed eyes exposed. Then the deep space ship began to move. Inside the ship, one could clearly feel the shaking and effect of the sudden acceleration. At the same time, the former crew members, represented by Hammer Brother, all seemed to sense something and turned their gazes toward the bridge. If one switched to a cosmic perspective, they would witness the awakening of the deep space ship, with its shell-like surface opening numerous yellow-brown eyes, replacing traditional sensors and providing Wang Yu with a comprehensive all-angle three-dimensional view, even sensing the current speed and the gravitational pull of nearby planets, as well as the new trajectory and route he would enter. The deep space ship began to accelerate, departing from its original trajectory and heading toward the star, its speed increasing. Inside the bridge, Ball looked at the Wang Yu, who was being consumed by the ship's seat, feeling the power transmitted through her feet, once again stunned. She felt that she and the groups on the planet had never truly understood this universe until the demon star Higra appeared. This universe was far more terrifying than they had imagined, filled with all kinds of incredible phenomena, and only by understanding enough could one have the chance to see. Wang Yu held on for nearly 20 minutes before he came down, sliding off the seat and collapsing onto the ground, vomiting continuously. Ball brought a cup of water and some tissues, gently patting Wang Yu's back to alleviate his discomfort. This time was much stronger than the first, possibly due to his mental preparation and increased confidence after witnessing the demon star Higra, allowing him to endure much longer. His sanity was still at 22, but Wang Yu was not really looking at his sanity. Instead, he was more focused on the numbers in the palm of his right hand, occasionally glancing at it. As long as the number was not 0, he would not go insane due to low sanity. Even if it reached 0, he would still gain some sanity from a successful assessment. This was considered his unique advantage. Once the number changed to 2, Wang Yu exited the connection, as the trajectory had already been preset. For a while the ship would move based on the preset trajectory, but it would still need regular checks and adjustments. Ugh. All right. I've already recovered. Ugh. Damn. Wang Yu's face was not looking good, but he didn't want to appear too embarrassed in front of Ball, feeling somewhat conflicted inside. He forced himself to sit up, took a sip from the cup of water in Ball's hand, and indeed felt he was mostly recovered, though his scalp and limbs were still a bit numb, feeling slightly cool. Is the side effect of piloting this ship so severe? Are you sure it won't affect your body? Ball asked, although she had heard a rough explanation from Wang Yu before. She still felt a bit worried upon seeing it in person. It's not a big problem. I just need to endure the hunger and the dizziness and unease of being in space. Gradually I'll adapt more and more. Wang Yu replied, having gradually shaken off the effects, only feeling a bit hungry, realizing he needed to eat something. Ball, could you please check the current route of the deep space ship? If there are any issues, I'll modify it again. The installed telescope, radar, and other detectors should be able to confirm the current trajectory and calculate the subsequent route, sending it to me, so I can make timely adjustments later. Wang Yu said, gradually adapting to navigating in space, taking a significant step toward becoming a competent spaceship captain. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu had a grand meal in the captain's room, prepared meticulously by Ball. Although the conditions were limited, consisting only of filling ingredients, it was significantly better than the food he provided for Cat Brother. Do you want some more? Ball asked as Wang Yu was eating very quickly like a starving ghost. No, the food is limited. We can't waste it. This much is enough. Wang Yu said as he stood up, preparing to clean up the utensils. He had already checked the conditions regarding the route while eating, and it was mostly consistent with the route he saw when connecting with the deep space ship. This indicated that the deep space ship possessed the ability to calculate navigation routes and almost had all the functionalities of a spaceship, but due to hunger some capabilities were restricted. I plan to check and adjust the route of the deep space ship every week, gradually getting used to operating it, while making timely adjustments to the navigation line to reach the target location as quickly as possible. Once we enter the orbit of the planet closest to the star, we will leave this star system and head to another starry sky, which will take about 2 months. And when we return here, it is uncertain how many years later it will be. Wang Yu said this while looking at Ball, also reminding her. It was time for her to say goodbye to her home planet, and her people. This side might very well be a permanent farewell. The next day, Wang Yu rose at dawn, ate a light meal, and began his training, determined to activate the disciplined lifestyle system as soon as possible while conditions remained stable, gradually growing stronger. This time he had brought no fitness equipment home. Most of it was simply too heavy. Yet physical training did not require professional gear. Running, push-ups, crunches, and squats were all effective means of building strength. To increase intensity, he could improvise with heavy objects, plenty of which lay scattered about, and gravity here was fully functional. Moreover, the system rendered growing stronger visually tangible, so Wang Yu felt no anxiety about inefficacy. Progress was plainly visible. The only significant limitation concerned weaponry, especially firearms. The deep space vessel offered no facilities for firearms practice, though he had trained briefly on the machine planet Grilleria, and retained some rudimentary proficiency. Wang Yu trained continuously in the living room until noon, taking deliberate breaks and hydrating regularly to avoid injury. He reviewed his attributes again. Less than 10 experience points separated him from raising his physical attribute to level 6. Yet overall growth remained sluggish, even by the standards of Grillaria's harsh conditions, dramatically slower than that of his willpower and inspiration attributes. For instance, during those mere 20 minutes piloting the deep space vessel, both willpower and inspiration had each gained double-digit experience, far outpacing physical immunity and reflex attributes. And if experience requirements scaled upward with each level, would he train endlessly without ever reaching the next tier? Wang Yu suspected this was entirely possible. Moreover, once clad in an exoskeletal power suit, wouldn't his physical weakness be effectively compensated? Have I fundamentally mistaken the path to strength? After all, no amount of human training could enable one to best an excavator in raw power. Even Hammer Brothers' monstrous strength could never be attained through conventional exercise alone. Wang Yu murmured, puzzled, as images of pre-transmigration human titans he'd once seen on television flickered through his mind. Even wielding the 9-dragon force, they could not hope to win a tug-of war against the slender Bar, or even against Cat Brother, let alone against himself armored and powered exoskeleton. Perhaps humanity is inherently better suited to the mage path. No matter, I'll keep training. Every increment of strength counts. At the very least, physical conditioning remains unquestionably beneficial. Wang Yu consoled himself, ceased his workout, and walked toward the towel, water bottle, and delicious lunch laid out on the table behind him. Bar had prepared it all in advance and placed it silently on the table, refraining from disturbance until Wang Yu grew weary. This near-omniscient care left him utterly without complaint. Indeed, Bar excelled in every domestic domain and was equally masterful in engineering, electronics, medicine, and combat, a paragon of perfection truly worthy of her name. He absolutely could not allow her to coddle him into helplessness. Wiping sweat from his brow, Wang Yu devoured his meal with fierce determination, while the clatter and clang of plumbing echoed from the bathroom. Bar was inspecting the bathroom's water system, preparing to overhaul it. Wang Yu planned to join her this afternoon, not only to learn, but also because continuous training for 24 hours would severely damage the body. Oh right, where exactly is Cat Brother? Wang Yu suddenly recalled the figure he'd nearly forgotten. It had been nearly a full day since he last saw Cat Brother. Not even a morning food request had appeared. How strange. He stood, brow faintly furrowed, and strode toward Cat Brother's room. What the? Wang Yu blurted out an expletive. The room was empty of Cat Brother. In her place lay a brown-skinned woman sleeping soundly on the floor, her skin adorned with natural intricate patterns. Not scars, but birthmarks. That familiar tattered outfit, those furry limbs, and the unmistakable feline helmet. Damn it. Cat Brother is female. Wait, no, she's a woman. Stunned beyond measure, Wang Yu inadvertently alerted Bar, who rushed in and likewise registered Cat Brother's startling transformation. No, she can no longer be called Cat Brother. She should be called Bar. Quickly find her something to wear. If she wakes and dashes about half-dressed, it'll be a scandal. Wang Yu declared sternly, eyes averted, handing Cat Brother over to Bar. Unsuitable. My clothes are clearly much longer, especially the trousers. Then tailor them. Surely we can't leave her like this. Fine. Bar reluctantly agreed. She owned only a few outfits, and sharing them would leave her own wardrobe critically strained. You take one set too. The length matches closely enough. Agreed. Wang Yu responded decisively, and promptly disengaged from further involvement. Yet 5 minutes later, 2 complete outfits appeared before Wang Yu, one a white t-shirt and jeans, the other a full ensemble, black tactical jacket, base layer, and trousers, all his own garments. Bater claimed she lacked time for such tasks. The bathroom pipes remained unattended, so all clothing and the responsibility for tailoring fell squarely upon Wang Yu. And his sole cutting tool was a small knife. A recent university graduate with 0 craftsmanship experience, Wang Yu felt utterly bewildered, not to mention unsettled by Bar's subtle aversion toward Cat Brother. Fortunately, Bar had measured Cat Brother's proportions and relayed them: height 164 centimeters, legs far less elongated than Bar's, meaning the jeans required substantial shortening. As for Wang Yu's own clothes, the fit was relatively close. Rolling the pant cuffs sufficed, requiring minimal alteration. He estimated dimensions with his hands, then sliced the jeans hems with the knife, and swiftly produced a post-apocalyptic-style mid-calf pant. Crude technique and lack of proper tools meant improvisation. Cat Brother would have to make do. Its extreme shortness stemmed from the knife's dullness. Excessive force tore a jagged gash, prompting him to cut higher instead. leaving just enough fabric to cover the ankles. He could only hope Cat Brother wasn't sensitive to cold. Given Cat Brother's extraordinary physiology, capable of regenerating even from desiccated mummification, temperature posed no real concern. Still, calling her Cat Brother now feels increasingly inappropriate. Cat Sister. No, that sounds absurd, as if I've suddenly dropped a generation. While Wang Yu pondered, movement stirred from Cat Brother's room. Freshly awakened, she darted out, immediately seeking food. Yet her new appearance diverged so radically from before that Wang Yu's temples throbbed. Part of him even preferred her as a desiccated corpse, enabling him to regard her merely as an eccentric anomaly. This new form, however, felt distinctly unfair. Change into these clothes. Ignoring her food plea, Wang Yu handed over both outfits. She accepted them, blinked in confusion, paused for several seconds, then attempted, unsuccessfully, to stuff them into her helmet. Hey, these aren't food. Can't you even recognize clothing? What primitive tribe did you crawl out of? Utterly exasperated, Wang Yu snatched them back. Cat Brother fortunately offered no resistance when dispossessed. Wear them. Put them on your body like this. Demonstrating with gestures and emphatic tone, he finally conveyed the idea. She began awkwardly donning the garments, like a child learning for the first time, requiring his handsome assistance to finish. Phew, just how old are you? Wang Yu sighed, head throbbing anew as he studied Cat Brother, convinced she warranted formal instruction. Her state resembled that of a feral being, likely never exposed to systematic education. Her muteness, too, probably stemmed from this deprivation, distinguishing her sharply from Hammer Brother and Pig Brother. Enough, stop pawing at my clothes. I'll bring you food right away. 15 minutes later. No hands, use the spoon. Look at the fur on your hands. It's so filthy you can't even tell its original color. After Catgo transformed into a more human-like form, Wang Yu could no longer tolerate her eating with her bare hands and insisted she use a spoon, a fundamental rule of table etiquette. Catgo grumbled in protest, reluctantly gripping the spoon in a tight fist and scooping food toward her helmet. Some splattered onto her clothes, and even onto the helmet itself. Don't wear the helmet while eating. Wang Yu rose, reached over, and gently removed the black cat head helmet, revealing Cat's face for the first time. She truly had a pair of feline ears, white fur dappled with bold black markings, and large dark gold eyes, strangely endearing. Catgo shrieked, flinging the spoon aside, snatching the oversized helmet and jamming it back onto her head before scrambling on all fours toward her room, abandoning her meal entirely. Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. He'd acted without considering Cat's feelings at all. She seemed even more timid than Baller had been at first, perhaps needing the helmet to feel safe. Or did the helmet hold some deeper significance? Wang Yu couldn't tell. Frowning, he summoned his system interface to review the data he'd received the moment he'd touched the helmet. Name: Spirit Vision Guardian Cat Head Limited Edition. Manufacturer: Tetrapod Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory Tier I, Civilian Use. Description: a helmet engineered to protect navigators. Though many similar models exist, Tetrapod Life possesses exceptional technical reserves in this domain, so even their most basic variant rivals mid-tier offerings from other manufacturers. True to Tetrapod's long-standing philosophy of exceptional value, this model delivers outstanding performance at an accessible price. When worn, it enhances mental fortitude by 10, treated as a 10 bonus to willpower during resistance, and fully negates sanity damage of severity 2 or lower. This limited edition features a cat head design and is exceedingly rare, highly coveted within certain circles. Its collectible value far exceeds its functional utility, commanding premium market prices. So it's actually a sanity-protecting helmet, Wang Yu murmured, awestruck, Catgo growing ever more enigmatic. Yet he would never seize something belonging to a child. That much moral restraint he still possessed. He carried the tray into Cat's room, found her huddled in the corner, and spent some effort coaxing her out again. Fortunately, Catgo bore no grudges, soon resuming her meal with the spoon as if nothing had happened, gradually mastering its proper grip under Wang Yu's guidance. Quite clever, though I wonder how long it'll take before she learns to speak right and wash her hands. Wang Yu muttered to himself. The fur on her hands and ears was visibly mismatched in hue, suggesting years had passed since her last bath. Stay here and eat. Don't cause trouble. Don't steal food. Understand? Catgo nodded. Whether she truly understood remained uncertain. Wang Yu turned and headed toward his own room, intending to consult Baller on how best to educate and guide her. He also needed to give her a proper name. Catgo. Catcoer, that'll do. Sounds close enough. No need to risk confusion by choosing something entirely new. Wang Yu entered the restroom, where numerous floor panels had already been pried open, exposing tangled conduits, pipes, and thick deposits of mysterious black residue, dried gelatinous matter eerily reminiscent of the substance found in the bridge and onboard cabins. Baller was preparing to extract part of the piping system rerouted along the floor, connect it to a newly installed water tank, and channel wastewater into the living area's freshwater purification unit, establishing a closed-loop recycling system. Baller, anything I can help with? Wang Yu asked. Though Baller had noticed his arrival immediately, she offered no visible reaction. No, Baller's reply was terse. I'm not doing anything else anyway. I might as well learn something useful. Who knows when it'll come in handy? Wang Yu persisted. Baller paused, considered briefly, then instructed him to gather metal sheets and weld them into a large water tank, hastening the completion of the water recycling system. Got it. Wang Yu grabbed his tools and prepared to search other rooms, but paused to brief Baller once more on Kat Kaur's condition. You've seen Kat Kaur, for yourself. She isn't a monster, but she may have grown up untamed like a feral child, needing education and patient guidance to change. Yet she is dangerous. If she loses control, the consequences would be catastrophic, and danger is relative. Wang Yu cut her off. Even aboard the deep space vessel, even right here, we cannot claim absolute safety. At any moment, the Higra shockwave could strike. This universe, this very place, is saturated with peril. Our duty then is to unite every possible ally and leverage every resource at our disposal if we hope to carve out a true foothold in this cosmos. Or, I ask you to see things through my eyes, because I may well be bearing that very burden. Wang Yu held Baller's gaze, intense, unwavering, sensing her resentment and hostility toward Kat Kaur, born perhaps of caution or something deeper. Yet properly guided Kat Kaur, with her extraordinary physique and latent abilities, could become an invaluable asset. And Wang Yu was critically short on manpower. Only a handful aboard the vessel were capable of meaningful work. Even Baller, near omnipotent as she was, struggled to manage everything alone. Thus, guiding and educating Kat Kaur wasn't merely advisable, it was essential. She had already proven herself obedient, not a single incident, not a trace of mischief. Grr. Baller averted her eyes, breaking Wang Yu's stare, and gave a slight nod. A faint flush rose unbidden across her cheeks. Fine, let's begin. Finish early, and maybe we'll even have time for a game or two tonight. In fact, pipe work like this could easily involve Kat Kaur. Her claws slice through metal far more efficiently than any angle grinder. And so freshly fed Kat Kaur was promptly drafted, because the deep space vessel employed no idle hands, not even its captain Wang Yu. Under Kat Kaur's terrifyingly sharp claws, akin to molecular vibration blades, the metal flooring yielded as easily as foam, dramatically accelerating the retrofitting process. Once Baller realized the efficiency gain, she began using hand signals to direct Kat Kaur precisely where to cut, until Wang Yu quite literally became the least necessary person present. He was quietly sidelined. Wang Yu stepped back. Not there. Yes. Kat Kaur, you dig here. Not too deep. Just enough for me to trace the plumbing layout. Baller instructed. Wang Yu edged further and further sideways, until he was nearly banished from the restroom. I'll go gather usable metal sheets from other rooms to assemble the water tank. He remembered Baller's earlier assignment. She waved him off, emphatically urging him to leave at once, then resumed, directing Kat Kaur. Something feels off. Am I turning into the most useless person here? Wang Yu mused, suddenly overwhelmed by pressure. Thankfully, he remained the ship's sole pilot. The deep space vessel could only be flown by him. That one truth was immutable, otherwise he really might get fired. Wang Yu left the bathroom and walked alone down the corridor, preparing to scour the rooms along the way for suitable materials. He remembered that there were metal partitions in these laboratories and studios. With a little cleaning and polishing, they could be used as materials for making large water storage tanks. In the future, water storage could use large water tanks, while other plastic containers could serve as backups and portable storage. Wang Yu first entered the nearest laboratory to search, having actually been through it once before, but this time the purpose was different. How about I also dismantle the console and something resembling a computer mainframe to take back for inspection? Wang Yu felt this was feasible and prepared to do both tasks together, the fully charged angle grinder in his hand, already itching to start. 6 hours later. The corridor outside the captain's cabin had already accumulated many pieces of scrap metal of varying sizes and an assortment of objects resembling mainframes, with some electrical components even scattered on the floor. Wang Yu was nearly exhausted. He hadn't anticipated that this task would be so difficult. The angle grinder had run out of power, and he had replaced the grinding wheel 3 times. It's worth mentioning that this angle grinder was obtained from the mechanical servant, far superior to those from Blue Star, as evidenced by its endurance. However, after working all afternoon, he still hadn't dismantled the control console of the bridge, and he could no longer continue. He needed to take a break and catch his breath. Moreover, on his way to dismantle materials, he recalled that there were several rooms whose doors could not be opened. He didn't have a good way before, but now that he had time and the claws of Malkir, he could actually try to dismantle the doors. However, regarding the door leading to other areas, for safety reasons, Wang Yu intended to wait until he had the authority to open it, as the door itself was fine and forcing it open might damage it. In case the door had an alarm and something aggressive came out, it would be troublesome. The system's authority might even be there to protect him, preventing him from coming into contact with certain things too early. Wang Yu set down the last few steel plates and directly sat on the ground. Fortunately, I switched to powered armor midway, otherwise just moving would have exhausted me. My attributes are still too low. He couldn't help but complain, feeling a bit envious of Bear and Malkir. One was a robot that consumed electricity and required maintenance, truly a sturdy being, while the other was a super life form unafraid of vacuum with claws that could slice through metal like cutting vegetables, which was terrifying. Damn, no wonder the system evaluates humans as being extremely dependent on technology. How can one not be dependent? It's simply too weak. He exhaled and checked the panel. Fortunately, this series of activities had also brought additional gains, as his physical attributes finally broke through, reaching 6 points, surpassing the average human level. However, the next level was still a long way off, requiring 200 points of experience, then 400. Feeling that at the level of 7 physical attributes, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with top athletes, the kind that could win gold medals in competitive events. Wang Yu sat in the corridor for a while, then got up and walked towards the captain's cabin, as it was nearly time for dinner. Just as he opened the door, this time a wave of aroma rushed towards him. It wasn't the enticing scent of delicious cat food, but the smell of oil frying, filling the entire room, causing Wang Yu to hasten towards the bedroom. The miscellaneous room inside had been cleared out by Bear earlier and had now become a temporary kitchen, with cooking oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings placed here. However, the conditions were quite limited. There was no range hood or smoke duct to speak of, and the cooking equipment was just a simple induction cooker along with a table moved in from the living room. At this moment in the kitchen, both Bear and Malkir were squeezed in. The former was wearing an apron, frying pancakes in oil, golden and flaky, looking quite appetizing. Malkir was staring intently at the pancakes, nearly pressing her helmet against them. One could imagine what kind of expression she had right now. "Why are we eating so well today?" Wang Yu suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of both. "Kir performed exceptionally well today. She deserves a reward, and one of the pancakes was made by her. Isn't that impressive?" Bear looked over at Wang Yu along with Malkir, who had also turned to look. How did their relationship improve so much in just one afternoon? Wang Yu felt surprised and noticed that one of the pancakes inside was shaped a bit differently. How should he put it? It was thicker and larger, like the king among the pancakes. But for such a pancake, by the time the inside was cooked through, the outer layer would likely be burnt right. This was probably Malkir's creation for her first attempt. This level was already quite good. If Wang Yu were to make it, the pancake might not even be round. He was aware of this much self-knowledge. Malkir was watching closely, partly checking if her own pancake was done. 15 minutes later, dinner was ready. Wang Yu and Malkir each had 3 pancakes along with some protein puree as supplementary nutrition. The filling in the pancakes consisted of some dried meat rehydrated in water and freeze-dried vegetables. The seasoning was acceptable, and Wang Yu finished one in just a few bites. Having been busy all afternoon, he was indeed famished. However, why did this large dark pancake end up on his plate? Wang Yu looked towards Bear, then at Malkir, who was eagerly watching this side, sensing a conspiracy. "That's specially made for you by Kir. Hurry and try it," Bear urged, though the smile on his face gave off a sense of schadenfreude. Did we bring any stomach medicine up?" "Not that exaggerated. Why, taught her well how to make it," Bear replied discontentedly. "Fine." Wang Yu conceded, picked up the large pancake, and stuffed it into his mouth. Unexpectedly, aside from the outer shell being a bit bitter, the inside was quite crispy, and the seasoning was not an issue. After all, Bear was in charge of the filling and cooking time, so it couldn't taste bad. Wang Yu finished the pancake in a few bites and gave Malkir a thumbs up, indicating it was not bad. In the evening, the 3 of them began to assemble the large water storage tank. Since the pipes had already been connected and the floor restored, the efficiency was remarkably high. However, due to limited space, the water storage tank could ultimately only be placed in Wang Yu's bedroom, which didn't really matter. After all, the bedroom was just a place for Wang Yu to sleep. He had no particular aesthetic concerns. They began to splice the metal plates they had brought back. Wang Yu was responsible for rust removal with the angle grinder. Bear was in charge of design and welding, and Mao Kier was responsible for cutting according to Bear's drawn dimensions. In just an hour and a half, a water tank capable of holding 2 tons of fresh water was completed. Although there was still a risk of rust, the metal material on this spaceship was quite good, and for the short term this issue didn't need much consideration. By the time it rusted, they might have already replaced it with a new container. This one was only temporary for a while. After finishing up, Wang Yu and Bear discussed extracting information from the mainframe and the control console's hard drives, preparing to officially start tomorrow, as they had already been busy all day. Before bed, Wang Yu and Bear played a game, as they couldn't have any entertainment activities. Interstellar travel was very long and tedious, and prolonged exposure could even lead to mental health issues akin to being in a confined submarine. Thus, the light brain they brought also had several games pre-installed, including a fighting game, Rabbit Dominator 15. Damn, Wang Yu suffered his 10th consecutive defeat, but he was already able to take away half of Bear's health. Can't you secretly give me some water, so I can win once? He protested, looking at Bear, whose face had turned cheerful from victory. Then you have to beg me. If you beg me, I'll let you win once, Bear laughed. This was already a blatant humiliation. Wang Yu clenched his fist, but he couldn't lose his dignity. In the end, he still didn't back down, looking towards Mao Kier, who had been squatting in the back watching intently. Mao Kier, do you want to give it a try? I'll teach you how to play, Wang Yu offered, having found an opponent weaker than himself, extending a duel invitation. The next day, Wang Yu woke up early as he needed to activate the discipline life talent and could not afford to sleep in. He had rested quite well, having won numerous games against someone who couldn't even grip a controller, nearly to the point of exhaustion. Though it was somewhat shameless, he was earnestly teaching the other party, hoping to cultivate a normal and worthy opponent. He stepped out of his bedroom and saw Mao Kier still playing games, momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that she couldn't have stayed awake all night. He almost forgot that Mao Kier's self-control was akin to that of a child. She had been neglected last night. Wang Yu walked over and glanced at the screen, discovering that Mao Kier was beating a level 9 AI, finishing it off with a series of elegant combos more fluid than his own manual inputs. Wang Yu suddenly recalled a fact: he seemed to be evenly matched with the level 9 AI. No, it was more like a 4-6 situation. But Mao Kier, no, Mao Gu seemed to have taken down the level 9 AI with only a bit of health lost. Come on. Mao Kier noticed Wang Yu clapped her hands and pointed to another controller, seemingly inviting her coach Wang Yu to assess the results of her all-night practice. Mao Kier, you need to go to sleep now. You can't play games all the time. Playing too much will turn you into a waste, Wang Yu warned sternly, snatching the controller from her hands and shooing her back to her room. The bed inside was clearly tidied up and very clean. It was obvious that it was Bear's handiwork, as she was exceptionally capable. Get into bed, and I'll call you for dinner when you wake up, Wang Yu said, having reduced the use of sign language in their communication, which was beneficial for Mao Kier to gradually master the language through interaction. Though somewhat reluctant, Mao Kier had to comply with Wang Yu's strictness. She could only grumble a couple of phrases before obediently lying down on the bed, while Wang Yu covered her with a blanket. Her fur on her limbs is a bit dirty, though I'll have Bear give her a bath when there's time, Wang Yu thought. As he walked out, he happened to glance at the pause screen of Rabbit Boss 15, directly shutting off the game, deciding to focus more on serious matters from now on. By the way, where's Bear? Wang Yu frowned slightly and checked the kitchen, but didn't find Bear, so he turned back to the bedroom and pulled out the intercom from beneath the pillow, directly calling for Bear. I'm on the bridge. Wasn't I supposed to investigate the data on the hard drive? I'm currently attempting to do so. Then I'll come over now. After hearing this, Wang Yu finally felt relieved, casually grabbing a protein bar for breakfast before preparing to head over for a rendezvous. Inside the bridge. Sorry, Wang Yu. I thought the information on the console might be more important, so I took the liberty of coming here. I intended to return once I was done, but the decryption is proving to be more difficult than I imagined, which has delayed me until now. Bear looked at Wang Yu with an apologetic expression. It's fine as long as nothing happened, but next time please inform me in advance to avoid acting alone, as this ship is not exactly safe, Wang Yu stated, which was indeed true. He might be okay, but if it were someone like the unfamiliar Zhu Gu or other strange individuals moving about the ship, it could become dangerous. At this moment, Bear was sitting on the ground, her eyes shining like lights as data streamed by, and her skin appeared very rosy. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing Bear in this state. She had removed the cable from the back of her head. It was unclear whether she had modified the interface or if it was a direct connection, but it was plugged into the motherboard beneath the console, the black substance above being stripped away, revealing lights within. It seemed that while Bear was decrypting, she was also supplying power to the motherboard of the console. The security system of this ship is quite advanced, but luckily the entire system is in offline mode, so the difficulty of decryption has been significantly reduced. However, decryption still requires a quantum decoder to breach the firewall. I have related functions integrated within me, and am currently attempting it. It should take about half an hour more to finish. But because the security system is very tight, there may be data loss during the process of brute force decryption. Additionally, the condition of the hard drive isn't great, so try not to have overly high expectations. I can only do my best to restore it. Bear explained. Wang Yu nodded, not entirely understanding. Still, he wouldn't force Bear to do things she couldn't manage. It was enough that she would try her best. He looked at the captain's chair in the center. This thing hadn't changed much since he last left. Although it was akin to a living entity, it could still be considered an object and would not attack other targets. Wang Yu simply exercised here for half an hour until Bear stopped her movements, retracted the cable, and stood up from the ground. So did you find any valuable information? Wang Yu asked, to which Bear nodded. Yes, the primary language used by this ship's system is also Chinese, which greatly reduces the difficulty of organizing the information. I'm currently compiling it, and soon it can be transmitted to the optical brain for you to review the materials. Bear replied, indicating that the outcome was quite good, although it had taken a bit longer than expected. Are you sure you're all right? Your skin is still very red, and your ears too. Wang Yu reminded her, and she immediately felt a bit embarrassed. It's all for heat dissipation. The decoding process consumes a lot of computational power. I'm the only one here and have no other means of heat dissipation, which is why it's like this. Don't you dare mock me. Bear responded petulantly, her flushed appearance quite adorable. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile. Even he himself didn't notice. In any case, it was good that she was fine. The two walked towards the captain's room, ready to check the harvest of this trip. Upon entering the captain's cabin, Bear did not transmit the data immediately. He rummaged through his luggage and produced a black triangular prism, handing it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu recognized it as Bear's spare battery. Apart from the one inside his body, Bear carried 3 spares, each capable of sustaining his normal functions for over 30 days. Name: high-pressure solid-state metal battery dedicated to automaton servitors. Manufacturer: Ling2 Technology. Regulatory level: class I, civilian. Description: a high-energy chemical fuel cell using a solid electrolyte that operates under high pressure as the energy storage medium. The casing is a composite of synthetic diamond and titanium alloy mesh, providing strength while preventing fuel leakage. Its energy density is over 100 times that of traditional chemical fuel cells, and it can endure more than 5,000 deep cycles. Although the structural design largely eliminates the possibility of thermal runaway if the battery casing is damaged by impact, it may still ignite violently. It could even explode. Swap my battery. There's less than 1% left. Charging now would delay us. Bear said, leaving Wang Yu, who held the battery, utterly bewildered. He had never replaced a servitor's battery before. Where exactly should it be installed? Bear paid him no mind. He sat cross-legged on the floor, lifted the hair at the nape of his neck, and tugged down his collar, baring his back. Against his ashen skin, faint silver tracings were embedded like tattoos. In truth, they were circuits beneath the skin. The circuits converged just below the back of the neck, where a small shield-shaped square sat framed in metal, its center engraved with Bear's designation. K44795482. Don't just stand there dazed. Get the battery bay out. If you delay any longer, it'll die. Oh, right away. Wang Yu thought he understood, more or less. It must be that shield-shaped square. He tried to open it, and then... it hurts. Don't pry with your fingernail, it's a button. There's a mechanical switch beneath. Press and hold for more than 10 seconds. Oh, sorry, you'll press it now. Wang Yu hurried, sweat beading on his brow. He felt the air grow strangely warm, as if the air conditioning had been switched on. He obeyed and pressed the small square. Beneath the surface of the skin there were indeed mechanical components. A long press was required, together with Bear's cooperation and confirmation. It was virtually impossible to open by accidental touch. After a full 10 seconds, the shield-shaped square finally popped open, revealing a battery bay roughly 15 centimeters long. When opened, it expelled a rush of cold air, part of a cooling system to control the battery's operating temperature. Wang Yu removed the cell, briefly worried about reversing the polarity, but the bay was designed with anti-reverse latches, so there was no difficulty. He fitted the new battery, pressed the square, and the bay snapped shut smoothly. All right, that's done. Because the bay is on my back, I can't easily reach it. I had to trouble you. Bear rose and took the spent battery from Wang Yu's hand. No trouble at all. Wang Yu smiled and scratched his head, struck by how advanced the automaton servitor was. Such intricate mechanical engineering. It held an inexplicable allure. After slotting the spent battery into the charger, Bear stood at the light brain, withdrew a cable hidden in his wrist, and began transmitting data. Icons and folders arranged themselves across the desktop. Quite a number: star charts, supply inventories, logs of comings and goings, crew dossiers, mailbox entries, system logs, and assorted documents, images, and videos. Wang Yu eagerly opened them, but found many entries redacted, corrupted, or garbled. He looked to Bear. The hard drive's preservation is poor, data is missing, and access is restricted. Information accessible with public permissions is relatively easy to decode, but anything touching privacy or security is much harder. I've decoded and organized as much as I could, but some losses are inevitable, Bear explained. Wang Yu nodded. He did not understand computer systems. This was an entirely different domain. He continued to sift through the extracted files. Can any of these star charts be correlated with our current position? No. None of the charts match our coordinates. It may be due to Hijila's activity. We'll need to verify that later. All right, I'll leave that to you. Wang Yu opened files one by one. The supply list mentioned a Fian-1 landing capsule purchased from the Interstellar Trade Station store, its price listed at 19999 credit points. Not cheap. I don't see a Ed-1 pulverizer on the list. Wasn't that thing aboard the Shinkong? Wang Yu frowned and scanned the list again. It mainly contained provisions, procured instruments, and collected samples. Personal items weren't logged, perhaps due to insufficient access or because they were recorded elsewhere. The Chunsenseries survey vessel. This ship was also a product of CJU Company. Wang Yu found the ship's information, though it no longer seemed to correspond to the current Shinkong. Then came the logs of personnel movements of little value. It was unclear how old they were, and a mere name and ID meant nothing without context. However, there seemed to be no records for Mao Gu. All entries listed the species as human. Finally, the crew dossiers, mailbox records, and system logs. Anything touching privacy and security had been almost entirely redacted. It could only be established that the vessel had once carried over 50 crew, which matched Wang Yu's earlier estimate. Yet, through Bear's efforts, some valuable material was unearthed, mostly preserved as scattered text notes and various images and videos. For example, a video of the supergravity field fusion engine in operation. Wang Yu had never seen such a thing. Structurally, it resembled a dazzling miniature sun surrounded by several concentric hovering rings. Its operating principle was unclear, but textual descriptions suggested it likely used a gravity field to constrain and control the fusion reaction, somewhat akin to a star. Thus, it was a form of controlled fusion, yet far more difficult than magnetic confinement schemes, technology of dreams, and yet effortlessly miniaturized. From the image, the entire engine's height was less than 2.5 meters. The engine was exceedingly valuable. The credit points required for repairs would be astronomical. Its location on the ship was uncertain, and restoring it would be no simple task. There were also some blurry photographs taken by interior cameras of the crew, of little worth, but the person in this picture looks nearly 3 meters tall, right? Are you sure it's not an error? At least 2.5 meters. Wang Yu said, pointing at the figure. One of the crew, judging by the uniform's color. Genetically speaking, the creators, the changer people, and humans would not naturally grow so tall under normal conditions. But the image is somewhat blurred. Oh, perhaps they're wearing powered armor, Bear conjectured. Bear judged as much, but Wang Yu disagreed. He felt a nagging familiarity about the silhouette. He suspected it might be Chui Gu, who had always been that burly. Wang Yu and Ball continued examining and sifting through these fragmented pieces of information, until Ball spotted something new. Had it been Wang Yu alone, he would almost certainly have overlooked this video clip recorded in the ship's mess hall. The valuable detail lay in a small, unassuming notice posted on the wall, easily missed at a glance. Yet upon Ball's prompting, and after zooming in closely, the notice seized Wang Yu's full attention. It bore the title Subspace Navigation Code. 1. Before entering subspace, do not linger in corridors. Ensure you are inside a relatively enclosed room with the door securely closed, to avoid becoming lost in subspace turbulence. 2. Prior to subspace entry, confirm the total crew count and verify that all members remain in contact. Should an abnormal fluctuation in personnel numbers occur mid-voyage, do not panic. Immediately conduct a self-check and identify any intruder, likely a disordered subspace information entity, a malevolent presence. Remain vigilant and eliminate the threat or depart subspace as swiftly as possible, only after ensuring your own safety. Such entities typically dissipate and unravel rapidly upon exiting subspace, deprived of anchoring points in reality. 3. During subspace navigation, should you hear knocking cries for help or any similar phenomena, ignore them entirely. Simply wait in silence until they fade. All vessel doors are equipped with biometric recognition systems if authorized access is never impeded. 4. During subspace navigation, spatial distortions may manifest aboard the vessel, corridors elongating previously non-existent passageways appearing or extra rooms materializing. Under no circumstances enter these expanded spaces lest you become lost in subspace turbulence. Memorize correct routes and quarters, and mark them in advance. 5. Should you inadvertently become ensnared in subspace turbulence, do not panic. Retrace your steps immediately. If return proves impossible, prioritize survival above all. Preserve yourself, and seek an opportunity to escape the turbulence. 6. Upon emerging from turbulence, you may find yourself aboard another vessel currently navigating subspace. In such cases, refrain from confrontation. Immediately declare your identity and submit to oversight until full subspace egress is achieved. Per the Interstellar Joint Regulatory Code, you will be repatriated to your home planet vessel or designated jurisdiction. 7. Subspace navigation carries risk of incursion by subspace life forms, or even sentient information entities. Assign dedicated personnel for patrols and vigilance. Do not engage these beings or entities in dialogue. Eliminate them swiftly to prevent further structural damage to the vessel, and upon neutralizing the threat, initiate maximum tier purification protocols. If encountering a seemingly lost individual requesting aid, assess authenticity independently. The code offers no guidance on such judgments. 8. During subspace navigation, all external spatial sensing or exploration, except by the designated navigator, is strictly prohibited. All sensors must be deactivated prior to subspace entry and remain offline until full egress. 9. Upon exiting subspace, conduct a full ship sweep to eradicate all residual subspace life forms and information entities. 10. Should any crew member exhibit anomalous behavior, remain calm and isolate both yourself and the affected individual, for the anomaly may reside within you. Treatment shall commence only after subspace egress. Note this code comprises 10 articles uniformly rendered in black typeface. Should discrepancies arise in font color or article count, disregard them entirely. Wang Yu read on, his pulse quickening, memories of his own arrival flooding back, suddenly clarifying countless inexplicable occurrences. Why corridors had shortened. Why several cabins seemed to have vanished. Why Hammer was patrolling. Why luminous lizards had erupted aboard the vessel. All were consequences of subspace influence. Even Wang Yu's very presence aboard the deep space vessel might itself be a consequence of subspace. What is subspace? How can it be so unnerving? The words escaped him before he could restrain them. Finishing the code left him reeling, dizzy with dread. For soon they too would plunge into subspace, abandoning this starfield forever. Had they overlooked this code, they might well perish without ever understanding how or why. Subspace navigation, likely a high-tier technology devised to breach the light-speed barrier, one we neither possess nor comprehend. We lack even a foundational definition of subspace, let alone its mechanics. Ball shook his head, eyes wide with bewilderment, his confusion even deeper than Wang Yu's. Yet the emergence of this code suggested an alternate origin for Miaokur. She most likely emerged from subspace turbulence, having accidentally breached the deep space vessel's hull only to be captured and confined by the crew. We must use this time to prepare thoroughly, especially for subspace entry. Mark every door clearly to prevent missteps. Wang Yu resolved inwardly, the first contours of a strategy crystallizing in his mind. They held a distinct advantage. Patrol duties could be delegated to Hammer, corpse retrieval, and containment to Pig Brother. A substantial portion of the risk was thus borne by these two brothers, leaving Wang Yu and Ball free to focus solely on their own survival. But how is subspace navigation guided? It specifies a navigator, but where do we find one? Wang Yu turned to Ball, who stared back, eyes unblinking, as if silently retorting, "You're the vessel's master. Why ask me?" Yet the word navigator stirred a faint memory. Somewhere else he'd seen it. Yes, on Miaokur's helmet. He doubted she herself qualified as a navigator. The helmet likely belonged to another. Still, perhaps he could borrow it and attempt navigation himself. In any case, once the subspace channel opens and we enter, we'll know. Wang Yu added. There was no alternative. To flee this starfield, to escape the gravitational and psychic reach of the demon star Higra, subspace navigation remained their sole path. Time advanced to noon. Wang Yu resumed his routine physical training. Ball, meanwhile, examined the computer mainframe and control panel motherboard Wang Yu had retrieved earlier, hoping to extract additional intelligence to complete their picture. Overall, these components were in worse condition than those in the bridge. Though the black substance coating the bridge's electronics appeared grotesque, it had paradoxically preserved them, encasing circuits in a stable protective matrix. After hours of meticulous inspection, Ball recovered only one truly useful artifact, a clear group photograph of the deep space vessel's crew taken during an off-duty event. 53 individuals, including the captain. The captain was a bespectacled, fair-haired young man, refined in bearing and hammer. He was indeed a giant. His uniform insignia differed from the others, suggesting a role akin to chief of security. Over 2.7 meters tall, his face was stern, his frame massive and powerfully built, though still far less imposing than Hammer's current form. A probable match for Pig Brother also emerged, likely the ship's head chef, or a comparable role. A portly man wearing a spotless white toque and an apron, he appeared gentle and approachable, utterly unlike the Pig Brother of today. Yet no other candidate fit nearly as well. All other crew members, including the captain, were almost certainly deceased. Such extraordinary strength was his body genetically enhanced. In fact, the creators conducted analogous research during past wars, the Super Soldier Project, but terminated it due to profound ethical concerns. Ball murmured, studying the photograph intently for a long while, before arriving at a conclusion both reasoned and compelling. Bodily modification. Wang Yu gazed at the photograph of Hammer Brother and found the possibility highly plausible. This world appeared grounded in science and theory. Mere physical training could never render a human as massively built as Hammer Brother. Biological limits were inscribed at birth. Even cultivation novels introduced spiritual energy or magic systems. The notion that rigorous exercise alone could grant one the strength to uproot mountains or fill oceans remained utterly implausible. No matter how intensely he trained, pushing his grip strength to its absolute limit, exceeding 100 kilograms, was conceivable, especially with innate talent, and perhaps even far beyond. Yet no amount of training, not even with performance-enhancing agents and the legendary 9-dragon strength, could ever yield a 1-ton grip. The very architecture of human physiology forbade it. True power must come from equipment, or bodily modification, or perhaps mastery of psionic energy. He pondered his path forward, unwavering in his resolve to become a formidable warrior, a vow he had made on Jixing Station, spoken in earnest, not idle boast. I'll keep training for now. After all, the body is the foundation of everything. Laying a solid groundwork can never be wrong. With that thought, Wang Yu trained for nearly another hour in the afternoon before seeking Ball's guidance on hand-to-hand combat techniques in the corridor. They carried no conventional bladed weapons aboard, yet tools from the toolbox, pocket knives, wrenches, screwdrivers, even angle grinders, could serve as improvised arms. Fists and feet, too, were weapons, though their damage potential was limited. Precise footwork and deft parrying created openings, not only for counterstrikes, but also for drawing and firing a weapon. Thus the two sparred for nearly half an hour. Wang Yu repeatedly subdued or tripped by Ball, yet emerged unscathed, each technique delivered with impeccable control of force. Their practice, however, was abruptly interrupted. Kur the cat had awakened and was demanding food. 3 weeks later, life aboard the deep space vessel had settled into steady rhythm, every system operating with quiet precision. Wang Yu reactivated his innate talent, disciplined life, concluded his daily regimen, and began reviewing today's gains. Physique 6, 42,200. Willpower 9, 357, 1600. Reflexes 6, 15,200. Immunity 5, 31,100. Insight 7, 249,400. Growth remained sluggish overall, though reflexes had indeed risen to 6, still far from 7. Willpower and insight, however, had accumulated substantial experience, largely due to his frequent neural synchronization with the deep space vessel. Until he fully adapted to this interface, these two attributes would likely face no growth ceiling, and their advancement rate remained notably robust. Other attributes proved far more stubborn, lacking any clear breakthrough. Only patient incremental training would suffice. Wang Yu drank a glass of water to rehydrate, then turned his gaze toward the tuber sprouting tender green shoots. In his spare moments, he often watched it intently. Ball had installed light-blocking film, essentially a layer of matte black membrane, to simulate darkness. The emerging shoots, meanwhile, received consistent illumination for photosynthesis. In this gravity-enabled environment, hydroponics had become remarkably straightforward. Plants grew upward instinctively, requiring no manual intervention. This high-yield, fast-growing potato-like cultivar would reach harvest in approximately 35 days, meaning fresh space potatoes would be ready in just over 2 weeks. Mashed potatoes, hash browns, French fries. The mere thought made his mouth water. For days their diet had consisted solely of noodles, dried meat, and protein paste, monotonous fare bordering on nauseating. Though Ball's culinary skill was exceptional, constantly rotating dishes, the scarcity of seasonings, only salt and sugar, inevitably led to fatigue. He regretted not having brought canned meats. As Wang Yu daydreamed about potato-based feasts, he watched the tubers grow slowly. Wistfully imagining raising chickens instead, eggs and poultry alike would have been delicious, launching a true orbital farming enterprise, if only conditions permitted. Play with me. A voice, distinct from Ball's slightly off-pitch like that of a child newly learning to speak, broke the silence. Wang Yu looked up to see Kuer the cat, who had picked up a few clumsy phrases of Mandarin, her vocabulary painfully sparse. At the sight of her, Wang Yu felt a dull throb behind his temples. True Kuer was amiable, possessed formidable combat prowess, easily matching 3 Wang Yes at once, demonstrated surprising aptitude in certain domains, and clearly possessed above-average intelligence. Yet when it came to learning, she was pure nightmare fuel. Neither Wang Yu nor Ball had made meaningful headway. She could scrawl a few awkward Chinese characters and comprehend basic sentences. That was the absolute ceiling of her current ability. Teaching was agony, especially when the student refused to learn. Each night Wang Yu and Ball alternated tutoring sessions, imparting fragments of knowledge, not out of duty but necessity. She could not remain feral forever. No playing. I've seen what too much gaming does to people. It turns them into idiots. Wang Yu declined outright. Liar. Sister Ball isn't an idiot. Kuer protested, meaning roughly Ball played games brilliantly, yet was no fool, so Wang Yu's claim was false. Her logic was sound if her articulation remained rudimentary. Solve this mixed addition and subtraction problem, and I'll play with you. Wang Yu tossed her the question, a homework assignment from last night, one she'd persistently gotten wrong. She grumbled discontentedly, turning her head away from the equation. After a pause, she declared defiantly, Wang Yu is super weak. Kuer is super strong. This was clearly a jab at Wang Yu's abysmal gaming skills, remarkably shrewd considering she couldn't master elementary arithmetic, yet had intuitively mastered the art of provocation. Wang Yu's eye twitched. A cruel, mirthless smile curled at the edge of his lips. It was time to crush her arrogance and teach her in no uncertain terms just how merciless the world truly was. He took the controller, entered an indecipherable sequence of commands, selected the mysterious character, and launched into a match of Rabbit Tyrant 15. It was a hidden cheat code, secretly implanted by Ball at Wang Yu's request earlier that week. Once activated, it summoned the final boss from story mode directly into free play. Wang Yu had even practiced extensively. The character was unstoppable. Merely touching him meant instant death. Even successful blocks drained significant health. Thus Wang Yu achieved his long-awaited reversal. 5 consecutive victories, albeit through morally dubious means. Wang Yu is a liar. Kuer cried, her indignation so vivid that her scrunched nose pressed visibly against the transparent visor of her helmet. Her verbal barbs struck Wang Yu's impervious composure like raindrops on stone, utterly painless. What exactly did I lie about? This is pure skill, nothing less. Victor rules vanquished bows, accept your loss. You? Wang Yu. Idiot. Though she lacked the vocabulary to parse complex syntax, Kuer grasped the gist from his tone and expression. She likely intended to call him a cheater, a disgrace, a shameless fraud, but her lexical poverty left her unable to convey nuance, let alone venom. So thoroughly enraged was she by his nonchalant demeanor and mocking grin that she seemed on the verge of coining entirely new words. Oh, so you think you're untouchable, eh? Wang Yu's mood soared. Frustration accumulated from countless prior defeats dissolved completely. Now he began contemplating what to cook for dinner. Another 3 weeks passed. Wang Yu finally enjoyed the taste of fries and potato cakes, which were simply delightful, though it was a grave mistake to forget the ketchup and chili. This couldn't be blamed on Ball, as he considered which supplies to bring from a survival perspective, placing a low priority on seasonings and spices, deeming them luxury items that enhance quality of life. However, when they reached the next planet, if given the chance, he would definitely bring back some seasonings or even snacks. Eating was truly important, and while Ball as a robot might not feel it, Wang Yu sensed that constantly consuming monotonous food would not lead to starvation, but could certainly diminish one's anticipation and joy in life. During this time, Malkier had not asked Wang Yu to spar in games again, and often wore a sulky expression, thankfully not blowing air toward him. This made Wang Yu reflect whether he had been too harsh, as the other party's cognition and behavior were akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child, and there was really no need to take it too seriously. I need to find an opportunity to ease the relationship. As Wang Yu was contemplating, he suddenly received a challenge. Come play. Mao Kier handed over a controller while Wang Yu was still doing push-ups. Are you sure? I won't go easy on you. Wang Yu said, to which Mao Kier seriously nodded. The battle resumed. Wang Yu summoned the final boss as his character and began to fight Mao Kier, only to feel something was off in the very first match as he was unexpectedly defeated by Mao Kier. The latter was incredibly familiar with the boss moves, clearly having practiced and had even prepared for this for a long time. The only possible training partner was Ball. It couldn't possibly be Thor, as there were only a few people here. These two had actually teamed up behind the scenes to deal with him. Minutes later, Wang Yu undoubtedly faced a 3-game losing streak. To the victor go the spoils. Wang Yu is weak, you need to practice. Mao Kier mockingly taunted, making Wang Yu unable to suppress a smile. It was obvious that Ball had taught her as he turned to look at the mastermind behind this, finding Ball watching the match and even chuckling. You can play with her, but if you have time, teach her some things outside of games as well, Wang Yu said with a smile, not minding it as he stood up and prepared to head to the bridge. They'll go with you, Ball said. No need, you stay here with Mao Kier. I've wandered around this level dozens of times. All the doors that can't be opened have already been dealt with by Mao Kier, so there's no danger. Wang Yu said, leaving the captain's room as it was also time to check and adjust the route of the deep space. He had confirmed with Ball over the past few days and had also used the light brain to simulate calculations. He had a good grasp of the upcoming routes in his mind and just needed to adjust them step by step. The deep space was about to approach the planet closest to the star, being captured by its gravity, and would then orbit until reaching the most suitable position to open the hyperspace channel. Thus, this week might be their last period in this star system. Wang Yu walked down the corridor, deliberately taking a detour to the sunny side of the side corridor. The light here was bright, but the temperature was not too high, around 20 degrees, indicating that the special glass material had strong heat insulation and radiation protection effects, which was almost a standard configuration for spaceships. However, the brightness was indeed blinding, and looking directly could likely injure one's eyes, so Wang Yu wore protective goggles. From this angle, the planet closest to the star truly appeared scorched, with the light-facing side even showing faint glowing spots, possibly flowing lava or something similar. The backside was pitch black, but due to the lack of atmosphere, temperatures could plummet to sub-zero, creating a hellish scene of fire and ice. Such planets are unlikely to nurture life, at least carbon-based organisms, and organic life forms cannot survive. Wang Yu had not yet encountered any other forms of life. He took a moment to observe this planet, having specifically come to take a look because he had been pondering a question all along. If a civilization were advanced enough with a high level of technology, could they ignore the habitability of most planets to forcefully colonize just like this planet before him? Then they could transform the planet's atmospheric environment, enhance its habitability, and even establish a closed ecological urban circle. This is entirely feasible, and there exists such a civilization that basically meets the conditions behind the deep space. Yet the system instructed Wang Yu to seek habitable planets. But shouldn't the universe be filled with habitable planets transformed by advanced civilizations? This created a contradiction, turning into a paradox, because advanced civilizations indeed exist, yet habitable planets still need to be sought after. Wang Yu had been thinking about this question for the past few days, even discussing it with Ball and contacting Sophia for discussions. The results of the discussions pointed in the same direction. That is, advanced civilizations have collectively chosen not to do so, which is why life remains scarce in the universe and habitable planets are pitifully few. Additionally, there are several perspectives to interpret this, such as the universe being too vast and boundless, with their location being a backwater, thus lacking colonies of advanced civilizations. Or perhaps such actions are too costly, with negligible returns. Furthermore, it could be that all these advanced civilizations have perished, or the vast majority have. This could be due to wars or disasters, as there are evil deities like the demon star Higra wreaking havoc, ultimately shaping the current universe. Wang Yu personally leaned towards the latter interpretation, but for now more clues and intelligence were needed to support it. The door to the bridge opened. Wang Yu walked in, heading straight for the captain's seat. After all, he had lost count of how many connections had been made, and Wang Yu had long since gotten used to it, becoming adept at a series of operations with the connection time increasingly prolonged, resembling a desensitization process. He sat down heavily, once again being engulfed by the seat, while the deep space sailing through the depths of space awakened and control shifted to Wang Yu. The entire ship began to turn, preparing to enter the orbit of the target planet. Afterward, it would adjust its speed, alter the altitude of the orbit, go to the dark side, and enter the point where the gravitational forces of the star overlap. At that time, the deep space would be able to open the hyperspace door and officially depart. Everything was proceeding as planned. However, as the deep space completed its designated orbital calibration, just as Wang Yu was about to stand up and leave, a sudden sense of crisis surged within him as if an attack was impending. This was not Wang Yu's premonition, but rather the deep space's instinct transmitted synchronously due to the connection. The danger came from behind. In the extreme distance, the surface of the deep space trembled as all its eyes turned to the rear, only to be engulfed by an invisible wave, the impact from the demon star Higra. The deep space ship experienced an earthquake, or more precisely, the entire vessel was struck by an unknown energy surge. Ball and Malkier in the captain's room noticed the anomaly almost immediately. Lightweight items like the plates on the table quickly fell during the tremor, crashing to the ground, but remaining undamaged as they were made of metal. In contrast, a small piece of glass on the operational hydroponics chamber inexplicably shattered, causing the nebulized nutrient solution to leak out along with a few sprouting tubers. Ball made every effort to save important objects to avoid unnecessary losses from the impact, with the most critical and fragile being the quantum computer, which she immediately grasped in her hands. The impact lasted nearly 5 seconds before stopping. After it ended, the captain's room was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a typhoon. Fortunately, the chaos was manageable and the losses were minimal. Malkier stood up immediately after the impact, hearing the sharp noise reminiscent of a mountain's roar and a tsunami, her body trembling uncontrollably as she quickly curled up and hid in a corner. This series of actions was fluid and practiced, almost a reflex. Afterward, Malkier began to vomit on the floor, unusually, removing her helmet, and the contents were mostly what she had for lunch, with a few conspicuous red streaks mixed in, clearly indicating that her body had also been affected. However, Ball did not linger. She instructed Malkier to stay there while she rushed out toward the bridge, as the situation with Wang Yu remained unclear. After a few seconds, the metal gate of the bridge opened, and Ball rushed in, hearing faint coughs from within. Wang Yu had just risen from the captain's chair, having endured a dual ordeal of hunger and impact, now feeling numb and slumped in front of the chair, unable to get up for a while. "Wang Yu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Ball jogged over to Wang Yu, steadying him up. "Cough. I'm fine, much better than last time. Right now I just feel extremely hungry and want to eat the stuffed pancakes you made." Wang Yu replied with a wry smile, showing no signs of fainting or bleeding from his mouth or nose, indeed faring much better than before. But this was merely a facade. In reality, purple spots in his vision were invading like living organisms, causing everything he saw to appear in patches of purple and normality, even writhing, making him feel nauseous. This was likely the same thing that poor Blun couldn't endure before his death. Wang Yu gritted his teeth against the discomfort, trying to ignore it, and his vision slowly returned. Additionally, there were illnesses brought on by the impact. Many of these ailments could hardly be detected just by the patient's own sensations, especially in the early and mid-stages, leading to many diseases being diagnosed as terminal once discovered. "Wang Yu, you need a comprehensive examination. The deep space ship doesn't have the facilities for that, so we must return to the machine star." "And Malkier, she needs it too," Ball stated seriously, her expression earnest, but Wang Yu shook his head in refusal. "No. You know as well as I do that the frequency of Hygra's impacts is increasing, so we can't turn back. The next time might be worse, or we might not be able to leave at all. This could be our last chance to escape this star region. I don't want to be trapped here," Wang Yu said, maintaining his basic judgment even in the face of potential illness. "But let's think of a way. Once we reach the next star region, I won't have any issues in the short term. At that time, we can seek help from other civilizations, or go to an interstellar trading station where conditions will surely be better. In fact, I might not even be sick. Look, I feel fine now, just hungry, which is merely a side effect of connecting to the deep space ship." Wang Yu stood up, demonstrating that he was still in good condition. Ball fell silent, knowing Wang Yu was right. Her emotional simulator had clouded her judgment. Upon reflection, she found herself unable to counter Wang Yu's reasoning. In certain instances, decisions made by organic life forms can be even colder and more decisive than computer algorithms, almost instinctual. "How is Malkier doing?" Wang Yu then changed the topic, inquiring about Cat Brother. "She was also affected, but it's hard to say specifically. Her constitution is quite special. Some ordinary ailments might not affect her at all, but we'll have to wait for the examination report, which we currently cannot conduct." Ball explained the situation in the captain's room, mentioning that Malkier had not fainted either. Wang Yu suspected that her helmet had provided some protective effect. Combined with Cat Brother's superhuman physical attributes, there was indeed no need for excessive worry. Additionally, the hydroponics chamber had a breach that needed repair, but it was not a major issue. The freshwater recycling system remained intact, and the quantum computer was unharmed. However, they needed to check the external telescope and various sensors to see if they had been affected. The two of them walked toward the captain's room, with Wang Yu appearing almost unaffected as his body showed no obvious signs of discomfort. However, deep down Wang Yu was aware of whether his body had a problem, as he had the system. His health limit had dropped to 97 after the impact. While it was significantly better than before, it was enough to indicate that his body was indeed experiencing issues, though he couldn't confirm the specific illness. Please don't let it be a rapidly deteriorating disease. Wang Yu silently prayed, relying on his luck, hoping it would help him through this crisis. After all, he had only lost 3 health points, which shouldn't be serious. Moreover, the number in his palm had changed to 2, indicating that his talents had indeed come into play, likely offsetting any swiftly lethal or dangerous diseases. The two entered the captain's room, which was still a mess. However, as soon as they entered, they were greeted by a pungent smell of blood. On the ground lay many brownish pus and filth, the source pointing directly to Malkier, as she had vomited it. Mixed in were remnants of undigested food. "I'm back. I made a mess on the floor," Malkier said, her speech much more fluent than before, and notably without her helmet, probably due to just having thrown up. "She vomited blood," Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, glancing at the floor, and then at the standing Malkier, who showed no signs of abnormality in demeanor or complexion, even seeming to look better than himself. This might be detoxification, a capability to expel diseased tissues from the body through vomiting, Ball speculated. Given Malkier's previous performance in a vacuum environment, her judgment was likely accurate. After all, Malkier did not appear to be suffering from severe illness. Instead, she seemed more concerned about dirtying the floor, fearing punishment from Wang Yu and Ball, causing her gaze to dart away, unable to make eye contact with either of them. This little issue certainly wouldn't lead to scolding. It was something that needed cleaning anyway, though it would waste quite a bit of water. Fortunately, their reserves were still adequate. The three worked together, spending about an hour to clean and tidy up the captain's room. During this time, Ball tested the external telescope, radar, and other sensors through the quantum computer, finding no issues. Only the hydroponics chamber needed a repair, which could be fixed with a suitably sized steel plate. Additionally, they had contacted Sophia at the Machine Star. To be precise, a message had been sent from there first, as they had also experienced an impact. The outcome was quite satisfactory, although the impact had started to affect the machine servants. Their mechanical bodies had a unique advantage. They wouldn't fall ill, and any damaged parts could be directly replaced. Ball had also conducted a self-check and found no issues. Everything was normal. A week later, the deep space vessel successfully entered the planetary orbit. After completing the final preparations, they would make one last adjustment to the orbit before entering the area of gravitational overlap. At that point, they would open the gateway to the subspace and escape this starry void. During this time, Wang Yu had been secretly observing his physical condition, and even Ball was watching but found no issues. Wang Yu maintained his training regimen as before without neglecting it. However, he alone knew that something was wrong with his body. After every intense exercise session, he felt a vague sense of chest tightness, and even had the urge to cough, which was definitely indicative of a problem, not just psychological, as it happened every time. Is it a lung issue? Or a heart problem? Wang Yu found it hard to judge, but either way it was potentially fatal. He could only pray that after the subspace journey, he could quickly find a place to treat his illness. For now, he had to prepare for the plunge into subspace. They marked both sides of each door and doorframe, a simple and crude marking done by Malkier consisting of a cat head symbol and a simple number. Once there were such markings on the door or on either side of the doorframe, it indicated that this was a normal door, preventing them from accidentally entering anomalous spaces and getting caught in the chaotic flow of subspace due to the expansion and stretching of space during their journey. Except for controlling the ship's navigation and connecting to the deep space vessel, everyone else had to remain in the captain's cabin, ignoring any occurrences outside, and all sensors had to be turned off to prevent any knowledge of the situation outside the ship. Then the three of them had to act together, as being alone was a major taboo. Lastly, "Malkier, can I borrow your helmet during the subspace journey?" Wang Yu said, pointing to his own head, and then to the helmet on hers. This was the navigator's equipment, which might be important during the subspace journey, so Wang Yu wanted to borrow it. Ugh. Malkier made a reluctant sound, pouting, but after a few seconds, she took off the helmet and handed it to Wang Yu, looking like a child forced to give up their toy. Not for now. I mean, I might need it when we enter subspace. Just wanted to let you know in advance." Wang Yu explained. Clearly, Malkier didn't fully understand. However, borrowing the helmet wasn't difficult thanks to the increased goodwill they had built during their time together. Additionally, if you perform well during the subspace journey, I might even give you a delicious cat food can as a reward. Wang Yu took out a cat food can. Although it originally belonged to Malkier, he was shameless enough to keep it and present it as a reward for her good behavior. He just didn't understand why Cat Brother had hidden these cans. Upon hearing about the cat food can as a reward, Cat Brother visibly perked up, nodding vigorously. Children are just children, they're easy to please. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle looking at Ball, asking her to simulate the orbital calculations on the light brain once more, as this was the crucial moment and nothing must go wrong. 5 days later, Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space vessel and completed the planned orbital change. After finishing this, he did not leave the bridge again, and Ball and Malkier were also present. Because in 5 hours the deep space vessel would follow the elliptical orbit to reach the light-shadowed side of the planet, entering the area of gravitational overlap. By that time, it would also be the perfect moment to plunge into subspace, so all the crew gathered ready to act together. They even brought plenty of food and water, including weapons and space suits, considering almost every possible situation, just waiting for the action. Let's eat something first and take a short break. Ball laid out some clean cloth and placed several plates of food. Although they were just some potato snacks, pies, and jerky, they actually tasted quite good. Malkier loved meat, so she devoured several pieces of jerky. Wang Yu preferred fries as the jerky was too tough, making his jaw hurt after too much. Have you told Sophia and the others that we are officially leaving? Wang Yu asked Ball, since the light brain was in her hands monitoring the orbital status of the deep space vessel. Hearing this, Ball paused for a moment and nodded slowly, indicating she had said goodbye. Sophia told us to pay attention to safety and wished us a safe journey. She will always remember us. Wang Yu was about to make a quip about this being an ominous statement, but Ball continued, finishing what Sophia had said. She also said that once they successfully eliminate Higra, they would vigorously promote the research and development of aerospace technology, creating large spacecraft, and would come to find us then. Ball said, and at this point Wang Yu had lost the urge to retort, falling silent for a few seconds before speaking. Please pass a message to Sophia, just say. Wish them success with their plans. Wang Yu said, not as a curse, but genuinely hoping they would achieve ultimate victory. As time drew closer, the deep space vessel had fully plunged into darkness, entering the planet's shadowed side, with only about 10 minutes left to reach the designated area. If they missed it, they would have to spend a lot of time circling back. Here, hand me the helmet, and everyone be prepared for any unexpected situations. Wang Yu said, requesting the visual guardian helmet from Malkier, preparing to connect with the deep space vessel. Moreover, this time, he directly donned the exoskeleton armor, even hanging the beam pistol on his chest, and carrying another at his waist just in case of emergencies. Ball had closed all sensors and readied her submachine gun, while the light brain on the ground displayed only a green countdown as a reminder for the action timing. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. Wang Yu emphasized, once more walking towards the central seat of the captain's bridge. Even Malkier stood up, her hair and fur bristling, entering a state of alert, her sharp claws replacing the fingers that had been tucked into her furry paws, nervously staring at the door of the bridge. When the countdown reached the last 30 seconds, Wang Yu put on the special edition Visual Guardian helmet, sat back in the captain's seat, and reconnected to the deep space vessel, preparing to open the gateway to subspace. Wang Yu's senses reconnected with the deep space vessel, bringing his vision directly to the vastness of outer space. Before him loomed a colossal planet, nearly blocking out all light emitted from the star, plunging the surrounding area into complete darkness. However, the senses of the deep space vessel were not limited to visible light. After numerous connections, Wang Yu became increasingly familiar with the vessel's capabilities. During a discussion with Bear, she proposed a possibility. That was when Wang Yu connected to the deep space vessel. The reason he could see the trajectory of the upcoming flight path was that the vessel could perceive nearly the entire spectrum of light. It even included electric fields, magnetic fields, and even gravitational fields, which allowed it to know where it would move next and to see the future flight routes. This was quite impressive. Even the most advanced sensors would struggle to achieve such feats. However, overly strong and complex senses would increase Wang Yu's load during the connection, meaning that some senses might not be constantly active, only receiving visible light under normal circumstances and fully activating during orbit perception or emergencies. Wang Yu needed to master the ability to adjust these senses to extend the duration of the connection while also adapting to hunger, which posed challenges to both his will and inspiration. This time, to open a subspace channel, he had to push this sense to its limits, finding the weak points in the surrounding space distortion to break through and enter subspace. The stronger the gravity, the easier it was to find such weak points. This is it. Wang Yu successfully identified the weak point and charged straight in. From a third-party perspective, one would see a ship resembling a rock entering the shadowed side of the planet. It was first swallowed by darkness, then its surface lit up with faint glimmers, the ship's surface activating its eyes. Then the ship veered off its intended trajectory, flying sideways, and vanished, as if swallowed by the void, disappearing without a trace. The mechanical servants on the machine planet recorded this scene, feeling quite astonished. From Wang Yu's perspective, he felt as if he had broken through something, entering a turbulent tunnel, and upon waking, he found himself in a bizarre world shaken to his core. How to describe it? It felt like being shoved into a kaleidoscope with severe light pollution, while hundreds of loudspeakers were strapped to his ears, blaring all sorts of noise, creating a jarring cacophony. In just a brief moment, Wang Yu's consciousness was overwhelmed by dizziness. He could not even think about what to do next as his thoughts came to a halt. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted an instant, as the scattered light sources seemed to be filtered through a sieve, turning the entire world from bright to dark. Simultaneously, the sound from the speakers was turned down to a minimum, leaving only murmurs. As long as he did not scrutinize, there was no discomfort. Wang Yu's perception also recovered at this moment, and he felt a sense of dread, for the images he had seen previously lingered in his vision, and they were not mere illusions. In that fleeting moment, his brain nearly exploded from the sheer volume of information, but fortunately, it only lasted an instant. This was likely the effect of the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, which filtered out a vast amount of meaningless information and noise, allowing Wang Yu a glimpse into subspace. Otherwise, relying solely on Wang Yu's nerves and brain, in just a moment, he would have been swept away by the torrent of information, reduced to incoherent babbling, potentially resulting in lifelong disability or madness. Fortunately, I borrowed the helmet from Cat Brother. It seems to be essential gear for navigators, though I wonder where she got it from. Wang Yu felt a pang of fear, grateful for his prior preparations. He hurriedly surveyed his surroundings, for even in the filtered vision, prolonged observation would affect his mental state, as his rationality was plummeting at an unprecedented speed, likely only sustainable for a few minutes. Before him was a strange starry sky, the background not the pure black of a normal universe, but akin to an ambient light, constantly changing colors in an unpredictable manner. Moreover, celestial bodies were indeed present, various spheres of different sizes and colors, though it was uncertain whether these were products filtered by the helmet or their true images. These entities did not adhere to the laws of celestial motion at all, flying about chaotically, as if gravity did not exist here. In a normal universe, excluding wandering celestial bodies, most would orbit around massive targets under the influence of gravity, achieving a state of balance. Yet here, celestial bodies moved in straight lines, some remained stationary, while others intertwined and spiraled upward. In short, all manner of motion existed, and Wang Yu even saw a celestial body tracing a pentagram. Furthermore, the distance between celestial bodies was quite close, which was also why Wang Yu questioned the absence of gravity here. For instance, these spiraling celestial bodies were not just one or two. They formed a line, one following the other, spiraling upward together, their trajectories resembling two intertwined springs, much like a stretched DNA helix. Upon reaching a certain height, these celestial bodies would vanish, only to inexplicably reappear from below, repeating the process of spiraling upwards. Here it seemed all physical laws no longer applied. This was an incomprehensible world. The deep space vessel crawled slowly within this space, having nearly come to a standstill since entering its original kinetic energy and inertia almost compressed to zero in subspace. The navigator's duty was likely to set sail anew within this space, avoiding these celestial bodies, identifying a path suitable for the vessel's passage, and ultimately returning to the real universe. Wang Yu's intuition told him that if he accidentally collided with, or even brushed against these celestial bodies, the outcome would not be much better than crashing into a planet. In fact, the survival chances of the latter were far greater than the former. As for how to reach the target point and leave subspace to return to the real universe, Wang Yu had a rough idea of the method. It should be through the gates scattered throughout subspace. There were a few at the location he burst into, likely corresponding to massive celestial bodies in the real universe. The larger the mass, the larger the gate, making it easier to exit, much like the process of entering. These gates were likely products materialized from the helmet's information gathering and were probably not actual gates, but rather weak spatial points merely appearing as gates for Wang Yu to identify these locations. Behind Wang Yu, about 3.0 kilometers away, was an enormous gate so massive that the nearby celestial bodies appeared miniature, and upon approaching, it would inexplicably disappear, resembling a forbidden zone. Wang Yu merely cast a glance, and the purple veins rooted in his vision came alive, beginning to taint everything he saw, forcing him to hastily avert his gaze and no longer focus on what was behind. That gigantic gate undoubtedly represented the demon star Hydra. Though invisible in the real universe, its mass was immeasurable, naturally bending space-time to create a weak point. Is a distance of 10 kilometers here comparable to a light year in real space? Wang Yu speculated, as the demon star Hydra was probably about 3,000 light-years away. However, if that were the case, the gates representing planets and stars around him should be closely spaced, perhaps even clustered together. But in reality, there were still dozens to hundreds of meters between these gates. Thus, 10 kilometers here might not represent a light year in the real universe. It could be an unstable number, even a dynamic one, but far greater than 10 kilometers in the real universe, making movement exponentially more efficient. Only in this way could they potentially traverse distances on a cosmic scale in a short time, reaching another distant starry sky. The deep space vessel experienced intense turbulence as it plunged into subspace, after which it began to accelerate once more, restoring a smooth course, taking nearly 7 minutes in total. This was a monumental test for Wang Yu, as his experience in subspace navigation was virtually non-existent. Even in normal space, he was just an inexperienced captain. However, in that brief span of 7 minutes, he grasped the principles of subspace navigation and identified a relatively safe route based on the movement patterns of surrounding celestial bodies, devising a short-term navigation plan that was nothing short of miraculous. If another navigator had been present upon hearing of Wang Yu's feats, they would have likely dropped their jaw in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Yet Wang Yu accomplished it, demonstrating remarkable learning ability and insight, perhaps forced out by the threat of death. His sanity had already dipped to zero several times, but fortunately, he managed to stabilize and bounce back. However, his lucky 7 talent was nearly depleted, reduced to the number 2, highlighting just how perilous this situation was. Wang Yu slid off the captain's chair, his body weak and limp, unable to sit up, covered in a viscous light yellow liquid. Ball, who had been standing by, rushed over first, pulling out a towel to help Wang Yu remove the cat helmet from his head. Wang Yu appeared extremely frail, his face as pale as paper, with blood stains on his nose and chin, some even dripping onto his clothing, clearly indicating that piloting had not been easy. Nevertheless, he managed to signal a successful gesture. "It's done. Although I nearly died, my luck held, and I found a safe passageway, at least for the time being." Wang Yu said, his face bright with a smile, but paired with his ghastly pallor and bloodstains, it gave off a sense of tragedy. In just a few minutes, he had been constantly dodging the erratically moving, unknown celestial bodies, practically surviving in the cracks. These celestial bodies were as massive as planets, making the deep space vessel seem like insignificant dust among them. A slight miscalculation could lead to death. After maneuvering around these chaotic celestial bodies, Wang Yu found a relatively safe route that could avoid all celestial activity, then disengage from the connection, which was nothing short of extreme luck. Ball furrowed his brow, not interrupting Wang Yu as he recounted his experiences in subspace, while helping to wipe the blood and slime from his face and bringing a set of dry clothes for him to change into. Meanwhile, Malkier kept a close watch on the door at the entrance of the bridge, her ears perked up in tension, though it was unclear what she was on guard against. "Is it Chuego?" Wang Yu glanced at Malkier, feeling odd as his body gradually recovered. After consuming some food and replenishing his water, his complexion improved significantly. He stood up and drew 2 handguns from his side. "Let's head back to the captain's room. There's power and water there, and the conditions are much better. But we need to be cautious along the way, since subspace creatures may have already infiltrated." Wang Yu said, clad in exoskeletal power armor, feeling quite confident in his combat abilities, able to kick down a light lizard with ease. The 3 of them left the bridge together, ensuring that no one was left behind. However, once they entered the corridor, Malkier became even more tense, her body hunched forward, her limbs, ears, and the fur on her head standing on end, resembling a dandelion, displaying an extraordinary level of vigilance. Wang Yu and Ball were calmer, maintaining a defensive stance with their guns while advancing steadily. "This door is wrong. There's no mark we left on it," Ball noted, aiming his gun at the door. If one were to ignore the marks and focus solely on the environment, almost everyone would mistake this door for a cabin within the ship, as it looked identical. Compared to the doors of other rooms, there was no difference at all. Even the material and surface stains were consistent with the walls. Only those with exceptional memory or observational skills would likely raise suspicions. However, in reality, this door was an anomaly, so what lay behind it was uncertain, and it was best not to be curious enough to attempt to open it. The three maintained their vigilance, proceeding along the lateral corridor, which had indeed grown significantly longer. Along the way, they encountered 3 extra doors, one of which was wooden, even bearing a sign that read "Open for Business" in both Chinese and machine language. The noise coming from inside was quite loud, suggesting that many were gathered for a meal or drinks with intermittent high-pitched excited cries. Wang Yu and Ball, upon seeing this door, felt their wariness heighten, as it was exceedingly abnormal, especially in subspace. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred as they moved further away, and no strange creatures emerged from within the door. What on earth is that? A subspace tavern? Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff, while Ball shook her head as everything exceeded her understanding. The three successfully returned to the captain's room, having encountered not a single light lizard along the way. Otherwise they could have added some food supplies, which would have been fresh meat. This indicated that subspace creature invasions were not frequent, otherwise these vessels would be overwhelmed. As long as they followed the rules and didn't recklessly wander, the danger was actually manageable. Wang Yu, Ball, and Mao Qiu remained in the captain's room as planned, not venturing out at all, completely mirroring their previous interstellar voyage, even taking the time to play some games. However, Wang Yu had commissioned Ball to create a new game, coding it in real time, as it was relatively simple, a 3D flying game that involved dodging projectiles. It served as practice, as it was very similar to subspace navigation, training the ability to focus on multiple celestial bodies and find gaps for passage. 2 days later, Wang Yu and the others returned to the bridge to check on the navigation situation and make timely adjustments. The frequency of checks depended entirely on the navigator, namely Wang Yu's grasp of the route, but generally speaking it was better to check more often. The wooden door remained, and as Wang Yu and Ball passed by they maintained a high level of vigilance, while Mao Qiu in contrast relaxed as they walked past. On the way they encountered Chui Gu, who had bits of raw meat and blood smeared on him, though it was from others, and it was unclear what he had taken down, as the trio hadn't encountered a single subspace creature until they entered the bridge, likely already dealt with by Zhu Ge. Wang Yu donned the cat helmet once more, took his seat in the captain's chair, and began reconnecting with the deep space vessel. Wang Yu re-established his neural link with the deep space vessel, and his field of vision once again shifted outside the ship. The vessel continued along its pre-programmed trajectory. Not a simple straight line, but a meticulously calculated 3-dimensional course that deftly skirted every celestial body in its path. That he had identified such a route and finalized the navigation plan within mere minutes was nothing short of miraculous. Even seasoned navigators often required prolonged observation to achieve the same. This feat transcended mere luck. It revealed Wang Yu's extraordinary innate talent for spatial navigation. Once a safe passage is confirmed, hesitation is forbidden. A cardinal unspoken rule among navigators, one Wang Yu followed with unwavering discipline. Perhaps precisely because he was a self-taught navigator utterly unfamiliar with the true nature of these celestial bodies. Ignorance bred fearlessness. Hesitation or prolonged loitering risked not only shifts in the celestial body's motion patterns, but worse, drawing their attention. In subspace, such attention meant certain death. This time Wang Yu spent nearly 3 minutes traversing a densely clustered region of celestial bodies, then several more minutes charting a viable corridor through the sparser zone. With the navigation plan locked in, the next 3 days demanded no further intervention. Yet in that span the vessel had already traveled millions of kilometers. The great gate marking Hegra had long vanished from view behind them, yet no other gates appeared. The sheer scale of this cosmic void became starkly evident. Without subspace channels, escape would be all but impossible. Done. Subspace navigation isn't so difficult after all. This second course correction revealed Wang Yu's growing mastery. He withdrew, while his rational faculties remained firmly within the safety margin, calm and effortlessly in control. The trio retraced their steps, maintaining full combat readiness and heightened vigilance. This time they encountered 3 light lizards lying in ambush at a corridor junction. Yet these creatures now posed no real threat to the three. Even Wang Yu, the least combat-capable among them, dispatched 2 with ease. One shot shattered a lizard's skull, another severed its leg, forcing a follow-up kill shot. The third fell instantly under Bar's precise, controlled bursts from her submachine gun, its head obliterated before it could even mount an attack. This was the absolute dominance of modern firepower over large fauna. The lizard's greatest danger lay not in their attacks, but in the parasitic organisms potentially dwelling within their bodies. Yet Wang Yu now experienced was thoroughly protected, from scalp to toe. His face was swaddled in multiple layers of cloth, and his eyes shielded by sealed goggles. Bar, being a robot, was naturally immune to parasitic infection. As for Miao Ke, her physiology granted near-complete immunity to most parasites. Still, at Wang Yu's insistence, she wrapped cloth around her hands and feet and donned her feline helmet for added precaution. Let's bring them back for processing. Their meat is surprisingly tasty, Wang Yu suggested, eager to haul the carcasses away before Pig Brother emerged. Bar was the obvious choice to carry them. Miao Ke, don't eat it. It's raw and contaminated. Wang Yu swiftly intervened as Miao Ke reached out. They returned to the captain's quarters without further incident. Bar took charge of food preparation, coating the lizards in flour and frying them into crisp golden morsels. 3 light lizards would sustain them for days, especially since fresh meat spoiled quickly. Whether microbial life existed in the deep space vessel's atmosphere remained unknown, finishing the meal promptly rendered such concerns moot. While Bar cooked, Wang Yu scrubbed the floor clean of bloodstains using a makeshift mop, though he couldn't help wondering how long those parasites might survive outside their hosts. Next time, I'll need to secure a proper disinfectant. Greater safety demands it, he murmured to himself, then boiled water and mopped the floor a second time, refusing to cut corners. After all, the lizard's boiled bodily fluids were drinkable, and with sugar added made a surprisingly palatable beverage. No loss was incurred, rather efficiency was gained. As the rich aroma of frying drifted from the master cabin, Wang Yu felt an unexpected sense of fulfillment. Interstellar travel, it seemed, wasn't so barren after all. They feasted heartily. The 3 of them, including Bar, who could generate auxiliary power by metabolizing organic matter. Though functionally supplementary, sharing the meal deepened their collective sense of participation and transformed sustenance into something richer, more resonant. After the feast, Wang Yu drank deeply from a cup of light lizard broth, a simple infusion of boiled bodily fluids sweetened with sugar, possessing a distinct, unmistakably light lizard character, surprisingly pleasant. Having completed his daily regimen, Wang Yu prepared for rest and paused, glancing at his personal status panel before sleep. His maximum health capacity remained unrecovered. Spontaneous healing was out of the question. Fortunately, there was no sign of deterioration, so he would proceed cautiously, step by deliberate step. Deep night. Wang Yu jolted awake, startled by a low guttural roar, instinctively sitting upright and snatching the beam pistol from beside his bed. Bar, are you there? He whispered, eyes locked on the door from which the sound emanated. Bar appeared almost immediately. Seeing her, Wang Yu exhaled in quiet relief. The situation at least had not yet spiraled beyond control. What's happening? He asked. Unclear. Miao Ke had been asleep, but suddenly woke, crouching before the door and emitting low, warning growls. Bar replied, her expression tinged with mild bewilderment. Yet ever vigilant, she held her heavy-caliber anti-material sniper rifle ready. Wang Yu instantly grasped the gravity of the moment. He rapidly donned the exoskeletal power armor, standing upright nearby, fully bracing for whatever emergency awaited. Outside, Miao Ke had flattened herself against the floor, fur bristling violently across limbs, and spine claws bared her visage beneath the helmet, likely twisted into something feral, poised to launch at any second. Her gaze, sharp and unblinking, was fixed down the corridor. Has Miao Ke sensed something, or caught a scent? Wang Yu wondered, silently pondering how best to ask, when a sharp knock echoed at the door, nearly jolting him into panic. At the sound, Miao Ke, who moments earlier had been growling with terrifying intensity, recoiled as if confronted by a specter, her aggression evaporated, replaced by frantic, trembling flight, scrambling behind Wang Yu and shaking uncontrollably. Wang Yu and Bar instantly tensed, raising their weapons toward the door with razor focus. Wang Yu's hand even slid toward the grenade holstered at his waist. Should the intruder prove intractable, lethal force would be necessary. The knocking ceased after 3 or 4 sharp raps, only for heavier, more violent thuds to follow seconds later, as though someone had hurled their entire body against the door, accompanied by muffled voices. It sounded like a language emanating from the chest which Wang Yu could not understand, and he didn't even notice it was a language. Detected, an unknown civilization's language. Do you wish to translate? Activating the translation function requires 1,000 credit points. Without much thought, Wang Yu chose to agree, paying 1,000 universal credit points, and then he could understand it, including the previous few sentences. Hello. Is anyone there? The newcomer seemed to be a woman, her tone quite polite. But this was the subspace, the more polite the monster spoke. Hello. I know someone is inside. My daughter has been missing for a while. Have you seen her? She's very cute, fluffy, and warm. Wang Yu heard this and looked down at the trembling cat Kier behind him, seemingly deep in thought. The strange creature outside continued speaking. Good girl, mommy. Wanna find you something delicious? Look what this is, a super tasty starfish canned food, 50 purity. Okay. Still not coming out. The voice was tempting, but the cat brother showed no signs of moving. Mommy knows you are inside. Don't hide, or mommy will get angry. Come out. The creature's previously gentle voice suddenly became hysterical, startling Wang Yu, as it didn't sound like a voice a normal creature could make. Come out. Do you want to leave mommy all alone? Roar. Along with the roaring were violent crashing and scratching sounds, the force so great that even the metal gate shook, stirring up some dust, making Wang Yu's eyes nearly pop out. This was the metal door of the captain's cabin, its thickness second only to the bridge, a solid piece of metal. If this monster outside was this fierce, he would have thought it was Hulk knocking on the door. Ball! Wang Yu shouted, exchanging a knowing glance with the other, preparing to take the initiative. But just as they approached the door, a more horrifying scene unfolded. Several dark claws pierced through the metal door, penetrating several centimeters, each as thick as a wrist. If they were to be pierced by one, it wouldn't just be a few transparent holes, the body would be shredded like a rag. We cannot be trapped in this room. Wang Yu and Ball both reached this conclusion. The metal gate slowly opened, but due to slight deformation, the speed of opening slowed, producing continuous creaking sounds. Just as the door opened, a fist-sized gap, a fragment grenade, and a flashbang were thrown out respectively from Wang Yu and Ball. Immediately, there was a violent flash and explosion accompanied by the shockwave from the blast, causing the unknown monster outside to emit a sharp shriek and retreat. At this moment, a lithe figure slipped through the narrow opening of the door, crouched down, aimed at the unknown entity, and fired a shot. The entire action executed with textbook precision, striking the monster. The shooter was Ball. Wang Yu did not possess such agility, and his exoskeleton armor was insufficient to support such nimble maneuvers. So he was the second to emerge, roaring like a brute, adrenaline surging as he aimed his shotgun at the hallway and pulled the trigger continuously. Bang! 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 The sparks from the shots intermittently illuminated the entire corridor, finally allowing Wang Yu to see the monster. It was a humanoid creature approximately 3 meters tall, its limbs and torso elongated with a pair of tapered claws and covered in a layer of obsidian-like armor. Wang Yu's shots struck the monster, but the bullets were deflected, crashing against the metal walls, and even a few hit Wang Yu's exoskeleton armor, but the force had diminished. The terrifying defensive power of the creature shattered Wang Yu's worldview. Is this still a carbon-based life form? How could it not even be penetrated by bullets? Fortunately, the impact of the shotgun still had a repelling effect, causing the monster to stagger, while Ball completed the action of chambering and aiming, shooting at the creature's ankle, bringing it down. Fall back, our weapons cannot kill this monster, we need to create distance. Ball said, her face filled with urgency, because even with 2 attacks using an anti-material sniper rifle that could pierce through 50 millimeters thick steel, they were unable to breach this creature's defenses. Wang Yu also wasted no time reaching for the grenades hanging from his waist, ready to give this thing a few more. At that moment, he suddenly remembered another person. Kier was still in the room. Cat brother, what are you doing? Get out now, or I might just leave you behind. Wang Yu yelled, feeling disappointed in Kier's performance. Although this was also related to the identity of the monster, Wang Yu had always had high expectations for Kier's combat ability, so the psychological gap was particularly large. Several fragment grenades rolled under the monster, exploding just as it stood up, once again knocking it to the ground. At the same time, Wang Yu also used the magic called Body of Fear for the first time, hoping to scare off the monster and buy more time. A terrifying aura erupted from Wang Yu's body, the first to sense it was Ball, who looked at Wang Yu with a bewildered and fearful expression, but made no comment. As for the monster, it merely tilted its head, seemingly unaffected, and prepared to pounce again. Bang! Bang! Wang Yu fired continuously, and soon the shotgun's ammunition was exhausted. It doesn't even react to magic. Is its value this high, eh? Wang Yu's expression darkened, feeling that this monster was beyond his current capabilities. However, under the stimulus of the terrifying aura, Kier, who had been hiding in the room and afraid to move, suddenly dashed out, showing no signs of stopping, not even daring to look back, using all fours to run backward. Fall back! Wang Yu shouted, realizing that if Kier didn't move soon, he might really leave her behind, as this was no joking matter. He threw his last fragment grenade. Meanwhile, Ball seized the opportunity to fire another shot, striking the monster squarely in the face. It was a face that had no features at all, resembling a polished obsidian surface, and after being hit, it merely tilted its head back, showing no scratches, then was pushed back by the shockwave from the grenade. They began to shoot while retreating, creating distance, and at that moment Wang Yu threw another flashbang, without considering waste, as his life was the priority. After the explosion, the monster covered its head and howled. The effect was much better than the previous fragment grenades and firearms, allowing the group to create a significant distance. This creature seemed more sensitive to bright light and sound waves. Realizing this, Wang Yu decisively abandoned the idea of reloading his shotgun, slinging it on his back, and switching to the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol hanging at his waist. I still have a flashbang. Should we try the magnetically explosive grenade? It will be more powerful, but... The flashbang detonated with a thunderous blast, its blinding light and concussive shockwave reverberating down the corridor. Even Wang Yu and Ball, standing relatively far away, were affected. Wang Yu in particular suffered persistent tinnitus, his eardrums itched acutely, and he felt as though he were going deaf, hearing all sounds muffled, as if veiled by fog. Yet now was no time to yield to such distractions. His elite training on Ji Xing surged forth. Instinctively, Wang Yu took a deep breath, planted his feet, pivoted sharply, held his breath, and began aiming at the creature clutching its head. After the briefest hesitation, he lowered his sights to target the creature's seemingly vulnerable ankle, and squeezed the trigger. Click! Fire Scorpion 05 flared once, a feeble, futile spark like a lighter failing to ignite. Gone! Wang Yu cursed aloud, frantically hammering the trigger again and again. But fortune had abandoned him utterly. A misfortune alone remained. Each pull of the trigger yielded only silence. The weapon jammed repeatedly. He even pulled the trigger faster than the Fire Scorpion 05 could cycle, further crippling its ignition sequence. By the time he realized it, the creature had already shaken off its stunned state. Wang Yu panicked, reaching for his last flashbang at his waist, just as Ball delivered timely support, striking the creature's ankle with her sniper rifle and forcing it to stagger and kneel halfway to the ground. Simultaneously, Wang Yu hurled his flashbang forward. It rolled perfectly to rest just before the creature, granting him one final chance. Yet this time, thick black smoke began billowing from the creature's surface, and in the next instant its entire form seemed to liquefy, sinking downward into the floor as if melting into shadow. Can it phase through walls? Then why didn't it simply breach the door outright? Wang Yu recoiled in shock, just as the flashbang erupted. The searing burst blinded him instantly, robbing him of the split second needed to close his eyes and shield himself. His vision dissolved into pure, blinding white. Wang Yu! Faintly, he heard a voice calling out. Then a tremendous force yanked him sideways. He landed hard on his backside. A sudden chill swept across his groin, as if a razor-edged gust had sliced past, followed by the sharp metallic clang of something embedding itself deep into the floor. In that life-or-death moment, he spared no thought for caution. Though his vision remained unrecovered, his eyes flooded with tears, his sight reduced to hazy afterimages and ghostly silhouettes, he fired without hesitation. This time the weapon discharged smoothly. He kept his finger locked on the trigger, indifferent to whether he'd hit his mark. Seconds passed, and gradually outlines emerged in his field of view, blurred, yes, but undeniably real. Ball dragged him backward. Just ahead the creature loomed, its origin unknown, its emergence inexplicable. Its twin claws were buried deep into the floor, driven in with such ferocity they were nearly submerged, trapped for now, unable to withdraw. Had Ball not yanked him aside in that instant, Wang Yu would surely be dead. That chilling breeze he'd felt, likely the whisper of those lethal talons slicing mere millimeters before his chest. It had been a hair's breadth from annihilation, and astonishingly the blind shot Wang Yu had fired struck true, a clean hit on the creature's right knee. As Ball continued dragging him back, the beam of light drifted upward. By the time Wang Yu's vision stabilized enough to discern shapes, the ray had already seared the creature's right calf and part of its thigh into a deep, ominous crimson, as though roasted alive. Ball! Wang Yu shouted, not only to signal that his sight was returning, but to urge her now was the moment to fire, to strike precisely where the scorched, discolored joint glowed faintly. Hearing the commotion, Ball snapped back into focus. One glance at Wang Yu, then at the creature, and comprehension flashed across her face. She raised her anti-material sniper rifle, steadied her aim, and prepared to shoot. The creature wrenched its claws free from the floor, yet as it rose a roaring, high-caliber round slammed into its knee. This time the impact proved decisive. Its right calf shattered like glass, and it collapsed once more. It fears light, and can dissolve into shadows. Wang Yu bellowed, regaining mobility despite unceasing tinnitus, streaming tears, and a vision still haunted by afterimages. That was why it hadn't slipped through the wall earlier. The cabin's lights had barred its passage. Its infiltration required darkness. But how then could they kill it? The Fire Scorpion 05's power cell was depleted. Conventional bullets, even grenades, failed to pierce its hide. Only concentrated high-energy beams could weaken its defenses enough to inflict damage. We must break away, recharge the weapon, and then seize our chance to finish it. Wang Yu calculated, swiftly scanning the gloom-choked corridor. It was the creature's domain, utterly. Even the tactical flashlight mounted on his pistol offered no advantage. The thing exploited every sliver of shadow, slipping unseen along ceilings or circling overhead to ambush them from above. "It's coming," Ball warned. Unlike Wang Yu, Ball possessed exceptional low-light vision and infrared perception. Though the latter proved useless here, the creature emitted almost no thermal signature, blending seamlessly with its surroundings like a cold-blooded predator. Still, she could clearly discern that patch of intensified darkness, deeper, denser, sliding rapidly along the ceiling, deliberately avoiding the beam of her flashlight. What do we do? Wang Yu's pulse raced. Flight was no longer viable. His luck had run dry. One misstep now would mean utter ruin. Then he spotted Malkuer ahead. Since bursting from the captain's quarters, she'd fled without pause. No fight, no resistance. He'd nearly forgotten her entirely. She'd vanished long ago. Yet why was she waiting here? "This way," Malkuer cried, and darted rightward, vanishing through a wooden door. Wang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. It was the very door he'd noticed earlier, marked with the words, "Open for business." "Ball, inside. Forget the thing. There's light in there," he shouted, having glimpsed the glow spilling from within as Malkuer crossed the threshold. Even if the room concealed some extra-dimensional anomaly, light alone, coupled with the creature's crippled leg, might grant them the opening they needed to escape its grasp. If they could only reach the captain's quarters and recharge the pistol, they could deliver the killing blow. Thought became action. Ball acted without delay, abandoning her futile attempts to drive back the shifting shadow with light. She pivoted, seized Wang Yu, who lagged slightly, and together they crashed headlong through the wooden door, tumbling inside. Bear lunged at Wang Yu, covering the ground in 3 swift steps, as if in 2, using a sudden burst of strength to push them both through the door. The wooden entrance was smashed open, splinters flying. Like tumbling gourds, they rolled across the floor for several meters. Their abrupt arrival drew every eye, and the raucous clamor inside fell suddenly silent. Wang Yu sat up at once and realized there were over 20 figures inside, an astonishing assortment of shapes and sizes, some scarcely human. All of them stared at him, sending a chill across his scalp. A black creature had been hunting them outside, yet inside there were more than 20 monsters. How could he not be stunned? "Drink if you will, if you do not, then leave my tavern," a hoary voice full of authority carried to everyone in the room. They ceased staring at Wang Yu and Bear and returned to their drinking. Only then did Wang Yu rise from the floor, still clutching the power-drained Huashizero 5, alert as he scanned the surroundings, including the alien patrons. "Put the gun down or leave. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide." The same voice spoke again. Wang Yu glanced about and finally saw the speaker. Beneath the bar to the left, a half-bald head was visible. No, it was an old creature, a face creased with wrinkles, sallow gray skin, and a head bulging backward in a comma-like mass. "To call the old man bald on our first meeting. What rude creatures humans remain." The same voice sounded again, nearly startling Wang Yu out of his wits. This old creature, no, this old gentleman, could even read his thoughts. It was terrifying. Wang Yu stopped his musings and reached to restrain Bear, who still held her gun at the ready. Her weapon was not only trained on the door, but subtly aimed at other odd patrons chatting and drinking. Malkuer had moved deeper inside and sat properly at an empty table. "Bear, that creature doesn't seem able to get in." Wang Yu looked at the shut wooden door and told Bear to lower her guard, then found time to survey the tavern tucked into subspace. Judging from everyone obeying the old man's words and the lack of conflict, this place appeared to function as a kind of safe zone. Wang Yu began searching for a notice board, a flyer, or anything similar. Detected language of an unknown civilization. "Would you like to?" The system's repeated prompts made Wang Yu frown. After a moment's thought, he agreed to them all, and thus could understand what the aliens were saying. "Is that a human, boldly walking in like that? What are you thinking? He appeared with subhumans. He must be a fake human." "True enough. Humans are a rare sight these days. I almost scared myself. If he actually is human, excellent. Catch and sell him, and he'll never worry again. Who needs subspace?" "Hey, don't act rashly here, but if you want to die, do it yourself." Lao Wok's temper is no joke. The creatures were mostly debating Wang Yu's identity, whether he was human, making him feel like an alien himself. No, he seemed to be an extraterrestrial. The patrons sat by species in small clusters of 2 or 3, aside from 2 tables of subhumans with obvious animal traits. The rest bore little resemblance to humans. Take the emerald green insectoid, its body armored with spines and ringed patterns, compound eyes, and antennae atop its head. It twitched, stared at Wang Yu, and signaled to its companions with 3 pairs of slender arms, declaring that having a human would be perfect for selling. Prosperity guaranteed, while sipping a dark red, unidentified liquid. It was utterly repulsive. Though it was his first encounter with an insectoid, Wang Yu felt an inexplicable nausea and revulsion of visceral aversion. From the insectoid's perspective, encountering a shellless, soft, and hairy intelligent creature like a human for the first time likely seemed filthy and sickening. There were other strange beings as well. For instance, one at the center composed entirely of mineral crystals. This entity bore no resemblance to any life on the blue star. Its torso was a single pale pink crystal, with light flowing within. Around its perimeter were cavities from which translucent soft tentacles could extend to support its weight and grasp objects. One of its hands held a cup, and its speech was a high-frequency vibration beyond Wang Yu's hearing. He relied entirely on the system's perception and translation. There were also jellyfish-like intelligences resembling transparent gel with low density that could float. Their trailing tendrils were long, supple, and strikingly beautiful, gleaming like gemstones. In a corner sat a blob resembling soft mud wrapped in a robe. Its yellow-brown tentacles bore suction cups and spotted markings like a starfish standing upright. The common trait among these unknown extraterrestrial lives was intelligence. They spoke languages, used tools, and possessed dexterous hands capable of manipulating complex objects. Beyond that, there were truly no similarities to anything he knew. Humans appeared to them as rare creatures, and their speech carried hostility toward humans. One of the most beautiful jellyfish even boasted that it had once tasted human flesh, calling the flavor exquisite, though not as delightful as a savory starfish. Its words brimmed with malice, and the spots along the rim of its bell occasionally coalesced toward Wang Yu, then drifted back to the starfish-like creature in the corner. Wang Yu frowned, but showed no sign that he understood the alien tongue. He told Bear to sit at Maukir's table while he moved toward the bar. He had looked around and found no price list or notice of any kind. After all, this was a tavern. There should at least be a menu for ordering drinks. The only likely place was the bar itself, so he intended to go and investigate. There was no immediate danger, and it would serve as a temporary refuge. Wang Yu went straight to the bar and discovered that the proprietor was an elderly bartender in formal attire, though rather short, no more than 1.3 meters, barely revealing half a face above the counter, so his cocktail technique was hidden as if performing sleight of hand. But this old fellow, no, this old sage, made drinks without using his hands. His hands remained clasped behind his back, yet the bottles and jars beneath the bar seemed alive, lifting themselves and pouring into the mixing glass, swirling about. Child, even if you praise me now, it will do you no good. Don't expect me to give you a discount. The familiar voice sounded again, and Wang Yu confirmed that this old sage truly could read minds, and very well at that, and no wonder he could run a bar here. He glanced at the drink list on the bar. The first line read, 1 cup per person per visit, dine in only. You finish and do not refill. Leave immediately. Then the prices. Wang Yu was stunned. Even the cheapest special recommendation cost 100 interstellar universal credits, handwritten as the daily special. It read, Lao What's recommendation today is space special. 1 sip ascension spiral smash colorful lizard glow nectar. Wang Yu gaped at the name and looked at the bartender. No, the old sage. Is this concoction for real? Is it even drinkable? And it's rationed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the corridor of the Shinkong, after Wang Yu and the others burst through the wooden door, the creature that had been pursuing them halted, emerging from the darkness, as if puzzled by the disappearance of its quarry. It seemed not to perceive the wooden door at all. At the end of the corridor ahead, a sound began to approach, the grinding of heavy metal against the floor, coming from afar and rapidly drawing near. This is my tavern, I sell as I please. You have no say. If you want drink, then leave. I have no desire to serve you. The aged, imposing voice sounded again, as if it had once more probed Wang Yu's thoughts, truly impossible to guard against. Wang Yu forced himself to halt his inner activity, and even his expression took on a look of sagacity. Sir, do you sell plain water? He ventured, only to be answered, if you don't buy, then get out. Those 4 words even made a Yaran sitting at the bar sipping some drink not far away lose his composure. He coughed violently, as if choked. Only then did Wang Yu notice there was another person here. He nearly jumped, for he had not seen, or had simply overlooked, him before. This person bore clear primate features, hands and feet, yet his face, neck, the backs of his hands, even parts of his body were sparsely covered with pale cyan scales, mottled and imparting an inexplicable air of authority. He also wore jet black hair that fell like a waterfall down the back of his head, but it lent him no frailty. The muscles bulging beneath his vest and black jacket around his arms and lower neck testified he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he stood over 2 meters tall, a broad blade wrapped in cloth slung on his back. When he noticed Wang Yu's gaze, he looked over. A strikingly handsome youth by human standards. The cyan scales on his face and those aquamarine vertical pupils gave him an imposing presence. After a single glance, Wang Yu averted his eyes and began to study the menu on the bar as if pondering what to drink. Damn, Longren too. Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, for the man had horns on either side of his forehead, matching Wang Yu's impression of a Longren. Boss 3 of today's special, please. The subspace special, the 1-gulp ascension spiral slam of chromatic light lizard juice. Wang Yu placed the order, and to avoid being expelled also ordered a cup each for Bear and Malkier, otherwise the owner might throw them out, and that monster outside could still be lurking. The real reason for ordering the same thing was simple poverty. The daily special was the cheapest bargain on the list. The other drinks were priced at over 30 credit points apiece, practically highway robbery. After ordering, another problem troubled Wang Yu. He did not know how to pay. His credit points were still in his system account. As if reading his thought, the 6-fingered mechanical hand that had been resting on the table floated up and pointed at a square device with an obsidian mirror face, while the tavern owner's voice offered a reminder. Over there, transferred directly, 2000 credit points. Pay first, no credit. Wang Yu froze and then felt a rush of dread. Had his system been exposed? But the owner had not mentioned it. No, he mustn't dwell on it. Wang Yu felt the old immortal was terrifying and that there were so many strange aliens here. Longren among them, utterly overwhelming. He approached the device that seemed like a POS terminal. As he drew near, his system responded, a transfer option appearing in his view, while the instrument displayed a 0, presumably indicating the amount of credit points to pay. But wait, why 2,000? Someone has already paid a sum for her. The balance is not exhausted. You only need to cover your share and that of that robot. Someone paid. Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he looked at Malkier, who sat waiting obediently in a chair. The old immortal had even seen through Bear's robotic nature. Absurdly uncanny. No, his power was unfathomable. Wang Yu decisively transferred 200 credit points, and then stood at the bar waiting for the owner to mix the drinks. At that moment, another figure appeared beside Wang Yu. The cutting intensity of his presence was hard to ignore, even if Wang Yu wished to. It was the Longren youth who, having finished his drink, approached with a smile. Yo, so you have an excellent bodyguard, the Longren youth said in fluent Mandarin, causing Wang Yu to glance sideways. This man even knew Chinese. He had understood Wang Yu's earlier words, hence his reaction. The bodyguard he referred to was naturally Bear, who had sensed something amiss and approached. The sniper rifle that had been set down was lifted again by her, possibly with a fresh magazine. Such alarming action naturally drew the attention of the tavern's other patrons. Bear, it's fine. Wang Yu told her he was not worried the Longren youth would act. The tavern's owner was no pushover, and fights were forbidden here. Right, old immortal. Wang Yu glanced at the owner, but was ignored. The Longren youth did nothing overtly aggressive. Instead, he bent close and took a fierce sniff of Wang Yu in a perverse manner that nearly unnerved him. Before Wang Yu could react, the Longren's gaze sharpened, and he whispered coldly in his ear, "If I were you, I would never swagger into a place like this. Also check your lungs when you get back, the scent's not right." With that, he rose, his face creased with annoyance. "How long has it been since you last bathed, kid? I searched for ages. Turns out it was your smell. You nearly made me vomit. What rotten luck." The youth scolded Wang Yu, then looked at Bear, sensing hostility, his hand moving toward the knife on his back. The atmosphere instantly thickened. "Bear," Wang Yu called, shaking his head. Bear then stepped aside, allowing the Longren youth to leave. "What are you looking at? Like the view?" The Longren youth switched to another tongue and glared at the drinking patrons. A cluster of alien creatures seemed to know him. They bowed their heads and continued their business, feigning ignorance. Only several seconds after the Longren youth pushed through the door did the tavern's atmosphere return to life. "Damn Yaren, acting all high and mighty," the insectoid alien grumbled to his companion, airing his resentment. Don't provoke that madman. Might have to hire him sometime." "Let it go," his companion advised, evidently more even-tempered. Wang Yu frowned slightly, realizing from the initial reactions of the Longren youth and the alien creatures that being human seemed unusual in this universe. Next time, he must be more cautious in similar situations. Moreover, this universe hosted many extraterrestrial civilizations. These people were likely crew from subspace voyages who had arrived at this peculiar tavern through the sudden wooden doors. "All right, your 3 specials. Drink them while they're fresh." The tavern owner's voice sounded again, and 3 identical beverages, each with a straw and sealed lid, floated up and were placed on the bar. One of the cups even trembled, as if something alive stirred within. "Sir, do you offer charging services?" And having watched the drink being prepared, Wang Yu dared to ask the tavern owner. After all, how would he know unless he asked? Even if the answer were negative at worst, he'd receive a few sharp words. Yet as a paying patron, he was hardly in danger of being ejected not before even taking a sip. "Place your device on the bar." And the owner's reply lit up Wang Yu's eyes. He felt no concern about theft. The owner's sheer power meant open seizure would be far swifter than stealth. Void charging. Damn, it's incredible. Truly worthy of an immortal sage. Wang Yu marveled inwardly. Ahem, and the owner coughed, casting Wang Yu a withering glance, clearly signaling stop the flattery, then waved him off with a dismissive gesture. Still, persistent praise seldom fails entirely. At least this time the owner spared him any scolding. Wang Yu retrieved his fully recharged beam pistol, thanked the owner once more, then lifted a specially crafted beverage from the bar, its item details instantly appearing before him. Name: 1 sip Ascension Spiral Blitz Chromatic Light Lizard Juice and Creator Walker S. Morgoth Regulatory Tier 2. Precision crafted and description: a beverage concocted by an eccentric artisan using proprietary techniques and a closely guarded formula. Its taste and effects remain utterly unpredictable until consumed. This time, however, Wang Yu kept his thoughts silent. Even upon reading the description, he entertained none, simply handing 1 cup to Ball beside him and carrying the other 2 toward Keek's table. He observed Kiki. She seemed thoroughly at ease, displaying no trace of discomfort despite her surroundings. Even seated, her legs swung restlessly, utterly unbothered by the motley assembly of alien patrons. She must have visited many times before. The tavern owner had even mentioned someone had purchased her a long-term meal pass, though the benefactor remained unnamed. Wang Yu had already formed his own quiet suspicion. Drink up. This one's yours," he said, placing a cup before Kiki. Yet as he drew near, she grew visibly uneasy, avoiding his gaze, likely burdened by guilt, knowing full well she had drawn the monster here. Still, the drink proved too tempting. She seized the cup with both hands and drank greedily. Her body jolted, her eyes flared wide, and she drank on, ravenous. "Is this truly that delicious?" And Wang Yu glanced between his own cup and Keek's ecstatic expression, doubting himself, and turned to Ball for reassurance. Ball took a cautious sip and nodded. "Just a sweet, mildly alcoholic beverage." "Is it really?" Wang Yu hesitated, then followed suit. Sweetness flooded his mouth, but the instant it touched his tongue, sensation shifted, a tingling electric buzz. No, not electric. More like a swarm of light lizards spiraling violently across his tongue. Wang Yu shuddered, swallowed, and as the liquid slid down his throat, it burst into a surge of exhilarating coolness, racing straight to his crown. His mind felt swept clean by a crisp, invigorating breeze. His eyes, like Kiki's, blazed with sudden brilliance. Truly a novel experience. Only after finishing did a faint, lingering aftertaste of light lizard confirm its origin. And yet, what an extraordinary drink. Ball, however, felt nothing of the sort. Only the mild sweetness and alcohol of an ordinary fortified wine. As a synthetic life form, her physiology differed fundamentally from organic beings. System alert: mystical beverage consumed. Spiritual energy restored by 1 point. System alert: mystical beverage consumed. Sanity restored by 1 point. System alert: mystical beverage consumed. Vitality restored by 2 points. 3 consecutive system prompts stunned Wang Yu anew. He drained his cup in one go. His spiritual energy now fully replenished, sanity restored to 12, and vitality completely refilled. No wonder the bar stipulated 1 cup per person. This was no mere drink, but a true elixir. Given the chance, he'd stockpile several as emergency reserves. A specialized resupply station for subspace travel. Wang Yu redefined the tavern in his mind. Surely the pricier beverages offered even greater effects. But the drink was so exquisite he'd finished it before realizing the bar's notice: "No refills. Please depart promptly." If only I'd sipped slower. The immortal Elder Walker's celestial brew is unparalleled. Keep praising. I won't grant discounts nor make exceptions for a second cup. Don't even think about it, brat. Old Walker had pierced through his thoughts, but flattery cost no credits. Ball? Wang Yu sobered, outlining their next tactical plan. The creature might be lying in wait just beyond the door. They'd crack it open, slightly peer out, and if danger loomed, retreat immediately. After all, the owner hadn't begun ejecting them yet. If all went smoothly, they'd create distance and secure safety, requiring both their shots to strike true, relying on kinetic impact to repel the beast. Fortunately, the creature had lost a leg, its mobility severely degraded. In open space, its sluggish movement became a liability, drastically lowering its threat level. Wang Yu would concentrate fire from his beam pistol on the creature's torso while Ball deployed her anti-material sniper rifle for precision strikes. They avoided targeting the head. Not only was it uncertain whether the skull housed a vital weakness, but accuracy there was nearly impossible. Yet cleaving the creature cleanly in two would neutralize its menace regardless. Weakness or not, it would no longer matter. Moreover, the torso presented a larger, more reliable target. Wang Yu trusted his aim there. With the plan set, all three moved toward the door, Ball finishing her drink en route. It yielded no special effect for her. Her synthetic biology diverged fundamentally from organic life. Still, future visits might reveal beverages tailored for mechanical sentience. Even lithoid beings were seen drinking here. Ball led the way. Exchanging a brief, steady glance with Wang Yu, she pushed the door open, waited 2 seconds, then dashed out. Wang Yu followed hard on her heels, and Kiki, heart pounding, rushed out last. Yet, emerging through the wooden door, all three froze. Before them stretched a battlefield. Walls and floor bore deep gashes and splattered black gore, a shattered obsidian fragments littered the ground, and a severed black arm hung impaled on the wall, claws embedded deep in stone, as if the creature had left its mark. This was its handiwork. Wang Yu surveyed the carnage. Particularly the warped floor and buckled walls triggered a memory. Hammer Brother had been here. He'd fought the black creature, and clearly emerged victorious, leaving behind even its severed limb. Yet the creature bled no blood, so Hammer Brother had surely sustained injuries too. Still, the outcome could only be described as a decisive triumph, for the creature lay nowhere in sight. Wang Yu remained vigilant, shotgun raised, scanning the corridor battlefield, searching for the creature's corpse. The fragments are too few. The scattered black shards and severed arm on the ground cannot possibly piece together a complete corpse. He took out a piece of cloth from his satchel and wrapped it around his hand, attempting to touch it, gaining information about the item. Name: Shadow Demon. Description: a type of evil spirit extremely cunning and treacherous, capable of speaking the language of their past life and mastering new languages after devouring their targets. Often lurking in the shadows, they use words to lure their targets into a false sense of security before attacking with their claws. Some may exhibit special behaviors influenced by residual memories and obsessions from their past life. They can move swiftly through the shadows, possessing a robust vitality, and will choose to flee when the situation turns unfavorable. Jiang Chun muttered to himself, suddenly looking towards the wooden door behind him, fearing that the voyeuristic old Deng was once again peering into his inner world. But upon turning around, he found that the wooden door had vanished. It seemed this door could only be entered once out it would dissipate. Jiang Chun no longer considered the tavern issue, instead focusing all his attention on Malkier. Because this shadow demon was most likely her mother, and that cat-shaped helmet was probably hers as well. Did she get caught in a subspace turbulence? Jiang Chun speculated, planning to discuss this further with Malkier to learn more details. It seemed that this suspected shadow demon, who might be Malkier's mother, had not died, but had, as described in the information, fled after being severely injured by Hammer Brother, hence the absence of a complete corpse. Let's head back to the captain's room first. Jiang Chun retracted his gaze and asked Ball to help gather the black shards from the ground. Malkier could be excused, asking her to collect these things was rather difficult. What a tight grip. Jiang Chun attempted to pull out the severed arm, but found himself hanging in midair, still unable to do anything about it. How strong is this shadow demon? And how high are Hammer Brothers' stats to have driven it to such a desperate flight? Jiang Chun suddenly felt weak. The system's evaluation of him was not wrong at all. He continued to pull with all his might, and at that moment Ball arrived. The two of them with 4 hands worked together for several minutes before finally extracting the claw from the wall, leaving behind 5 dark holes. This claw still gleamed, as if new, far surpassing ordinary metal blades. This was also why Jiang Chun wanted to collect these fragments. They could be quite rare. Otherwise, when Zhu Gu arrives, they would likely all be gone. They carefully tidied up the shards and severed arm, especially Jiang Chun, who had to be wary of parasitic infections. After ensuring everything was ready, they made their way to the captain's room to check on the situation, remaining cautious and alert for any ambushes from the shadow demon lurking in the darkness. On their way, they found a severed lower leg of the shadow demon, thus having gathered most of its remains. However, as they neared the captain's room, Malkier, who had been trailing behind, suddenly reacted and dashed into the side laboratory without a word. Jiang Chun and Ball chased after her, only to find Malkier rummaging through items. A new cat symbol had appeared on the laboratory wall, and guided by the scent and the mark, she discovered 2 cat food cans with faded labels. This mark had not been there before. 10 minutes later, inside the captain's room, Ball was inspecting the severely damaged door to see if it could be repaired. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Mao Qier sat inside with the cat-shaped helmet and the newly acquired cat food cans on the table. Mao Qier did not eat, but handed them over to the leader of the organization, Jiang Chun. This can was originally collected by Mao Qier's mother, who even after becoming a shadow demon did not forget to bring food for her daughter, which moved Jiang Chun somewhat. Moreover, he had even snuck a can. This item clearly held special significance for Mao Qier, as her every recovery was related to these cans. There are still 2 cans here. You should take care of them yourself from now on. You should learn a bit about resource management, Jiang Chun said, pulling out his own stash of 2 delicious cat food cans and returning them to Mao Qier. The latter looked somewhat confused, unsure of Jiang Chun's intentions, but as he asked the next question, her expression changed significantly. That monster, the shadow demon, came to find you, didn't it? Jiang Chun inquired. Upon hearing this question, Mao Qier widened her eyes in surprise, then her head drooped, her ears flattening. Clearly, Jiang Chun had hit the nail on the head. She just didn't understand how he knew. She wasn't aware that Jiang Chun could understand the language of other civilizations and had comprehended what the shadow demon said. She used to. Was once your mother right? Jiang Chun asked again, this time making Mao Qier look up instantly, her face filled with disbelief, her eyes wide open. Seeing this expression, Jiang Chun didn't need Mao Qier to answer. He was already convinced he had guessed nearly correctly, pointing at the helmet. This is actually your mother's, isn't it? You were trapped in subspace turbulence until one day, by chance, you ended up on the deep space ship. But by then your mother had already turned into a monster, having given the helmet that could protect her to you. Jiang Chun didn't continue, as Mao Qier had already curled up and started to sob. Surely they had been trapped in subspace for quite some time, perhaps even. Her mother continued to care for or imprison Mao Qier after becoming a shadow demon, only to have her escape later, possibly because her mother sensed she was about to turn into an evil spirit and urged her to flee. Afterward, they arrived at the deep space ship, where they likely encountered Hammer Brother, who drove that shadow demon away, capturing Mao Qier and locking her up in prison or confinement, as this was the standard action taken by most ships based on interstellar joint management regulations. Thus, Mao Qier grew up in subspace, possibly raised by the shadow demon, having never received systematic education, which is why she couldn't even speak. Her monster-like physique might also be related to this experience. All right, I have a rough understanding now. Jiang Chun touched upon Mao Qier's painful past, but some things needed to be clarified as they were crucial to the subsequent plans and actions. But don't worry, a ball, and I will not kick you out or throw you into subspace turbulence. Jiang Chun reassured her, gently patting Mao Qier's head, just as her mother had described Fluffy. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Mao Qier stopped crying and looked up at him, her expression quite surprised. Apparently, she was genuinely worried about being abandoned, given that her mother was a significant threat. But next time, if your mother comes, I hope you can be a bit braver. She would surely want to witness your growth. You should prove to her that you have grown up, that you are no longer a child and no longer need her care. Wang Yu asked Bear if the door could be repaired or at least coaxed to open and close. Bear replied that it would be very difficult. The damage was severe. Bear shook his head and explained that when it had been forced open earlier, the door was already deformed, which ruined the internal mechanical transmission. To fix it would require disassembling and fabricating an identical door and repairing the transmission inside. With the tools and conditions at hand, that was unlikely, Bear explained, and the situation looked grim. Managing to open even a third before had been a miracle. If so, the captain's cabin would be left as an exposed space. Wang Yu stroked his chin, surveyed the supplies and equipment in the room, then looked back at Bear. Let's move everything to the bridge and camp there during subspace travel. That door on the bridge was intact and more robust, and the elevator led to the ship bay, so moving about would be far more convenient. As for the captain's cabin, we will block the door with whatever we can to prevent subspace creatures from breaking in and conduct regular patrols to avoid serious losses. The losses in question mainly concern the hydroponics bay, the water tanks, the room's water supply, and the power lines. So the three of them began moving things. It could not be finished in one go. First, they had to take valuables, especially the micro-tactical nuclear warheads and Hijila's roar. After shouldering their packs, they piled up sundries, mainly panels and metal seats taken from the adjacent lab, before the door as a temporary barricade, then set off for the bridge. The previously dealt with Guangxi carcass had to be brought along too. Reduced now to chunks, its odor could easily attract other creatures, so it took priority. Bear also took an induction cooker, saying it could be powered in reverse, so they would still be able to prepare food there. Burdened with large and small packs, they walked down the corridor toward the bridge and encountered no further strange things. Perhaps Che-Gu had come by recently and slaughtered them all. The three entered the bridge, smoothly set their loads down, and then made 3 trips back to the captain's cabin before the basic supplies and equipment were all moved. Having finished, Wang Yu felt exhausted. He had been dragged into combat half asleep, and despite the restorative concoction from the tavern owner, drowsiness had returned. What was more, his talent, self-disciplined life, had likely been disrupted by the accident and would have to be rebuilt and practiced anew. Wang Yu instructed Malkier, "If you sense your mother's presence, inform us immediately." Understood. He emphasized the importance of early warning. Once they understood the Ingmo's traits and countermeasures, they would not be so disordered the next encounter. After a quick supper and some water, Wang Yu lay on the improvised bedding and fell asleep. 4 days later, life on the bridge had settled into a routine. Apart from power supply, it was scarcely worse than the captain's cabin. The space was even larger and housed an oddly endearing large ornament, a 3-legged plump koi. Malkier often locked eyes with it for no apparent reason. Wang Yu could only stare at the thing for a few seconds before breaking, while Malkier could gaze at it for minutes. Living on the bridge had another advantage. Adjusting course was especially convenient. One could set the heading upon waking and check navigation at any time. They maintained twice daily patrols to confirm the captain's cabin's condition. So far things were good, nothing inside had been damaged, and subspace creatures were rare, yielding only 5 intact Guangxi. It was much like hunting, only the hunting ground had moved into the ship. With this relatively steady source of food, they were no longer worried about supplies. Guangxi meat alone would last 2 to 3 weeks. During this period, the Yingma did not return. It seemed Che-Gu had attacked fiercely, so they probably did not have to consider that threat in the short term. The pressing task remained finding a gate out of subspace. They should still be inside the void. It was a cosmic cavity 100 million light-years across with extremely low celestial density. Once outside, they ought to see many gates. For months passed, and the Yingma still did not appear. Whether it recovered slowly or lost Shinkong Hao's coordinates was unclear. In any case, it did not show itself again. In that time, Wang Yu frequently adjusted their course and became increasingly adept at subspace navigation. In gaming terms, he could effortlessly clear that barrage-filled 3D flight shooter on a single life. He likely possessed a talent for spatial perception and piloting. Even Bear found it hard to reach his scores. It was not mere calculation or reflex, but an instinctual sense and ability to feel which routes were safer. Thus, Wang Yu finally forged an undisputed dominance in that game. Even Malkier's quick learning and reflexes could not match him. She sat in third on the leaderboard. In that period, Shinkong Hao traveled more than 600 million kilometers along its path, over 400 million kilometers in straight-line distance. That speed is not extraordinary for interstellar transit, but if one absurdly maps 10 kilometers to a light year, the scale becomes terrifying. They should be approaching the edge of the cosmic void, about to escape Hijila's hunting grounds, provided their course was correct. The tavern that had appeared in the subspace turbulence never reappeared. Its pattern was unknown, but they would surely encounter it again. Perhaps it only manifests once per voyage. A sharp call rang in the bridge, followed by a crisp clack, not metallic, but like plastic chopsticks striking, only much louder. Wang Yu, assisted by his exoskeleton armor, was sparring with Malkier to practice fighting techniques. Their weapon had been fashioned from an Ingma talon, its hardness astonishing. Angle grinders could not touch it, only by heating it red. With a beam pistol could it be worked. Malkier fought with her claws. Without vibrating, they were only moderately sharp, and her strength was restrained, so there was little risk of accidental injury. Bear served as referee. As a robot, he needed no technical practice to be a close-quarters killing expert, so he took charge of instructing them. It had to be admitted that Malkier's combat talent far outstripped Wang Yu's. She was almost a born warrior, supple and coordinated, swift like a cat. Although the exoskeleton gave Wang Yu comparable raw strength, his reaction speed lagged badly. He was mostly on passive defense and looked clumsy, usually declared dead in under a minute, even with Malkier holding back. Yay! Malkier once again tripped Wang Yu and sat on the rigid exoskeleton, making a triumphant gesture at Bear. Her 100th consecutive victory was recorded. The photo would be uploaded to the Light Brain as an honor badge. This was actually a mechanism Wang Yu had devised to motivate himself, but he had never won even once and now regretted it. "Damn, this is impossible to beat," he muttered. Wang Yu grimaced and told Bear with an awkward smile, "There would still be a photo to take. Humans as a species are utterly pathetic." He complained inwardly, for so far he had yet to meet an alien weaker than humanity. Cough. Cough. After finishing his practice, Wang Yu coughed a few times, took the water handed to him by Bear, and frowned slightly, checking his current condition. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin Earth-like planet. Talent Lucky 7. Discipline Life. Ability None. Spell Body of Fear. Condition Healthy, a muscular figure with a slight yellowish tint in the chest cavity. Height 173 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms. Health 9,595. Rationality 120120. Discipline Life. Increases the rationality limit by 20. Energy 71,100. Spiritual Power 99. Physical Strength 7. 14,400. Willpower 9. 148. 41600. Reflexes 6. 183,200. Immunity 5. 97,100. Inspiration 8. 419,800. Overall evaluation: an outstanding individual among ordinary humans, yet still vulnerable. The system never offers good evaluations, and Wang Yu was used to it, for his attributes were indeed weak. Although his strength had increased slightly, his actual combat power remained largely unchanged. On the contrary, his willpower and inspiration were growing rapidly, cultivated during his travels through the subspace. If only these two attributes could directly translate into combat power like offensive spells. The one called Body of Fear was utterly weak, and against monsters like the Shadow Demon, it was practically useless. Over the past few months, the three of them had also encountered other creatures from the subspace. Aside from the light lizard, they also faced a squad of skeletal warriors, a malfunctioning cleaning robot, and a lava salamander, which was the only one that proved troublesome for them. The first few were easily dealt with using firearms, but the skeleton wielding cold weapons and glowing with ghostly flames was far weaker than the sneaky light lizard and perished before reaching them. The cleaning robot was similar. Its metal plating was no sturdier than the shabby armor on the skeleton, making it easy to eliminate. Only the lava salamander was a different story. Our bullets were ineffective against it, as its body was entirely composed of lava, causing molten rock to splatter everywhere and nearly injuring themselves. Fortunately, it moved slowly, and its only means of attack was spewing lava. In the end, they doused it with water, but it cost them over 20 liters of water, a significant loss, as they had no way to recover the vaporized water and were unaware of where it ultimately went. The so-called creatures of the subspace felt like bizarre beings that rarely, if ever, appeared in the real universe, each posing varying degrees of danger. As for the subspace demons, they were the products of intelligent beings eroded by the subspace, generally posing a higher level of danger. The subspace evil gods were entities of a completely different caliber, not even comparable. Wang Yu glanced at his health limit, which had already dropped by 5 points, indicating that his lung condition was worsening, and this was reflected in the system, showing a yellowish-green tint. The young dragon man at the tavern was impressive, able to discern his lung problems just by smell. Wang Yu suspected it was most likely lung cancer, probably in the early stages. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to exercise normally now. Bear, what are we having for lunch today? Wang Yu suddenly asked, causing Cat Kier's ears to perk up and look over. After getting familiar, she no longer wore the somewhat stuffy helmet, despite her mother previously insisting she wear it at all times. Today it's fried tofu residue and soybean milk with fried light lizard tails. Bear replied, indicating it would be a pleasant lunch again, though regrettably without chili. The newly planted pods had yielded 2 batches, and combined with the stone mill made from the lava salamander's cooled body, the menu became rich with options like soybean milk, tofu residue, and bean sprouts, though they lacked seasoning. Wang Yu enjoyed a relatively satisfying meal, then greeted Bear and headed towards the captain's seat, preparing to continue progressing and plan the next segment of the route. After connecting with the deep space several times, Wang Yu was now adept at controlling this ship, saying he and the ship were one would not be an exaggeration. His longest connection record had already surpassed 40 minutes achieved while navigating through subspace. This time he quickly got into the zone, accelerating fiercely as he left the relatively safe route, starting to navigate between various celestial bodies with bizarre and erratic trajectories. About 5 minutes later, the speed of the deep space reached a range that Wang Yu found comfortable, but ahead appeared a dense celestial body cluster. This is a term Wang Yu coined, referring to the areas frequently encountered during subspace travel, composed of a multitude of irregularly moving celestial bodies. There were usually only 2 choices, either to go around or to break through. Wang Yu had mostly chosen the latter previously, but this time, the deep space urgently slowed down to avoid the celestial bodies falling ahead. Wang Yu reassessed the wall formed by numerous irregular celestial bodies. This was incredibly vast, extending beyond his line of sight. It was Wang Yu's first encounter with such a situation. However, with great skill comes great confidence. He had immense faith in his spatial awareness and piloting skills, so after pausing for only a few seconds he accelerated again and charged in. The deep space began to weave through the myriad celestial bodies, both large and small, that were erratically shifting and rotating. This was quite challenging, as he not only had to dodge the celestial bodies, but also ensure he didn't lose his direction. He had to ensure the ship was steadily moving forward, otherwise it could end up spinning in place and ultimately exhausting itself. Wang Yu flew forward for nearly 10 minutes, and his heart sank. This was his first encounter with such a thick celestial body cluster, and the density was increasing, with numerous small celestial bodies appearing, some only slightly smaller than the deep space, resembling debris in the universe. In these conditions, it was utterly impossible to allow the deep space to navigate autonomously. It would collide with the celestial bodies within seconds. What exactly is going on here? Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds before choosing to continue flying forward, though his speed had decreased by nearly 30% compared to the initial pace. Another 10 minutes passed. By this point, Wang Yu was starting to panic. If this were compared to driving a car, it would be like discovering the brakes were broken while descending a hill, and his palms began to sweat profusely. The celestial bodies here were so dense that he had to constantly pay attention to the navigation posture of the deep space, sometimes needing to tilt the ship to narrowly pass through the gaps. Inside the ship, due to the gravity always pointing towards the ground, it was hard to feel the extremity of the situation, but Wang Yu was all too aware of how critical it was. He regretted not choosing to retreat 10 minutes ago. However, if he turned back now with his remaining 3 lucky chances and less than 30 rationality points, he might very well die halfway. Damn, I was really careless. The always cautious Wang Yu had committed a mistake that could potentially lead to their annihilation. He had underestimated the dangers of subspace travel. There's no turning back, only a desperate, all-out flight forward. In Wang Yu suppressed the urge to retreat, casting aside all distractions. Such impure thoughts would only hinder his movements. He had to focus solely on the present, sharpening his concentration to a razor's edge. Shift to an extra-dimensional perspective. In the deep space, vessel accelerated, not slowed, as it darted through a chaotic sea of celestial bodies, irregular in size, erratic in motion, like a nimble, lightning-fast mosquito weaving deftly through obstacles. This was not meant as an insult. Should another extra-dimensional navigator witness this feat, they would likely drop their jaw in disbelief, marveling at the sheer audacity of the maneuver, yet stunned by its uncanny precision. This man was born for the void, a navigator of a different order entirely, far beyond the reach of ordinary pilots. Wang Yu himself could not see how exquisitely fine his control truly was. All he felt was overwhelming difficulty, each evasion grazing the edge of catastrophe, always missing collision by the narrowest margin. In this manner, he surged forward for another 7 minutes, covering far more distance than he had in the previous 10, yet his remaining luck count had dwindled to just 1. Damn it, could this be a dead end? Did I miss my last chance to break free? Doubt flickered across Wang Yu's mind. But at that very moment, perhaps from prolonged navigation among these celestial bodies, several smaller ones abruptly altered their trajectories and began pursuing him. This had never happened before. Are these celestial bodies sentient? His eyes widened in fury, reflected aboard the deep space vessel, as every ocular sensor bulged outward, warping the visual feed into fractured, hallucinatory distortions, bleeding violently into chaotic, clashing hues. It was the telltale sign of an overloaded spirit-seeing guardian helmet. A swarm of smaller celestial bodies converged like sentinels, tightening the noose around Wang Yu. Navigation grew exponentially harder, not only avoiding massive objects, but now evading relentless pursuit and encirclement by the smaller ones. On several occasions, Wang Yu nearly got caught. And meanwhile, on the bridge, Ball and Catcore both sensed something deeply amiss. The ship's course growing increasingly aggressive, its hull shuddering violently. Wang Yu sat slumped in the captain's chair, gasping like a fish hauled onto dry land. 2 rivulets of blood streamed from his nostrils, splattering across the soft, dark red floor, and even onto the chair itself, where they were instantly absorbed. Wang Yu, in Ball's expression tightened with concern, yet he dared not touch him, fearing that any interference might trigger disaster. Shit! Chased into frantic disorientation, Wang Yu nearly lost all sense of direction. His luck counter stood at 1. His rationality had plummeted below double digits. This was no longer a gamble. It was certain death. No, it can't end here. There must be another way. In he forced himself to calm, maintaining evasive maneuvers while scanning the vessel's interface, searching desperately for anything usable. But modules marked with question marks, and those labeled starving, remained stubbornly inaccessible. And there has to be a hidden capability. This vessel has drifted through the extra-dimensional void for eons. It must possess one. Frantically scouring the system, Wang Yu finally opened his own character interface and froze. There in his spell list, the ability named Corpse of Dread shimmered with active readiness. After all, his consciousness was currently merged with the deep space vessel. If the spell could be cast, who would wield it? Himself? The ship? Or both fused as one? Wang Yu had no time for contemplation. He activated the spell instantly, and the deep space vessel convulsed violently, decelerating sharply. Behind it, the pursuing celestial bodies ground to an abrupt halt. Inside, the onboard chamber ball and cat core were seized by sudden visceral dread, an overwhelming terror welling up from deep within, radiating from Wang Yu, who sat rigid in the chair. From beneath him, the black substance that carpeted nearly the entire vessel surged to life, rippling outward and transforming into vivid, pulsating crimson. Thump, thump. A heartbeat-like resonance rose from the depths below, reverberating up through their souls, shaking the deck, sending tiny fragments scattering into the air. And in the extra-dimensional void, the deep space vessel did not merely slow, it split. At roughly 2/3 along its bow, a jagged fissure tore open, yawning vertically as upper and lower sections peeled apart, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth crammed tightly into a cavernous maw that roared. Roar. And that roar resonated with primal force, vibrating every object aboard the bridge, rattling the very floor. Ball and cat core doubled over, overwhelmed by the dissonant physical tremor. The surrounding celestial bodies, large and small alike, shuddered violently in response. Then, heedless of the dense spatial congestion, they scattered in panicked flight, racing away from the deep space vessel as if fleeing annihilation. The moment Wang Yu invoked the spell, the deep space vessel responded, not merely executing it, but awakening forcibly, its manifestation vastly surpassing anything Wang Yu could have achieved alone. Even the shadow demons had refused to yield before his own casting. Yet when the deep space vessel unleashed it, the effect was cataclysmic, driving even the seemingly animate celestial bodies into abject, disordered retreat, clearing the path ahead in an instant. Wang Yu seized the opening and charged forward, like a driver slamming the accelerator pedal straight through the floorboard, stamping down until the fuel tank itself cracked open, igniting every drop of gasoline in one final explosive burst. For this display of dominance was mere illusion, not true power, and would last only 15 seconds. Fortunately, as the celestial bodies dispersed, Wang Yu spotted the exit from this densely packed zone and shot through it, bursting into a vast, serene expanse, nearly empty of any celestial presence. Emerging from the maelstrom, Wang Yu's spirit trembled violently, his mind flooded with euphoric relief and raw exhilaration. He glanced back. Instinctively behind him stretched a churning mass of celestial bodies, tightly packed, except for one ragged breach, the very aperture through which he had broken free. What in the void is going on? Even in the extra-dimensional realm, such unnatural clustering defies all logic. Is there a black hole concealed within? He murmured the thought, and dared not linger. Distance was now his only ally. If whatever lay within regained its senses, realizing it had been deceived by mere sorcery and rage beyond reason, it might surge forth in vengeful pursuit. 5 minutes later, Wang Yu's rationality plummeted again, down to 5 points. He relinquished manual control, allowing the deep space vessel to drift forward at low speed across the open expanse ahead. The moment he severed the neural link and reoriented to his own vision, he saw Ball's anxious face looming close, asking urgent questions he could no longer hear. Wang Yu managed only a faint, weary smile, signaling success, before collapsing utterly into unconsciousness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Wang Yu slowly awoke, feeling as if he had gone through a hangover, his mind clouded and heavy, struggling for quite a while before managing to sit up from the bedding. Damn this after effect. Wang Yu felt the world before him spinning, forcing himself to concentrate only brought on a headache. After a few moments of struggling with no improvement, he obediently lay back down, finding it more comfortable. Not far away, the cat Malkir, who had been staring intently at the three-legged fat koi, noticed Wang Yu and immediately ran over. However, halfway there, she seemed to remember something, deterring to grab a bottle of water, pouring it into a cup, and bringing it over. Here's some water for you. Also, Sister Ball asked me to check if you're feeling unwell. Oh, I need to tell her. Malkir said, recalling Bal's request. Months had passed, and she was already quite proficient in using Mandarin, her pronunciation standard, after all she practiced every day. But writing, she couldn't be expected to be that good just yet. Wang Yu took the cup and drank it all in one go, feeling much more comfortable. "Where's Ball?" he asked, noticing Bao's absence from the bridge. "Sister Ball went on patrol. She told me to keep an eye on you." Mao Kier replied truthfully. What were you doing just now?" Wang Yu asked Mao Kier, having noticed for the first time that she was staring at that strange creature. "Was it really that good-looking?" "Sometimes it moves a little sneakily, but as soon as you look over it stops." "How strange." Mao Kier responded, leaving Wang Yu momentarily stunned, and he turned to look as well. "Sneakily move? Is that thing alive too?" He certainly hadn't felt it move. It stood straight, head held high, resembling a military posture. However, many things aboard the deep space were alive, so it wasn't surprising that the relic collector could be a living being as long as it didn't harm him. He attempted to get up again, but the world before him started spinning once more, forcing him to lie down helplessly. Crossing through such a dense region of celestial bodies was too much of a strain. Had it not been for his use of magic at the last moment, he would have likely perished within. He must never act so recklessly again. There were others aboard besides him. "By the way, Mao Kier, how long have I been asleep?" Wang Yu suddenly inquired. The latter looked over her face, displaying a troubled expression, almost counting on her fingers how many meals she had eaten. "Forget it, I'll check myself." Wang Yu exhaled, accessing the system to check the time, and was so shocked that he sat up straight. He had been unconscious for a full 41 hours. This also meant that the deep space had been under management for a staggering 41 hours. Perhaps at this very moment it was on a collision course with some celestial body, and he needed to connect immediately to check the navigation. The sudden sense of crisis dulled Wang Yu's discomfort as he climbed to his feet, staggering toward the captain's chair. Just 2 steps into his walk, the door of the bridge swung open. The person entering was Ball, who had just returned after picking some pots. "What are you doing?" Ball exclaimed, rushing over and blocking Wang Yu's path. "I need to confirm the course to ensure safe navigation." "But you just woke up. You know your heart stopped for a full 5 seconds. Any negligence, and you would have been a corpse by now," Ball said angrily. Wang Yu hadn't expected it to be that serious. However, the safety of the route had to be guaranteed, and the sooner the better. There could be no delays. "Last time I was reckless and arrogant, I will explain later. But right now this ship is navigating an entirely unknown route. I must confirm it and make timely adjustments otherwise. If we hit something, it would all be too late." Wang Yu said his words, leaving Ball with no room to refute. In the end, she had no choice but to step aside. Wang Yu then took his seat again in the captain's chair to confirm the situation. However, this time, after Wang Yu re-established the connection with the deep space, a vast expanse of space he had never experienced before unfolded before his eyes. Though there were still clusters of celestial bodies in the distance compared to the areas he had previously navigated, it was far too open, as if he had entered another universe. More importantly, Wang Yu finally saw the gate to leave the subspace scattered about. With a course adjustment, they would have the chance to leave within half a day. They had finally left the void region, and the deep space was quite lucky, having sailed silently for over 40 hours without incident. After all, it was an open area, and Wang Yu had reduced the speed. This time Wang Yu quickly got up from the captain's chair, removed the cat helmet, and announced the good news to Ball and Mao Kier. They were about to return to the real universe. Half an hour later, the three gathered around a makeshift table made of metal panels and pipes, enjoying a delicious lunch prepared by Ball. Wang Yu behaved like a starving ghost, having not eaten for over 40 hours. That was better not to mention it, but mentioning it made him genuinely hungry. However, Ball wouldn't let him eat too much, intentionally limiting the portions, only allowing Wang Yu to eat until he was half full. Based on his feedback, she took out some medicine from the medical box for him to take, as well, primarily to enhance nutrition and alleviate mental tension. After eating, Wang Yu felt much better, no longer dizzy, and recounted to Ball and Mao Kier how he had nearly collapsed while piloting the deep space for an extended period. "I had to use magic to escape in the end. But thinking back, that might have been the last barrier to breaking through the cosmic void region. Next time I encounter such a situation, it would be best to find another route. When it's time to turn back, turning back is the wisest choice," Wang Yu said, feeling a wave of fear recalling the moment. Had he not acted quickly and used magic to repel the surrounding celestial bodies, he guessed he wouldn't even have the chance to reflect here. "Can I pilot the deep space?" Ball asked, putting Wang Yu in deep thought. Indeed, if there was a second pilot to take over, navigating would become exponentially easier. However, this ship had only been connected to Wang Yu. Switching to Ball, who was mechanical life, made it uncertain what might happen. If she lacked the necessary permissions, being swallowed by the deep space would pose a problem. This is indeed a good idea, but currently it's not feasible. The risks are a bit too high. Once the functions of this ship are gradually perfected, or even if a power system is added, it would then be possible. Wang Yu contemplated various possibilities for the future, knowing that this dilapidated ship could not continue to deteriorate. It would eventually need repairs, though he lacked the conditions for that at present. Moreover, it would be best to have more helmets made for protecting sanity during subspace travel. This time was perilous, partly because the helmet was close to overloading, increasing Wang Yu's burden. About 5 hours later, Wang Yu reconnected with the deep space, now near the subspace exit. He had selected with several tightly packed doors. The central door was especially large, indicating that it belonged to a certain star system rather than some wandering celestial bodies. A few subspace celestial bodies were still drifting about, but they posed no threat to Wang Yu at this point. Traversing among them was akin to entering a no man's land. The larger door should represent a star which is too dangerous. I'll choose a medium one that isn't too close to the star for safety. Wang Yu set his sights on the target and charged directly toward the door he had chosen. In an unknown expanse of starry sky, a spaceship resembling a rock suddenly appeared, materializing in orbit around a planet, becoming a part of the celestial dance. Upon its emergence, the surface of the ship was teeming with various strange creatures, including a worm over 10 meters long crawling across the hull while using its barbed teeth to prey on other beings. As the pilot, Wang Yu knew all too well the origins of these creatures. They had latched on when they emerged from the door. That door was not a conventional one, but rather a weak point in subspace, taking on the form of a door under the influence of the helmet. It was more akin to a dense web, and as Wang Yu broke free into the realm of reality, it felt as though he had burst through a layer of netting, his speed significantly decreasing as he emerged in the current planetary orbit. The web that clung to the ship had transformed into the monsters crawling along its surface. Among them were several particularly fearsome entities, including the plump giant worm and a creature resembling a flying dragon with wings. However, once these beings entered the realm of reality, they only thrived for a few seconds before succumbing to weakness, their skin scorched, as if by radiation, emitting smoke and sizzling sounds, their bodies dehydrating and fracturing, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. This was likely what was mentioned in the subspace navigation regulations. Most subspace creatures and evils rapidly weaken and die upon exiting subspace. When Wang Yu had just crossed over into reality, the disturbances outside the ship were probably caused by these creatures. The entire process took nearly 30 seconds. Even though many light lizards mingled on the ship's surface, these feeble beings generally could not survive this duration, being devoured by stronger subspace creatures. None remained utterly pitiful. Wang Yu had almost been killed by light lizards back then. Now, thinking back, had he truly become their excrement? And if interstellar media existed, he might have made the news, appearing as a clown in a corner bringing laughter. A great captain, after battling the light lizards for 300 rounds, suffered a tragic defeat, becoming their excrement. He had been attentively watching the creatures on the ship's surface until they entirely perished. Only then did he direct his gaze toward the star system he was in, particularly the planet below. It was a lava planet devoid of any signs of life. As for the star in the system, it appeared very dim, yet the surrounding space-time distortion was particularly severe. Is that a white dwarf? Or a neutron star? Wang Yu frowned, struggling to identify due to a lack of knowledge. But Ball would surely be able to determine. After confirming that all the monsters on the ship's surface were dead, he disconnected, sliding down from his seat to look at Ball and Cat Kier. All right, we have exited subspace and entered another star system. But we cannot let our guard down, as there may still be subspace creatures lurking in the ship, so we must conduct a thorough sweep without leaving any corners unchecked. Wang Yu stated, though he had just awakened, it was far from time to rest his body, because safety was always the top priority. He moved toward the exoskeletal power armor leaning against the wall and donned it. Ball and Cat Kier were also ready for battle. Ball, the star in this system, could be a neutron star or a white dwarf, likely devoid of habitable planets, so we will need to rely on astronomical observations to find our next target. It would be best to find something nearby, as I can sense the main engine of the deep space is losing power. Every traversal into subspace significantly drains this ship, and it might only be able to enter and exit subspace 3 more times. No 2 times is the limit anymore, and we might lose power wandering forever in subspace. Wang Yu explained the ship's condition to Ball. There were no specific data points to reference. It was entirely based on Wang Yu's feelings while connected to the deep space. The ship was weakening due to hunger, but it was unclear how to nourish it, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The trio, fully armed, began to scour the entire ship. They first visited the hangar as they had encountered the light lizard infested with parasites their last time. However, this time the hangar was quite clean. They immediately retraced their steps, preparing to sweep through the corridors room by room. Since most subspace creatures cannot survive after exiting subspace, it was quite normal not to have been invaded. However, as they neared the corridor corner leading to the captain's room, Cat Kier suddenly grew alert and called out to Wang Yu and Ball. "Something is over there. They are coming in great numbers." Cat Kier's keen senses had noticed the anomaly beforehand. As they raised their weapons, they finally heard the sounds of something crawling. It was a small swarm of light lizards varying in size, but unlike ordinary light lizards, they had clusters of tightly arranged white flowers blooming on their backs, resembling white floral balls. The corridor erupted in gunfire, with Wang Yu using a shotgun and Ball a submachine gun, quickly slaughtering the small swarm of light lizards. There were no more than 10 in total, not difficult to deal with, and they didn't even get close. However, after killing these creatures, the group sensed something was off. For each light lizard had a dark green vine piercing into its body from its tail, which was quite abnormal. After the light lizards were slain, these vines would retract, indicating that there was a main body controlling these creatures. "These are parasitic plants. Be careful not to get infected." Wang Yu surmised, feeling disgusted by these subspace entities starting to retreat to keep his distance, worried about spores or pollen from these plants in the air, fearing the trouble of being infected. But Ball was unfazed as she quickly recalled a possibility and charged forward, realizing that the vines were coming from the captain's room, confirming her suspicion. "This thing might be targeting the hydroponics chamber," Ball exclaimed, tightening Wang Yu's heart, as that was their vital source of food. "Don't come over, you might get infected," Ball added, aiming her gun as she rushed forward, followed by Cat Kier, who wasn't particularly afraid of parasites, leaving Wang Yu behind. After 2 seconds, he turned back to get his spacesuit. In the captain's room, a mass of densely packed dark green vines nearly covered the floor and walls of the hall. At the center was a bizarre plant exhibiting human-like traits, its lower half transformed into root-like vines, yet possessing arms and a head resembling a woman, though its facial features consisted solely of 2 pale pink eyes with a white flower blooming at an angle atop its head. Many of its roots were piercing into the hydroponics chamber, absorbing the nutrient solution inside, basking in the glow of the grow lights, even blooming flowers on its surface. However, its enjoyment was short-lived as gunfire erupted from the corridor. It immediately became alert, looking toward the door, several vines lifting off the ground, but instead of attackers, a grenade flew in. The flashbang grenade detonated inside the captain's chamber, its blinding light and concussive shockwave sending the plant into frenzied convulsions, its vines lashing wildly in all directions like a blinded human seized by panic. But her movements ceased abruptly as a high-caliber bullet shattered her skull, erupting in a gush of viscous sap and scattering petals in every direction. Then a swift black blur surged through the doorway. Here the cat poised and ready. Several obstructive vines were cleanly severed, exposing the grotesque central plant. With razor-sharp claws, she bisected it at the waist, then clamped down with her jaws, tearing and gnawing with primal ferocity, exactly as a predator would during the hunt. By the time Wang Yu arrived in full spacesuit, the captain's chamber lay in utter ruin, splattered with reddish-brown sap, one severed vine even twitching like a dying serpent at his feet. The unknown intruder had been nearly eradicated by Ball and Kerr. The chamber was strewn with severed and mangled vines. The central organism lay fragmented into several pieces, its head gone entirely, its body riddled with over a dozen pistol-caliber perforations. Wang Yu suddenly realized he had severely underestimated his team's combat capability. Unless confronting an entity of shadow demon-level power, ordinary extra-dimensional creatures posed little threat to the 3 of them. Name Floral Imp White, a flora-based extra-dimensional entity capable of luring passers-by with beguiling form and voice, transforming them into fertilizer. Its locomotion is limited. It propagates via spores, often implanting seeds within animal hosts to manipulate their behavior, guiding them across vast distances to disperse its progeny. A floral imp. Wang Yu frowned, faintly recalling the earlier appearance of skeletal warriors. This extra-dimensional realm seemed inexplicably saturated with fantastical, surreal life forms. He halted Kaur, who was still dismantling the plant, and asked Ball about casualties. 12 grow lights in the hydroponics bay are destroyed, but we only carry 5 spares. Additionally, the bay's hull sustained varying degrees of damage. Reparable, yes, but more critically, this thing located the nutrient reservoir. Ball grimaced. The prognosis was bleak. The hydroponics bay might support only a few more crop cycles. Moreover, the freshwater tank in the crew quarters had been breached. Over 200 liters lost, its metal walls pierced by the creature's roots. I inspected it during my patrol. Everything was intact. Yet this bizarre plant. This is precisely the nature of extra-dimensional travel, Ball replied. Unless confined within a tightly sealed environment, such entities may breach your vessel at any moment. Wang Yu interjected, not bewildered like Ball, but puzzled. How had the breach occurred at the very last moment? Had it infiltrated during their emergence from the extra-dimensional void? That possibility loomed large. Perhaps they should have rushed to the bridge immediately. But what if the invader had instead targeted the shuttle docked within the ship's internal hangar? It remained an open question of probability. With supplies compromised, at least their food reserves held steady, enough to last months, including the remaining luminous lizard meat. As for water, they would attempt to reclaim the plant's sap and reintroduce it into the closed-loop recycling system, recovering whatever volume they could. But is this edible? Wang Yu picked up a fragment of vine, murmuring to himself. Yes, it's slightly sweet, though rather tough to chew. Kuer chimed in, glancing over, and demonstrated without hesitation, biting off a length of vine and chewing vigorously, her cheeks puffing with effort. Chew, chew, chew. Your palate isn't exactly a reliable benchmark. Wang Yu muttered under his breath. He still hadn't determined Kuer's exact immunity threshold, but it was undoubtedly far higher than his own. Yet if Kuer claimed it was edible, and even palatable, then, so for the next half-month you'll be eating, well, this plant. Eating greens promotes physical wellness, he nearly added aloud, before catching himself. No, I want dried meat, flatbread, and potato sticks. Kuer protested. No worries, pan-fry it, sprinkle salt, and it might surprise you. Serve it with flatbread. Wasting it would be unforgivable. Wang Yu made the decision for her, refusing to let picky habits take root. This rationing strategy would extend their food supply, significantly preserving greater flexibility for future contingencies. The trio began restoring order to the chamber. With the extra-dimensional threat neutralized, they could now safely return to the powered captain's quarters, considerably more convenient. They first patched the puncture in the water tank, then employed jars, presses, and improvised extraction methods to recover nearly 30 liters of sap. Strange, the creature had absorbed vast quantities of water, yet its internal fluid volume remained disproportionately low. Had all that moisture been converted solely into biomass? Regardless, they had salvaged a meaningful portion of their losses. The desiccated remains, no longer grass, but floral imp carcass, would sustain Kuer for days. She'd initially grumbled, but after sampling 2 strips of vine jerky, complaints faded. Now she idly chewed one like a stress-relieving chew toy, suggesting not only edibility, but unexpected therapeutic value. Once the chamber was restored, Ball retrieved the quantum computer terminal at Wang Yu's urging, postponing hydroponics repairs to assess nearby star systems. Their priority was locating a habitable, civilized world, both to replenish dwindling supplies and address a deeper, more urgent concern: Wang Yu's deteriorating lungs. The precise pathology remained unknown, but his maximum health capacity was demonstrably declining. Upon awakening from those dozens of unconscious hours, his health ceiling had dropped to 94%. Though no acute symptoms yet manifested, the trajectory was unmistakably worsening. Let's hope this universe defies the Fermi paradox. Let civilizations be abundant. Otherwise, we're in grave trouble. Wang Yu murmured softly, watching Ball operate the terminal. Given the multitude of alien species encountered at the extra-dimensional tavern, prospects seemed promising, not like the barren cosmos surrounding Blue Earth, where sentient life left virtually no trace. One solar panel has failed, the comms array is offline, likely due to cable damage. Repairs are needed. All other sensors remain fully operational. Ball reported activating every external sensor array mounted on the deep space vessel. A shielded lens extended from the ship's outer hull, the very deep space telescope installed earlier, its optics pristine and undamaged. Ball began adjusting the lens's orientation to gather environmental data. Leveraging both the lens's articulating mount and the ship's maneuverability, near omnidirectional cosmic observation was achievable, though comprehensive results would require considerable time. Furthermore, incoming data required meticulous verification. Ball delegated the analysis task to the terminal, instructing it to alert him wirelessly upon detection of anything anomalous. Simultaneously, a local star chart was being generated, serving as navigational reference for future extra-dimensional voyages. After all, stars functioned as colossal gates, massive, unmistakable landmarks even within the extra-dimensional void. All right, Let the optical computer handle the data processing here. We must repair the communications antenna as soon as possible. If we can intercept electromagnetic signals from other civilizations, it would drastically reduce our workload and greatly aid our search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Baldao disconnected the cable linking his wrist device to the optical computer and rose to inspect the communications antenna. The hydroponic chamber could wait. The current crop had been almost entirely devoured by that floral fay. Astonishingly, it siphoned nutrients from other plants, placing it far beyond the realm of ordinary flora. The two men left the captain's quarters, leaving Kuer alone in the room. She lacked technical expertise in repairs. Wang Yu, I must deliver some unwelcome news. At our current consumption rate, based on prior subspace travel metrics, our food and freshwater reserves may be exhausted within 6 months. Yet 6 months is vanishingly brief on the scale of interstellar navigation, thus we must prepare without delay. Baldao raised the issue of supplies even before stepping out of the captain's quarters. Originally, provisions were allocated solely for Wang Yu, enough to sustain him for several years. Now, however, an additional mouth must be fed. Though they had supplemented their rations with photolizards during subspace transit, the floral phase rampage inflicted severe losses, especially in freshwater, which now stands at just over 200 liters, less than half the original supply. I'll reduce both the intensity and frequency of my physical training and join Kuer in cutting daily meals from 3 to 2. This way we'll maintain essential nutrition while extending our survival window. Wang Yu paused briefly before reaching his decision. Indeed, decisive action was imperative. Baldao was absolutely right. Delaying such measures until scarcity became acute might well prove fatal. They descended via elevator to the shipborne module. No sooner had they stepped out than a distinct tremor shook the deck. Not from an impact, but from something heavy colliding repeatedly against the wall and floor nearby, its force reverberating all the way to their location. Wang Yu and Baldao tensed, instantly raising their firearms toward the source of the disturbance. By the sound alone, it resembled a ferocious duel between two immense beasts aboard the vessel. Hammer brother, Wang Yu guessed aloud. The likelihood seemed high. The noise bore uncanny resemblance to Hammer brother slamming his colossal maul into the deck. Some alien entity had infiltrated the deep space vessel and proved formidable enough to engage Hammer brother in combat. Yet the commotion lasted only 4 or 5 seconds before ceasing, followed by a faint, nearly inaudible scraping, a heavy metallic drag, confirming Hammer brother's victory. Phew! Thank heavens for Hammer brother. If that thing had appeared before us instead, things would have turned dire indeed. Wang Yu exhaled, marveling at Hammer brother's prowess, yet frowning slightly. Realizing confinement to limited zones wasn't necessarily a drawback, encountering such creatures unawares while roaming freely could prove lethal. Moreover, would Hammer brother always prevail? Should he ever falter, and Pig brother likewise fall, the fate of the entire vessel would hang in perilous balance. Wang Yu's brow furrowed deeper, his yearning for greater strength intensifying. Once the disturbance faded, both men lowered their weapons and resumed their repair work. This round of inspection and maintenance involved only the communications antenna and solar panels, highly specialized tasks, so Wang Yu opted not to join the effort. After opening the service conduit, he waited inside in full EVA suit, boredom settling in quickly. Life was improbable in this star system. Its dim, aging star and the molten world orbiting below offered grim testament. Even if a habitable, life-bearing planet once existed here, the cataclysmic supernova blast would have sterilized it utterly, compounded by total light deprivation. What remained were likely frozen ice balls, searing magma worlds, or shattered remnants of planets and asteroids pulverized by the supernova. Earlier, while interfacing with deep space, Wang Yu had noted an extensive debris field, perhaps a vast asteroid belt. But now it was invisible, no other planets in sight, only an oppressive, almost unnatural silence. Wang Yu sat at the conduit entrance for nearly half an hour before Baldao delivered welcome news. The power line had been corroded through by some unknown substance and subsequently entombed in rock strata, requiring extra time to re-establish connectivity. Both the solar panels and communications antenna were physically intact. The issues were merely poor contact and power interruption. Returning to the captain's quarters, they found Kuer idling inside, sprawled across a battered sofa, surrounded by a mound of desiccated vines. She appeared to have instinctively discovered the optimal method: chew then spit, mastering the correct technique unaided. This scene left even the perpetually urgent Wang Yu and Baldao momentarily speechless. Kuer seemed utterly unfazed unless confronted directly by a monster. It wasn't composure, it was sheer mental disengagement. Wang Yu promptly pulled out his handheld device and assigned her 20 moderately complex arithmetic problems, due before dinner. Failure meant no meal. After all, she'd already consumed copious amounts of floral fey jerky and wouldn't suffer even a pang of hunger. Grr, you're bullying me. These problems are too hard. Why do I have to solve them? It's unfair. Kuer protested upon seeing the questions. Oh, so you'd like me to solve them too? Wang Yu retrieved the weathered wooden slate bearing the problems and pointed to the most difficult one. This one, what is 876-233? Kuer froze, then immediately began reciting multiplication tables. From 1 is 8. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already computed the answer. It equals 77. Verify it yourself. If you get it wrong, I'll skip dinner. Master that level of fluency, and you'll no longer need to practice basic arithmetic. Wang Yu interjected. As a university student who'd endured the Gaokao, albeit with unremarkable scores, he could solve such calculations mentally. His math teacher would have throttled him long ago had he required pen and paper for this. Steady application brings no harm. Once you grasp fundamental computation, that sense of urgency will awaken naturally. Wang Yu observed. Kuer's apathy stemmed not from indifference, but from her inability to calculate how many days their remaining rations would last. Approximately 2 minutes later, Baldao solved the problem, correctly on the first attempt, though the result matched Wang Yu's answer precisely. Refusing to concede, she recalculated, confirmed Wang Yu's accuracy, and pouting ignited her competitive spirit to tackle the remaining problems. Over several hours, and just before dinner, Kuer completed all 20 problems. Though inclined toward indolence and gluttony, her drive to win remained fierce, and her perfect score revealed not stupidity, but profound educational neglect. Moving forward, Wang Yu now possessed a clear strategy to guide Kuer's learning. This moment marked a promising beginning. Dinner time. A large roll of fried flour fairy vine appeared in Maokir's dish. Having been drained of moisture beforehand, it turned golden and resembled crispy twisted dough. As for how it tasted, judging by Maokir's rapid eating speed, it must have been quite delicious. Wang Yu swallowed, suppressing the urge to take a bite, and honestly continued eating his fries. However, he had only eaten half when Bal, who was busy repairing the hydroponic chamber, reacted. She returned to her seat and began checking the data on her light brain, indicating that the space telescope had made a discovery. Wang Yu approached with his plate, munching on fries. There's a flaw. Suddenly, Maokir reached out and snatched the last 2 fries, stuffing them into her mouth with lightning speed, then crouched down with her head held, defending against Wang Yu's attack. However, after some time had passed, Wang Yu had not reacted because his attention was fully on Bal. This piqued Maokir's curiosity, prompting her to lean in and peek over. Good news, Bal exclaimed. As she turned around, she was startled to see 2 spectators holding plates. Do you want to finish eating first or hear it now? Wang Yu wasted no time and gulped down the remaining small bowl of protein mush, indicating he wanted to hear it now. Maokir followed suit, shoveling the food from her bowl into her mouth, her cheeks bulging. A few minutes later, the first alien civilization exploration meeting of the deep space was officially convened. The previous detection of the machine star didn't count, as there were hardly any normal crew members on board at that time. One person holding a meeting doesn't count as a meeting. The investigation results of the current star system are in. The star of this system is a white dwarf that has undergone a supernova explosion. Additionally, there are 3 planets, and the one we are on is the closest, while the other 2 are very distant and extremely dim, with surface temperatures extremely low. Bal began by explaining the current star system environment, which was basically consistent with what Wang Yu saw when he connected to the deep space. The surface conditions of these 3 planets are extremely harsh, and no traces of civilization have been found. However, the good news is that within the debris belt orbiting this white dwarf, a non-natural celestial body has been discovered. Upon careful examination, it is very likely to be a derelict spaceship. What? Wang Yu stood up directly, not expecting such a surprising discovery. It was truly great news, as it might contain supplies or even remnants of civilization. Bal operated on her light brain, and a processed deep space photo appeared on the screen. This is the clearest photo. Under magnification, you can see that this object is different from the surrounding floating debris. It is particularly smooth and reflects light, resembling high-purity metal or similar material. Its reflective spectrum is currently being analyzed, and results should be available in about 10 minutes. However, based on optical imaging alone, the likelihood that it is an artificial object is very high, over 98. Its length is approximately 217 meters, and its width is about 872 meters, which is very large, much larger than the deep space. Ball stated that although the spectral analysis results were not yet available, she was already certain that this was a derelict alien spaceship. Wang Yu gradually recovered from his surprise and began to consider the potential risks. Ball, are you sure this is a broken spaceship and not a functioning one? Could it notice us? Could it attack us? He furrowed his brows, starting to think in the worst direction. This could be very dangerous. The likelihood is very low. Based on optical imaging, there is a large area around the spaceship scattered with smooth debris, which is why I concluded this is a broken spaceship. Moreover, the damage is severe and its original size may far exceed what we currently see. Ball asserted, believing this to be a broken spaceship. To Wang Yu, it may feel a bit sorry for the civilization and aliens behind this spaceship, but it is indeed good news, indicating that Wang Yu and the others have a chance to pick up garbage. However, the risk is still not zero. Although the spaceship is broken within the damaged spaceship, it is still possible that there are intact functioning parts or even survivors. So there is still risk and caution is required during contact. Ball concluded. After hearing this, Wang Yu nodded, and after a few seconds of thought, made a decision. Let's go take a look first. We can't let such an opportunity slip away. As for the risk, we can discuss that after we see it. Thus, the next target for the deep space is the asteroid belt within the star system, which is not too far away. Malkier was actually participating in the meeting, but found it hard to interject or even understand, feeling excluded and unconsciously pouting. So you need to read more. Now you understand the importance of knowledge, right? Wang Yu noticed this and immediately emphasized the importance of knowledge to Malkier, but the effect was poor and would take time. On the other side, the spectral analysis results were also out, and Ball roughly understood the material composition of that spaceship. Its main components are iron followed by titanium and lead with trace amounts of platinum and palladium. It can basically be confirmed as some kind of alloy, as it is impossible for such large, smooth, and uniform alloys to occur under natural conditions. Thus, it must be an artificial product, a spaceship. Ball concluded, extinguishing the last shred of surprise. Alright, then let's set off shortly. Since it is a broken alien spaceship, we don't need to be overly cautious. We'll assess its condition closely once we get near, and then formulate a detailed exploration plan. Wang Yu stated, not intending to waste time, especially since supplies were limited, and it was uncertain whether they could find supplies on that spaceship. Whether they could find supplies was also unknown. They might even come away empty-handed. Thus, wasting time here would mean wasting their limited lives. Wait a minute. Ball's eyes suddenly widened as she operated on the light brain again, connecting her wrist line to it. Her expression grew increasingly serious, causing Wang Yu to feel uneasy and unable to help but ask, did that spaceship send a wave communication? Are there living aliens inside? He speculated, but the situation was not as he imagined and was unrelated to that spaceship at all. Ball turned to him with an extremely serious tone. In the nearest star system from here, a strange planet has been discovered approximately 6 light years away. From optical imaging, it appears to have an open eyeball on its surface. And it even moves. What? Wang Yu stood up once again. This time his voice was much louder, and he felt a rush of heat flooding into his brain, causing his breathing rhythm to falter, prompting Ball to quickly bring up the images. Then, he saw a rust-colored, deformed planet surrounded by a plethora of debris. At the top of this planet, likely at the poles, a rust-colored continent cracked open, creating a fissure wide enough to span the entire globe, with jagged edges from which a pale bloodshot eyeball protruded. The entire planet was deformed by this eyeball, causing it to transform from a sphere into an elongated oval shape with a bulge on one end. Only on the opposite side, due to the polar glaciers, was there a faint white or pink hue. Could it be that the planet's unique geography is interacting with the climate, and from a distance it appears like an eyeball? Wang Yu attempted to justify, posing a question he himself found hard to believe. Ball immediately refuted this. It's highly unlikely. The star within that star system is a mature yellow dwarf reflecting a strong light. The possibility of image distortion is extremely low. Although there were indeed parts of the planet's image that had numerical restoration, even if that part were removed, the image of the eyeball was still clearly visible. Ball dismissed this possibility and operated on the holographic interface. Subsequently, the planet in the image darkened significantly, with the portion facing away from the star merging almost completely with the darkness. However, on the side facing the star, the rust-red continent still revealed the protruding eyeball. Approximately every 5 minutes, the red iris of this eyeball would gaze towards this side of the image, pausing briefly before shifting to the other and repeating this cycle continuously. Wang Yu shifted his gaze away from the holographic interface and sat down, his heart plummeting. Another demon star? How is that possible? If the universe is filled with such things, wouldn't I have escaped in vain? He added, no, this thing is different from the demon star Higra. Wang Yu looked at the photo again while bringing up his own panel. My rationality hasn't significantly decreased, and I can observe directly. The system hasn't alerted me about seeing an outer space evil god. This thing is far weaker than a demon star. I nearly scared myself. Wang Yu let out a long sigh. Ball, maintain observation of that planet, and if there are any anomalies. Wang Yu suddenly realized that this was a planet several light years away. Even if there was an anomaly, it would have happened years ago. Moreover, this applied to both parties. The deep space was traveling through subspace, and if the other side lacked faster than-light cross-space observation capabilities, it would take at least over 6 years to see the deep space. Even those with poor eyesight might not notice it at all. The deep space didn't emit any light. Placed in the universe, it was tiny, almost smaller than a speck of dust, utterly inconspicuous. In any case, maintain observation of that planet for now. Then Ball, hurry up and sketch a star map of the surrounding star systems to see if we can find any civilizations or habitable planets. Once we explore that ship, we'll leave here directly. Wang Yu said as he prepared for the next entry into subspace. The meeting concluded, and Wang Yu stood up to head to the bridge, ready to fly towards the asteroid belt as planned. He had already gone over the navigation route on Baal's holographic interface, and once connected to the deep space, he just needed to fly directly, saving a lot of hassle. Cough. He coughed, feeling as if something foreign had lodged in his throat, and coughed it out, discovering it was a piece of black debris the size of a grain of rice covered in saliva. Did I just cough out along? Wang Yu exclaimed, glancing behind to see that Ball hadn't followed him. He inspected it closely. It felt very brittle and crumbled to powder with a pinch resembling low-quality foam. What is this? He checked on the panel. His health remained at 96, and there were no apparent discomforts. He decided to ignore it for now. It wouldn't do any good to let Ball know, as it would only cause needless anxiety. He would address it once they reached the next civilized planet. He arrived at the bridge, took his seat in the captain's chair, and accelerated away from the orbit of the planet, gaining speed as he flew towards the nearby asteroid belt, estimated to arrive in about 2 weeks. However, the asteroid belt had a complex environment and a vast area. Getting close to that broken ship would likely take an additional 3 to 4 days. 2 weeks later. During this time, Wang Yu reduced his exercise but maintained his lifestyle rhythm, keeping his disciplined living talent activated. This was crucial for the upcoming actions, as the additional 20 points of rationality from this talent were very important. He hoped to find supplies, intact equipment, and even remnants of civilization within the ship, which would greatly assist Wang Yu and his crew in their subsequent interstellar journeys. As the deep space approached, the wreckage of the ship, Ball had digitally reconstructed the original appearance of the ship, of course, just for reference. It should be a massive cylindrical ship. If intact, its total length would exceed 10 kilometers, possibly reaching 15 kilometers, nearly the largest size a conventional material and power source could construct. Of course, the conventional power mentioned here refers to controllable nuclear fusion or similar sources capable of supporting long-distance interstellar travel, not traditional fossil fuels. Conventional materials refer to high-strength alloys and composite materials. Yet even so, constructing such a gigantic ship would be very challenging, requiring a mature space dock. Because a ship of this size is almost impossible to build and launch directly from a planetary surface. Even if it were possible, it would cause tremendous ecological damage to the planet. The ships prepared by the mechanized star for deep space exploration were far from this scale. Oh, of course, it wasn't that they couldn't build it, but because they were just starting, their aviation sector suffered a catastrophic blow, leading to its abandonment and even becoming taboo. This civilization level is probably just enough to initiate interstellar travel, with a technological level far below that of the deep space. This ship seems to be using centrifugal force to simulate a gravitational environment. Ball analyzed the reconstructed image of the ship and the materials used in its construction to deduce its possible civilization level. This is very important, as it also represents the level of danger within the ship to some extent. If it were a ship built by a civilization similar to that of the mechanized star, or even lower, the risks of irrational dangers would be significantly reduced. Viewed this way, the technological sophistication of this spacecraft is actually no greater than that of Ji-Xing, and in many respects perhaps even inferior. Wang Yu crossed his arms, having just finished listening to Bao's explanation. Though Ji-Xing had abandoned deep space exploration under the influence of the demonic star Hegla, it had long since surpassed the threshold of interstellar travel. In fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, life sciences, and medicine, its technological level is exceptionally high, far surpassing most civilizations newly venturing into the cosmos. And one must not overlook the staggering productivity of the G-servitors. But why did this vessel crash here? Ball, have you uncovered any clues? Asked Wang Yu. Ball, in truth, had no clear leads. The accident likely occurred long ago, and countless variables could account for it. One plausible hypothesis was a collision with an asteroid within the debris field, triggering catastrophic thermal runaway aboard the ship, followed by explosion, structural disintegration, and ultimately leaving only this small, relatively intact framework. The explosion was the immediate cause of the vessel's disintegration, and its force was considerable. Fragments are scattered across hundreds of kilometers, with debris recoverable even at distances exceeding several hundred kilometers. Ball reached this conclusion based on the spatial distribution of wreckage. Yet this raised a new question: why would so massive a vessel deliberately venture into the perilous asteroid belt? After all, it was a colossal craft, technologically unrefined. Navigating the treacherous debris field would pose immense challenges. Far less agile than the Deep Void, a mere 500-meter vessel. Even now, with Deep Void operating in a severely degraded state, starved of power, its auxiliary engines crippled, and most systems offline, it remained vastly more maneuverable than this hulking derelict. The true cause of its crash would likely remain elusive until they penetrated its interior and retrieved surviving system logs or analogous records. Moreover, do any nearby star systems harbor this vessel's homeworld? Has any rescue fleet been dispatched? Or has any distress signal been received? Wang Yu asked again. This was indeed a critical consideration. Given its modest technological tier, even if capable of interstellar flight, the vessel almost certainly never strayed far from its home system. Had it transmitted a distress call, a rescue fleet might already be en route, an encounter with which would prove extremely hazardous. Yet Ball confirmed no evidence of rescue fleets had been found, nor any intercepted communications. The nearest star system was the anomalous one, dominated by a colossal ocular structure, dubbed by Wang Yu Hell Star. The derelict was unlikely to have originated there, nor had any large-scale orbital infrastructure, such as a space dock, been detected within that system. This vessel grows increasingly peculiar. Could it have undertaken an arduous interstellar journey, only to err fatally and plunge into the asteroid belt? Wang Yu stroked his chin. Regardless, exploration would proceed as planned. After thorough risk-benefit analysis, Deep Void, under Wang Yu's command, entered the asteroid belt. Though piloting is a misnomer upon establishing full neural linkage, Wang Yu was Deep Void. Having undergone refinement within subspace and aided by the Ling-Shur Guardian helmet, his connection duration with Deep Void had dramatically increased. Hours, even half a day, could now pass without compromising his mental stability. Evasion of asteroids and charting safe passage through the belt came to him as effortlessly as breathing. This time he identified an optimal trajectory in mere minutes, then disengaged. What followed was a prolonged period of navigation and course correction. 2 days later, Deep Void drew steadily closer to the shattered vessel. At that moment, Ball rushed in, seeking Wang Yu just after he'd severed the neural link, with urgent news. First halt, Deep Void, Ball said, cradling a light computer and projecting a newly captured image from a deep space telescope. There, in stark contrast to the surrounding rocky bodies, was a faint orange-yellow hue. After magnification and pixel reconstruction, the object's outline sharpened. Wang Yu's expression grew grave. He seized the light computer to examine it closely. It was a corpse adrift in the asteroid belt, clad in what appeared to be a standardized extravehicular suit, thick armored plating covered an orange outer layer. Its morphology bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, though only the upper torso remained severed cleanly at the waist. Where exactly is the body located relative to Deep Void right now, Wang Yu asked, instantly grasping the significance of this discovery. Subtle anomalies often reveal themselves only at precise distances and angles. Ball promptly overlaid Deep Void's current flight path and local asteroid density onto the display, highlighting the corpse's coordinates. Wang Yu absorbed the bearing in a single glance, sprinted toward the bridge, re-established neural linkage with Deep Void, then executed an emergency deceleration and sharp reversal, fluid, precise, and decisive, as the vessel veered toward the corpse. The corpse lay barely 5,000 kilometers away, a distance detectable only thanks to deep space telescopes and photon computer image analysis. Unaided eyes would have missed it entirely. Even leveraging Deep Void's enhanced sensory array, Wang Yu had failed to perceive it. His own brain had dismissed the anomaly outright. After roughly 20 minutes of flight, Deep Void halted before a dense cluster of asteroids. At that point, the corpse was virtually within arm's reach, less than 3,000 meters distant, visible even to the naked eye. It was unmistakably a corpse, likely hurled here during the explosion alongside debris and shattered hull fragments having traveled an astonishing distance. A dilemma now confronted Wang Yu and his crew. Ahead lay a chaotic thicket of asteroids too cramped for deep void to navigate safely. Nor did they possess short-range propulsion for extravehicular movement. Tethered jumps alone could not bridge such a gap. Wang Yu paused briefly, remaining linked to deep void, and drove the vessel forward like an icebreaker, forcing a path directly into the rubble. So long as speed remained low and collisions with larger asteroids were avoided, deep void's reinforced hull could carve a narrow channel, albeit demanding exquisite piloting control. Over 15 minutes, Wang Yu reduced the remaining 3,000 meter distance to just 30 meters. Aligned deep void's maintenance airlock with the corpse brought the vessel to a standstill and prepared to retrieve the drifting remains. Minutes later, a hatch on the hull of the deep space vessel opened, revealing 3 fully armed figures: Wang Yu, Ball, and Mao Qier, all participating in this operation. Though they faced only a corpse, the trio deployed en masse, anticipating latent risks and ensuring mutual support should anything go awry. Yet only one would retrieve the body. A safety tether was secured around Mao Qier's waist. Hook the corpse's head with the rope's carabiner, then return. Understood. Wang Yu repeated the instruction in sign language. Though the mission protocol had already been briefed, he reiterated it meticulously. Understood. Mao Qier flashed an OK gesture. Sound could not travel in vacuum, so communication relied entirely on hand signals. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance. Both instantly sharpened their focus. Ball had already deployed his sniper rifle, lying prone aboard the vessel where artificial gravity remained active, ready to provide long-range fire support, primarily fearing the corpse might reanimate. Wang Yu monitored the safety line. Though one end was anchored, he stood prepared to haul Mao Qier back swiftly should danger arise. Once all systems were confirmed, Mao Qier leapt outward, landing lightly on a modest asteroid fragment, then bending her knees to spring toward another. This agility was precisely why she'd been selected. Weighing only 58 kilograms, her lightness, dexterity, and raw strength surpassed even Wang Yu's, making her the unequivocal optimal choice. It was also her first formal assignment, and her enthusiasm ran high. After 4 or 5 precise leaps across drifting fragments, Mao Qier launched herself toward the corpse, suspended mid-vacuum, the stone beneath her feet veering off to collide chaotically with others. Seizing the fleeting proximity, she seized the corpse's arm with one hand, while simultaneously slipping the carabiner over its skull. Brilliant. Wang Yu, watching intently, exhaled in quiet relief. The corpse showed no signs of reanimation, and the extraction proceeded flawlessly. His caution was warranted. Theirs was a universe steeped in mystery and strangeness. Vigilance was not paranoia, but prudence. Mao Qier and the corpse were drawn back along the tether. The mission concluded successfully, and the deep space vessel sealed its hatch. As atmosphere flooded the chamber anew, Wang Yu did not immediately shed his EVA suit. He began inspecting the corpse directly. Name: Raider combat suit damaged in manufacturer, the Parasite House. And the Parasite House, a conglomerate founded and dominated by the parasitic civilization, the Sauron Primordials, operating the largest interstellar black market for sentient beings and organic organs, frequently raiding vessels of other civilizations to replenish its supply chain. Regulatory Tier I, civilian description: a standard issue EVA suit issued by the Parasite House to low-rank combat personnel. Unlike conventional suits, it prioritizes battlefield survivability and defensive capability, hence its designation as a combat suit. Its life support and endurance systems are comparatively rudimentary. However, it integrates rudimentary exoskeletal assistance to augment physical strength and pairs with a jetpack, enabling enhanced leaping and even short-duration flight, though mastery demands rigorous training. Strength 10 in defense, 8 in the Parasite. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the corpse's helmet. Inside lay a desiccated, fossilized skull, strikingly humanoid, its facial features clearly discernible. Yet its ears resembled spined fish fins. Extreme dehydration had contorted its expression into grotesque severity, its mouth agape, to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. Wang Yu instructed Mao Gu to use his claws to slice through the obstructive suit. Beneath lay a mummified cadaver. Its chest bore gill-like slits and fish fins protruded from both elbows. None of this was extraordinary, until attention fell upon an abnormal protrusion along the corpse's upper back, just below the nape, distinct from the large dorsal fin at the waist. Ball carefully incised the area with her blade. Her edge met unmistakable resistance, as if cutting through hardened chitin. Once the epidermis was peeled back, the anomaly revealed itself a parasite embedded within the skin, fused to the spine, and interfaced directly with the nervous system. At first sight, Wang Yu recoiled inwardly, overwhelmed by visceral revulsion, a deep physiological wave of nausea. The creature resembled a coiled giant pill bug, its dorsum layered with rigid segmented carapace, its ventral side devoid of limbs, reduced instead to nerve-like filaments seamlessly integrated into the spinal column. Ball wielded her blade without hesitation, excising the deceased hollowed-out parasite. In its wake, the corpse's nape bore a deep, ragged cavity. A parasite like this, knit completely supplants its host, seizing direct neural control over the entire body. And this is... Ball frowned. Within her entire frame of reference, no such parasite had ever existed, one capable of hijacking a high-intelligence species at the central nervous level. Even if such a threat had emerged, historically advanced civilizations would have eradicated it, unless those civilizations had already lost. This parasite possessed intellect rivaling that of sentient species. It was itself a sentient being. How utterly revolting. Mao Kier waved her hands dismissively, visibly unsettled. She inspected her own fur, regretting having touched the vile thing with her claws. Wang Yu felt no fear. He reached out barehanded, accepting the parasite's desiccated remains from Ball. It was astonishingly light. Hollow, unmistakably so. Name Sauron, primordial, black in description, an exceedingly rare hyper-intelligent parasitic species native to the cosmos. Rigidly hierarchical, with individuals assigned specialized roles. Black variants serve as worker soldiers. Their dorsal carapace is exceptionally resilient, capable of deflecting light ordnance. They possess virtually no autonomous will, existing solely to obey higher-tier individuals. Upon full maturation, they lose all locomotive capacity, entirely subsuming the host, commandeering its physiology with absolute precision. They are perfect soldiers, laborers, and slaves. They may parasitize nearly any vertebrate. Genetic modification has even yielded strains capable of infecting select invertebrates, though they remain incapable of colonizing intelligences whose biology differs fundamentally, such as silicon-based or mechanical life forms. This was an anomaly, the life propagators. In Sauron Primordials, the parasite house. Life propagators. Wang Yu murmured, the intelligence gleaned from the system, his eyes narrowing. He instructed Ball to continue dissecting and analyzing the parasite. It seemed inevitable they would encounter more. For this appeared to be a galactic-scale power, its influence spanning the known cosmos. The trio returned to the bridge, bringing the corpse with them. Wang Yu re-established command over the deep space vessel, reversed course, and resumed transit toward the shattered derelict. 10 minutes later, they convened briefly in the captain's chamber. Correlating the corpse's condition with recovered data, a new hypothesis emerged for the derelict's destruction combat, possibly an assault by the Sauron Primordials. As a nascent spacefaring civilization, it would have stood little chance against such an ancient entrenched power. Its fate was likely total annihilation, vessel obliterated, crew slaughtered or abducted en masse. This discovery served as a stark warning to Wang Yu. The cosmos harbored not only eldritch horrors and cosmic calamities, but also the calculated malice of other civilizations. Its consequences, he realized, could prove far more dreadful than mere death. Wang Yu could scarcely fathom the horror of gradual neural usurpation, of watching oneself dissolve, replaced by alien consciousness. That fate to him was infinitely worse than death itself. The deep space vessel resumed its course, heading once more toward the shattered spacecraft. They would reach the wreckage in no more than 8 hours. Wang Yu, Bar, and Miao Kuer gathered in the bridge for a brief meeting. This time Wang Yu disclosed to them the existence of the parasite haven, the Sauron protozoan, and the life propagators. There was no need for concealment. They were now a single unified entity. Wang Yu revealed that he possessed a rare ability. Upon touching objects, wreckage, or corpses, he could intuitively glean their hidden histories and secrets. Bar conducted detailed dissections of both the Sauron protozoan and the corpse of a dolphin-like humanoid species, yielding significant new findings. Remarkably, this humanoid lacked a conventional brain, or rather its cerebrum had atrophied, entirely replaced instead by novel clusters of neurons whose precise function remained unclear, though they most likely served to relay neural signals back to the parasitic organism. The brainstem and cerebellum, however, remained largely intact, yet both were now intricately interwoven with the parasite's nervous architecture. Thus, the parasite had effectively become the host's new central processor, an organ composed of hyperactive neural tissue capable of fulfilling cerebral functions with astonishing fidelity. Yet this symbiosis came at a steep cost. The parasite forfeited all autonomous capabilities, including feeding and locomotion, and became wholly dependent on its host body, incapable of transferring to another vessel at will. Barr concluded, under current constraints, this was the fullest analysis possible. In sum, it was an exceptionally aggressive, intelligent superparasite, one intrinsically opposed to all other sentient organic life by virtue of its very nature as a parasite. And a civilization forged by such parasites would inevitably be expansionist and predatory. Wang Yu concurred, and suddenly grasped why the machine god cult held such radical convictions. To have endured such a violation and somehow survived would drive any being to extremes. Barr maximize radar surveillance range. Beware of lurking vessels piloted by these parasitoids. Parasitoid vessels. I will maintain full neural linkage with the deep space vessel throughout. Should danger arise, we'll instantly retreat into subspace. Fortuitously, we're near a white dwarf. Its immense gravity will allow us to slip seamlessly into the subspace layer. Once we arrive at the wrecked vessel, we must act swiftly. Explore, gather intelligence, and withdraw before the Sauron protozoans detect us, leaving their hunting grounds behind. No, rather their hunting ground. Wang Yu spoke gravely, having already classified the grotesque parasites as confirmed hostiles. Then without delay, he seated himself at the captain's console and re-established his neural link with the deep space vessel. He guided the vessel forward, subtly increasing its velocity. Approximately 7 hours later, the deep space vessel arrived at the debris field surrounding the shattered craft, drifting fragments of every size scattered like cosmic shrapnel, testifying to the cataclysmic violence of its destruction. Yet as they drew nearer, Wang Yu detected something profoundly anomalous. Not ambushes, not hidden parasitoids, but the vessel itself. Why did it smell so delicious? It no longer resembled wreckage. It looked like a colossal golden-brown roasted chicken, its crisp skin glistening with rich, savory juices. For a moment, Wang Yu even experienced vivid olfactory hallucinations. The scent was unmistakable. A 12-kilometer-wide roast chicken, unprecedented in scale and unimaginably succulent. What is happening? Is this a psychic assault from the parasites? How utterly despicable! Wang Yu swallowed hard, overcome by an unprecedented visceral hunger for what was objectively a pile of scorched metal. Wait, could it be? A startling alternative occurred to him. Perhaps this was no mental intrusion. Perhaps it was the deep space vessel itself. Hungry for the wreckage. Devour ships. Treat other vessels as prey. No, I haven't explored it yet. You will hold back. Wang Yu clenched his will, but his rational faculties were eroding rapidly. Fortunately, they were nearly there, and his resistance to hunger had grown markedly stronger than before. He endured. Steering the deep space vessel with unwavering precision, he brought it to a halt beside the aromatic braised pork knuckle, heedlessly brushing aside smaller debris, mere side dishes, with cold indifference. Once positioned, Wang Yu severed the neural link. The deep space vessel immediately entered standby mode. Yet the phantom aroma lingered in his nostrils, and a faint trace of blood stained his fingertips. Capillaries in his nasal passages had ruptured, saliva flooded his mouth, spilling over his lips. What's wrong? Bater stood nearby, his sharp gaze already fixed on Wang Yu's unnatural agitation. Well, that ship suddenly transformed into a roasted chicken, then a braised pork knuckle. Absolutely mouth-watering. Luckily I held firm. Gulp. Wang Yu gestured, emphatically swallowing again. Huh. Barr raised an eyebrow, skeptical, convinced Wang Yu's mind had fractured. Food. At that, Miao Kurer perked up, ears pricked high. She'd clearly caught the word delicious. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, then carefully reconstructed his explanation until the truth emerged clearly. The deep space vessel wants to consume the wreck. It's ravenous for that debris, but I stopped it. A ship that eats ships. Barr frowned. Set that aside for now. The deep space vessel is docked beside the wreckage. We'll inventory our gear and depart immediately. Our objective is swift, decisive exploration. Wang Yu affirmed. All three began preparations. Their prior battles in subspace, especially against the shadow demons, had depleted much of their grenade stock. They retained 7 fragmentation grenades, 5 flashbang grenades, and ample supplies of electromagnetic pulse and magnetic charge demolition charges. Ammunition remained sufficient, several fully loaded ammo crates, but magazine capacity limited individual loadouts. They packed loose rounds and essential tools into a dedicated toolkit, ensuring critical supplies would be at hand without needing to return to the vessel, especially ammunition, which might prove impossible to retrieve mid-mission. Wang Yu also consulted Barr regarding the miniature tactical nuclear warhead. Detonating it within the confined space of the wreckage would almost certainly obliterate them all. The weapon was engineered for terrestrial warfare, making its use in enclosed environments tantamount to suicide. The same applied to the roar of Higra. Thus, they carried only conventional arms. Miao Kuer received several grenades for self-defense along with thorough instruction on their safe deployment, requiring explicit confirmation from both Wang Yu and Bar before use. Firearms were withheld, too great a risk of accidental discharge. Training could wait for safer circumstances. Fully armed, the trio approached the emergency airlock. As the hatch slid open, the colossal wreck loomed before them, over 2 kilometers in diameter, hovering less than 10 meters away. Its cross-section aligned perfectly with the airlock aperture, a testament to extraordinary piloting skill. Any lesser hand would have collided catastrophically. The spaceship wreckage had been ravaged by the explosion. Its interior was a chaotic tangle, and they would likely have to clear debris continuously just to make progress. There might also be high-voltage currents and flammable or explosive containers, so proceed with extreme caution and let Bear assess the situation before taking action. Wang Yu repeated the precautions over the radio built into his suit. To make sure Malkir could hear, they had taped a transmitter to the ear on her side. It was uncomfortable, but for now, it was the only reliable way to communicate. Wang Yu checked, "Malkir, can you hear me?" She answered with a clear hand gesture indicating she could. Because the audio traveled by bone conduction, it sounded odd, muffled like through mist, yet unnervingly close. Bear then brought a safety line, and instead of fastening it to herself, secured one end at the emergency passage entrance. They intended to tether the Shinkong to the wreckage. Saying they would truly bind them together was an overstatement. A single rope could not rigidly secure 2 hulking masses. It was simply an extra measure of insurance. If Shinkong and the wreckage separated but remained within the rope's length, they could return without difficulty. If the line snapped, however, the consequences would be grim. They had to avoid that at all costs. Prepared Bear went first. Gripping the safety line, she sprinted and leapt toward the opposite wreck, rolling across the metal floor and bracing herself against a lower bulkhead to steady her stance. She raised her assault rifle and swept the area, then signaled for Wang Yu and the others to come across. Next came Malkir, far more agile than Bear. She jumped across without a running start. Wang Yu was last. The room's gravity generator remained active, so they could use it for leverage and avoid awkward trajectories. He stepped back a good distance, dashed forward, and sprang up with fierce momentum, striking the wreck like a projectile far more forceful than either Bear or Malkir. An onlooker unfamiliar with the situation might have assumed Wang Yu was some hardened interstellar warrior intent on ramming himself into the debris. In truth, he had simply overexerted himself, misjudged the power of the exoskeletal suit, and panicked once airborne. He flailed helplessly and nearly gave himself a concussion. Luckily, Bear and Malkir were there to break his fall and avert disaster. "Sorry, I am still not used to this microgravity," he muttered. Wang Yu picked himself up in embarrassment. His earlier experience crawling across Shinkong's hull had been of little help now. Bear was understanding. She advised him to moderate his force and suggested activating the suit's magnetic grip so he could stand securely on the ship's surface. As for Malkir, she could not hide a mischievous grin at Wang Yu's awkwardness. She was a child at heart, and Wang Yu would not scold her now. They would settle such things after the mission. "This way. This is the ship's floor. What we were walking on earlier is actually a wall beneath our feet. Malkir, take the lead. You are the most agile and can use your claws to clear obstructions, but be wary of hidden threats. Before you clear or squeeze into confined spaces, confirm with me first." Bear issued the orders, naturally assuming the role of team leader. As a robot, she was best suited to manage the operation. The other 2 were novices. The 3 of them altered their orientation and reset their notions of up and down. Such reorientation is common in space and essential for honing spatial awareness. After Bear bent a ring of rebar to anchor the safety line, they formed a single-file column and entered the passage. Bear and Wang Yu each carried crowbars and metal pipes for prying obstacles aside. They threaded their way through the wreckage, moving along fractured, warped corridors. Malkir's claws proved invaluable, tearing through many obstructions and opening a path where tools alone could not. Watch out for sharp wall edges and exposed rebar. The cut surfaces are razor-like. Especially you, Wang Yu, don't rip your suit, Bear called back. The exoskeleton left joint areas unprotected. They advanced several dozen meters, and the situation gradually improved. The sections of corridor melted and warped by heat, and impact became less frequent. They made a lot of noise for being in a vacuum. Vibrations traveled through the hull and even up through their boots into Wang Yu's ears via the suit. If there were survivors or creatures nearby, those noises should have alerted them, yet there were no signs. It was probable the place held no living survivors. They also had not seen a single corpse along the way. Two possibilities suggested themselves: the people had been taken by insectoid raiders, or their bodies had been reduced to ash by extreme heat and pressure, or ejected into space. For similar reasons, they found no salvageable items or supplies. The search felt worse than sifting through a collapsed building. They could only hope the latter sections would be better. After about 15 minutes, they passed through the ruin and entered a comparatively roomy chamber. They stood on an elevated platform with several tiers, though the upper level had collapsed, leaving a hole over 3 meters in diameter through the ceiling. Directly ahead of the platform was an impressive circular metal door of unusual design. Rather than swinging or sliding, it consisted of spiral, overlapping curved plates that opened and closed by rotating clockwise or counterclockwise. Wang Yu had never seen a door like it before, but it suited the ship's aesthetic. The door was largely intact, scratched, but not warped, far better preserved than the surrounding ruins, and it still appeared operable. Bear moved to the front with her rifle, inspected the edge of the platform, and then secured the weapon when she found no immediate danger. The space, like an atrium, was riddled with holes and littered with floating debris. The blast had failed to breach the door, so the force had vented out through the sides. Weak starlight from a white dwarf filtered through the hull gaps, casting shafts of light through the drifting dust and infusing the place with a profound sense of desolation. That suggested the door had been sturdy and closed during the blast. The shock and pressure had thrown this section far away, and some of the damage might also have been caused by asteroid impacts. This was encouraging. It implied the facilities behind the door might be relatively intact and could contain what they needed. Bear finished inspecting the light-leaking hull and looked to Wang Yu, essentially asking whether they should proceed, mindful that danger might lie beyond the door. There was little to hesitate about. They had come too far to leave empty-handed. "Mauk, here, it's up to you. See if you can open that door." Wang Yu's command traveled through the transmitter taped to Mauk Here's ear. She flashed an affirmative gesture, floated a few meters forward, retracted her fingers into pads that became razor claws, used a flipped fragment of wall for leverage, and then another floating sheet of metal, and lunged at the metal door, striking out with a claw. The strike hit the gate squarely. There was no grinding rasp of metal to bite the teeth. This was a vacuum. Yet some sounds rode the vibrations along the ruptured hull to the platform. Where Wang Yu stood, so he still heard them. The noise was sharp and piercing. Mauk Here was flung back by the recoil. Her full-strength blow had only left millimeter-deep scratches on the strange door. Her right claw throbbed numb, and painful tears springing to her eyes. "So hard." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated some resistance, but the door's hardness still surprised him. Those were Mauk Here's razor claws, and they had merely scored the surface. The door was far harder than the Shinkong's hull. Had doors like this existed, then the shadow demons might not have been able to breach it. The technological tier seemed far lower than the Shinkong's, yet they possessed materials that surpassed the Shinkong's hull by a wide margin. Was the civilization behind this ship so narrowly specialized in certain technologies? Wang Yu frowned. Perhaps civilizations are not arranged in neat hierarchical tiers, but each excels in its own domains. For example, the Longier peoples of the machine planet civilization were extraordinarily skilled in artificial intelligence. But Wang Yu quickly revised his thought. The Shinkong was a product of that company's CGAO Life Co. The company pursued cost efficiency, so cutting corners was to be expected. More likely it was not that they lacked superior materials, but that they saw no need to use them on this vessel. Otherwise, the ship's price would have soared. Good steel must be used where it matters. As a research vessel, flight and exploration capabilities were prioritized, while combat was the responsibility of other ships. Thus, the Shinkong's materials lagged behind this door, not from a lack of technical reserves at CGAO, but from a choice of allocation. Unlike a civilization just stepping into space. So the Shinkong was cheap after all, Wang Yu muttered. Few understood his offhand complaint, but Bear caught on. Wang Yu was grumbling about the Shinkong's flimsy hull. "Mauk Here, stop trying. Change approach. Let's search the ship's exterior for a breach. It cannot be entirely made of that super material. If it were, the ship would never have been blown to pieces." Wang Yu called, halting the stubborn Mauk Here, who wanted to continue. He proposed they look for another entrance, an idea that matched Bear's thinking. The three of them regrouped and decided to pick a suitable opening to reach the ship's surface. The several meter-wide hole at the top seemed ideal. They had assumed entering through that cross-section would let them penetrate deep into the vessel, but instead they found they had taken a long detour. Yet without probing, they would never have discovered the door and the area beyond. It was simply a methodical process of exploration. One after another, they climbed out through the top aperture, careful not to jump, Drifting away into space would be disastrous. On the hull, Wang Yu's spacesuit proved its worth. The magnetic soles of his boots kept him firmly planted on the ship's surface. Wang Yu took the lead, pulling Bear and Malkier along to prevent anyone from separating from the hull. They walked across the tattered exterior, which bore gouges and pits likely carved by the impact of surrounding debris. There were no breaches, confirming this section was extraordinarily hard. After moving on, they selected a deep crater for Malkier to test the hull and see if she could break through. "All right," Malkier signaled. Without speaking, she made an OK sign, and her other claw had already pierced the surface. They set up on the spot. Malkier would dig while Wang Yu and Bear stood guard and carried away the shaved metal. After a dozen minutes, Bear suddenly realized something and issued a warning. "Malkier, there may be air inside. Be cautious when you dig. Probe first with your claw and avoid tearing open a large hole at once. If you hastily create a large breach and the interior is high pressure, the escaping jet could sweep us all into space." After the warning, Bear sprang into action, producing a toolbox and preparing vacuum-grade adhesive to fashion several grips to secure their positions just in case. The adhesive's strength, nearly comparable to ordinary metal, had already been proven aboard the Shinkong. About an hour and a half later, the crater, struck out by debris, had become large enough for a person to enter. Its wall thickness exceeded an astonishing meter, far thicker than other parts of the ship. Malkier was exhausted by then, her efficiency greatly reduced, as she no longer had the same vigor after so long a dig. As Wang Yu replaced his oxygen canister, wondering whether to return to the Shinkong for a short rest, Malkier's ears twitched twice. She looked over with good news. She seemed close to breaking through. Her right claw was completely embedded in the wall. Heeding Bear's warning to test before each dig, it appeared this time she had pierced through. "All right, proceed carefully. Don't rush to tear it open. Thin the surrounding metal first." Wang Yu helped clear the metal shavings in the pit and prepare to support Malkier. Bear directed them. If the interior was pressurized rather than a vacuum, those metal shavings could be blown into a metallic storm when the pressure vented. Being hit by that would be dangerous. The two quickly cleared the tunnel. Malkier thinned the wall. Her right claw remained embedded as she asked Bear what to do next. "Extend your foot so Wang Yu and I can grab you. On my count, 3, 2, 1. You will affix a magnetic breaching grenade to the surface and then withdraw immediately. Wang Yu and I will hold you." Bear added that he and Wang Yu had prepared several handholds adhered to the outer wall, metal grips fashioned on the spot, to ensure they would not be blown away. If high-pressure gas lay within, the blast would carve a wind tunnel. Once the pressure had bled off, they could enter to explore. "All right, listen to my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Malkier followed the instructions and attached a magnetic explosive grenade to the surface, then withdrew her right claw. Instantly, a whispering sound of air could be heard from the gap, and even the wall began to deform, bulging outward. It was evident that there was air inside, and the air pressure was quite substantial. She removed the grenade's safety pin and retreated, firmly grasped by Wang Yu and Bear. She traced an arc back to the surface of the spaceship, unharmed by the blast, everything proceeding as planned. Following this, a violent explosion erupted from the pit, followed by a fierce wind that expelled a large amount of debris, shooting it into space like cannonballs. The three of them huddled close to the spaceship's outer shell, not taking any further action. Once the wind subsided and the internal air had mostly been expelled, they would be able to enter and explore. By the way, there shouldn't be any survivors inside, right? If there are, our actions might have forced them into a corner. Wang Yu suddenly thought, since there was air inside, the possibility is almost zero. This ship had been wrecked for at least 100 years, and it was unlikely that such a small closed cabin could support a survivor for that long. Moreover, even if someone had survived until now, they should have noticed and taken action when we attempted to break down the door and drill holes. None of these signs existed, so I believe it is very unlikely that there are any living survivors inside. However, the presence of corpses is highly probable. Based on the realistic situation, Bear made his judgment. After hearing this, Wang Yu also agreed, looking at the debris blown out, mainly checking for any bodies or vital supplies that could potentially be recovered later. But aside from the initial debris that was blown out soon, only wind continued to escape. There was no one to patch the leaks. After leaking for nearly half an hour, the wind significantly diminished, becoming a gentle breeze that posed no threat, and only then did the three of them resume their actions. Safe. Bear quickly peeked inside, signaling, and entered the pit with his gun, followed by the other two. About a minute later, a glowing fluorescent stick drifted in through the breach, causing no disturbance. Then a suspicious cat head poked out, glanced around, and quickly retreated. Next, a cutting sound came from the wall again, and a large piece of the broken metal wall was kicked inside. Three shadows then emerged one after another, each on guard for ambushes. But there was nothing inside. It was pitch black, and aside from the faint sound of airflow, there was no other noise. The three began to check the internal environment, tossing out many fluorescent sticks, taking advantage of their toolbox. However, due to the large space and the darkness of the fluorescent sticks, it was still challenging to discern all the details inside. Even Bear and Malkier could barely make out the outlines, far from the clarity of a well-lit environment. This seems like a large workshop or factory specifically designed for producing large mechanical creations, Bear stated first, directing his flashlight around the room. It should be a vertically laid out factory. We are located near the top side of the side wall. Bear added, shining the flashlight at both ends. One side revealed the top easily, while the other side appeared like a deep pit, so he tossed two more fluorescent sticks down. At this point, the spiral corridor and mechanical platforms began to reveal themselves, along with the prominent giant mechanical arm and hoist, as well as unfinished mechanical creations, indeed confirming that this was a workshop. There were even two conveyor belts on the spiral corridor. Although they had stopped, they were still filled with metal parts, sheets, and even stones. If activated, these parts and materials could be transported to various platforms for processing and assembly. A vertical factory. This was the first time Wang Yu had heard of such a concept. To him, it resembled a hollow tunnel akin to a missile launch pit if one ignored the surrounding mechanical platforms used for processing. In response, Bear provided further explanation, stating that this was a design scheme for a space factory which utilizes space more efficiently compared to horizontal factories on land and is also convenient for processing large creations. I see this place seems quite advanced. I feel it's far superior to the deep space. Wang Yu remarked, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Bear, who pointed out his mistake once again. Because if such a vertical factory appeared on a research ship like the deep space, it would indeed be an oddity. Given the technological prowess of the civilization behind the deep space, they certainly had better options, such as manufacturing mechanical creations via precision printers, completing assembly, or even directly printing finished products, or utilizing nanobots to replicate designs one-to-one without needing a processing factory. That's too sci-fi. Wang Yu felt Bear was exaggerating, but in reality it stemmed from his lack of understanding of the gravity generator's level of creation. Compared to the civilization behind the deep space, these aliens were hardly better than primitive humans who had just learned to make fire and use stone tools. What is that? Wang Yu directed his flashlight towards the bottom, but because it was too far, even the strong light of the flashlight only illuminated a moving dim spot. However, it seemed that there was something where he had just scanned, and Wang Yu quickly moved the flashlight back, discovering a large robot oddly shaped and menacing, which startled him at first glance. It stood about 10 meters tall with 4 legs and 4 arms, its body solid like a block of heavy metal, the surface rough, as if many impurities were mixed into the metal, including the arms and legs. Each of its 4 arms was equipped with a jackhammer, a large electric drill, a heavy hammer, and a giant axe, all exaggerated in size and menacingly aggressive. As if that wasn't enough, the robot was also adorned with numerous sharp small drill bits resembling a hedgehog, making it appear particularly fierce and unapproachable. Moreover, the robot was draped with several corpses like trophies. Looking closely, the orange combat suits clearly belonged to the insectoid raiders, and the extracted Soren larvae were pierced with rivets, hanging like ornaments. Disturbing creation, your sanity decreased by 8. This thing won't suddenly come to life, will it? He heightened his vigilance, looking at the shotgun in his hand, feeling the firepower was a bit mismatched. This caliber weapon probably couldn't even pierce the skin of the robot. Bear and Malkier also noticed the robot, their faces revealing displeasure and even disgust. After all, it's hard to find a mentally sound being that would appreciate such a spiky appearance, not to mention the corpses dangling from it. It must have been done by survivors of this spaceship. It seems someone lived on, and for quite some time, but now. Let's look for clues, and try not to touch anything we don't understand. Bear said, raising her guard upon seeing such an aggressive mechanical creation, touching the electromagnetic pulse grenade hanging at her waist, which was particularly effective against machines. The workshop space was vast, and to avoid any accidents, the three decided to act together. After roughly understanding the layout inside, they descended into the spiral corridor, preparing to explore bit by bit. However, I have already changed to the second oxygen tank, and the remaining oxygen can last for no more than 4 hours, and we must leave 1 hour for escape. So we only have 3 hours of activity left on this trip, Wang Yu said, reporting his oxygen supply. There was no choice. He was not like Bear or Malkier, who could operate for extended periods in an oxygen-free or even vacuum environment, so it was best to move quickly. or to find a source of oxygen here, such as oxygen tanks left by the insectoid raiders, or perhaps the oxygen supply channels of this spaceship, if they were also life forms reliant on oxygen. The three quickened their pace and decided to head upwards to check the end of the spiral corridor. According to convention, this location was likely a special functional area that should not be missed. Wang Yu kept an eye out for any written records that could trigger a system prompt. Mastering the language of this civilization would be beneficial. Although he had already spent quite a few credit points learning the language, if they couldn't even read the script, many of their actions would be impossible. They arrived at the end of the corridor where there was indeed a room, but unlike traditional human architecture, this structure was actually elliptical, with no windows, only some round holes, and a round door that stood open at a height of only 1.5 meters. Such a building was better described as a cave than a house, as that was the feeling it gave Wang Yu. Wait, it seems there's something written here, let me take a look. Wang Yu finally discovered records resembling text which were hanging at the door like a notice. After paying 1,000 credit points to the system, he understood the writing. You have paid 1,000 universal credit points and learned the script of an unknown civilization. Power distribution room. Wang Yu deciphered the seemingly cryptic text. It should be a place similar to a power distribution room. Let's hurry inside and see if we can restore the power here. Bear said, first listening at the door. Not hearing any movement, he slithered in like a flexible snake. Wang Yu and Mao Kier followed, feeling a bit oppressed inside. The ceiling was only a bit over 2 meters high, and one could reach up and touch it directly. It seemed that this group of aliens did not have a very tall average height, and their habits might not align with humans. They could be non-humans. However, the area was quite large, over 200 square meters. This really resembles a power distribution room. Those movable stones on the wall should be switches used to regulate the power supply. It is highly likely that they also use electricity, Bear judged as he shone a light on the rocky switches on the wall. On the other side, Wang Yu was searching for any relevant instructions. As in such a power distribution room, there are usually warnings or operational guidelines written for emergencies. This was no exception. It was written right next to the entrance on a metal plate fixed to the wall, detailing the operational procedures in case of emergencies. Wang Yu translated the contents for Bear, with the most valuable information being the emergency operational steps in case of a power outage. Because this workshop was equipped with an emergency power supply and an independent life support system, once the power from the spaceship was cut off, it would automatically switch to the emergency power supply. If the emergency power supply fails to operate normally, please try replacing the hydrogen brick and oxygen brick and pull the switch for the backup power supply again to attempt a restart. What exactly are these hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks? Are they powered by hydrogen? Wang Yu frowned, asking Bear, and also wanting to know if similar items existed on Jixing. Perhaps hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells. It looks like the instructions indicate they are around here. Let me check. Bear, being taller, felt even more cramped in this low space, and the control panel seemed a size smaller. He could only bend down and search little by little. It should be this one that's quite heavy. Bear used 3 fingers to grasp a somewhat small handle, pulling hard. A long vertical drawer emerged from the wall, divided into 3 layers containing items suspected to be hydrogen bricks or oxygen bricks. On the other side, in a roughly symmetrical position in the room, Mao Kier also found a similar drawer and pulled it out. Wang Yu then attempted to confirm it himself. Name: hydrogen brick no. 1 storage 0 manufacturer Heart of Rock. Heart of Rock, the core enterprise of the Diggers civilization, responsible for 90 of the civilization's industrial production and technological development, also the key enterprise pushing the Diggers civilization into space, especially notable for its achievements in material science. Regulatory level I civilian description, a special material specifically designed for adsorbing and storing hydrogen gas. When the temperature drops below 4.2 degrees Celsius, this material will spontaneously adsorb hydrogen from the environment, storing it in a lattice structure. When the temperature is between 7.1 degrees Celsius and 92.3 degrees Celsius, the hydrogen brick will gradually release the hydrogen stored inside, with the release rate depending on the ambient temperature. It must not be placed in environments above 103 degrees Celsius, as this would permanently damage the hydrogen brick's chemical structure and could even cause an explosion due to excessive hydrogen release. When fully charged, its hydrogen content is approximately 69.4 of solid hydrogen by weight and 507 of solid hydrogen by volume, with no one representing the largest size specification, weighing about 20 kilograms. Name: oxygen brick no. 1 storage 0 manufacturer Heart of Rock. Regulatory level I civilian description, a special material specifically designed for adsorbing and storing oxygen gas. When the temperature drops below 2 2 degrees Celsius, this material will spontaneously adsorb oxygen from the environment, storing it in a lattice structure. When the temperature is between 1 degree Celsius and 125 degrees Celsius, the oxygen brick will gradually release the oxygen stored inside, with the release rate depending on the ambient temperature. It must not be placed in environments above 170 degrees Celsius, as this would permanently damage the oxygen brick's chemical structure and could even cause an explosion due to excessive oxygen release. When fully charged, its oxygen content is approximately 37.3 of solid oxygen by weight and 180 of solid oxygen by volume, with no one representing the largest size specification, weighing about 200 kilograms. Is this a super material capable of storing hydrogen and oxygen? After listening to Wang Yu's explanation, Bear widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the special square brick in his hand, measuring about 45 centimeters on each side and approximately 20 centimeters thick. This material does not exist on Jixing. It completely overcomes the storage difficulties of hydrogen and oxygen applications, requiring neither strict low temperatures nor high-pressure cylinders, and can be used directly like coal. This is so convenient with a very high energy density, no wonder it can be used on spaceships. This can be taken back. It holds tremendous value. Ball exclaimed, fully aware of what this material signified. Take Wang Yu's oxygen tank, for instance. Replacing it with this material would eliminate the need for high-pressure containment while dramatically increasing total oxygen capacity. All that would be required is a temperature-regulated release mechanism, and the system could even be reused cyclically. Likewise, hydrogen bricks possess similar properties. Even used solely as fuel, they vastly outperform firewood. However, deploying these materials hinges on one prerequisite: a stable, reliable source of hydrogen. Several options exist, electrolysis of water being the most readily implementable, but it demands substantial electrical power. Gaseous giant planets, or even the atmospheres of certain terrestrial worlds, also contain hydrogen, though extraction remains exceedingly difficult. Indeed, this is exceptional material. Wang Yu nodded, recognizing its profound worth as Ball elaborated. Its applications extend even to spacecraft propulsion, far surpassing conventional fossil fuels, while producing only water upon combustion pure enough to drink. 48 such bricks, 24 hydrogen and 24 oxygen, were tightly packed into the drawer, ready to be carried away upon departure. Moreover, if fully charged hydrogen and oxygen bricks can be located, we may even restore auxiliary power here, greatly enhancing both exploration and intelligence gathering. For the computers might still function, granting access not only to historical logs, but also to the complete inventory of the entire workshop, a far more efficient approach than manual searching. Ball added, already contemplating the workshop's reactivation. Wang Yu meanwhile weighed the risks, his thoughts turning to the terrifying robot stationed deep in the lower levels. That robot may serve as a guardian. Our restoring power could awaken it. Let's not rush. First, descend and assess the situation firsthand. Besides, this place likely holds no fully charged bricks. Had any remained, they would have long since been consumed for power generation. Wang Yu gazed at the depleted hydrogen and oxygen bricks inside the drawer and made his judgment. The trio did not linger in the power chamber. Once oriented, they descended along the spiral corridor. Along the way, countless components lay abandoned on conveyor belts, even raw or secured with binding straps. These extraterrestrial beings had likely ventured into the asteroid belt to mine resources and replenish supplies. Such parts, including lathes, furnaces, lighting fixtures, and wiring embedded in the corridors and platforms, were all valuable assets. Wang Yu intended to strip the deep space vessel bare, carrying every usable item aboard. Yet some items, severed from their native production lines and operational environments, were little more than scrap metal, so selection was essential. That burden, he decided, could fall to Ball later. They descended to the third level, 3 full spirals above the lowest floor, and discovered a compact yet densely stocked general warehouse, shelves brimmed with mined ores, refined metal ingots, large drums of lubricating oil, heaps of exhausted hydrogen and oxygen bricks, and an assortment of unidentifiable tools and components. Wang Yu scanned each item systematically via his interface, skipping those he couldn't immediately comprehend, until a discovery emerged. Name: oxygen cartridge, 100. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: a powered oxygen supply unit for spacesuits, housing a Type 5 oxygen brick. The brick may be replaced individually, or the entire cartridge swapped for faster operation. Name: carbon dioxide filter cartridge, 100. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: a powered filtration unit for CO2 absorption containing specialized adsorbent material. Either the filter core or the entire cartridge may be replaced, the latter offering greater operational convenience. Wang Yu had found the alien crew's oxygen tank, or rather their oxygen cartridge. Yet this device bore no compatibility with his own suit, utterly unusable. He had underestimated the gulf between civilizations. Standards diverged so profoundly that direct integration was impossible. It would have to be taken back for analysis. He searched nearby racks and found spacesuits. Yet these were baffling, absurdly small with 8 sleeves, or perhaps 4 were leg tubes. No, he couldn't fathom how such a suit was worn. Clearly these beings were no humanoid analogs. Their physiology was fundamentally alien. This relatively pristine suit therefore held no practical utility, effectively garbage. The trio continued searching until Mao Kuer, keen-eyed as ever, spotted provisions stacked in a corner, 3 massive crates of canned goods, and over 40 white plastic drums of fresh water, totaling nearly 2 metric tons. Name: bioluminescent moss can. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: canned food crafted from a unique chemosynthetic organism, blue bioluminescent moss, native to warm, humid caverns. Thriving exclusively between 35°C and 38°C, this moss is nutritionally rich, abundant in starches, amino acids, and minerals, serving as the primary sustenance of the rock cavern race. Non-toxic and edible, it emits a pungent, nauseating odor. This is edible, and the labeling and packaging appear fresh, suggesting it remains unspoiled. Wang Yu concluded after reviewing the system data. Its preservation state far surpassed that of the cat food tins. As for the stench and unpalatability, those were surmountable. Starvation, after all, renders even the most repugnant fare acceptable. This expedition had already proven invaluable, resolving their most urgent crisis. They completed a cursory circuit of the warehouse without lingering or loading anything. Not yet. This was merely reconnaissance. The full inventory sweep must come first. Yet as they exited the warehouse and resumed their descent along the corridor, Wang Yu picked up a well-preserved hammer. Name: detonative power hammer. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: a percussive tool enhanced by controlled detonation designed to fracture rock for metal extraction. Requires insertion of type 13 hydrogen and oxygen bricks into the handle's terminal port, otherwise it functions only as an ordinary mallet. Strictly prohibited in confined spaces. After the rock cavern race introduced this hammer into space, they swiftly discontinued it, and microgravity shattered fragments and dust proved hazardous and uncontrollable, and posed serious risk to personnel. Remaining units exist only in industrial storage or cluttered workshops. Rock cavern race, an organic intelligent species dwelling in subterranean caverns. Though superficially arthropod-like, they are in fact highly evolved reptilians acutely sensitive to climate, especially temperature, and practice hibernation to endure winter. Adults average 1 meter in length, possessing remarkably dense musculature and 4 dexterous multi-jointed arms sprouting from the shoulders, ideal for manipulating complex tools. For lower limbs, enable agile crawling across cavern floors. Despite millennia spent in perpetual darkness, they possess extraordinary low-light vision, relying on faint bioluminescence from subterranean fungi and mosses, while remaining severely photosensitive. Originating underground, they mastered mineral excavation and metallurgical refinement, producing superior alloys and achieving remarkable sophistication in materials science. After tens of thousands of years of evolution and technological revolution, they finally attained the capability to venture beyond their homeworld into the depths of space. A power hammer, the rock cavern race. Wang Yu gripped the tool, barely half a meter long, its head smaller than a fist, and found the designation laughably incongruous. Perhaps within the rock cavern race's frame of reference, it truly qualified as a great hammer. Given their 1-meter stature proportionally, it was indeed massive. Moreover, the hammer remained functional. Pressing its activation button illuminated a soft amber band along its shaft, proof that its internal hydrogen and oxygen bricks retained charge. Regrettably, its size precluded use in the power chamber. Excellent, suitable as a weapon. Wang Yu deactivated it, swung it twice, and instantly grew fond of its balance, then slid it securely into his satchel. They descended to the lower level, in the zero-gravity environment, and pressed for time. Their descent was swift, taking no more than half an hour in total, save for a brief 15-minute pause in the storage bay. At the end of the spiral corridor stood the same ultralloy door that had barred their path earlier. Viewed from the interior, it remained just as awe-inspiring. Directly facing the door loomed a terrifying quadrupedal robot, apparently the guardian of this place. The moment they laid eyes on it, all three snapped into full alertness, rifles raised and aimed, while Malkir even drew a grenade, bracing for sudden movement. That over there appears to be the central control console, but so far we haven't encountered a single corpse. Badr swept her rifles, aimed toward a large control station situated beneath the spiral corridor. Her observation echoed Wang Yu's own growing unease. Why, after all this time, had they found not a single corpse of the Rock Cavern clan? As they moved closer, tilting their heads upward, the robot's presence grew profoundly unsettling. It felt less like a machine and more like the grotesque artifact of some profane ritual. Wang Yu lowered his rifle and cautiously reached out to touch it, triggering an interface that displayed item information. Name: Death Burrower, remaining energy 97, in manufacturer, Heart of Stone and Regulatory Tier I. Civilian use and description: a heavy combat robot, forged by a lone engineer in his final days, determined to eradicate invaders. Its original design was based on the Rock Cavern clan's third-generation deep space mining robot powered by Type I hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks for highly efficient ore extraction and transport. Yet its development was abruptly halted by the alien invasion. When completed, it had utterly deviated from its original purpose. Its surface bristled with rigid drill bits, severely impeding mobility, compromising joint flexibility, and drastically increasing energy consumption. Its armored plating incorporated the cremated remains of deceased Rock Cavern clan members, a desperate attempt by the engineer to channel the collective strength of his fallen kin into the machine itself. Yet this act, beyond rendering the metal coarse and brittle, yielded no tangible enhancement in structural integrity or combat efficacy. Even the alien corpses affixed as macabre ornamentation served no functional purpose, only amplifying dread in those who beheld them. Kill them. Annihilate the invaders. Kill, 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 kill. They do not deserve to exist in this world. A deranged engineer can be delivered as cultural heritage to heritage recollectors for 2 universal credits and 3 civilization-specific gacha draws. Strength 29 in defense, 18 in armament, death drill, death impact, borer, death, great axe, death hammer. And having finished reading the entry, Wang Yu's brow furrowed deeply as he stared once more at the demented machine before him. Whether from psychological suggestion or something deeper, he felt icy waves of malice radiating from the robot, chilling his very core, making him shiver involuntarily. Then in his mind's eye the machine stirred to life. Coarse metallic plates peeled back, revealing slender, writhing limbs, as if something monstrous were straining to burst forth from within. A deafening roar shook the chamber. The robot surged forward, every drill spinning violently as they launched toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what's wrong? Badr slapped his shoulder, jolting him back from the hallucination into stark reality. He staggered, nearly losing his footing, but his powered exosuit steadied him, otherwise he might have collapsed onto the floor. Didn't you see it? Wang Yu, now fully lucid, turned first to the motionless Death Burrower, then to Badr and Malkir, only to meet their bewildered, perplexed stares. Badr shone her tactical flashlight across the robot's frame, then fixed Wang Yu with a questioning glance. Her expression silent. See what? Wang Yu took a slow, steadying breath. The vision had felt unervingly real, perhaps a side effect of his unusually high intuition attribute. Nothing, but I think I know why we've seen no alien corpses along the way. He recounted the robot's background to both women, especially to Malkir, who recoiled instinctively, her fur bristling, likening the tale to a chilling horror vignette. That an engineer would forge a war machine from the ashes of his own people. Yet there was good news too. The robot still held power and ran on Type I hydrogen and oxygen bricks, precisely the kind needed to restore power to the generator chamber. And for safety's sake, the wisest course was clear: disable it now, while it remained inert, by extracting its battery. For should this deeply flawed machine ever awaken, even if its performance matched the dismal description, it would still prove no trivial foe to destroy. Without delay, the trio circled the robot, searching intently, until Malkir, sharpied as ever, spotted a handle identical to those in the generator chamber, likely concealing the hydrogen and oxygen brick storage drawer. Well done, Wang Yu praised, ruffling the fur atop Malkir's head. Yet the handle sat over 4 meters high, far beyond reach, with no ladder in sight. Before he could finish the thought, Badr had already sprung into action, scaling the drill-laden chassis with the fluid grace of an elite speed climber. She tested the latch, found it locked, and refrained from forcing it, mindful of the earlier incident with the ruptured valve. Malkir, climb up. It's secured. See if you can bore through the lock. Bar called her up, and Mao Kuer, no less agile, scaled the chassis in seconds, then used her claws to shred the lock mechanism and surrounding plating into jagged ruin. Indeed, as the system had implied, the armor was disappointingly weak, less durable than workshop walls, let alone that reinforced door. Inside, they discovered the hydrogen and oxygen bricks stacked in 2 tiers, 8 of each, tossed down one by one. Wang Yu assessed their charge levels via his interface. With ambient temperatures, low gas leakage posed no concern. All functional, charge above 95 each. Wang Yu's voice rang up from below, good news. With these they could restore power to the entire facility. Still, this engineer hoarded energy not for generators, but poured it into a combat machine. How deeply must he have hated the invaders? Wang Yu whistled softly, conflicted yet strangely comprehending. Before proceeding, he double-checked the robot's status, energy confirmed at 0, with no auxiliary reserves detected. Only then did he exhale in relief and signal Bar and Mao Kuer to carry the bricks to the generator chamber. Time was critical. His oxygen reserves were dwindling. Delay might force a return trip for replenishment. By now, Wang Yu felt little concern for the insectoid raiders. Had any been lurking nearby, they would surely have struck by now. Their predatory instincts wouldn't ignore intruders. As for the safety of the deep space, no. 1. Hammer Brother and Pig Brother were aboard. If the raiders succeeded in seizing it, then fate had spoken. They retraced their path without pause, straight to the generator chamber at the spiral corridor's terminus, and began installing the hydrogen and oxygen bricks extracted from the Death Burrower. Though not every brick retained charge, the system operated on a parallel logic. Unpowered units wouldn't disrupt overall functionality. Otherwise, such a design would be catastrophically unreliable. And indeed it worked. Once the drawer was reinserted and the emergency power lever, a stone slab, pulled down, light flooded the chamber, and soon the entire workshop, accompanied by the resonant hum of awakening machinery. Yet the illumination was eerie, of fluorescent green hue reminiscent of emergency exit signage, bright enough to see by yet distorting color perception. Immediately after reboot, Bar deactivated the life support systems. With such a vast breach chamber overhead, sustaining them would be pure energy waste. Having completed the task, the trio returned to the lower level, now markedly more relaxed. This was simply a decommissioned workshop. No immediate threat remained. Wang Yu was already strategizing how to extract the Death Burrow. It was undoubtedly the expedition's greatest find, and absolutely had to be taken home. It's massive and heavy. Even in zero-G maneuvering, it won't be easy. And the emergency access hatch isn't tall enough to fit it. Wang Yu rubbed his temples. Do we disassemble it entirely? Lost in thought, the three had already arrived back at the workshop's lowest tier. He'll inspect the central console. Inbal gave a brief greeting and strode directly toward the console, intending to infiltrate the local system to gather further intelligence. Wang Yu remained motionless, glancing at the oxygen reserve gauge before frowning at the fallen Death Digger. He weighed his next move. No matter how he analyzed it, dismantling the robot was unavoidable. But even if we disassemble it, how do we carry it out? It's enormous. No single trip could haul it away. And we'd still need to open the main entrance, otherwise just moving it would exhaust us completely. What if we take only parts back? Would the Heritage Recovery Corps recognize this thing? Hiss. Complicated. Wang Yu rubbed his temples in frustration. Just then he felt someone tugging at his spacesuit, and turned to find Miao Kuer. She handed him an object resembling a yellow toy pistol, its plastic texture unmistakable, lightweight, almost playful in hand. Name: Pulse Pistol. Manufacturer: the Parasite Home. And Regulatory Tier: I. A civilian. In description: a dual-purpose non-lethal lethal weapon issued by the Parasite Home to junior combat personnel. Emits low-frequency pulses capable of incapacitating targets, effective against most organic life forms. Alternatively, it can switch to live-fire mode, using electromagnetic propulsion to launch projectiles with lethal force. A full charge permits 150 shots, in high-energy lethal mode only 15. Rechargeable batteries are supported. Each contains 15 live rounds. This is a weapon used by the insectoid raiders? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, further astonished that it still functioned. Kuer, where did you find this? He asked. She pointed silently toward a corner cluttered with debris, yellow and blue scraps piled haphazardly like refuse. The pistol had been unearthed from that very pile, a heap Wang Yu and Ball had overlooked, entirely preoccupied as they were with the robot and the console. Kuer, you've done brilliantly. Wang Yu praised her, then joined her in sifting through the debris, scattering fragments across the floor. They uncovered empty tins, discarded metal components, damaged weapons, and crucially, several intact ones. Name Sweetwind Grenade Manufacturer. The parasite Homan Regulatory Tier I. A civilian in description. Sweetwind originated as a specialized secretion of the Sauron insectoid race, designed to anesthetize host nervous systems and suppress resistance or consciousness. It affects the central nervous systems of most organic life forms. After refinement and purification, this compound was adapted for controlled sedation of living targets and engineered into a specialized grenade. When squeezed until deformed and thrown, it detonates into a cloud of cloying, fragrant vapor. Inhalation induces unconsciousness, a non-lethal effect against most species, but proves ineffective against Sauron insectoids themselves. However, excessive exposure may cause neural paralysis or respiratory failure, potentially fatal. Moreover, the substance is addictive. Minute doses induce euphoria and satiety while dulling reflexes and numbing neural response. Hence its inclusion in beverages and even tobacco. It forms a cornerstone of the Sauron insectoid economy. Wang Yu's face twisted in unguarded revulsion after reading the dossier. Their armaments were predominantly non-lethal. No explanation needed. And after all, these humans were not targets to be eradicated, but valuable assets to be captured intact. Shattered corpses served no profit. They recovered 3 pulse pistols, including the one Kier had found, along with over a dozen spare batteries. Only 4 contained live rounds, swapping them resembled magazine replacement. The units were rechargeable using the same interface as the Fire Scorpion 05, a likely standardized port. They unearthed 5 Sweetwind grenades and over 20 spent casings, suggesting the insectoid raiders had deployed substantial ordnance during their assault. Where then were the Rock Cavern clan's weapons? And none appeared in the debris. And that made sense. The site was a workshop, not an armory. Even if arms existed here, quantities would be minimal, and certainly not stored where they'd be easily accessible. Wang Yu turned his gaze toward the monstrous robot and beckoned Kier. They would examine the insectoid raider corpses mounted upon it. The weapons seemed unlikely, and their battlesuits were badly torn, some bearing signs of deliberate desecration. Yet the twin cylindrical units strapped to their backs, resembling pressurized gas tanks, were almost certainly the jetpacks referenced earlier in the system logs. He intended to verify whether any remained functional. 10 minutes later, Wang Yu and Kier had removed all 8 jetpack-whipped corpses. Using Kier's razor-sharp claws, they detached the units, even where restraint chains had fused deep into flesh. Indeed, 2 jetpacks remained operational, one retaining 57 gas, the other 41. Name Combat Jetpack Manufacturer. The parasite Homan Regulatory Tier I. A civilian in description. A simplified jetpack issued to junior combat personnel by the Parasite Home, designed for standalone deployment. Directional control is achieved via 2 waist-mounted levers. A sharp pull redirects thrust upward, while pressure on the activation button modulates thrust intensity, enabling short-range maneuvering in vacuum or zero-gravity environments. However, the high-pressure gas reservoir is finite, rendering it unsuitable as a primary locomotion system. This is excellent gear. I'll test it right away. Wang Yu habitually tested every piece of equipment he acquired, except grenades whose one-time use made experimentation prohibitively costly. He secured the jetpack onto his back. It fit snugly, though he wondered whether the shoulder straps possessed sufficient tensile strength. The material, however, proved remarkably elastic. Whoa! In with a startled cry, he shot skyward like a skyrocket, veering diagonally toward a spiral gallery. At the last instant before impact, he executed a sharp bank, soaring higher, then gradually decelerating into a stable hover. And not bad. These insectoids' gear holds up well. Though their conduct repulsed him, their engineering did not. And still, the gas depletion rate alarmed him. A single burst consumed 5, leaving only 52 remaining. He resolved to attempt refilling the tanks, granting them another means of locomotion in open space. Below, Ball had observed Wang Yu's aerial maneuver and frowned slightly, waving him down. He reported successful infiltration of the console system, and discoveries worth immediate discussion. Here, stop playing with it. Let me teach you how to use it properly. Once we return, otherwise you risk serious injury. Wang Yu hurriedly intervened as Malkir attempted to strap on another jetpack. She obediently pouted and set the jetpack down, but he knew full well she would inevitably beg to try it again upon their return. The 3 reunited at the central control console. The system had already been compromised by Ball, making infiltration far easier than aboard the deep space vessel. Gaining top-tier administrative access took mere minutes. She downloaded vast archives concerning the alien civilization and its vessel, including linguistic dictionaries, and meticulously organized the data, which comprised extensive textual records, images, and video footage. In programming languages and computational architecture, the Jixing civilization held an overwhelming advantage, truly a dimensional superiority, rendering the entire process astonishingly swift. Following her curated sequence, she opened each file in turn and narrated its contents, prompting Wang Yu to frown deeply, for reality deviated sharply from his earlier deductions. This vessel originated from the Silskex star system located less than 2 light-years away. Yet Wang Yu and his companions had never observed that system. The nearest known one was unmistakably the so-called Hellstar system. Only by proceeding further would they uncover why. The anomaly lay within the civilization's home system. Its host star, a vigorous blue giant, had begun rapidly dimming. Later confirmation revealed this was no natural event. A hyper-advanced civilization had engineered the phenomenon, attempting to envelop the blue giant in some colossal construct. A Dyson sphere? Wang Yu asked instinctively. No. Keep watching, Ball replied, continuing her account. Initially, it resembled a Dyson sphere. The star's radiant heat plummeted, catastrophically threatening the very survival of the rock cavern people. They attempted diplomatic overtures, even launched nuclear warheads, but all efforts proved futile. The builders remained utterly indifferent. The construct appeared to be an autonomous, pre-programmed mechanism, incapable of dialogue, executing only its immutable directives. Upon confirming this grim truth, the rock cavern civilization prepared on 2 fronts: first, adapting to extreme cold and prolonged glaciation, a challenge mitigated by their subterranean existence and inherent advantages. Second, accelerating space industrialization to construct massive colony vessels. With over 50 billion citizens unified under a singular ethos, their industrial capacity and mobilization efficiency were extraordinary. After roughly a century of preparation, the orbital shipyards newly completed the first colony vessel freshly launched. Their host star simply vanished. What? Vanished? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, utterly vanished. Current analysis suggests it may have been displaced into subspace, either harvested as an energy source or deliberately annihilated to erase the entire system. In essence, the construct had excavated the star itself, deprived of this gravitational anchor, constituting over 90% of the system's total mass. The celestial equilibrium collapsed instantaneously. An existential catastrophe beyond resolution, Ball murmured, her brow furrowed. Such a construct defied even her imagination. The rock cavern people calculated that their homeworld would collide with another planet within mere decades. Moreover, deprived of stellar illumination, their population had plummeted from a zenith of 50 billion to just 10 billion. In those final frantic decades, they constructed 5 colossal colony vessels and 12 smaller ones, abandoning nearly half their populace, and departed their dying world en route to their designated sanctuary. The Hellstar. Wait, what? The Hellstar? Ball, are you certain they intended to colonize that eyeball-bearing world? That would be tantamount to suicide. Wang Yu interjected, unable to contain himself. Ball offered a measured explanation. I too questioned this initially, but cross-referencing stellar cartography confirmed it unequivocally. The Hellstar was their destination. As for why, you'll understand once you see archival imagery of that world before its transformation. Ball projected the image: a cerulean planet, strikingly reminiscent of blue Earth. It bore sapphire oceans, continents draped in dense vegetation and delicate wispy cloud cover. That world was not always thus. Once it teemed with life, and even hosted a thriving civilization. However, the central console had suffered a prolonged power failure, so I cannot determine precisely when this photograph was taken, though it must be relatively recent given the operational integrity of most onboard systems and their remarkably preserved condition. So it was like that. Then, the eye on the Hellstar emerged later. Wang Yu mused aloud, instinctively reaching for his chin, only to meet the unyielding curve of his helmet visor. If so, he recalled the Hellstar's current state, though much of its surface was now scarlet near the poles. On the opposite side of the colossal ocular structure, small remnants of frigid snow-clad land masses still persisted. Perhaps the Hellstar's native civilization had not yet perished. That hypothesis demanded verification aboard the deep space vessel. Returning to this vessel and its accompanying fleet, their original plan called for mining raw materials and resupplying within the asteroid belt of our current star system before proceeding to the Hellstar. Yet en route, they intercepted a distress signal, uniquely modulated, originating from a stranded alien vessel adrift in the same asteroid belt. An extraterrestrial craft crippled by engine failure. Its identity required no speculation: the Sauron insectoid race. The rock cavern civilization initiated contact and even extended aid. In surveillance footage presented by Ball, several humanoid figures clad in environmental suits shook hands with a group of bizarre quadrupedal stone-skinned beings, an interaction marked by evident cordiality. What the rock cavern people did not know was that these humanoids were merely chitinous parasites wearing stolen flesh. Thereafter, events unfolded largely as Wang Yu had surmised. The Sauron insectoids launched a predatory assault upon the densely populated colony fleet, approximately 3 weeks after initial contact. On screen, dozens of sleek 10-meter vessels streaked through void, launching coordinated boarding operations against the rock cavern fleet. They affixed themselves directly to the hulls of the colony ships, including the very vessel Wang Yu now occupied. What followed was not battle, but wholesale slaughter. Or rather, capture. The Sauron forces materialized without warning. The rock cavern crew, caught entirely unprepared, succumbed instantly to the soporific gas, sweet breeze, released by infiltrating craft. Control of the vessels shifted with terrifying speed, the sole exception being Wang Yu's ship. Its advantageous positioning limited the number of intruders, allowing the crew to mount resistance. Brutal close-quarters combat erupted within the corridors, but the rock cavern defenders were overwhelmed, disorganized, reactive, and utterly unprepared for such warfare. Within this workshop, however, an engineer happened to be testing a newly developed mining robot, thus avoiding the gas, and seized the machine to fight back. Sauron infantry, lacking heavy armaments, suffered devastating losses upon engagement. Desperate, they hurled volleys of sweet breeze grenades, but the sealed cockpit equipped with an independent life support system rendered the pilot impervious. Just as the engineer secured a localized victory and prepared to advance, the ship's commander delivered his final address, the last broadcast before inevitable defeat. These vile invaders are no kin to us. They are parasitic abominations. We would rather crumble to dust, our souls returning to the earth, than surrender our bodies to such vermin. To be possessed is a fate more terrible than death itself. As the last surviving supreme authority, the commander made a final defiant choice: to perish alongside the aggressors. This cosmos is corrupt. You, the so-called advanced civilizations, exploit your primordial birthright and superior technology to ravage our homes, enslave our people, and reduce us to beasts. Such arrogance is delusional. I, Kaidkurl, 41st Emperor of the glorious empire, embody the indomitable will forged in the heart of our world. I reject every demand you impose, and hereby decree your annihilation. With those words, the Emperor issued the ultimate command: detonate all nuclear charges aboard the colony vessels, erasing the invaders utterly. This is the reconstruction of events derived from the console logs. Yet the Swollen insectoid raiders also acted. The monitors recorded this scene just before the starship exploded. Bear pulled up a piece of surveillance footage from space. The surfaces of the colony ships were covered with small dark brown vessels clinging like parasites. Before the detonation, those dark brown craft all lit up, and then, including 5 other large colony ships, they vanished, disappearing into nothingness. Did they slip into subspace? Wang Yu realized immediately that the Swollen raiders could even take the ships they had plundered with them into subspace. Such technology was tailor-made for pillage. Thus, the Emperor's self-destruct order actually destroyed only his own large colony ship and the 2 adjacent smaller vessels. The other ships, along with the billions of people aboard them, were carried into subspace by the raiders. This workshop, the pinnacle of that civilization's technology, had a gate built from the latest experimental materials, so it was not destroyed by the blast. Instead, the shockwave hurled it far away, and some inside even survived. What follows in the records is heavier. The survivor was a senior engineer named Balwike, listed in the console as responsible for developing the newest generation of mining robots. At the moment of the explosion, he was strapped into a robot cockpit, and by a stroke of luck survived the impact, though he lost one arm. His colleagues were not so fortunate. After exposure to the high-concentration sweet wind anesthetic and the blast, none survived. At that point, though Balwike was despairing after an intense inner struggle, he gathered himself and began to recover the bodies of his people. According to Yankuzu custom, the dead were collected and placed into neat metal boxes. But after Balwike completed this and began to inspect the system logs, he discovered something terrifying. Those raiders had not been killed by the explosion. They had taken their colony ships into the void just as they had appeared. The later footage became difficult to interpret. The engineer first went mad and caused destruction for hours, then quieted and silently began to clear the wreckage. Then he suddenly removed the dead, those metal boxes, sat before them and spoke, and because the camera was distant, only the image was captured. After his addresses, the engineer armed each of the 127 dead when weapons ran short. He added a power hammer Wang Yu had found. He fed them one by one into the smelter and cast them into metal ingots to retrofit the prototype mining robot. The process consumed tremendous energy. To keep the modification going, he rewrote parts of the console code and removed the safeguards. Soon the workshop's reserve power was exhausted, including all the hydrogen and oxygen bricks in the storeroom. Balwike did not allocate the final reserves to life support. He installed the last hydrogen and oxygen bricks into that transformed, terrifying robot. He climbed into it and never emerged. The footage went completely dark as the workshop's backup energy was fully drained. There was actually a modest food supply in the workshop. Coupled with its energy stores and being alone, if he rationed carefully, he might have survived for decades. Yet he poured the finite energy into modifying that robot a course that made little practical sense. It would have been more sensible to send a distress signal and try to hold out longer. From a rational perspective, that is true, but Bear could not place herself in Balwike's shoes and consider matters from the vantage of their clan. Seen from their point of view, it becomes painfully clear that even sending a distress call would have been meaningless, for their people were already gone. And even if someone received it, those who answered might not come with goodwill. They could be the insectoid raiders themselves. Out of fear, they might refuse to broadcast any signal. Like creatures in a dark forest, they were prey, and others were hunters. As their emperor had said, this universe may indeed be profoundly malign. Even if he intended to build a powerful combat machine, fusing his kin's remains into the metal was contrary to that aim. Impurities would only ruin the alloy and render it useless. Bear could not comprehend the engineer's behavior because Wang Yu had not provided details about that grotesque robot. Wang Yu frowned and replied he just wanted to fight beside his comrades. Perhaps that gave him a sense of security, nothing more. Wang Yu frowned, attempting to understand the engineer's actions, yet the engineer's final conduct was already plainly abnormal. It was best not to probe his motives. He glanced at the remaining oxygen, switched to the final tank, and estimated they had roughly 2 hours left. It was time for them to leave. If some items were difficult to move, they could return later after a rest, since it seemed unlikely that any insectoid raiders lurked nearby. Those insectoid raiders had attacked the colony by first sending false distress signals to deceive and anesthetize their targets, assessing their technological level in the process before sending the main force. The entire operation took almost 3 weeks, the timescale of subspace travel, which means their stronghold lay very far away. This also proved they possessed faster fan-like communications, likely subspace comms. The Shinkong Hao had the same capability but could not use it because it was starved of power. Here, this gate should open, right? Wang Yu pointed to the workshop door composed of interlocking spiral blades. Yes. She operated it immediately, and the gate rotated clockwise as the blades folded and slid into the frame, a striking piece of engineering. A pity. One more thing. The captain's cabin door is broken. Oh, are there facilities here to repair it or to fabricate a replacement? Wang Yu said this, recalling the captain's cabin predicament. It certainly needed repair, preferably before they next entered subspace. There are production lines and raw materials here, which is why he asked. This would require. We must first return to determine the door's dimensions, then evaluate whether the remaining reserve energy here can support producing such a door. All right, we'll see later. Wang Yu nodded and looked again at the grotesque robot. That machine might be operable. If it needs a pilot, perhaps we can drive it back. He thought that and intended to give it a try. Bar Meowk here. Go fetch the supplies and haul everything to the entrance. We'll pack it all up later, especially those crates of canned food and water. I'll double-check the robot. If it's operational, reinserting the battery will let us drive it straight back to the deep space vessel. Far more convenient. Wang Yu said, his thoughts fixed on how to extract this Death Digger. As a relic of a lost civilization, it was utterly irreplaceable, and the credit points he'd spent deciphering unknown languages would be recouped here or nowhere at all. With tasks assigned, the trio split up for the first time. Power had been restored, banishing the workshop's gloom. With the insectoid raiders gone, uncertainty lifted, and they could work freely. Wang Yu approached the terrifying machine and, recalling footage he'd studied earlier, pinpointed the cockpit's location. He activated his jetpack and ascended, though he'd only tested it briefly before he mastered its controls effortlessly. True mastery would take time, but for basic transit it posed no difficulty whatsoever. This should be it. He hovered beside the machine's right flank, just beneath its topmost quartet of arms. According to the video, a pilot seat lay concealed within this drill-studded cylindrical chassis, yet there were no windows at all, lending it the eerie air of an autonomous unit. And yet, where's the seam? Is this legendary zero-tolerance engineering? Wang Yu frowned. Even after illuminating the surface with the high-intensity flashlight mounted on his shoulder, no seam appeared. No handle, no crevice, no conceivable point of entry. It was absurd. He thought of Miao Kur, her claws unmatched in breaching walls. But summoning her. He watched Miao Kur ascending the ramp, paused, then withdrew an object from his gear. Upon reflection, he realized he could accomplish something similar himself. He held the Shadow Demon Clawforged short spike, and also carried a hammer. Guided by memory of the video, he targeted the precise spot and thrust, driving the spike deep into the armored plating. Its edge was indeed razor-sharp, yet it fell short of piercing a true breach, the kind needed to force open the hatch. So Wang Yu retrieved the compact mallet dubbed Great Hammer, activated its kinetic drive, took a breath, and swung. Boom! The thunderous impact echoed up the spiral corridor, arresting Bars and Miao Kur's attention. They turned, just in time to see Wang Yu hurtle backward, tumbling awkwardly, nearly slamming into the wall. The Death Digger itself, jolted by the blow, flipped onto its back, a testament to the mallet's staggering force amplified further by the microgravity environment. Bar furrowed his brow. Wang Yu always seemed to stir up perilous commotion in corners, but this time no harm was done. He steadied himself with the jetpack. Below, Wang Yu exhaled shakily. That hammer was dangerously potent. Was it truly designed for human use? A single misdirected strike, especially without armor, might have left him half dead from concussive shock. Clearly, the Rock Cavern clan's physiology possessed singular advantages. Their stone-like epidermis was not merely superficially rugged, it ran deeper. He quickly flew back to inspect his handiwork, and sure enough, the combined force of hammer and spike had torn a ragged aperture through the machine's surprisingly brittle hull. The spike had vanished entirely inside. He leaned close, shining his shoulder-mounted flashlight into the breach, and nearly recoiled in horror. The spike had struck true, embedding itself squarely in the engineer's skull. That desiccated spherical mass nestled between four arms, presumably the head, bore rudimentary mouth and eye-like orifices capable of full 360-degree rotation, as confirmed in prior footage. After the initial shock subsided, Wang Yu steadied himself. After all, it was merely a long-dead corpse, nearly mummified by time. I truly didn't mean to do that, he murmured apologetically. After observing the cadaver for 15 seconds, certain it posed no threat, he swept the beam across the interior, then reached in, fingers probing until they found a lever. With a firm tug, the hydraulically assisted hatch slid open, utterly inaccessible from the exterior. 4 control levers. How does one even operate this thing? Bar will need to locate the manual. Wang Yu assessed the cockpit, glancing again at the jagged rupture. Repair would be essential. If used unsealed, the cabin would vent its atmosphere. My deepest apologies, but I must reclaim my spike, and I shall give you a proper burial. He grasped the spike embedded in the engineer's skull. It held fast, wedged as tightly as if driven into solid granite, each tug tautening the restraint harness anchoring the pilot. Best extract you first, he muttered, preparing to unbuckle the harness and lift the corpse clear. But the cockpit was cramped, even more so with a body inside. He'd need to maneuver with extreme care, lest he sever the head entirely. Yet as he loosened the harness and attempted to withdraw, the corpse resistance met his effort. Closer inspection drew a sharp, involuntary gasp. For the lower half of the corpse, the forelegs, had fused with the machine, root-like tendrils burrowing deep into its chassis, pulsing faintly as they spread downward. What in the... Before Wang Yu could react, 2 desiccated hands, each bearing only 4 skeletal fingers, clamped onto his outstretched right arm. Another seized his helmet's frontal plate, its reach falling short, gripping instead the reinforced collar of his exoskeletal armor. Intruder, at last I have waited for you. Though vacuum surrounded him, Wang Yu heard the voice, not through air, but directly resonating from the corpse itself. No, this wasn't a corpse, it was still alive. Shit. He swore, straining to break free, yet the grip held firm even against his powered exoskeleton. But he was no novice. Instinct flared, his left hand darted to his chest, drawing the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol. One precise shot incinerated the creature's cranium. Snatching the floating Shadow Demon spike, he kicked off hard, retreating violently, though half the monster's arm remained hooked over his collar. Wang Yu, what's happening? Bar's voice crackled through his suit's comm, alarmed by the anomalous sounds. We've got a major problem. The engineer isn't dead. And he's changed. Wang Yu replied, stabilizing his posture with the jetpack, just as a violent detonation erupted behind him. He'd tossed a fragmentation grenade during his retreat, but its effect proved underwhelming. The Death Digger moments ago toppled, convulsed like a revenant, jolting upright in grotesque, unnatural motions as though animated by something stirring deep within its core. In the next instant, every drill along its body whirred to life, roaring with hydraulic fury as it locked into position, directly before Wang Yu. What? Ball rushed out of the warehouse, and just in time witnessed the horrifying robot starting up his face, displaying an expression of disbelief. It should be known that the energy source of this robot, the hydrogen and oxygen bricks, had been taken away not long ago by her and Malkier. But this thing, why is it still moving? Ball completely could not comprehend the scene before her. Yet this was the reality, her system had not been interfered with at all, which made it impossible to explain. After standing up, the terrifying robot activated all its drill heads and aimed a punch at Wang Yu, causing Ball to feel a surge of fear. Fortunately, Wang Yu possessed an extraordinary talent in piloting and spatial awareness, narrowly avoiding the attack, though a small drill grazed him, leaving a slight scratch on the surface of his powered armor, tearing his spacesuit. Gas leaked rapidly, but Wang Yu took the opportunity to distance himself from the deadly digger and hastily grabbed the emergency repair spray to seal the breach. This was a standard feature of spacesuits, otherwise a hole would mean certain doom. However, the strength of the repair was concerning, as it could not fix a large breach. The terrifying robot did not let Wang Yu off the hook and charged at him again, even able to speak, its voice directly transmitted into Wang Yu's mind, which was simply unbelievable. "I will crush you, evil invader." The deadly digger pursued him, and Wang Yu again dodged, raising the beam pistol in his hand. However, after a moment's hesitation, he holstered the pistol and switched to a more powerful magnetic demolition grenade. At this moment, a heavy bullet rushed in and struck one of the deadly digger's legs, causing it to stagger and slow down its movements. Wang Yu looked up to see Ball coming down from above to provide support. She had taken the jetpack that Malkier was playing with and flew down with Malkier in her arms, holding a gun in one hand. The powerful recoil of the anti-material sniper rifle sent her flying back a distance, but fortunately, she could adjust herself. Then, following the instructions, Malkier bit down on the fuses of 2 electromagnetic pulse EMP grenades in her hands and threw them towards the deadly digger. It was a perfect coordination. Wang Yu was mesmerized, not expecting Ball and Malkier to act so quickly. The grenades landed directly in front of the deadly digger. Although it was Malkier's first time throwing grenades, she surprisingly aimed accurately. Upon touching the ground, they exploded into a dazzling display of electric sparks with powerful electromagnetic pulses engulfing the entire deadly digger. This type of electromagnetic pulse weapon relied on short bursts of strong electromagnetic pulses to overload the current in wiring chips, causing destruction. It was especially effective against precise electronic devices, and robots were no exception. After being struck, the deadly digger took a few steps before becoming immobile, with large amounts of electric sparks and currents bursting from within, causing small drills to explode out and some charred debris to drift away. If anyone could smell in the vacuum, they would probably catch a whiff of a foul burnt odor, like Malkier above, who was pinching her nose, her face showing a look of disgust. The three officially regrouped, and the deadly digger lay paralyzed due to the EMP. It seemed that Wang Yu's side had achieved victory. However, knowing how this robot had come to life, Wang Yu's face showed no signs of relaxation, and even the magnetic demolition grenade in his hand had transformed from 1 to 2, entering a dual holding state. Wang Yu. Ball also sensed something was wrong and looked over. "Don't you feel it? That's sinister chill." Wang Yu's expression was grave. "Sinister chill." Ball looked at the terrifying robot and indeed felt nothing. But Wang Yu had already pressed the grenade's fuse. Malkier beside him suddenly became agitated as she sensed it too, with Ball being a robot lagging behind. The deadly digger, which had been still and unmoving, began to shake again. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu wasted no time and threw the 2 magnetic grenades. These grenades were actually designed for breaching doors. They had greater power than shrapnel grenades and could adhere to metal. The 2 grenades adhered to the robot's torso and one arm, then exploded violently, shrapnel flying everywhere. Although no shockwave formed due to the lack of atmosphere, the resonance from the explosion echoed throughout the entire workshop, creating the illusion that the whole workshop was trembling. However, after the explosion, the terrifying robot charged out from the debris, leaving Wang Yu wide-eyed. "Damn, this thing has grown flesh, let's retreat," Wang Yu shouted, as even his most powerful weapon had been ineffective against it. Continuing to entangle with it was meaningless. Running was the only solution. The 3 fled towards the door. Thanks to the jetpack, their escape speed skyrocketed, reaching the door in just a few seconds. Opening the door beforehand was indeed a wise decision. It made their escape much more convenient. The deadly digger pursued them relentlessly from behind, its speed not slowing at all. The metal armor peeled off in the areas that were blasted, revealing large amounts of dark red flesh to fill the gaps. The severed mechanical arm extended from the fracture, entangled with metal parts, and cables reattaching itself after picking up the severed limb, though its arm had elongated significantly. At this point, the deadly digger could no longer be called a robot. It was a thoroughly twisted monster. 2 electromagnetic pulse grenades exploded beneath it, thrown by Malkier from Bal's side. However, the effect was almost negligible. It was ineffective against this flesh-and-blood robot, and a bomb would have been more practical. Wang Yu threw all the magnetic demolition grenades he had on him without looking back, while simultaneously pondering what to do next. He looked towards the ruins in front of the door, which was their way in. If they charged in, they could use the terrain of the ruins to block the robot. But this was a flesh-growing mining robot. If it made a commotion leading to further collapses of the ruins, it could trap them, which would be disastrous. There was no time to slowly clear the obstacles. They could easily end up trapped inside. Let's exit through the breach in the ceiling. Wang Yu did not hesitate, maximizing the power of the jetpack as he shot towards the breach in the top ceiling like a rocket. They had also entered the workshop through that very breach, which was wide enough for a person to pass through. Wait. Bal seemed to want to say something, but Wang Yu had already dashed out, moving extremely quickly, leaving her no choice but to grit her teeth and follow. The two flew out from the breach one after the other, leaving the terrifying robot far behind, preparing to continue flying toward the spacecraft, the deep space. But at that moment, Wang Yu, holding the jetpack's waist strap, was shocked to find the power from the pack had become intermittent. Just as he had finished slowing down and was about to land back on the wreckage of the spaceship, the power completely cut out. No way is it out of gas now. Wang Yu's eyes widened in panic, his mind going blank, unable to think of anything, helplessly falling into the endless depths of space. Just as Wang Yu stood frozen in bewilderment, a figure shot past him at even greater speed. Bar. Now, do exactly as I say, Catcoer. Bar commanded, then watched as Catcoer coiled into a leaping stance, stepped onto Bar's back, and launched herself downward, seizing Wang Yu, who was drifting upward, and dragging them both toward the wreckage. Catcoer's counter-thrust was immense. The two landed firmly upon the derelict spacecraft without rebounding. Her claws had pierced deep into the hull, anchoring them securely. Bar, however, though she had activated her jetpack to decelerate the instant the crisis began, soon lost propulsion. The pack's gas reserves were exhausted, and she began drifting helplessly into the void. By the time Wang Yu grasped what had transpired, the situation was already sealed. Once again, fortune, not skill, had spared him. Damn it, Wang Yu cursed. Bar must have noticed the jetpack's pressure gauge nearing zero long before this, and tried to warn him, but Wang Yu had barely opened his mouth when a terrifying tremor shook the wreckage beneath him, throwing him off balance. Something heavy had struck the hull from within. The creature. Several drill-tipped tentacles had already thrust through the breach, lashing wildly at the surrounding void. Wang Yu, get aboard the ship now. Bar's voice cut through his thoughts. She had already drawn her sniper rifle, sighting down the barrel toward the rupture, and there, emerging from the darkness, was the Death Digger. At this point, even firing a shot to harness recoil would scarcely allow her to return to the wreckage, and would waste precious seconds. Time. Time was precisely what they lacked most. Wang Yu comprehended the stakes in an instant. Remaining here would only deepen the catastrophe. He had to act, not as a survivor, but as a captain. Wait for me. Don't you dare fall. Wang Yu called out, urging Catcoer forward. Using the magnetic soles of his suit, he sprinted across the wreckage. Swift yet controlled, never reckless. Don't rush, stay calm. Under no circumstances must you leave the surface. Doing so would only squander time. ARRGH. Wang Yu clenched his jaw and ran, Catcoer beside him, vanishing swiftly into the distance. Below, Bar watched as the breach beneath her widened. Before a mining bot equipped with such demolition tools, that fragile hull offered less resistance than tissue paper. It would be breached fully in seconds. But the moment its head emerged, 2 magnetic grenades drifted silently into place, adhering to its crown, and detonated violently, blasting it back into the crater. Drifting upward, Bar remained composed, using her arsenal to repel the machine twice, each time hurling it back into the pit. Yet her grenades were spent. She drew her anti-material sniper rifle, once more peering through the scope, downward toward the abomination clawing its way from the rupture. Its form had mutated further. Even Bar recoiled inwardly at its grotesque visage. A chill prickled her synthetic skin, evoking the warped, tortured survivors of Hegla's atrocities on Jixing. The tiny drills embedded across its surface were no longer inert. They had become thrashing drill-ended tentacles like a furious sea anemone writ large. And yet, something far more horrifying. From its metallic carapace, and from the oozing flesh spilling beyond it, sprouted countless arms belonging to the rock cave clan, short, numerous, writhing, transforming the machine into a nightmarish centipede of limbs. Any human witness would feel their scalp crawl, their skin erupt in goose flesh. Kill you all. Evil invaders, die. You will not escape. Bar's optics widened. Her grip on the rifle slackened. She had heard those words, clearly, despite the vacuum. Not radio waves. Not sound waves. Her system logs recorded no audio trace, yet she had heard them. This inexplicable phenomenon plunged Bar, engineered for perfect composure, into fleeting disarray. Yet she tightened her grip, leveled her rifle, and fired, once then again. But bullets of that caliber did nothing but enrage the twisted machine. A creature impervious to magnetic grenades could hardly be halted by a mere sniper rifle. The ritual of aiming and firing, mechanical, repetitive, kept her mind from spiraling. She was built to face death without fear, yet her hands trembled, her vision blurred, doubling into ghostly afterimages. She fired again, mechanically, bullet after bullet striking the Death Digger's hide. Yet in her sight the abomination swelled larger, drew nearer, resolved with terrible clarity. Even the slender limbs sprouting from its surface now brandished weapons, perhaps salvaged from the engineer's own armory, including powered hammers, firing wildly, swinging blindly. Hope to unite our kin, to fight side by side. Bar suddenly understood the engineer's final intention. His vision had been realized, at least in form, if grotesquely perverted. Their ordnance-packed explosive force, like artillery shells, impacts against nearby debris triggered secondary detonations. Unfortunately, none found their mark on the intruders. The nearest blast caught Bar midair, sending her tumbling end over end until she slammed into a shard of floating debris, a shockwave unmistakably. Fortunately, the creatures possessed no eyes, and thus no aim. But that mercy ended now. Click, click. The rifle's trigger clicked hollowly, empty. Her field of view filled with drill-tipped tentacles. She barely twisted her head in time. Her cheek, torn open, blood welling into perfect crimson spheres in the weightless silence. Then dozens, hundreds, of drills surged forward. Fear and despair paralyzed Bar utterly, body and mind alike frozen. Get the hell away from her. A roar, familiar yet alien, shattered the stillness. No audio signature registered in her logs. A massive shadow streaked past Bar, so close yet in vacuum no wind stirred. That colossal silhouette was the deep void, or rather, Wang Yu. At that moment, man and vessel were one. Damn right, you think and spec. Think you're untouchable. I'll crush you myself. Roaring Wang Yu drove the deep void forward, ramming the abomination, and carried it inexorably farther and farther into the black. Time rewound by a few minutes. Wang Yu sprinted back to the Shinkong with a speed he had never known in his life, barreled onto the bridge, seized the captain's seat, and completed the ship's connection. All hunger and appetite for the wreckage he had felt moments before were cast aside. The first thing he did after connecting was find Bear, and he happened upon a most perilous scene. He unleashed full power, caring nothing for the debris field. He became the largest, hardest rock here and charged straight in, ramming the Death Digger and sending it flying as they tore through the debris. Before a vessel hundreds of meters long like the Shinkong, a robot just over 10 meters tall, was little more than a roadside pebble. Striking it felt like hitting nothing at all less substantial than a speed bump. The Shinkong bore the Death Digger on its prow and dashed forward, smashing and scattering countless rocks. In the blink of an eye, they were tens of kilometers away. Now the Shinkong began to decelerate. The objective had been reached. Truly crushing or shattering the robot would be difficult. There was not enough distance to accelerate for that, and it would inflict grievous damage on the Shinkong itself. By now the surface of the Shinkong bore several visible gouges, all scraped by impacts against the debris. But the Death Digger was hardly in better shape. With Wang Yu deliberately ramming it against rocks, it had become affixed to a harder fragment and continued to fly forward. Of its 4 arms, 3 had been torn off. The cave-folk-like appendages and the drill bits had been severed so many times they were nearly a flattened metal-mingled pulp. Yet it was not dead. It began harvesting surrounding rocks, stuffing it into its hull, and rapidly repairing itself. Such a terrifying vitality defied ordinary logic. Using the Shinkong's sensors, Wang Yu noticed this, then piloted the ship to slowly pursue. A few minutes later, once the ship had stopped, Wang Yu severed the connection. Before him stood Malkir, already waiting, holding 2 large items, a man-portable micro-warhead retrieved from the asteroid belt and a silver briefcase. Hijila's roar. Given the distance and the vacuum of space, deploying such a weapon here could not possibly have caused collateral damage. Wang Yu took the weapons and moved toward the emergency passage. On the other side, although only a few brief minutes had passed the Death Digger by excavating or had partially restored its former shape. Much of its form was composed of visibly inferior metal or chunks of stone, but it already looked far better than before. Perhaps because it had once been a mining robot and had absorbed the engineer's resentment, the environment proved well suited for it to repair its body and recover combat capability. Suddenly, a profoundly terrifying sensation burst forth, like being eyed by a beast. The source was the ship parked not far ahead. No, the port side of that ship. The Death Digger halted and stood on guard. Only after 10 or so seconds did the terror subside, and it moved toward that dreadful origin, as if determined to confront an evil intruder. Wang Yu had been waiting here already. Seeing the Death Digger appear, he realized the spell known as Fear Form made a rather effective lure. He crouched half in the emergency passage, shouldering a man-portable miniature fusion warhead beginning to lock onto the incoming Death Digger. At the same time, he prepared a second option besides the left hand bearing the launcher. His right hand held a special pistol 3 times the length of a normal handgun already chambered and ready to fire. Now Wang Yu felt truly fearless. With sufficient firepower, the creature ceased to be terrifying, and his hand did not tremble. As the reticle tightened and emitted a steady beeping lock, Wang Yu pressed the launch button for the micro-warhead. A low-yield warhead streaked toward the Death Digger, arcing to intercept the rapidly approaching machine and detonating in the debris field into a blinding little sun. The intense radiation almost blinded Wang Yu. Fortunately, his spacesuit provided shielding, but radiation and overheating warnings flashed relentlessly in his helmet, forcing him back to the corner of the emergency passage until the glare subsided. When Wang Yu and Mao Qier peered out again, the Death Digger was nowhere to be found, at least not anywhere within Wang Yu's visible range. Wang Yu suddenly realized something. That thing seemed to be a relic of the cave folk. He had intended to feed it to that fat koi, but now that it had been blown apart, what was he to do? No one had warned him the micro-warhead's power would be so devastating. It was his first time using one. Mao Qier, did you see that robot? It was huge. Find it quick. Wang Yu urged, hoping Mao Qier could help. Fortunately, he had asked the right person. Mao Qier's vision was indeed far better than Wang Yu's. She pointed to a direction. There, embedded in the debris, protruded half a drill bit, melted and deformed, emitting a dull red glow, easily overlooked. 10 minutes later, the Shinkong returned and recovered Bear, who had been drifting in space. Back in the cabin, Wang Yu's first act was to apologize to Bear. He hadn't thought things through, and if Bear hadn't pulled him free, it would likely have been Wang Yu drifting in space. I'm sorry I rushed in and nearly messed everything up. Are you hurt? Will your cheek be scarred? Wang Yu even wanted to touch and check, but felt it might be improper. Visibly, there were no clear wounds except a cut on the cheek that had already crusted over. The healing process looked indistinguishable from that of living flesh. True to bionic technology. It won't scar. Your judgment wasn't wrong. If you had tried to traverse the ruins, you might have been trapped and killed there. Bear recalled the changes the Death Digger had displayed and its terrible destructive power. The ruins could not stop it. The outcome might have been catastrophic. I saw you use that warhead. What happened? Did it die? Bear continued. The thing had left a psychological shadow on her, especially its strange, inexplicable sounds, and Wang Yu's voice had also been unsettling. Mao Qier and I searched for a while. Only this much remained. Wang Yu pointed to the half-melted drill bit in the corner, half a meter long, almost a solid lump of dense metal. Its item data had finally become visible. It could be obtained through gacha, and its value had even increased. Name: remains of the terrifying Digger Hell Beast. Manufacturer: Bach. Supervision: Level 4 forbidden. Description: a heavy combat robot crafted by a mad engineer of the Cavern Clan in the final moments of life to eliminate invaders, investing even the last of its energy to ensure it remains in optimal condition. Afterward, it sat inside, remaining in standby mode, waiting for the invaders to arrive, ready to take revenge alongside its compatriots, having forgotten the fact that it had already perished. Upon contact with the invaders, its long-cherished wish was finally realized, merging with this robot, reactivating and transforming into the Hell Beast. Severely lacking in parts, it can be submitted as an incomplete cultural heritage to the Heritage Collector, earning 6 universal credits and 5 corresponding civilization gacha draws, with the rewards for incomplete heritage being reduced by 50% compared to complete heritage. Power 37. Due to the special nature of the Hell Beast, its defense and power are in constant flux, hence only its highest attributes before being utterly destroyed are displayed, not indicating the limit. Defense 25. Arms: Hell Evolution, Hell Regeneration, Terrifying Drill, Terrifying Impact, Drill, Terrifying Great Axe, Terrifying Hammer, Vengeful Flying Drill, Hatred, Counter-Strike. Hell Beast: The Hell Beast refers to machines that have been mutated under the influence of sub-energy and submatter, with various causes and manifestations typically gaining biological characteristics based on their original mechanical form, capable of self-repair, usually highly aggressive, and capable of assimilating and consuming users to become part of themselves. This is all the information available. Although it was shattered and has become an incomplete heritage, the actual rewards are significantly higher than at the beginning. Wang Yu shared the information with Ball, who was digesting these new terms. Hellbeast. She recalled the changes that appeared behind this robot, which indeed could not be considered an ordinary mechanical creation. If this thing is not eliminated soon and allowed to grow, it might become an extremely troublesome mechanical giant beast, at which point a mere micronuclear bomb would not suffice, and it would likely require a larger yield nuclear bomb or even more powerful weapons. Then there were the gains from this encounter. So far, the level of rewards from the heritage should be related to the quality of the heritage and the technology it represents. Other potential influencing factors could be rarity and representativeness, namely whether it can represent a certain civilization. The three returned to the bridge and managed to move the incomplete drill to the heritage collector in a relatively relaxed manner by turning off the gravity field, preparing to claim their rewards. These 600 credits and 5 gacha draws relieved Wang Yu's immediate worries, as he had previously recklessly spent credits on learning languages and drinking, leaving only 900 not enough to buy a Yin 1 class landing pod. He needed to gather more credits before finding a trading station, otherwise, even if he found one, he wouldn't be able to afford the goods inside. Submitting the Cavern Clan's cultural heritage, he earned 6 universal credits and 5 corresponding civilization gacha draws. This three-legged fat koi, like before, grabbed the broken drill and stuffed it into its mouth with a truly good appetite, then regurgitated 5 colorful balls that hovered above the ground. This time luck was on their side, with a configuration of 3 red, 1 green, and 1 yellow, indicating 3 weapons, 1 piece of armor, and 1 consumable. Just as Wang Yu's side was consuming a lot of weapon ammunition after this draw, he found he was down to only single digits on several grenades, and the heavy sniper rifle had only 1 magazine left, urgently needing replenishment. You guys choose first, one for each of you. It doesn't matter if you draw poorly, after all, there's still me. Wang Yu said, confident in his luck as always. Last time he drew the Howl of Higra, an exceptional weapon, after someone else had made the first choice, so he was prepared to replicate that luck and let others draw first. Alright. Ball also quite liked this lottery activity. Without hesitation, she directly picked up the red ball. The item in her hand transformed, becoming a heavy dark assault rifle that looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it on the terrifying digger. Name: Heavy Impact Rifle. Manufacturer: Heart of the Rock. Supervision level: I Civilian. Description: a standard rifle prepared by the Cavern Clan for space warfare, relatively heavy, but may never have its day to shine. A weapon developed using hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks as the base, utilizing special ammunition that upon hitting a target releases a certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen, causing a secondary explosion capable of producing high heat and shock damage even in a vacuum environment. In atmospheric conditions, due to air friction, the range is significantly reduced, with a safe shooting range of 70 meters, exceeding which may lead to explosions, but is advised to avoid use in extreme environments. The kill radius is far larger than that of conventional kinetic firearms, especially effective against unarmored and lightly armored targets. In addition to the rifle, it also includes an extra 40 rounds of ammunition and 2 fully loaded magazines, each containing 20 rounds, totaling 80 rounds. Good stuff. Wang Yu tested it and remarked somewhat fond of it, but it was too heavy to use, over 30 pounds, and could only be barely managed in a weightless environment. However, for Ball, this weight was negligible, and with her more accurate shooting skills, she preferred conventional firearms. Cat Cur, it's your turn. I'll choose one at random. If you draw something good to eat, it belongs to you. Unfortunately, Cat Cur did not understand Wang Yu's implication at all, and before he could finish, she picked up the red ball, causing Wang Yu to stop mid-sentence. The item in Cat Cur's hand gradually took shape, becoming a strap with several pull tabs and a metal box. Name: Impact Grenade. Manufacturer: Heart of the Rock. Supervision level: I Civilian. Description: a standard grenade prepared by the Cavern Clan for space warfare, containing propellant, allowing it to be thrown faster and further. Using hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks as the core units for explosion and impact combined with traditional chemical explosives and oxidizers for detonation, it can cause a wide-area thermal shock boasting considerable lethality, more suitable for use in vacuum environments than traditional shrapnel grenades, especially in confined spaces. This one is not bad either. Seeing the good output, Wang, you didn't mind recalling Cat Kerr's performance this time. This strap will be for you. After all, your throw was quite accurate this time. Keep it up. Wang Yu encouraged, handing the strap to the elite grenadier Cat Kerr, while quietly confiscating the iron box, as it also contained grenades. From the extracted weapons, it appeared that the Cavern clan was indeed prepared for war, possibly for the upcoming colonial wars against the indigenous civilizations of Hellstar, but ultimately, they did not reach that point. Wang Yu looked at the remaining 3 balls, preparing to check each one. Wang Yu first picked up the green ball, which he had the least expectation for. As expected, this item transformed into a large box, too heavy to lift, so it was placed directly on the ground. Inside was a whole box of hydrogen block, now one are completely filled with hydrogen, totaling 24 pieces. Considering the twisted technology tree of the Rock Cave clan, Wang Yu knew this would appear, and upon drawing it, he found it to be true. Next was the red ball. He hoped for another gun or a cannon would be even better. In short, the larger the power and caliber of the weapon, the better. After all, to kill that hell beast, he had already used his only nuclear bomb. If he didn't make a profit from this, it would be quite embarrassing. The red ball elongated and deformed in Wang Yu's hand, and in the end, it became a hammer. Damn it. He had indeed drawn out a hammer, specifically that explosive power hammer. He had previously thought it was too small, but now it was perfect to pair up and form a double hammer. Damn it. He was worried about drawing this item, so he wanted Ball or Cat Kerr to draw it instead, but in the end he drew it himself and couldn't escape. However, he didn't throw the hammer on the ground. He had learned a lesson from the last mission and corrected this bad habit. The protein powder he had tossed last time. Cat Kerr had left him nothing. Wang Yu took a deep breath and looked at the last yellow ball, feeling an inexplicable pressure. After all, he had boasted before saying he would cover for them. If it didn't work out, he would really lose face. Come on, my good luck, why aren't you working when I need you? Wang Yu glanced at his palm, noticing that the number had unknowingly changed to 5. Perhaps he had used it up while dodging attacks earlier. Anyway, it had decreased by 2. He took a deep breath and picked up the last yellow ball. As the light dissipated, the yellow ball transformed into a transparent capsule inside, which was a small robotic figure. Wang Yu's face revealed a look of wild joy upon seeing the item information. Name: 3rd generation digger prototype, remaining energy 100, manufacturer box supervision, level 2, fine workmanship, introduction, a new generation mining robot crafted by Rock Cave clan engineers using new materials, sturdy and durable, with high temperature resistance and corrosion resistance, capable of long-term mining tasks in harsh environments. Its powerful demolition tools can even easily shatter hard diamonds. It features a next-generation hydrogen-powered engine that balances the high energy conversion and high output characteristics of fuel cells and internal combustion engines, capable of switching between the two, and has short-range mobility in a space environment, able to independently handle mining and transportation tasks. Its 4 mechanical arms are very flexible, capable of switching between tools and mechanical claws, with gripping ability to place the collected ores into the backpack behind it for securing. Mining is enjoyable for a while, but continuous mining is even better. Bulk. Power 33, defense 78, armament tools, rock drill, high impact drill, thermal blade, saw, large digger, bucket, fixed anchor. Currently contained in capsule form. Please twist it to select a suitable position for release. Once released, it cannot revert to capsule form, so choose the opening location wisely to avoid unnecessary losses. The power of this mech was something Wang Yu and his companions had already experienced with the Terror Digger. Even without turning into a distorted monster, it still possessed considerable combat strength. Moreover, this one was made with new materials as a 3rd-generation digger, greatly enhancing its defensive attributes even to an exaggerated extent. Compared to the Terror Digger, its only weakness might be the lack of flesh, lacking growth potential, but this was also an advantage. If it really grew flesh, Wang Yu wouldn't dare to sit. If only it could be equipped with a few cannons, it would be perfect. Wang Yu introduced it to Ball and the others, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After all, it was a mining robot, and ranged attacks were its greatest disadvantage. It seems the yellow orb can also yield vehicles and mechs, which greatly increases its value. I'm quite lucky. Wang Yu was enamored with this new toy, staring at it in his hand, while ignoring Cat Kerr's eager gaze. This is a high-end item, you can't handle it yet. However, at that moment, Ball splashed cold water on him, saying this robot was designed based on the Rock Cave clan's physique and driving habits. Switching to human operation would likely be very difficult with a high learning cost. Wang Yu, momentarily excited indeed, forgot this issue and inquired, "Can it be modified to expand the cockpit and operating methods?" Ball replied, "This. Without the original blueprint, it would likely be quite difficult. However, I am confident I can optimize the control system to make it more user-friendly, but that will take time later." Ball said, since the most urgent matter at hand was to quickly move the supplies from the workshop back to the deep space ship. "All right, then let's prepare to move the items first. As for this robot," Wang Yu wanted to give it a try, but considering its size, if it were to be used, it probably wouldn't even fit through the emergency passage. He would have to find an opportunity to open up the temporary transfer cabin for this mech to be truly usable, which would have to wait. Additionally, having earned so many points, his permissions could also be upgraded. This haul truly exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. He thought he would need to explore several more places to gather enough points, but it turned out to be sufficient in one go. Wang Yu decisively chose to upgrade his permissions, having nothing to hesitate about. Subsequently, the system popped up a message indicating a countdown lasting 20 hours and 43 minutes, stating that the system would also upgrade, and he would check it after the upgrade was complete. He sat in the captain's chair, suppressing his appetite, parking the ship next to the roast whole lamb, almost unable to resist taking a bite. The three set off again, preparing to thoroughly empty the workshop, ensuring this treasure trove was not wasted. Everything that could be moved and utilized was to be transported to the deep space ship, starting with the freshwater and food. After completing all this, Wang Yu would then control the deep space ship to consume this piece of spaceship wreckage. By then, the deep space ship would likely undergo new changes, and the urgent energy or the fullness of the deep space ship would also be enhanced. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Wang Yu, your reckless charge through the asteroid belt in the deep space ship caused considerable damage to the hull, especially to the external facilities. 2 solar panels were destroyed, the communication antenna is broken, and the radar is completely missing. These are all unnecessary losses. As the three of them were moving goods, Ball was lecturing them, explaining that this equipment is difficult to repair under normal circumstances. If it weren't for their good luck this time with a complete workshop available, they would have been in trouble. Wang Yu repeatedly agreed, promising to be more careful next time. However, that charge you made was quite impressive, though there was no need to rush for dozens of kilometers. That would have minimized the losses significantly. Ball added, and Wang Yu thought he had heard wrong. When he looked over, Ball was already carrying several large boxes of fresh water towards the exit. "If you want to praise me, just say it directly without beating around the bush," Wang Yu thought to himself. As for why they encountered danger, don't ask about that. Wang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the urgency to grow stronger quickly. If he could just punch that hell beast down, there would be no danger at all. The three of them passed through the door and, using the large opening in the ceiling of the ruins, quickly transported the goods from the warehouse. With jetpacks and an oxygen generator supplying high-pressure gas, their efficiency improved significantly. After spending more than 5 hours and making over 10 trips, they had only cleared out a little over half of the warehouse. If they included the items they needed to disassemble and take with them, as well as those to be manufactured in the workshop, the workload was much larger, such as repairing the captain's cabin door. At this point, Wang Yu felt a bit tired, unlike Ball and Mao Kier, who were still full of energy. He said his goodbyes, mentioning that he would return to rest and sleep, and then handed the jetpack to Mao Kier before heading back to the deep space ship. He evacuated the air from the cabin so that the emergency passage could remain open. When he woke up again, it was already 12 hours later. He had slept very soundly, completely unaware that Ball and Mao Kier had dismantled the captain's cabin door. He found the intercom, tested it, and discovered the signal was poor, so he put on his spacesuit and made his way to the cabin to contact Ball and the others. By that time, she and Mao Kier had completed most of the preparations while Wang Yu was asleep and brought back several good news. First was the sensors. Although the radar and antenna were lost, there were ready-made ones in the workshop, possibly prepared for the mining robots, which could be used as a temporary solution, and they even had a few extra. Next came another more exciting piece of news: they could relay the wiring and restore power to the deep space ship. The workshop had ready-made cables, light bulbs, and cameras, and with the engines prepared for the mining robots, they could restore power as long as they installed hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks. The ship would no longer be shrouded in darkness, greatly enhancing safety. Finally, regarding that door, after assessing the conditions of the workshop, Ball planned to use the craftsmanship of the Rock clan to recreate it with their new materials. However, it might turn into a traditional door that requires a key, as Ball could not understand how the original door recognized the crew's opening and closing. This would consume quite a bit of energy, but they had won a lot of hydrogen bricks in the lottery, and with oxygen available on the deep space ship, everything became possible. I've also considered the replenishment of hydrogen bricks. I plan to build a closed ionization device to produce hydrogen and oxygen by ionizing water. As for where the electricity will come from, I'm still considering it. It could be solar power, but the output is too low, or we could draw from the captain's cabin, but that would require careful consideration of the power capacity. If the power is too high and burns out the wiring, it would be a loss. Moreover, you absolutely cannot recklessly crash the ship next time. This time we were lucky the telescope wasn't damaged, or otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Ball criticized Wang Yu again, as the workshop did not have the conditions to manufacture precision optical instruments, and they could only find ready-made ones. Yes, I'll be careful next time. Wang Yu had already grown accustomed to Bal's criticisms, which felt completely painless. When danger truly arose, he couldn't care less about so much. He wasn't a precision robot. By the way, do you need my help? No need, you can't stay in space for long. You'll need to replenish oxygen soon, which is quite troublesome. Later, when they use the materials from the Rock Clan to make an oxygen bottle or modify the interface of the spacesuit to use an oxygen box, that should significantly extend your time in space. Ball said, and after refusing, he went to call Malkir to work. Wang Yu felt excluded, possibly due to the fact that there were only 2 jetpacks. Having one more person would be inconvenient. In any case, he would still have the opportunity to show himself when they laid the internal wiring. After ending the communication, Wang Yu looked at the pile of boxes in the cabin that had just appeared. He rummaged through them and found a can of moss, preparing to taste it while thinking about something else. The permission upgrade was also nearly complete, with just a few dozen minutes left. Once done, he could explore other areas, and the secrets within this mysterious spaceship would be revealed. Wang Yu returned to the bridge, took off his spacesuit, and used a shadow demon short dagger to puncture the can. Oh, what is this stuff inside? He sniffed it, almost regurgitating the acid in his stomach. Can this thing really be eaten? Is it herring in a can? How could moss plants have such a foul smell resembling rotten meat? Wang Yu grimaced, thinking for a few seconds. Adhering to the principle of not wasting what had been opened, he swallowed it. The initial taste was slightly sweet and not inedible, but once it hit his throat, it was unbearable, as if someone was roasting filth in his stomach. The foul smell surged up. After finishing, Wang Yu turned green, chugging half a bottle of water, yet the taste in his mouth still lingered. No way, I need to ask Ball for a solution. If I have to eat this every day, it would ruin me. He placed his hopes on the all-capable Ball, preparing to carve out some time to practice, as he hadn't exercised in a long time, and then checked the changes brought by the permission upgrade. Authorization level upgraded. Your access zones aboard the deep space vessel have been expanded. Additionally, the system has introduced new functionalities to assist you in commanding this vessel. Please review them in the interface. Next tier, Level 3 authorization, will unlock once you assume control of the main engine. At that point, you will gain full command over the vessel and become its true captain. 3 more tiers, so this must be the final one. But what does opportunity to gain control even mean? Is failure possible? Wang Yu muttered, then prepared to summon the system interface to inspect the newly added features. Cough, cough. He suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit, spitting out a small black fragment, flecked with blood, before catching his breath. His pulmonary condition remained unresolved and continued worsening, but he chose to suppress it, focusing instead on navigating the system interface. A new crew roster has appeared. Wang Yu tapped it open immediately. A dense, seemingly endless list of names filled the screen, so overwhelming that he froze in disbelief. Since when did his ship carry so many people? Yet upon scanning the status column, where deceased repeated relentlessly, his expression hardened. He began methodically verifying each name, transferring the deceased crew members one by one into a newly created casualty registry. The death toll exceeded 40. Yet 9 individuals remained alive. That meant, beyond Zhu Gu and Shui Gu, 7 other crew members were still aboard, though Wang Yu had yet to meet any of them. Ball and Miao Kier were not listed among the crew. They appeared instead on the passenger manifest. Wang Yu now verified each surviving crew member's name and assigned role. Gao Jia, Chief of Security, that must be Shui Gu. Chernov, Head Chef, that's Zhu Gu. Hawkins, Wallbinder, what kind of position is that? Wang Yu scrolled further and discovered no fewer than 5 individuals designated as wallbinders, and 2 others whose names and roles were marked only with question marks. Just how many secrets does this ship conceal? Wang Yu sensed something deeply amiss. He attempted to tap individual crew names for detailed profiles, but each time the interface responded with utter silence. Can I view Bale's and Miao Kuer's profiles? He murmured to himself, then formally added both to the crew roster, assigning Ball as deputy captain and Miao Kuer as security officer. The deputy captain held authority nearly equivalent to that of the captain, only restrained when in direct conflict with the captain's decisions. Having completed these adjustments, he selected Bale's name. A personal profile materialized before his eyes, nearly identical to his own attribute panel save for the absence of health stamina or spiritual energy metrics. Ball. Race, sentient machina. Sentient machina, a collective term for digital life forms that have awakened self-awareness and sapience. They possess no fixed physical form. Their manifestations vary widely depending on origin, even existing entirely as autonomous code. They undergo no biological development or maturation, only cognitive evolution. Origin: symbiotic servitor. Symbiotic servitor, a civilization built upon service-oriented androids or automata co-evolving alongside their creators. Innate traits: digital consciousness, mechanical body. Digital consciousness, due to its non-biological substrate consciousness, remains impervious to warp space corruption, even at zero rationality, though severe cognitive disruption may trigger system reboot. Expertise across disciplines can be rapidly acquired via data ingestion. Mechanical body: so long as core components storing memory and emotion remain intact, death is impossible. Physical capabilities are determined solely by chassis specifications. Non-developmental, yet fully modifiable and upgradable. Abilities: emotional resonance. Emotional resonance, equipped with an advanced emotional simulation matrix, grants 1 willpower, 1 insight, and accelerates growth in both attributes by 1,000, far surpassing standard sentient machina. Physique: 19. Willpower: 3 317276400000. Reflexes: 26. Immunity: 23. Insight: 3 221526400000. Overall assessment: a formidable automaton, capable of killing you with a single blow. Such extraordinary stats. Wang Yu whistled softly. Though he knew Ball was powerful, he hadn't anticipated such staggering figures. Yet the deficits in willpower and insight were glaring. Their experience bars stretched not to 64,000, but 640,000. Advancement seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, the emotional simulator amplified growth rates by 1,000, restoring a sliver of hope. And there was another benefit: absolute immunity to warp space corruption, and thus no risk of transformation into a demon. Warp space affects organic and mechanical life forms differently. In organics, it erodes rationality, twisting them into demons. In machines, it acts as raw, energetic interference, warping them into hell beasts. Whether sentient machina can become hell beasts remains unknown, but the possibility cannot be ruled out. I must share this information with Ball. Wang Yu murmured, then opened Miao Kuer's profile and stared dumbfounded. Wow, what is all this? Miao Kuer's profile was even more astonishing. Miao Kuer. Race: near human, feline. Origin: terrestrial planet. Innate traits: 9 lives, warp space affinity. 9 lives, a feline race trait granting exceptional vitality and dramatically enhanced immunity. They denotes a prodigy rarer than one in an entire species, granting 10 immunity, 100 accelerated immunity growth, near total resistance to toxins and parasitic infection, and vastly amplified regeneration. Warp space affinity raised within warp space environments, rendering her largely imperceptible to warp entities and demons, and granting innate adaptation to such realms. Abilities: gourmet cells, feline claws. Gourmet cells, genetically augmented cells, grant 2 physique, 2 reflexes. When consuming exquisite cuisine, they ignite latent potential. Consuming spiritual energy activates cellular regeneration, enhancing all attributes except willpower and insight, accelerating stamina recovery, and accelerating wound healing. Effect magnitude depends on flavor intensity and spiritual energy expended, even enabling limb and organ regeneration. Overuse, however, risks somatic collapse. Feline claws, an innate racial ability. A pair of claws capable of rending metal with cutting power, scaling directly with personal attributes. Physique: 11 72 200. Willpower: 7 2177 8000. Reflexes: 12 72 200. Immunity: 30 92 200. Insight: 5 1004 4000. Overall assessment: a bona fide genius. Wang Yu stared at Miao Kuer's extraordinary traits and abilities, speechless. Her immunity even surpassed Ball's despite his being a machine. It was simply staggering. And those experience bars, why were they capped at 200? Wang Yu was certain he hadn't misread. Physical cultivation difficulty varies drastically across species, Wang Yu concluded, though he'd suspected as much before confirmation left him distinctly unsettled. Human physiology possessed alarmingly low ceilings, both in latent potential and ultimate capacity. Once nearing that ceiling, further progress became impossible without transcending it. So far he knew of 3 viable paths: cybernetic augmentation, gourmet cells, and spiritual energy cultivation. To shatter his limitations and attain superhuman power, he would need mastery over at least one. Ball and Catcore's character panels clarified Wang Yu's path to strength. His immediate priority was finding a viable breakthrough method. He exited the crew interface and systematically inspected all others, discovering a new tab labeled Anchor Coordinates, which displayed a single set of coordinates, the same ones previously recorded for the derelict planetoid Jixing. How do these coordinates function? He tapped them, but nothing happened. He then attempted to link with the deep void vessel. Ah, I see. Wang Yu realized the coordinates could only be perceived through deep void sensory linkage, allowing him to determine Jixing's direction and approximate distance, even within subspace. Additionally, he could now spend 500 credit points to instantly log his current position, a newly acquired navigational capability. Lastly, the vessel interface revealed the previously obscured defense module, now fully visible. Defense module, Active Regenerative Armor Ravenous. Active Regenerative Armor Ravenous, a dynamic self-repairing layer, envelopes the hull. It rapidly regenerates upon damage and can locally thicken to reinforce critical zones. This must be Deep Void's outer integument, its skin or shell, Wang Yu speculated. Furthermore, the hunger status had evolved. Beside the ship's name now appeared a new parameter: satiety level. Deep Void Satiety, level 3. Satiety level. As this value rises, main engine output increases proportionally. Certain subsystems disabled under starvation gradually return to full functionality. At 50 and 100 satiety, the performance of all active regenerative modules escalates significantly. It's essentially the ship's fuel gauge or power meter. Hit 0 and it stalls completely, Wang Yu assessed. Having confirmed all changes, he proceeded to the onboard cabin to contact Ball and Catcore, requesting their immediate return for an urgent briefing. 3 hours later, in the bridge, Ball and Catcore emerged from the elevator, pushing a cargo cart laden with a newly forged metal door, its locking mechanism, and all tools and components required for installation. During that time, they had crafted the door in the onboard workshop. Wang Yu instructed them to set it aside, then briefed both on the vessel's post-upgrade capabilities, and formally announced their status as certified crew members, thereby relieving their concerns about attacks from Hammer and Pig. Finally, he introduced their official roles and personal interfaces. Yes, I'm a genius. Catcore leapt into the air elated. Though she could recognize only half the characters on her screen and relied entirely on Ball's oral translation, her innate brilliance remained unquestionable. Indeed, you are a genius, which means rigorous study and disciplined training lie ahead. Your talent must never go to waste. Wang Yu gently ruffled Catcore's hair, sensing her exuberance was vital and must be nurtured. He resolved to design a tailored training regimen for her, balancing physical conditioning and academic development, to accelerate her growth into true mastery. Ball studied her own interface, her expression souring slightly. She even curled her lip in mild disdain. Wang Yu offered reassurance. Don't dwell on it. This limitation is intrinsic to all synthetic intelligences. Yet you are exceptional even among them. Your willpower and inspiration growth rates have surged by 1000. Ordinary synthetics possess neither such potential. Their baseline values hover near 1. If they register 0, they wouldn't qualify as synthetic intelligences at all. MPH. Ball shot Wang Yu a skeptical glance. He clearly lacked any aptitude for consolation. Moreover, what truly troubled her wasn't the statistic. It was the assessment stating her punch could kill. That was absurd. She'd never struck anyone lethally. Once both had regained composure, Wang Yu turned to the matter most pressing. The crew manifest confirms 9 living personnel aboard besides ourselves. Subtracting Hammer and Pig leaves 7 still unaccounted for. 5 hold the specialized designation Wallbinders. The remaining 2 lack even registered names. Wang Yu compiled all known names, including the deceased, into the ship's holocomputer tasking ball, with cross-referencing them against the partial crew roster recovered earlier from Deep Void's command console. That original list was heavily redacted, large sections blacked out or illegible, but pairing it with the complete manifest enabled substantial reconstruction. Ball completed the comparison with astonishing speed and precision in under a second, yet her brow furrowed as she looked up at Wang Yu. What is it, Are you certain the total count is accurate? Absolutely. Then there's an anomaly. One individual does not belong aboard this vessel. Huh. An unforeseen discrepancy had surfaced. Ball elaborated the mismatched name belonged to a female crew member, Neva, while every other entry aligned perfectly, including Captain Hawkins. So who is this extra person? A wayfarer drawn into the ship's drift. Wang Yu hypothesized, deeming it the most plausible explanation. For now, no alternative interpretation presented itself. Also, our upgraded access privileges have expanded our operational range. We may now explore additional decks. However, the internal map remains uncharted. A illumination will require physical traversal. Wang Yu informed them, scheduling the expedition for 2 hours hence. Both Ball and Catcore had just concluded prior tasks. Ball required only a battery swap, while Catcore needed a proper meal. Within 30 minutes, a modest feast materialized: rehydrated meat strips stir-fried with the last of the beans, a protein-rich gruel, and as the staple, fried stinkmoss cakes. Wang Yu stared at the dark lumpy cakes on his plate, hesitating, then glanced toward Catcore. She sniffed once, eyes lit with delight, and seized a cake, devouring it with fervor. Has it grown fragrant? Wang Yu mused, uncertain. He'd tasted its pungency mere hours earlier. Yet trusting Ball implicitly, he held his breath and took a bite. Crisp exterior shattered to release a savory umami-rich burst, reminiscent of succulent meat pie. This, Wang Yu could scarcely believe it. High-heat frying neutralizes the moss's odor. Its biochemical composition closely mirrors animal tissue, and its high moisture content yields an unparalleled juiciness. It surpasses conventional meat pies. I verified this empirically. Ball explained, anticipating his astonishment, having already discovered the empty stinkmoss canister. Truly worthy of Ball. Wang Yu murmured softly, then devoured his portion with renewed vigor. After the trio finished eating and rested briefly, they armed themselves with newly acquired equipment, pulse rifles and pulse grenades, and prepared to probe Deep Void's interior. Given the vessel's anomalous nature, they approached with utmost vigilance. Though Hammer and Pig were known to lurk below, the lower decks harbored far more than just those two. They would need absolute readiness. Far more than just those two. The three of them gathered in front of the door they had never entered before. Wang Yu walked ahead, exchanged a glance with Ball and Malkir, and then approached. This time the door opened directly, releasing a faint stench that made Wang Yu frown slightly. It was the smell of decomposing protein and fat, but how could that be on the ship? Are there a large number of unprocessed, even somewhat fresh corpses? Wang Yu murmured. Just the smell made him tense, and he gripped his shotgun tightly as he walked inside. Inside was a not-so-long corridor. Around the corner should lead to other floors, and there was also an elevator on the side, or rather what used to be an elevator. The door was sealed with a thick steel plate slightly bulging outward, as if something inside had tried to break through but failed. Moreover, this thing possessed significant strength, as the material of this metal plate was different from the hull of the ship, showing no signs of oxidation even after such a long time, clearly indicating it was of superior quality. The three of them entered the passage one after another. Although there was no immediate danger, they sensed something unusual in the air and directed their gaze towards the corner ahead. According to the analysis of the spaceship structure, there should be stairs leading to other floors ahead, as this was the only passage left. The elevator was also located here. However, from the entrance onward, it was like a transition between scenes. The further they went, the worse the damage to the ground and walls became, as if they were stepping into a brutal battlefield filled with pockmarked bullet holes and shell craters caused by powerful penetrating and destructive weapons deforming and shattering the passage. Such weapons in theory should not be used within a ship, but the premise is. This ship is a normal ship. From the ruptured cracks and holes, of black substance oozed out, flowing down the walls, dripping onto the ground, and even forming columns that solidified into a substance resembling magma. This was similar to the material of the outer shell of the deep space vessel, as if the blood of the deep space had solidified into scabs. The three of them remained highly vigilant, their expressions even more serious than when exploring the wreckage outside, and continued forward. Upon reaching the corner, they saw 4 metal doors that had been blown open outward. To be precise, it was a series of 4 broken metal plates obstructing the passage, attempting to block it, but failing. There were numerous signs of emergency repairs at the scene, such as rivets, iron bars, and extensive welding marks, all very crude, clearly completed in haste. The people on this ship might have held their ground for quite some time, but ultimately they failed. A battle that took place inside the ship, our current floor, may be the last line of defense, so the overall condition is still relatively intact. Wang Yu said, But the information from the bridge control panel didn't seem to mention this battle at all, Ball frowned. Based on all the clues at hand, the most likely reason is, at the moment of the disaster, the original crew of this ship lost control of the deep space. They were trapped in subspace because the ship suddenly came to life. This is a relatively reasonable deduction. The three of them continued forward, crossing the nearly broken protective doors. By the way, Malkier, you were caught by Hammer Brother before, right? Do you have any impressions of the other floors? Wang Yu asked as he had met Malkier at the lowest level. However, she shook her head, saying she and her mother arrived here at the first level. Then her mother was driven away, and she was knocked unconscious by Hammer Brother's punch, waking up in a cell. If Wang Yu had arrived a little later, she might have starved to death. Malkier said, indicating that Wang Yu's discovery was quite timely. Hammer Brother can also use his fists. Wang Yu said in surprise, realizing that Hammer Brother was selective in his actions, not just swinging his hammer at anyone. Suddenly, Wang Yu, who was walking in front, stopped, frowning as he pulled out his map to check. Logically, there should be stairs going down here, but all he saw were broken corridors and light shining up from below. Central Collapse Zone. What is this place? Wang Yu read the map label, looking at Ball, then slowly moved forward, as if standing on a cliff or diving board, peering down. Below was a massive pit or cavity that nearly spanned the entire ship. In the huge pit floated a considerable number of fragments which might have originally been parts of the wall or floor, now suspended there motionless, as if there was no gravity. Very strange. And at the center, that thing that kept rotating. Wang Yu became increasingly familiar with it. Wasn't that the super heavy field fusion engine he had seen in the video? Wang Yu wouldn't mistake it, the rings nested on the outside, rotating in different directions, but never colliding. That was definitely the super heavy field fusion engine, the auxiliary engine of this ship. However, now this engine floated in midair, seemingly the culprit behind the huge pit, with several broken cables hanging from its base. And at the center of the engine, in the middle of the ring, Wang Yu saw a distorted mass of light. This thing was peculiar, like an invisible lens capable of stretching the images behind and around it, changing with the angle of view. Wang Yu could not understand what this thing was. But Ball instantly understood, his pupils constricting as he quickly pulled Wang Yu and Malkier back, his face filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Wang Yu asked. He knew that engine was dangerous, but he was unclear about the danger. It wasn't until Ball explained what that mass of light was that Wang Yu's forehead began to sweat profusely. That looks like a black hole, but it seems to be restrained by a gravitational field, preventing it from sucking in everything around it. Even if it's not, it's still a type of strong gravitational material, very close to a black hole, which distorts light, so you can't see the center clearly. Ball explained again. At this point, Wang Yu had fallen silent, suddenly understanding why the system had locked this door earlier. It was better not to know. At least he could sleep better at night. Now that he knew a black hole was directly beneath him, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if he were suspended. Because if this thing went out of control, the consequences were unimaginable. Can this thing be discarded? Wang Yu recalled the repair cost of this engine. No wonder it was exorbitant. Even if it was valuable, he didn't want it, and nobody liked having an unstable bomb on their spaceship. I estimate. Not possible. The gravitational field below seems to have been adjusted to maintain a delicate balance. This is probably why this engine can continue to operate. If its position is slightly changed, it might immediately go out of control, Ball said, effectively dashing Wang Yu's hopes. These people must be crazy to have created a black hole on their own ship, Wang Yu remarked. Truly a bunch of reckless lunatics. From what he had seen along the way, this black hole engine was likely created by someone on this ship, causing immense destruction inside and eliminating a large number of enemies in the process. Truly ruthless individuals, Wang Yu complained, but couldn't help but admire. Perhaps to deal with some formidable enemy, they calculated the gravitational field environment, then guided the engine to go out of control, generating a black hole, and after eliminating the strong enemies, they fixed the black hole in place using the gravitational field. So crazy, truly ruthless individuals, Wang Yu had to admire them. However, after a brief adjustment period, he gradually accepted the reality that this black hole had not absorbed surrounding matter, indicating that the situation was still stable. Moreover, they had no other place to escape. This ship was the only reliance for Wang Yu and the others in the universe. Even knowing the danger, they had to go down and figure it out. The trio returned to the bridge and reappeared wearing jetpacks. Since the ship's central chamber was a vast zero-gravity void, it remained unclear how Hammer Brother and Pig Brother had ascended there. Could they fly? Be cautious, especially you, Cat Coor. Hold on tightly. Wang Yu cautioned as only 2 jetpacks were available, necessitating shared use. This time Cat Coor mounted Wang Yu's back, or rather the jetpack itself. riding it like a rocket secured by safety tethers to prevent detachment. Still, given the risks, Kat Kur had to grip the pack firmly herself. Then the two leapt into the central collapse zone. Their movements were fluid and practiced, honed through countless drills in microgravity. One hand stabilized the jetpack, the other held a firearm at the ready, its powerful flashlight sweeping the darkness around them. Wang Yu held a slight advantage. His powered armor featured an auxiliary spotlight mounted on the shoulder, brighter than standard issue. Yet light still permeated the pit. Some fixtures remained functional, though ambient illumination was dim. Only deeper into certain levels would absolute darkness descend. We'll proceed level by level. Start with the second, Wang Yu declared, scanning the structure before angling downward and landing steadily. Gravity here felt normal, consistent across floors. Soon Bar arrived, his rifle muzzle sweeping forward into the gloom. Wang Yu, doesn't this vessel's architecture seem unusually complex? I counted 7 decks. The third and sixth are colossal, over 20 meters high. With only 50-odd crew members aboard, isn't that suspiciously few? Wang Yu paused, reflecting. It was plausible. Yet their recovered crew manifest listed precisely 50-some names, corroborated by photographs, an irrefutable fact. Perhaps these individuals were superhuman, each worth 100 ordinary crew. Could this ship have been smaller originally? Bar interjected suddenly. That. Wang Yu fell silent, glancing back toward the collapse zone. Given the vessel's confirmed nature as a living ship, the possibility was undeniably real. This ship might grow, expand, over time. Strikingly, the 5th level within the pit was paved with a distinct white metal wholly unlike surrounding decks, and illuminated with exceptional brightness. That deck might even originate from another vessel consumed by the Shinkong. Let's conduct a full sweep first. If true, further clues will surely surface. Wang Yu spoke, and the three began exploring the 2nd level. Here too devastation reigned. Cratered walls, scorch-marked structural ruin, but far less severe than the corridor leading to the central collapse zone. Wang Yu projected a map onto his visor. Darkness receded incrementally as they advanced, charting explored zones precisely, ensuring no corner went unexamined. Crew quarters. Wang Yu studied the map's label, then gazed down the corridor at rows of tiny doorless rooms. We'll split up, search individually. Call out immediately if danger arises, but do not stray beyond this stretch of corridor. He activated his comm unit, confirming constant contact among all three before beginning room-by-room inspection. Living conditions were surprisingly adequate. Though aged and worn, every essential was present, including private lavatories, a rare luxury in deep space vessels. Though space was modest compared to the captain's quarters. Wang Yu searched beneath beds, inside cabinets and drawers, finding only tattered cloth remnants and vials resembling cosmetics. On a desk sat a photograph encased in a metal frame, its pigments faded to ghostly outlines, nearly monochrome. Still discernible was a striking human woman, elegantly dressed. Behind her stood a man, likely her husband, though uncertain. He replaced the photograph exactly as found and moved on. Several more rooms yielded similar results, mostly obsolete personal effects eroded by centuries of neglect. Medical kits and pharmaceuticals lay scattered, yet their systems were inert, data unreadable, so Wang Yu left them untouched. After clearing several small cabins, Wang Yu discovered a larger adjacent chamber marked Recreation Room on the map. Its door was sealed, but a jagged breach gaped through the wall, granting direct access. A cataclysmic force had shattered the barrier, leaving a cratered floor, evidence of terrifying power. Consequently, the recreation room lay in utter disarray, splintered billiard tables, cracked balls littering the floor, their paint long since flaked away. With repairs, perhaps one could still play a few rounds, but Wang Yu felt no inclination. He strode straight for the bar. No immediate threat lingered here. Combat had ended eons ago. This modest bar remained untouched. Once a place for libations, its liquor cabinets now gaped open, bottles vanished. Scattered glass shards dotted the floor, few in number, yet telling. Someone took the alcohol. Who? Wang Yu frowned. Then his comm crackled with Kat Kur's urgent voice. Wang Yu. Bar. Over here now. Without hesitation, he sprinted out, just in time to spot Bar, and both raced toward Kat Kur, who waved frantically from a doorway. Something wrong, she cried, pointing inward. Wang Yu and Bar exchanged a glance, then raised their weapons and rushed forward. Thereupon the bunk pulsed a dark crimson mass, gigantic, tumor-like, sprouting from a fissure in the ceiling. What is that? Bar murmured, baffled. Before such defiance of known science, even her expertise faltered. Shoo. Wang Yu signaled silence, eyes narrowing at the egg-like mass, swelling, trembling, seemingly poised to rupture. He knelt, retrieved a shard of metal, and motioned for Bar and Cat Kutter to retreat. Stepping back himself, he hurled the fragment. His principle was unwavering: never close the distance first. Gauge intent, test resilience. Avoid being caught off guard by sudden detonation. The shard struck the tumor and ricocheted. Wang Yu had thrown with minimal force. In the next instant, the mass convulsed violently. Something thrashed within, then burst. A fleshy pink lump slithered onto the bed, swelling rapidly, flesh tightening, becoming dense animate. It resembled a mannequin, or a fleshy simulacrum clad in clothing bearing facial features, yet molded entirely from uniform pink tissue like pliable clay. Even the twin short blades clutched in its hands matched that singular hue. Within 2 seconds it assessed its surroundings, then charged Bar and the others, moving with lethal precision, ducking low to evade gunfire. Yet, boom! A projectile detonated beside its feet just as it crossed the threshold, blasting it backwards, severing its lower half. Only the upper torso tumbled onto the floor. A second shot followed, obliterating the remains into viscera. The blast's concussive wave whipped Wang Yu's hair sideways. That intense. Wang Yu had barely raised his shotgun when Bata's impact rifle reduced the creature to pulp. Clearly the entity had never encountered such weaponry, or failed to recognize it. Its inexperience proved fatal. The rifle fired not bullets, but miniature grenades. Wang Yu swapped to his sidearm and delivered 2 precise shots, confirming termination before approaching. With cloth-wrapped fingers, he touched the mangled remains. Name: Bud Beast. Description: a secretion of the Hell Leviathan, deployed to eradicate foreign entities within its body. Not truly alive, incapable of independent existence. Its activity and numbers correlate directly with the Leviathan's physiological state, hatching from spores. Its form is mutable, shaped by the beings the Leviathan has previously consumed and assimilated. It mimics their appearance, movement, even abilities, to hunt intruders within the Leviathan's corpus. Hell Leviathan, the Shinkong. Wang Yu murmured, glancing at Bar and Cat Kutter, suddenly grasping what horrors these crewmen had once battled. This vessel is far more than a living ship. It is a colossal hell beast known as the Hell Leviathan, Wang Yu said. Fortunately, they had entered the ship early to verify its nature. Otherwise, if they had unwittingly fed the Hell Leviathan to satiety, they themselves would likely have been slaughtered by the exponentially multiplying sprout beasts. To the Hell Leviathan, they were absolute anomalies, akin to parasitic intruders and worse, parasites seeking to seize control of their host. Even when consuming other vessels later, they would need to strictly regulate the quantity. Only after their own strength increased sufficiently to subdue the Hell Leviathan could they devour without restraint. No wonder the system had previously indicated that controlling this vessel was possible. The risks involved were staggering. Wang Yu shared the intelligence with Bal and Miao Kier, commending the latter for her prudence in refraining from direct contact with the creature. Bal, do you recall the cruise group photograph from the Deep Void mission? Was there anyone among them resembling this woman? Or rather the sprout beast we just encountered? Wang Yu added, noting that the sprout beast's uniform bore an uncanny familiarity, identical to those worn by the Deep Void crew. Bal immediately initiated a data comparison. Due to blurred facial features and the absence of critical identifiers, such as hair color and skin tone, the analysis yielded only a probabilistic conclusion. The sprout beast matched over 60% with a female crew member aboard the Deep Void. Her height, hairstyle, and facial contours all aligned precisely. Then it is confirmed. That crewwoman had perished within the Hell Leviathan's body. Thus the sprout beast had mimicked both her appearance and mannerisms, an inference fully consistent with the available evidence. Further corroborating this was the carnage witnessed on the first-floor corridor battlefield. The Deep Void crew must have deployed the black hole engine specifically to cripple the Hell Leviathan. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed by the endless tide of sprout beasts. Let's go. This dormitory sector appears barren of value, and I've noticed signs of prior passage, not sprout beasts nor hammer brother or pig brother. Proceed with heightened caution henceforth. The trio continued exploring other areas of the second level, but uncovered little of significance. They located the mess hall. Wang Yu had half expected to find Pig Brother there, yet upon entering they discovered it utterly deserted. Not a morsel remained, the freezers stood hollow and silent, unnervingly still. Nonetheless, Bal found a complete set of undamaged kitchenware inside a relatively intact cabinet, meticulously preserved. Additional pots, pans, and utensils were also salvageable. They resolved to return for them later. They prepared to proceed to the third level, yet barely re-entered the central collapse zone when the sounds of combat erupted. It was Hammer Brother, engaged in fierce battle on the fractured ledge of the fourth level surrounded by 7 or 8 sprout beasts. One sprout beast wielded a long blade with terrifying precision. Not only did its movements blur unpredictably, but each strike inflicted grievous wounds. Every time it swept past Hammer Brother, a deep, elongated gash opened across his torso, staining the floor with torrents of blood. Hammer Brother's prized great hammer lay discarded over 10 meters away. Now barehanded, he fought savagely. 2 sprout beasts even brandished rifles, displaying exceptional tactical discipline as they peppered his body with blossoms of crimson. Dangerous. Quickly support Hammer Brother. Wang Yu moved instantly to intervene, hand already reaching for the heavy sniper rifle slung across his back, its magazine holding only a few rounds. Don't go. He's merely playing. Miao Kuer halted Wang Yu with a shake of her head, advising utter indifference. She had once suffered Hammer Brother's wrath, and knew full well the sheer terror he embodied. Indeed, her judgment was vindicated the very next moment. Hammer Brother glanced toward Wang Yu, then with chilling nonchalance allowed the long-bladed sprout beast to pierce his chest. Yet he flinched not. His pectoral muscles clamped shut around the blade like iron vices. With both hands snapping together in a thunderous clap, he reduced the creature to viscous pulp. A shockwave so violent it sent nearby sprout beasts staggering off balance. What followed was a merciless one-sided slaughter. Sprout beasts fell in rapid succession, crushed, stomped, or hurled with such brute force that one was flattened against a wall so thoroughly it could not be pried loose. Upon finishing, Hammer Brother let out a guttural roar, the first sound Wang Yu had ever heard him utter. Then before their eyes his wounds sealed at visible speed. The long blade embedded in his chest dissolved into his flesh as though absorbed, after which he strode calmly toward his great hammer lying nearby. So the hammer hadn't been knocked from his grasp. It had been discarded, deemed unworthy of use. Giller. Wang Yu swallowed hard, his perception of Hammer Brother ascending yet another tier, far surpassing even his most audacious assumptions. He was monstrous beyond measure. Ball fell silent. This power transcended mere biomechanical augmentation. It belonged to something older, deeper, and infinitely more ominous. She had sensed its like only in the annals of Machine Star's history, among the most catastrophic deviants ever recorded. Hammer Brother. Wang Yu called out boisterously, but the newly triumphant figure offered only a dismissive silhouette radiating serene indifference, though clearly having registered his presence long before. Follow him. Wang Yu signaled to Ball and Miao Kuer, activating their jetpacks to soar across the central collapse zone toward the level where Hammer Brother now stood. The 3 landed, and Cat Brother had inadvertently retreated to the back of the group. Wang Yu, however, remained enthusiastic, greeting Hammer Brother, and even prepared a small gift. Hammer Brother, I brought you some delicious snacks, freshly made fried seaweed cakes. They smell amazing, you should try them. Wang Yu took out the cakes wrapped in a clean white cloth from his bag. They were still warm, totaling 8 pieces. Seeing Hammer Brother's reaction, he reached out and handed the stack of cakes to him. The latter was not polite at all, directly taking a piece that melted in the mouth, even eating the cloth along with it. Not bad, right? This was made by First Officer Ball. She can really cook. Wang Yu seized the moment, not forgetting to mention his new crew member. But Hammer Brother remained aloof, saying nothing. He merely glanced at Ball. His gaze lingered slightly on Cat Kier before continuing forward. Yet Wang Yu's mouth did not stop. Hammer Brother, where did all these sprout beasts come from? Are there particularly many on the 4th layer? I saw one on my way here. Hammer Brother, do you know where the main engine room is? Hammer Brother, do you know where Hawkins is, and Pig Brother as well as? Wang Yu listed several names, all former crew members alive aboard the Deep Space. This time Hammer Brother finally reacted, as if he had heard key words, turning to look at Wang Yu. That fierce and ugly face gave Wang Yu an overwhelming sense of pressure, making him think he had said something wrong. Thus Hammer Brother stared at Wang Yu for a while, with his crimson single eye hidden behind the iron mask. Only then did he move, extending his finger to point towards the opposite side of the collapsed area. It turned out he was giving directions. However, this habit of staring while contemplating could easily frighten someone, especially those with weak hearts. Wang Yu suppressed his heartbeat, looking in the direction Hammer Brother pointed, referring to the map and taking note. He then glanced at Hammer Brother ahead, thought for a moment, and decided to follow. At least he wanted to find out where Hammer Brother lived, so he wouldn't have to ask anyone next time. Behind him, Ball and Cat Kier followed as well. Just now, while Hammer Brother was staring at Wang Yu, Ball had almost drawn her gun. It was only Wang Yu who had the courage to approach and initiate conversation. The 3 followed Hammer Brother, passing a room named Shield Control Room. They did not enter to explore, but continued to follow Hammer Brother until they arrived at a room called Security Defense Center, entering through the main door. Inside was very sparse, perhaps Hammer Brother had tidied up. There was only a chair which was actually a metal stool brought from somewhere repurposed by Hammer Brother. There were no other items aside from various weapons and armor hanging on the walls. Most of them had dirt stains as if just unearthed, and very few were intact either with rolled edges or broken handles. The armor was almost like scrap metal nearly covering the entire room. The only weapon that was complete and undamaged was the large hammer placed by Hammer Brother's side. Moreover, these damaged armors, judging by their size, were likely all used by Hammer Brother in the past, but he no longer needed them. So this was actually Hammer Brother's armory, not just a place where he only used hammers. The reason he ultimately picked up the giant hammer was simply that the other weapons had been worn out. Wang Yu looked at the weapon rack akin to a wall of honor, deeply shocked. Ball and Cat here felt similarly, sensing a chilling aura that filled the entire room. After a brief tour, and confirming this was Hammer Brother's residence, the three prepared to leave. Hammer Brother, we won't disturb you any longer. Rest well after your workout, and we'll come back next time. Wang Yu bid farewell to Hammer Brother, but the latter remained as unresponsive as a stone statue, perhaps having fallen asleep. The three left the security defense center, and only after walking for some distance did Cat Kier regain her liveliness, clearly still somewhat afraid of Hammer Brother. However, after spending more time together, things should improve gradually. At least this time she didn't crouch down to hide. They arrived at the shield control room they had passed earlier, and the door opened electrically, allowing them to enter directly. The space inside was not large, but the overall condition was better than expected. The facilities were mostly intact, and the control panel could be activated smoothly. However, the display indicated that the particle generators used for generating shields were malfunctioning. Out of 8 units, 7 were offline and completely unusable. The credit points required to repair this module were 300,000. Wang Yu could not afford this amount, at least not at the moment. Moreover, if it could be repaired, wouldn't that save him this money directly? He asked Ball if she was confident in fixing it, but she only shook her head, indicating that the machine star did not possess the relevant technology, and neither did the Cavern Clan civilization, so there was no way to proceed. We'll see later, we won't need it for the time being, Wang Yu said as he left the room. After getting a rough understanding of the 4th layer, he returned to the place where he first saw Hammer Brother. At this moment, the sprout beast corpses left on the ground had disappeared, including the one that had stuck to the wall and could not be pried off. Along with the bloodstains on the ground extending to the collapsed area's fault, it could be inferred that Pig Brother had passed through here and had left through the collapsed area, moving like he could fly, though it was also possible he jumped over. He looked towards the 3rd layer. Previously, he asked about the locations of Pig Brother and Hawkins, but Hammer Brother only answered one, and he had no idea who would be on the 3rd layer. In any case, he would know once he went over. The three flew towards the 3rd layer, deliberately flying close to the broken wall as the black hole engine hovered between the 4th and 5th layers. It was best to keep a distance, even if it meant taking a detour to avoid being sucked in. They landed smoothly, stepping onto the floor of the 3rd layer on the opposite side. As soon as they entered, they could clearly sense something was off. Firstly, this layer was particularly dirty, with traces of dragged objects very evident. The stains had not been cleaned for a long time, making the ground uneven. Then there was a foul smell that could be detected upon entering this area, which could be confirmed to be emanating from this layer, and the odor was extremely strong. Pig Brother is most likely on this layer, Wang Yu speculated. Moreover, this was a large floor over 20 meters high. With inadequate lighting to guard against unknown dangers, they changed to a more compact formation, each alert to different directions, slowing their pace as they began to explore the 3rd layer. The three advanced cautiously, inspecting even the corners of the corridor, chiefly wary of any lurking spore beasts. Such creatures were uncommon. The reason Chui Gu had been fighting several at once was likely that he had lured them together. In any case, up to now they had found no second spore. Wang Yu consulted the map. Chui Gu referred to the direction of the bow. To the left lay a temporary transfer chamber, opposite it the shipborne bay, with the central collapse zone between them. He explained the layout of this deck to Bear and Malkier, intending later to open a passage between the shipborne bay and the temporary transfer chamber, so coming and going on the Shinkong and moving cargo would be far more convenient. Otherwise, every return would mean clambering over the Shinkong's exterior. Dangerous enough, but above all maddeningly inefficient. They pressed on until they reached an almost absurdly spacious corridor, the sort of place meant for cargo or the handling of large objects. Here the stench deepened, and farther in they heard an unusual sound, like cleavers hacking at flesh. It might be Zhu Gu, Wang Yu warned. Don't act rashly. Watch my lead. Neither Bear nor Malkier had seen Zhu Gu before, and by appearance he seemed even more savage than Chui Gu. He walked ahead with his shotgun clutched to his chest, As they drew closer, the hacking grew clearer, its rhythm unchanging like a butcher faced with endless meat. Chop, 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 chop. They finally reached a crossroads. The sound came from the right. For safety, Wang Yu said he would go and take a look. Pressing his back to the wall with his shotgun held tight, he peered around and saw almost nothing but red. At the corridor's end, amid a dark, ruddy glow, stood a hulking man roughly 3 meters tall. Though not as tall as Chue Gu, his girth seemed to surpass him, fat spilling from his back like lifebuoys around his waist. With a stained apron and a tall hat whose original color was unguessable, there could be no doubt this was Zhu Gu. A foul, indescribable reek of blood and rot wafted from the corridors into the place was utterly vile. Chains and hooks suspended swathes of spore beast carcasses from the walls. Some still twitched, their filthy blood dripping to the floor. Zhu Gu was hacking at something on a chopping block that was actually a great slab of black matter solidified like lava and layered as if built up over years, its height oddly perfect for use as a block. After cutting the meat into uniformly sized chunks, Zhu Gu swept them into a nearby stew pot caked so thoroughly that its original color was lost. His movements were practiced and efficient, as if done countless times. He then took another portion from the hanging carcasses, paid no heed to its struggles, and with a swift, brutal stroke of the blade resumed his chopping. Wang Yu stood frozen, unable to tell whether this was a kitchen or an execution ground, only that it was cruel and bloody. The source of the red glow was a gigantic heart set into the far wall. It burned like molten rock and emitted a red light, apparently the heart of an abyssal leviathan, so enormous that only a corner of it protruded from the wall, the rest buried within the structure. For this reason, the wall at the corridor's end, besides the chained spore beasts, was laced with countless vessels, many as thick as pillars. Whether they still flowed with blood was unclear, for they were black and looked solidified. Seeing Wang Yu frozen, Bear and Malkir exchanged glances and also peered in. They went rigid, their composure slipping, silent and afraid of attracting attention. They feared they might be hauled onto a block like the spore beasts and hacked to pieces. Wang Yu felt someone poking him and realized it was Bear. He whispered, "It's Zhu Gu, and the map shows this as the heart sector, but he seems busy." Wait a moment. Wang Yu saw Zhu Gu's concentration and did not want to interrupt. He even considered slipping away. Zhu Gu seemed far more dangerous than Chue Gu. But then Bear's pokes grew harder, feeling like two hands, and Malkir seemed to be jabbing him too. He could no longer bear it. "Don't fool around, it's a bit." Before he could finish, Wang Yu went dumbstruck. Behind him, another familiar figure had appeared, accompanied by a pungent, eye-stinging stench. The formidable build, the butcher's cleaver at the waist, that filthy, ugly pig-like face. Zhu Gu. Wang Yu felt his scalp tighten and his mind go numb and oddly itchy. He looked toward the Zhu Gu at the far end chopping meat, then to the Zhu Gu before him hauling chains and a sack, and was left speechless. How could there be two Zhu Gus? He wasn't imagining it. Bear and Malkir also saw and kept poking themselves, because Zhu Gu had noticed the three furtive figures and stopped. For a moment, Wang Yu cursed inwardly at how silently Zhu Gu moved. Had he simply been staring too long? He pinched his thigh to force himself back into action, then called out. "Zhu Gu, long time no see," he said with a smile that was a little strained. Fortunately, Zhu Gu's gaze did not linger. He merely nodded, and dragging the sack and the spore beast remained still dangling from chains, continued toward the corridor's end. Among them was even the one Wang Yu and the others had dispatched earlier. The body had been blown apart, so aside from the piece on the chain, the rest of the fragments were probably in the sack. It suggested grimly that Zhu Gu knew how to make the most of what he had. The two Zhu Gus soon converged without exchanging a word. The newcomer removed the ingredients from the chains and rehung them neatly, then emptied the sack's fragments into the stew pot, making Wang Yu nearly retch. Then the Chue Gu who had arrived drew his cleaver and sliced a deep gash in a black vessel before him, scooping with the stew pot a quantity of dark magma-like liquid, presumably the abyssal leviathan's blood drawn near the heart. Because the wound scabbed over quickly, he had to reopen it several times to fill the pot. Zhu Gu then took a massive ladle and began to stir as if cooking a meal. The chopping Zhu Gu kept adding meat as they worked, the two cooperating in grim silence. Any excess broth spilled to the floor and solidified swiftly, including the drips seeping from the vessels. It seemed the chopping block itself was formed from those congealed fluids. Wang Yu swallowed, not from hunger, but to steady himself. This was likely the source of the central collapse zone's stench, especially that pot. Once the fire licked at the smell, it stung the eyes. "Let's go, it's enough that Zhu Gu is here," Wang Yu said. Though he did not understand why there were two Zhu Gus, and was a little curious whom they were cooking for, the process looked lengthy. Rather than linger and be assailed by the stench, they would be better off exploring other parts of the third level. The three continued onward. As they walked, Wang Yu pulled up the crew manifest and wondered why there were two entries for Zhu Ge. Could one of them be the unknown crew member? But the two looked far too alike. Or could Zhu Ge possess a splitting ability or some form of duplication? Wang Yu leaned toward the latter. Perhaps this was some ability of Zhu Ge's, for there were no twins in the family photo of the former crew. They continued to explore the dim corridor. This deck felt like it had suffered the most from the influence of Du Lai Weishan. Lighting was scarce, and the number of spore beasts increased. The earlier stretch had likely been clear because Zhu Ge walked it off, and after passing the intersection, they soon spotted 4 spore pods ahead. Before they could hatch, Bear blew them to fragments with his assault rifle. The severely wounded spore beasts did not even rise before Wang Yu's errant shots finished them. Their pace was therefore slow. 200 meters took nearly a quarter of an hour as they checked every corner. At the end of the passage, they found a small transport vehicle more like a multi-purpose forklift, which confirmed this was indeed a freight corridor. Named Deletion 01 damaged. Manufacturer Xijiaoyu, Shengming Yuxian Gongxi. Regulation Class I Civilian. Description: a multifunctional freight vehicle for gravity and low-gravity environments designed for agility and high load capacity with enduring power. Its reliable support arms can raise the chassis up to 20 meters to retrieve high cargo. Maximum load 20 tons, including vehicle standard gravity. Can this vehicle be repaired? Wang Yu asked as Bear inspected it. No one knew how long the vehicle had sat here. All 8 hubs were present, but had aged beyond repair, pitted with rust. With a little force, Wang Yu ripped the door clean off. It was not a question of powered armor numbers. The vehicle was simply too old and ruined. A shower of debris fell when the door was torn away. Though most parts remained, the whole thing would likely need replacing. Practically the same as building a new vehicle. If the onboard chips were well protected, they might still be salvageable, but the battery and motors were certainly shot. It had little repair value. Bear spoke with a measured tone. The gist was that it was beyond repair, practically scrap. Still, the presence of such a truck implied a large cargo bay aboard Shinkanho, probably on the 6th deck. Behind the truck stood a large freight elevator with only 2 buttons. The labels were unreadable, but they were likely for the 3rd and 6th decks, since those were the only major levels here. While Bear examined the truck, Wang Yu checked the freight elevator. It had no power, and judging by its condition, could not be started. Black matter had seeped from the walls and grown into the elevator. Even with power, it would not move unless the whole thing was refurbished from top to bottom. Because the passage ended in a dead end, the 3 had to backtrack. When they returned to the intersection, they caught sight of Zhu Ge striding in the opposite direction, carrying an enormous cauldron whose bottom glowed red from the heat. Inside, a viscous liquid boiled and bubbled thick and almost pus-like. Wang Yu and the others were just about to inspect that corridor. Seeing Zhu Ge headed the same way, they followed him furtively. The contents of the pot sloshed and spilled along the route, but Zhu Ge paid it no mind and swaggered on. His steps were almost soundless, which explained why they had not noticed him earlier. Wang Yu eyed the spilled dark green liquid with some hesitation. He wrapped his forefinger in cloth several times, dabbed a little, and tested it. Name: odious broth. Maker: Qianyuofu. Regulation: Class 4 Forbidden. Description: a secret elixir produced by a technique not of this world, also called a demonic potion, effective only on humans. It was brewed from rotten flesh and foul blood. In theory, it ought to do nothing, yet the fear and pain infused into the ingredients during its making meant that drinking it could restore a vast amount of spiritual energy and vitality. With repeated use, the residue of fear and suffering would infect the consumer, inducing frequent nightmares and progressive mental disturbance. Because of its atrocious taste, the user's palate would be gradually destroyed and warped. Those with weak constitutions might suffer diarrhea, poisoning, and other adverse symptoms. A technique not of this world. A demonic potion. Wang Yu froze, rereading the entry to make sure he had understood it correctly. This was a thing divorced from science, and yet it had appeared aboard a spacecraft, and it had been made by Zhu Ge. Bear was about to ask questions, but Wang Yu waved him off. They would catch up first and sort out explanations later. For now, they needed to see where Zhu Ge was headed and who the broth was meant for. The 3 followed. After about 30 meters, they came to a corner. Zhu Ge had already gone on ahead. When they rounded the bend, they found the floor had changed from hard metal to uneven black rock. Farther on, the rock gave way to fresh red flesh radiating a crimson glow, the very scene Wang Yu had witnessed when he used his magic to awaken the Du Lai Weishan. Zhu Ge walked atop that blood flesh, carrying his cauldron. The passage was littered with spore pods like broken stones, each teeming with hatching spore beasts. The 3 stopped. To step forward would mean being surrounded by the spore beasts. Zhuge might not care, but for them entering such a place risked grievous injury or death. While they hesitated, Zhuge went deeper and pot in hand disappeared around the next corner. What do we do? Bear asked. Wang Yu looked at his two teammates and then at the way ahead. After a few seconds he decided, advance cautiously. Do not provoke the spore pods. Walk in the path Zhuge took. If anything goes wrong, withdraw immediately. Grenades should buy us time. Then we run for Chue guest position. Wang Yu added that if the spore beasts proved too numerous, it would be necessary to let Chue and Zhuge handle them. There was no reason to waste their precious ammunition, or it might not even be enough to wipe them all out. They fell into single file, Wang Yu at the front as captain, and followed Zhuge's footsteps with extreme care. After passing through the passage and reaching the next corner, they were confronted by a vast wall of fresh red flesh filling the entire corridor. Zhuge stood at the base of the wall. He had set the cauldron on the ground, and with a huge ladle was feeding the odious broth to someone embedded in the wall. There were people buried in the flesh wall, each trapped with everything below the chest sunk into the wall, as if prisoners entombed in living meat. 8 such victims were held in the wall, arranged in a ring. 3 of them had already been reduced to dry bones and fallen apart. Only a ribbed spine remained in the wall, and a skull lay on the floor. Fu Baizhi. Wang Yu immediately brought up the crew panel to check. The panel showed 5 entries which made the identification almost certain. They could not tell how long those people had been trapped. It had been a long time. Hair and beards of some dangled to the floor, faded and dull, covering faces. Among them was one with golden hair positioned directly above, matching the former Captain Hokinsi.